Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1820 to Chapter 1894. Xianxia nodded as he stretched his hand forward and grabbed the spear lightly. In an instant, he felt boundless power gushing forth from the spear. It felt as if he would be able to pierce through space with just a slight shake of the spear. In his eyes, the invincible ancient sage from a moment ago was nothing more than a spear that he could kill with a single strike. Do you know where ancient sage Allfire's residence is? With the spear in hand, Xianxia's fighting spirit soared as he turned to ancient sage Mo Ling. He's the old ancestor of the beast tribe. Back then, he fought with sovereign Qianyong and was chased out of the otherworldly demonic tribe's territory. If I'm not mistaken, he's in the vicinity of the battlefield of Fire Feather. Ancient sage Mo Ling replied hesitantly, not knowing why Xianxia would ask such a question. He had grown up in the otherworldly demonic tribe, so while he was not an otherworldly demon, he was not any less knowledgeable than ancient sage Mo Ling. He's in the vicinity? That's great. Bring me to his lair. Xianxia chuckled heartily. The reason he had upgraded the Dragonbone Divine Spear was to tame that fellow. Since it happened to be in the vicinity, he might as well get it done. This? Ancient sage Mo Ling was conflicted. I heard that fellow has a bad temper. Why are you looking for him? It was really hard to understand why the guild leader would suddenly want to look for ancient sage Allfire. I'm still lacking a saint beast as my tamed beast, so I'll have to tame that fellow, Xianxia replied with a smile. Tame? Ancient sage Mo Ling was rendered speechless. The other party was the old ancestor of the beast tribe. Even sovereign Qianyong was unable to subdue it back then, and yet, the other party wanted to tame it. You must be joking. Guild leader, your formations are indeed formidable, but beast taming isn't as easy as you think it to be. You'll need to maintain a close relationship with it over a long period of time before you can truly tame it. Ancient sage Mo Ling advised. The guild leader was indeed formidable, and he had many means up his sleeves. However, his weakness was that he was a man of his wits. If it were that easy to tame the old ancestor of the beast tribe, sovereign Qianyong would not have such a huge headache over it. I know, but how do you know that I won't succeed without giving it a try? Xianxia replied with a smile. All right. Seeing that the guild leader was determined to head there, ancient sage Mo Ling took out a map and a geomantic compass to confirm the location before pointing in a certain direction. The place where ancient sage Allfire and the beasts reside is less than 100,000 li away from here. Less than 100,000 kilometers? All right. Chuckling softly, Xianxia flicked his spear. Hiss, a passageway appeared in the air, and Xianxia dived into it. Let's go. Ancient sage Mo Ling followed closely behind Xianxia. By the time they emerged from the passageway, they were already 100,000 kilometers away. Following that, the two of them saw a desolate mountain. Sure enough, there were countless holy beasts roaming about. The saint beasts of the otherworldly demonic tribe were roughly the same as the saint beasts of the Master Teacher continent. However, due to the influence of the crimson moon, their eyes had turned crimson, making them look more savage and savage. There were all sorts of holy beasts flying in the mountains, and their numbers were astonishing. Send out a name scroll saying that I'm here to pay a visit to ancient sage Allfire. Xianxia turned around and said, Xianxia, the two of you came to a halt. Ancient sage Mo Ling nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a name scroll flew out from his fingertips and flew toward the barren mountain. While it was still in the air, a deafening rumble reminiscent of the rumbling of thunder reverberated across the entire valley. Soul Oracle Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Guild Leader Zhang Xian are here to pay a visit to Ancient Sage Allfire. Hung Long Long, not expecting someone to suddenly pay a visit, the saint beasts in the sky immediately turned around and looked at Xianxia and ancient sage Mo Ling with hostile gazes. They had been driven to this barren wasteland by sovereign Qianyong, and they were filled with resentment. They had never heard of guild leader Xianxia before, but ancient sage Mo Ling was still quite a renowned figure in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Our old ancestor is currently in seclusion, and he won't be receiving any guests. Please return. A sempiternal realm consummation saint beast flew over. He won't be receiving any guests? I hope that you can tell your old ancestor that we have good news for him. It'll be of great help to your beast tribe, Xianxia said with a smile. Good news, the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast sneered coldly. What kind of good news can you have other than scheming? Please leave right now, or else don't blame us for getting nasty. Voila, the saint beasts in the sky swiftly surrounded the area with killing intent emanating from them. You're overthinking things. Xianxia replied calmly. Have you heard that Sovereign Chen Yong was killed by a human, Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing are on the verge of death, and that the entire otherworldly demonic tribe is in turmoil? I have heard a thing or two about it. The sempiternal realm consummation saint beast replied. Not knowing why Xianxia would suddenly ask such a question, it hesitated for a moment before replying. Even though they had been chased to a remote location, they had still managed to catch wind of the news. Since Sovereign Chen Yong has been killed, there's no need for us to abide by our promise anymore. This is the best opportunity for the beast tribe to return to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Do you intend to spend your entire life guarding this barren wasteland without tasty food and thin spiritual energy? If this goes on, the strength of the entire beast tribe will plummet. Xianxia said with a smile. This? The sempiternal realm consummation saint beast was rendered speechless. Xianxia was right. It was fine if there was no tasty food in the barren wasteland, but if the spiritual energy in the barren wasteland was thin, the cultivation of the beast tribe would slow down, and their accomplishments would be limited as well. This might not be a problem in the short term, but as time went on, they would gradually weaken, and they would no longer be able to put up any resistance against the otherworldly demonic tribe. I know that you aren't in a position to make the decision, so tell your old ancestor what I have said and what you know. He'll decide whether he wants to meet us or not. Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Very well. If what Xianxia had said was true, it would indeed be an epic-making event for the beast tribe. Thus, the sempiternal realm consummation beast hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. It turned its massive body around and flew straight toward the mountain range. Watching as the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast left, Xianxia chuckled softly. In order to tame the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast, he would first have to meet it. It took nearly an hour before the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast finally returned. It raised its massive paw and said, Our old ancestor invites you in. Thank you. Xianxia and Xianxia quickly followed behind the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast. The mountain range before them was indeed barren. There were only a few sparse plants growing here and there, and they were filled with sharp thorns. Grass, trees, and even medicinal herbs were nowhere to be seen. If not for the rocks and soil, they would have thought that they had arrived at a desert. There was no stream in the mountain range, and the air was a little dry. It was indeed unsuitable for living. The saint beasts that roamed the area also had hungry looks on their faces. It was similar to the Tianxian kingdom on the master-teacher continent. If high-tier saint beasts were to stay there for an extended period of time, their cultivation would plummet, and they would lose their former strength. No matter how powerful a merchant was, if they were to be stranded on an isolated island, they would become no different from a barbarian. Our old ancestor is in this cavern. I'll wait outside. Soon, they arrived before a massive cavern, and the sempiternal realm consummation saint beast came to a halt. All right. Xianxia nodded before heading into the cavern with ancient sage Mo Ling. Before they could even reach the cavern, they could already feel a gust of hot wind blowing against their faces, threatening to scorch their hair. Ancient sage Allfire's true form was an inferno behemoth. It was through the tempering of the underground lava that he had managed to overcome his limits and reach ancient sage. As such, with him around, it was inevitable that he would experience intense heat. After walking for a while, ancient sage Mo Ling's forehead began to drip with sweat. As a soul oracle, his soul possessed a frigid body, so it was extremely fearful of such intense heat. If not for the fact that he had reached ancient sage, his soul would have already been jolted out of his body before he could even get close. Ancient sage Mo Ling discreetly shot a glance at the guild leader, and with a single glance, his eyes widened in admiration. The other party was only at sempiternal realm consummation, but it seemed like he was completely unaffected by the intense heat. Putting aside sweat, even his soul was extremely stable, showing no signs of agitation at all. Recalling how the other party's soul and body compatibility had reached 100 previously, ancient sage Mo Ling could not help but send a telepathic message over. Guild leader, your soul, isn't it afraid of heat? I was afraid of it in the past as well. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. However, after the heavenly flame, the heat is no longer a problem. Heavenly flame? You used the heavenly flame to burn your soul? Ancient sage Mo Ling's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Don't Orient body realm cultivators have to undergo the heavenly flame tribulation? Have you not tempered your soul with the heavenly flame before? Xianxia asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Why would the other party react in such a manner? Orient body realm. That's something that only ordinary cultivators would undergo. Soul oracles like us often substitute our bodies with pseudo-Orient bodies, ancient sage Mo Ling explained. Substitute our bodies with pseudo-Orient bodies? Substitution? Xianxia was perplexed. It's like this. Ancient sage Mo Ling explained. Soul oracles possess the attribute of frigidine. If they were to attempt the heavenly flame tribulation forcefully, they could very well be reduced to cinders. As such, after reaching introspective convalescence realm consummation, they would usually possess an Orient body realm cultivator and nurture them into a pseudo-Orient body. The soul of the person who had been possessed would be spared as well. When the heavenly flame tribulation came, the physical body would charge forward, and the heavenly flame tribulation would deal the greatest damage to the pseudo-golden body. In the end, the soul of the pseudo-golden body would be used to replace the physical body, and that would be equivalent to successfully overcoming the heavenly flame tribulation. As treacherous as this method of transcending the heavenly tribulation was, it was more effective in ensuring the survival of the soul oracle. As such, it was something that the soul oracles had come up with after arriving in the otherworldly demonic tribe. As for the cultivation technique that Xianxia practiced, it was something that Lu Chong had brought back from the ancestral domain. As such, Xianxia wasn't too sure about it. Fearing that the guild leader would misunderstand the matter, ancient sage Mo Ling quickly explained, "We have been borrowing the bodies of otherworldly demons to overcome our cultivation ordeals. Even though it's much less dangerous for a soul oracle to attempt to possess the physical body of an Orient body realm expert while only at the introspective convalescence realm. How about this? I'll impart a cultivation method to you. If you cultivate according to this cultivation method, not only will you be immune to flames, lightning, and other pure yang energies, you'll also be able to face them calmly." After which, Xianxia flicked his finger and imparted a cultivation technique over. It was the cultivation technique that he had modified, the one that Lu Chong was currently cultivating. Since Xianxia was the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild and had contributed greatly to mankind, there was nothing wrong with imparting it to him. Cultivation technique? Initially, ancient sage Mo Ling didn't think much of it. However, when he took a closer look at the cultivation technique that had appeared in his library of Heaven's Path, his body jolted in shock. As an ancient sage who had studied the soul oracles for his entire life, there was no need to doubt his eye of discernment. The cultivation technique that the guild leader had imparted to him was extremely profound. If one were to cultivate according to it, one's soul could even transcend the 5 signs of decline and become truly indestructible. After reading through the cultivation technique, he felt an urge to destroy his cultivation and cultivate from scratch. It's too late for you to cultivate from scratch. However, I have made some adjustments to the flaws in your cultivation technique. This is my suggestion for you. As if seeing through ancient sage Mo Ling's thoughts, Xianxia tapped his finger lightly and imparted another cultivation technique over. After reading through the content, ancient sage Mo Ling trembled in agitation. It was as if the other party knew exactly where the flaws in his body were. Every single one of his suggestions pointed to the vitals of his body, making it impossible for him to refute them. He could already foresee that if he were to cultivate according to the cultivation technique, the flaws in his body would soon become flawless. With that, pushing for a breakthrough to blood reincarnation realm consummation would become a walk in the park. Despite only being at sempiternal realm consummation, he was able to see through the flaws in my body with a single glance and even found a way to cure them. This, ancient sage Mo Ling was at a loss for words as he looked at the young man once more. He had known that the guild leader was a formidable individual, but he didn't think that he would be this formidable. This had already surpassed all of his expectations. While ancient sage Mo Ling was still in shock, a booming voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Ancient sage Mo Ling, is what you said true?" Raising his head, Xianxia saw a saint beast floating above a huge expanse of scorching lava. It was golden in color, and cracks reminiscent of lava could be seen all over its body. It was over 10 meters long, and it emanated a powerful aura. In terms of strength, it was on par with even Sovereign Chen Ling at his peak. It was no wonder he was able to stand against Sovereign Chen Yong. Ancient Sage Mo Ling pays respect to Ancient Sage All Fire. Knowing how powerful the other party was, Ancient Sage Mo Ling dared not act arrogantly. He clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. Our guild leader is the one who said this, and I'll follow his lead. He had no idea what his guild leader was planning to do, but after seeing the cultivation technique that the other party had imparted to him, he couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps, the guild leader might really be able to tame this huge fellow. If that was the case, the soul oracles would be able to wield even greater authority in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if they were to fall out with the three sovereigns, they would not have to fear them anymore. There were no rules in the otherworldly demonic tribe. The strongest would be the king. Guild leader? A sempiternal realm lad? Ancient Sage All Fire turned his massive head around to look at Xianxia and sneered coldly. Aren't you soul oracles very arrogant, refusing to acknowledge even Kongsher? Why? Why did you acknowledge such a fellow as your guild leader? Ancient Sage Mo Ling's face darkened. Ancient Sage All Fire, it's one thing for you to insult me, but insulting our guild leader is equivalent to making an enemy out of our soul oracle guild. Oh? He's really your guild leader? Ancient Sage All Fire was taken aback by Ancient Sage Mo Ling's outburst. He turned to look at Xianxia once more, but no matter how he looked at the latter, there was nothing special about the latter at all. Nevertheless, as expected of the leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Ancient Sage All Fire suppressed his doubts and asked, I have heard about the matter regarding the three sovereigns, but I know that they are extremely scheming. I have crossed blows with Sovereign Chen Yong, and I know that fellows means very well. There's no way he would be killed so easily. Besides, the three sovereigns aren't the only ones in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if all of them are dead, there are still many other kings among them. If we were to head over, there's a good chance that we would be slaughtered. Since Ancient Sage Mo Ling has acknowledged you as our leader, why don't you tell me how you can bring our beast tribe back? It's very simple. Xianxia replied with a smile. Just become my tamed beast. Boom, the cavern shook violently, and the lava in the cavern seemed to be boiling. Ancient Sage All Fire narrowed his eyes as he bellowed with a voice that seemed to be able to shatter the world. Say that again? What do you intend to do? Ancient Sage Mo Ling hurriedly stepped forward. He did not expect the guild leader to be so direct, but since he had already acknowledged the other party as his leader, he would not back down no matter what he said or did. I have long heard of the arrogance of you soul oracles. Back then, you refused to submit to Kongsher, which led to Mingshi Tang massacring his entire tribe. I thought that it was just a legend, but it seems like it's true. Ancient Sage All Fire sneered coldly as he took a step forward. The heat emanating from his body threatened to tear the surrounding space into shreds. In his several thousand years as a soul oracle, this was the first time someone had dared to come up to him and say that he wanted to take him in as his tamed beast. Even Sovereign Chen Yong would not have dared to say such words back then, and yet, a sempiternal realm brat actually dared to do so. If he did not teach the other party a lesson, where would he put his dignity? You have no right to interfere in what we soul oracles do. Ancient Sage Mo Ling harumphed coldly. Is that so? The massive head turned to look at Ancient Sage Mo Ling, and a burst of flames immediately descended upon him. Ancient Sage Mo Ling narrowed his eyes in alarm as he raised his hands. Pung, the flames collided with the palm, and a massive depression appeared beneath Ancient Sage Mo Ling's feet, forcing him to retreat several dozen steps. Not expecting the other party to make a move on him so abruptly, Ancient Sage Mo Ling was so furious that he could explode at any moment. With a leap, he dashed forward and exerted his strength in midair. In an instant, a chilling wind blew in the cavern, threatening to freeze the surroundings. It was true that soul oracles were afraid of fire, but after learning the cultivation techniques that the guild leader had imparted to them, they were no longer afraid of fire. Allow me. Ancient Sage Mo Ling halted his footsteps and turned his gaze toward the massive figure not too far away with a wary look on his face. Hula, Xianxia walked up to the lava and looked at Ancient Sage All Fire. Why don't we make a bet? Ancient Sage Allfire did not respond to Xianxia's question. It had never met Ancient Sage Mo Ling before, but it had heard rumors about him. He was a powerful and arrogant individual, but the fact that he was willing to listen to Ancient Sage Mo Ling's orders so loyally showed that he must have some kind of extraordinary means. My bet is very simple. I'll fight you, and if you lose, you'll submit to me and become my pet beast. If you win, I'll bring Sovereign Qianyong over and have him agree to terms that are beneficial to you beast tribe. Xianxia smiled faintly. What do you think? Don't tell me that you don't even dare to accept my challenge with my strength? Humph. Ancient Sage Allfire harumphed coldly as he raised his massive claw and smacked it down. Let me have a taste of the true means of the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild. Boom, the space beneath the hoof's claws shattered, and the power was so strong that it completely sealed off Xianxia's location. Ancient Sage Mo Ling clenched his fists tightly as anxiety surfaced on his face. Even he would find it hard to withstand the might of the other party's move. Could it be that, after several thousand years, Ancient Sage Allfire's cultivation had risen once more? It's because of the geographical advantage. After recovering from his shock, he quickly came to a realization. It wasn't that the other party's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. At their level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to make even the slightest breakthrough. The main reason why Ancient Sage Allfire seemed so powerful was because he had tapped into the energy of the lava in the cavern, allowing him to bring out the advantages of the Inferno Behemoth. It could be said that he was no match for the other party in his current state. At the very most, he would be able to escape with his life. If even he was no match for the other party, what about the guild leader? Ancient Sage Mo Ling quickly turned his gaze over and saw the guild leader chuckling softly. With a flick of his wrist, a spear materialized in his grasp. Stepping on the lava, he flew upward, and with a flick of his wrist, he seemed to have become one with the spear. In an instant, he seemed to have morphed into a massive dragon that soared into the heavens as he charged right toward the hoof. Boom, the dragon let out a short roar in the air, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the cavern. Innumerable rocks fell from the ceiling. This is the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon? Ancient Sage Mo Ling was stunned. He had only seen the roar of a dragon in books before, and it was said to be the roar of a pure-blooded dragon. Countless living beings who were unable to withstand the might of the roar would have their minds shattered on the spot, turning them insane. Didn't the Dragonbone Divine Spear just achieve a breakthrough? Furthermore, its bloodline isn't pure either. Why would it be able to release such a roar? Dang 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 dang. While Ancient Sage Mo Ling was astonished, Ancient Sage Allfire also found it hard to believe what he was seeing. He subconsciously took several steps back in shock. Even though it did not possess the dragon race bloodline, and the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon did not carry much pressure on it, the fact that it was the voice of the monarch of beasts still caused cracks to appear in its mind. It did not dare to face it head-on. Hula, barely after Ancient Sage Allfire retreated, he saw the black dragon whipping its massive tail, causing the lava beneath to churn furiously. Like a tornado, dozens of lava dragons were formed. Ancient Sage Allfire shook his head, and it was only then that he realized that it was not the black dragon's doing. Instead, it was the young man standing on the spot with the spear in his hand. Under the agitation of the spear, the lava dragons began to surge toward Ancient Sage Allfire. This is my territory. How dare you use my possession to deal with me? You're way too naive. Not expecting his territory to be used by the other party to display such overwhelming fighting prowess, Ancient Sage Allfire spat out a mouthful of flames from his thick nose as he raised his feet and stomped down. Wung, a golden ripple rippled into the surroundings. As soon as the lava dragons came into contact with it, they were immediately reduced to droplets of liquid and fell back into the lava. He had stayed in this place for several thousand years, and the lava here had been tempered by him over and over again. Even though he had temporarily obeyed the young man's commands, as long as he willed it, he would still be able to control it easily. Is that so? Xianxia retracted his spear and smiled. He was not disheartened by the fact that Ancient Sage Allfire had regained control over the lava. Instead, he was filled with confidence. Ancient Sage Allfire looked at Xianxia once more, and the disdain in his eyes from before had vanished. As the guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild, you are indeed no ordinary individual. However, your cultivation is indeed only at sempiternal realm consummation. The reason you are able to wield such overwhelming fighting prowess is due to the spear, right? As soon as they crossed blows, ancient sage Allfire could tell that the so-called guild leader of the Soul Oracle Guild was not too powerful. The only reason he was able to fight with him was due to the spear. That's right. Xianxia did not deny it. Without a master, it's impossible for a weapon to wield its full prowess. The fact that you were able to execute such a formidable move and nearly put me in a disadvantageous position shows that you possess great eye of discernment and combat experience. Seeing that Xianxia had admitted to it, ancient sage Allfire nodded in satisfaction. Following which, he harumphed coldly. However, if that's all you have, it's still too naive of you to think that you can defeat me. Right after those words were spoken, the lava below began bubbling up once more, and it began gushing up endlessly like a rising tide. Not only so, countless flames were falling from the ceiling of the cavern, turning the surrounding space into a fiery hell. Ancient sage Mo Ling hurriedly retreated. Even though he had obtained the cultivation technique that the guild leader had imparted to him, he was still unable to withstand the sea of flames. It was fortunate that he still had his physical body, or else his soul would have been severely injured by the flames. Guild leader. Is he all right? Ancient sage Mo Ling asked worriedly. Following which, he suddenly heard a hearty laugh. Following which, he saw their guild leader floating quietly in midair. Instead of dodging, he took a deep breath. Good move. Hula, along with his voice, a powerful suction force gushed forth from his body. It was as if a massive whale was sucking in water, and the flames in the cavern swiftly surged toward him. At the same time, his torso abruptly expanded, reaching a height of 10 meters. Stepping on the lava beneath his feet, his entire body was crimson, reminiscent of a gigantic flame giant. You, ancient sage Allfire, did not expect the young man to be so powerful either. He was stunned for a moment, but just as he was about to execute his ultimate move, the flames that had surged into the young man's body suddenly flew out of his body. Xiong xiong xiong, crimson flames burst forth from his body, burning intensely as they came into contact with the air around them. Soon, the temperature of the flames began to rise, and they began to turn black. This is the Empyrean Heavenly Flame? Feeling the heat emanating from the black flames, ancient sage Allfire felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He could not help but retreat in fear. As the Inferno Behemoth, he had experienced the Heavenly Flame ordeal before. While it might have been frightening to other cultivators, it was nothing much to him. However, those were only ordinary heavenly flames. This Empyrean Heavenly Flame was something that even the Inferno Behemoth would not be able to withstand. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Ancient sage Allfire felt as if his hair had been set aflame, and a charred smell wafted in the air. He quickly retreated once more. In the face of the move that Xianxia had just executed, he was truly afraid. He had thought that the other party was a soul oracle who feared the power of pure yang due to his cold nature, so he had thought that he would be able to subdue him easily. Who could have thought that the flames that he was most proficient in would actually turn into such a fearsome thing? The Empyrean Heavenly Flame was capable of incinerating everything in its path. Even blood reincarnation realm experts dared not face it directly. Didn't you say that it would be too easy for me to deal with you? Don't retreat then. Seeing that it was about to reach the wall of the cavern, Xianxia chuckled softly as he charged forward with his spear. Woo woo, the black dragon roared, and black flames filled the sky. As it danced, it rolled endlessly, and black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. At this moment, ancient sage Mo Ling had already fled out of the cavern. He couldn't even withstand ordinary flames, let alone the Empyrean Heavenly Flames. How in the world did the guild leader manage to force ancient sage Allfire to the brink of insanity? In truth, Xianxia hadn't expected this to happen either. However, after the other party unleashed his flames, his physical body and soul that had been tempered by the Empyrean Heavenly Flame suddenly trembled. It was as if he yearned for these flames. Thus, he absorbed the flames into his body and infused them with his heaven's path Xianxia, transforming them into the Empyrean Heavenly Flame. If Xianxia had used ordinary flames, his heaven's path Xianxia would have been like the oxygen in the air. Augmenting the flames, it would have immediately flared up, resulting in an explosion of even greater heat. Pung! Pung! Pinned to the wall by the black flames, ancient sage Allfire's hair had been charred. His blood had also begun to evaporate, revealing some of his golden bones. From the looks of it, as long as this continued, the Saint Beast old ancestor, who reigned supreme over fire, would be burned to ashes by the flames. Will you submit or not? Xianxia chuckled softly as he looked at Ancient Sage All-Fire. You'll have to kill me first. Ancient Sage All-Fire spat through gritted teeth. As the Saint Beast old ancestor, a blood reincarnation realm expert, he had his own pride. If he were to submit to a sempiternal realm consummation insignificant figure, how would he be able to lead his tribe in peace? In other words, you're not going to fulfill your end of the bet? Xianxia asked. The bet is yours. I didn't agree to it, Ancient Sage All-Fire replied with a trembling voice. It was true that the other party had agreed to the bet, but before he could agree to it, the other party had already made a move on him. In other words, the bet wasn't a big deal at all. Do you really wish to die? Under the relentless barrage of attacks from the spear and the searing heat from the heavenly flames, Ancient Sage All-Fire's injuries were worsening. However, he showed no signs of submitting at all. Xianxia frowned. His beast pummeling taming technique wasn't just because he was stronger than the Saint Beasts. More importantly, his Heaven's Path Xianxia was able to nourish Ancient Sage All-Fire's bloodline and raise its tier. In other words, it was a stick and a jujube. If he wanted to tame Ancient Sage All-Fire, he would have to rely on the Dragonbone Divine Spear and the heavenly flames to subdue him. However, the Heaven's Path Xianxia was practically useless. Without the Heaven's Path Xianxia, Ancient Sage All-Fire's threat would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, Ancient Sage All-Fire was the Saint Beast old ancestor. He was used to his freedom, and he would rather die than submit to a human. Make your move. However, my disciples and grand-disciples have never offended you. As the leader of the Soul Oracle Guild and an Ancient Sage expert, I doubt that you would lower yourself to deal with them. Ancient Sage All-Fire said with gritted teeth. It was one thing for him to die, but his disciples and grand-disciples were the future of the Beast tribe. If Ancient Sage All-Fire were to go on a killing spree, there would be no one who could stand against him. Nevertheless, Ancient Sage against Ancient Sage, and ordinary cultivators against ordinary cultivators. Most likely, Ancient Sage All-Fire wouldn't lower himself to do something so shameless. Disciples and grand-disciples? Upon hearing those words, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm not an ancient sage, just a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. You should consider this carefully. If you submit to me, I can bring your beast tribe out of this predicament. However, if you don't submit to me, even if I don't make a move, the beast tribe will still face the wrath of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. I might be able to protect them for a moment, but I won't be able to protect them forever. If that's the case, there's nothing I can say. Ancient Sage All-Fire said with gritted teeth. Seeing how resolute Ancient Sage All-Fire was, Xianxia frowned. A moment later, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and his eyes lit up. The reason why you aren't submitting to me is because you have a clan backing you. As the old ancestor of your clan, you can't possibly become someone's tamed beast. However, what if your clan is willing to accept you as my tamed beast? My clan is filled with arrogance, and they won't even submit to anyone. You want them to submit to you? Dream on. Who could have thought that Ancient Sage All-Fire wouldn't even bat an eyelid at Ancient Sage All-Fire's words? Was there something wrong with his head? No matter how foolish his clan was, there was no way they would agree to become his tamed beast. If that was the case, what would happen to their dignity? That's not necessarily true. Xianxia chuckled softly as he whipped out the Dragonbone Divine Spear. He turned to Ancient Sage Mo Ling and instructed, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, I'll leave you here to guard Ancient Sage All-Fire. Don't let him leave. I'll be heading out for a moment, but I'll be back soon. After saying those words, he leaped forward and disappeared from the spot. What are you doing? Ancient Sage All-Fire immediately felt an ominous premonition. He tried to stop Xianxia, but he suddenly felt a chilling aura crushing down on him. Had it been any other time, he would have been able to neutralize the other party's aura with ease. However, due to his severe injuries, he was unable to muster the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ancient Sage Mo Ling, I'll kill you once I recover. Ancient Sage All-Fire roared furiously. We'll talk about that once you recover. Paying no heed to ancient sage Mo Ling, ancient sage Mo Ling crushed ancient sage Allfire's aura and pinned him to the wall. Roar roar. Woo-woo, while the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the howls of beasts could be heard from outside the cavern. It seemed like the guild leader had gone on a killing spree as soon as he charged out. No. Hearing those cries of agony, ancient sage Allfire's body trembled uncontrollably. You possess the fighting prowess of an ancient sage, but how can you deal with a bunch of beasts who are far weaker than you? Where is your dignity? His voice echoed out of the cavern, reverberating throughout the entire mountain range. However, it seemed like the guild leader did not hear him at all. The cries of agony from his students and grand students continued echoing non-stop. Mo Ling, you and I are both ancient sages, and even though we have never met before, we have heard of each other. I know a little about your personality, and I know that you are a man of integrity and integrity. Yet, your guild leader is bullying my students and grand students. Are you going to side with him? Ancient sage Allfire looked at the soul oracles who were pinning him down anxiously. Since I'm unable to escape, there's no way I'll be able to escape either. This, ancient sage Mo Ling looked at him awkwardly. Clearly, he didn't think that a powerful expert like their president would rush out to deal with those ordinary beasts. For a person of his standing to deal with a bunch of small fries, it was indeed a little beneath him. However, the other party was the guild leader. As a subordinate, he had no choice but to follow his orders. While ancient sage Mo Ling harbored doubts in his heart, he could not say anything about it. I'm sorry, I'm only following orders. Ancient sage Mo Ling shook his head as he exerted his strength once more to suppress the other party. You. Ancient sage Allfire's body trembled in rage. If I don't die today, I'll make sure to annihilate your entire tribe. He was truly enraged. To think that an expert whom even it was unable to defeat would actually run over to deal with those juniors who were far away from ancient sages. That was truly shameless to the extreme. After roaring for an unknown period of time, Xianxia returned with a relaxed look on his face. You killed my clansmen and destroyed my foundation. Either you kill me now, or I'll exterminate your entire clan once I recover. Hearing that there was no longer any commotion outside, ancient sage Allfire's heart turned cold. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Xianxia with eyes brimming with hatred that threatened to overwhelm the entire world. Kill your clansmen? Seeing this guy so angry, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile. You're thinking too much. I'm a gentle and kind person who loves peace, why would I fight and kill? Ancient sage Mo Ling, release him and let him out to take a look. This, ancient sage Mo Ling hesitated for a moment before retracting his Xianxia. Hula, with a jolt, ancient sage Allfire fell from the wall. He quickly got to his feet and dashed out of the cavern. Xianxia and Luo Ruoxin followed closely behind him. The light of the crimson moon outside the cavern was slightly blinding. Ancient sage Allfire quickly turned his gaze to the surroundings, only to see that his disciples and grand disciples were still alive. Instead of dying, they had gathered together, and their crimson eyes were filled with excitement. Your strength, ancient sage Allfire's body stiffened. Having spent a lot of time with his disciples and grand disciples, he was well aware of their strength. After being forced to this place, where the spiritual energy was extremely thin, it was already a blessing that they had been able to maintain their cultivation. Almost all of the beasts had lost the chance to advance their cultivation. But at that very moment, the tens of thousands of beasts had actually made significant advancements in their cultivation, raising their overall strength significantly. This was especially so for those whom he had placed the most importance on. Not only had they made breakthroughs in their current cultivation, they had even gained new insights into their cultivation. It seemed like they would be able to push for a breakthrough at any moment. Furthermore, these fellows were no longer as sickly and emaciated as before. Instead, they were filled with vigor and vigor. It had only been a short moment since they last met, but it felt as if a lifetime had passed. Paying respects to the old ancestor. The beasts bowed down to ancient sage Allfire. You all, ancient sage Allfire's lips quivered in agitation. Reporting to the old ancestor, our master is benevolent and benevolent. We have already acknowledged him as our master, so we beseech the old ancestor to make a decision as soon as possible. The beast who had led Xianxia and the others into the cavern bowed to ancient sage Allfire. Acknowledge him as our master? Ancient Sage All-Fire was taken aback. That's right. The beasts nodded before kneeling down once more. Paying respects to Master. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Ancient Sage All-Fire and said, "How is it? Your brethren have already acknowledged me as their master, and they are encouraging you to do so as well. There's no need for you to hesitate any longer, right? Old ancestor, I beseech you not to hesitate any longer." The eyes of the beasts gleamed with excitement. You all, Ancient Sage All-Fire took several steps back as goosebumps rose all over his body. He could not believe that what he was seeing was real. These were the most elite offspring of his. Back then, he had fought with Sovereign Qianyang's subordinates viciously, but even then, they had not submitted to him. Yet, at this very moment, they were submitting to a soul oracle. Ancient Sage Amo Ling was not the only one who was bewildered by the sight before him. How long did it take for the guild leader to return? 10 minutes. 20 minutes, tens of thousands of beasts had all submitted to him. Even if he were to scatter food to feed the chickens, it would not be that fast. He had known that the guild leader was capable of setting up formations, but who could have thought that he would be even faster at taming beasts? Old ancestor, if we acknowledge you as our master, we'll be able to raise our cultivation swiftly. You mustn't hesitate any longer. The rise and fall of our tribe lies in your hands. You mustn't let down our master's goodwill. With our master leading us, we'll be able to wash away the humiliation we've suffered in the past. The beast tribe will grow stronger and stronger. The beasts roared in unison. Ancient Sage All-Fire was rendered speechless. It was a while ago that he had thought that his offspring had a lot of backbone, but who could have thought that they would turn against him so quickly? If he had not agreed to it today, those fellows would surely have forced him to submit to them. The reason why you insist on upholding your dignity is so that you can set an example for your offspring so that they can have a brighter future. However, I can do that now. Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll be your master. I won't mistreat you. Noting Ancient Sage All-Fire's hesitation, Xianxia chuckled softly. With a flick of his finger, he said, I won't force you to do anything. Here, I have a cultivation technique that will allow you to recover to your peak condition. At the same time, you won't have to rely on the power of the flames to exert your fighting prowess. Before Ancient Sage All-Fire could process what was going on, he suddenly felt a jolt in his head, and a cultivation technique had been imparted to him. This, taking a look at it, the old ancestor's body began trembling uncontrollably. He was so agitated that he could barely speak. The cultivation technique that Xianxia had imparted to him had not only pointed out the mistakes he had made in his cultivation, but he had also supplemented them accordingly. Even without the aid of lava, he would still be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage 4 Dan or even beyond. It was as if the cultivation technique was tailor-made for him. As long as he cultivated it diligently, he would be able to recover from his injuries and advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. After going through the information in his head, he finally understood how powerful the young man before him was. Without any hesitation, he lowered his massive body to the ground, and a droplet of blood essence flew toward Xianxia's glabella. Master All-Fire, pays respect to Master. He might have been a little hesitant earlier, but after seeing the cultivation technique, he knew that even though the young man was young and his cultivation was slightly beneath his, he was more than qualified to become his master. If he followed behind Xianxia, he would surely be able to walk further and further away. After assimilating the droplet of blood essence, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like his trip here was not in vain. With a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage and so many tamed beasts, he would be able to protect himself even if he were to encounter Sovereign Qianling. In the sky, several figures tore through space and advanced swiftly. Leading the group was Sovereign Qianyang and Ancient Sage Hao Sun, who had parted ways with Xianxia earlier. Following behind them were 4 Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm cultivators. Even though their fighting prowess was beneath the 2 of them, they were still considered as one of the top experts on the Master-Teacher continent. They were the Ancient Sages that they had recruited recently. Sovereign Qianyang, where are we heading to? An Ancient Sage could not help but ask as the space before him continued to shatter. What do you mean by that? The battlefield of Fire Feather. Sovereign Qianyang paused for a moment before replying. The battlefield of Fire Feather? Given how remote that place is, there shouldn't be any ancient sages there, right? If I recall correctly, ancient sage All-Fire of the beast tribe resides there. Another ancient sage suddenly thought of something and asked. All-Fire? Hearing that name, the remaining ancient sages cowered in fear as they turned to look at Sovereign Xianxia. There was no one on the master-teacher continent who did not know of the grudge between Sovereign Xianling and ancient sage All-Fire. Seeing through the thoughts of the crowd, Sovereign Xianxia explained, "It's true that ancient sage All-Fire has a grudge with me, but there's no doubting his strength. If we wish to expose Sovereign Xianling and Sovereign Xianling's crimes, we'll need his assistance." Since he had roped in the other party, it was equivalent to forming a united front. There was nothing for him to hide. "But you had such a bad relationship with him back then, no matter how stiff the stalemate is, there's nothing we can do. We can only stake it all on one throw." Sovereign Xianxia shook his head. He didn't want to give up his dignity to find an opponent, but he had no other choice. Didn't Elder Xianxia say that he would find a way to tame ancient sage All-Fire after obtaining the dragon blood? Are we not going to wait for him? Ancient sage Haosun asked. Tame? With a bitter smile, Sovereign Xianxia shook his head and said, "Do you think that Fireball would be willing to become a tamed beast?" Ancient sage Haosun was rendered speechless. He could not say much about the other beast tribe, but ancient sage All-Fire was the old ancestor of the beast tribe. Back then, Sovereign Xianxia had resorted to all kinds of means, but the ancient sage All-Fire had not been threatened at all. To think that the ancient sage All-Fire would rather come to a place with such sparse spiritual energy instead of submitting to him. How could such a prideful beast submit to a nobody who hadn't even reached ancient sage yet? "Young master, you haven't met ancient sage All-Fire before, so it's understandable that you don't know his personality. However, we know that it's impossible for us to tame him." Sovereign Xianxia sighed deeply. "Since that's the case, rather than waiting for an impossible promise that might even anger him, why don't we make a trip over there and have a good talk with him? Back then, I was the one who forced him to leave, and now, I'm the only one who can force him to return." "Let's hope so." Ancient sage Haosun nodded. As expected of the number one otherworldly demonic emperor, his thoughts were truly meticulous. He was the culprit who had forced ancient sage All-Fire to leave, so it was indeed better for him to make a move personally. "We're here." Amidst the discussions, the ancient sages arrived at the vicinity of the battlefield of Fire Feather, and a barren mountain range appeared before their eyes. "This is the battlefield of Fire Feather? Is it really habitable here?" one of the ancient sages asked in astonishment. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was so thin that it was almost negligible. Without resources and spiritual energy, one would only be able to survive here. It would be impossible for one to advance one's cultivation. He had forced ancient sage All-Fire here, and now that he was in dire straits, he had to ask the latter to come out and help him. It felt like this mission was far more difficult than he had imagined. "Let's ask one of the beasts where ancient sage All-Fire is." Noticing the worry in the eyes of the crowd, Sovereign Xianxia shook his head with a bitter smile. With a swift leap, he appeared before a saint beast. The saint beast looked at Sovereign Xianxia warily. "I am a friend of your old ancestor, ancient sage All-Fire. May I know where he is at the moment? Can you lead the way for me?" Sovereign Xianxia hurriedly sent a telepathic message over to the other party. "Old ancestor, he's currently leading his tribesmen to pack up." Unable to send a telepathic message, the saint beast could only reply obediently. "Pack up?" The crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. Why would the other party pack up when he was doing just fine? "We need to return to the capital," the saint beast replied. Its cultivation was very low, only at St. Wandan, and it was located at the periphery of the mountain range. Xianxia could not be bothered to tame it, so it was not his pet. Return to the capital? Sovereign Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. Could it be that Sovereign Xianling has gotten ahead of us and recruited him as well? It was no wonder Sovereign Xianling would have such a thought. The capital was currently under Sovereign Xianling's control, and he had a grudge against ancient sage All-Fire. Sovereign Xianling would definitely be the first to be recruited. "Do you know who it's going to be with?" Sovereign Xianxia asked anxiously. "Old ancestor's master and an ancient sage known as Mo Ling," the saint beast replied after a moment of contemplation. "Master? Sovereign Qianyong was just about to ask who it was when ancient sage Hao Sun suddenly spoke up. Ancient sage Mo Ling is the strongest expert of the soul oracles at the moment, and he has long submitted to Sovereign Chen Ling. It's said that he played a huge role in the successful assault on you. After leaving the primal lodestone mountain, Sovereign Qianyong had gathered quite a bit of information, and he had learned quite a bit of insider information. As a blood reincarnation realm expert, ancient sage Mo Ling had attracted a lot of attention. Since ancient sage Mo Ling has submitted to Sovereign Chen Ling, could it be that he's Sovereign Chen Ling? Did he manage to tame ancient sage Allfire? Getting. Sovereign Qianyong's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, they would be in deep trouble. Let's head over to take a look. We mustn't let him notice us. After asking a few more questions, Sovereign Qianyong managed to ascertain ancient sage Allfire's exact location. With a tap of his finger, he knocked the saint beast unconscious. Given that Sovereign Chen Ling was just ahead, they had to head over to take a look no matter what. All right. Knowing the severity of the matter, the crowd nodded in agreement. Concealing their auras, they flew forward while sticking close to the mountain range. After circling around a few mountains, Xianxia soon saw a large number of saint beasts floating in front of a cave not too far away. They were unusually orderly, like an army. Isn't the spirit chi in this place thin? Why is the essence, energy, and spirit of these saint beasts so unified, and why is their battle prowess so much stronger than what I've seen before? Sovereign Qianyong was astonished once more. Back then, when he had chased these holy beasts away, he had led an army to fight them. Even though these holy beasts were not weak, they were far weaker than they were now. He had thought that it would be good if he did not weaken after being banished here. He did not expect that he would actually become so powerful. While Xianxia was still in shock, the space outside the cavern suddenly warped, and two figures abruptly appeared. The first one was covered in flames. Black lines could be seen on the golden fur on his body, which was showing signs of turning black. His cultivation base was accompanied by flames, giving off a feeling of boiling time and space. Its strength, Sovereign Qianyong clenched his fists tightly. The young man before him was the ancient sage Allfire whom he had been looking for all this while. Back then, he had been the one who had injured the young man, so he knew very well how the latter's cultivation had progressed. He had thought that it would be difficult for him to advance any further, but who could have thought that the young man would actually be able to reach such a level? Compared to him at his peak, there wasn't much difference. After coming to such a remote place, not only did their clansmen's strength not suffer, their own strength had even become stronger. What was going on? Previously, they had thought that they might be able to convince it to join their camp through reasoning and moving its emotions. However, after witnessing its strength, they felt that there was no longer any hope. That's ancient sage Mo Ling? How did he improve so much? I saw him 3 years ago, but he wasn't this powerful. Not too far away, an ancient sage whispered. It was only then that Sovereign Qianyong noticed the ancient sage standing beside ancient sage Allfire. With a single glance, his eyebrows began twitching uncontrollably. He had met ancient sage Mo Ling before, and it had been far more difficult for him to advance his soul cultivation. However, at this very moment, the latter's cultivation had already reached an unimaginable level. Do you really want to kill me? Thank you, Master, for the grace of rebirth. We are willing to follow Master through fire and water without hesitation. In the sky, ancient sage Allfire did not notice Sovereign Qianyong and the others hiding behind the mountain. Instead, he clasped his fist and bowed deeply toward the cavern. After acknowledging him as its master, Xianxia didn't rush to leave. Instead, he used the underground lava to treat his injuries. After using its master's method, not only did its injuries recover quickly, its cultivation seemed to have improved. It was indescribably excited, and its gratitude towards its young master deepened. You're welcome. A faint voice rang out, and a figure slowly flew out of the cave. Upon seeing that figure, Sovereign Qianyong's body jolted in astonishment. He's the young master. Thinking that it was Sovereign Chen Ling, Sovereign Qianyong had intended to launch a sneak attack to end the other party's life. However, upon seeing the other party's appearance, he was stunned. It was the young master who had gone to the capital in search of dragon blood. Didn't they go to Sovereign Chen Ling's royal palace? How could it be here? could it be that the master the other party was talking about was him? He had already tamed ancient sage All-Fire. The first emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe had always possessed unparalleled intelligence, but at this moment, it was as if his brain had gone haywire. "Since you're here, come over." While Xianxia was still in shock, a peal of laughter suddenly sounded, and Xianxia turned his gaze over. While ancient sage All-Fire and the others were oblivious to it, Xianxia had already sensed the power of magnetism. Activating his eye of insight, he swiftly noticed Sovereign Xianxia and the others. Who, seeing that Xianxia had noticed him, he stopped hiding and flew straight toward him. Sovereign Xianxia? Seeing that it was his old foe, ancient sage All-Fire's eyes narrowed in fury, and he felt as if he would explode at any moment. "Don't make a move," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Ancient sage All-Fire dared not disobey his master's orders, but he was still furious. Just as he was wondering why his master would stop him, the first emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe clasped his fist and bowed. Young master. Young master, ancient sage All-Fire widened his eyes in shock. He hurriedly turned his gaze to ancient sage Mo Ling, only to see a bewildered look on the latter's face. Addressing the other party as young master meant that he was a subordinate. While his standing was slightly higher than that of a servant, it was not too far off to think that Sovereign Xianxia, the #1 expert of the otherworldly demonic tribe, would willingly become a subordinate. Why did it feel like something was amiss? "Master, is he your subordinate?" Sovereign Xianxia could not hold back his curiosity any longer. Xianxia nodded. With a smile, he introduced, "Sovereign Xianxia addresses me as young master, so he can be considered as my subordinate. Sovereign Xianxia, I have just accepted ancient sage All-Fire as my tamed beast, so let's forget about any conflicts that arise between us in the future." Hearing Xianxia's admission, Sovereign Xianxia could not help but nod in agreement. He turned to ancient sage All-Fire with a complicated look on his face and said, "We meet again." Both of them were the most dazzling experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and there was no one who did not know of the duel between the two of them. Yet, one of them had become a subordinate while the other had become a tamed beast. Both of them had pledged their loyalty to the young man known as Xianxia. Just the thought of it left one deeply shaken. Ancient sage All-Fire nodded. He had thought that his master's promise to bring the otherworldly demonic tribe back to the otherworldly demonic tribe was just empty words, but after seeing how Sovereign Xianxia had become a subordinate, he realized that it was true. "Sovereign Xianxia, I have already promised ancient sage All-Fire to help you take back what belongs to you. In return, you must promise to coexist with the otherworldly demonic tribe and not treat them as outsiders," Xianxia said. "Yes, young master." Sovereign Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Even if he wanted to refute Xianxia's words, he did not have the right to do so. It was no wonder the young master was able to win the favor of the spirit god, ancient sage All-Fire, whom even he was fearful of, had actually been tamed in the blink of an eye. It was truly a wonder how he had managed to do it. "Alright, now that I have the strength to fight Sovereign Qianling and Sovereign Qianxing, it's about time for me to head to the capital," Xianxia said. Knowing that it would take a long time before the grudge between the man and the beast was resolved, he did not rush them. At the moment, they had 4 ancient sage 3 Dan experts on their side: Sovereign Qianxia, ancient sage Hao Sun, ancient sage Mo Ling, and ancient sage All-Fire. Adding in the Dragonbone Divine Spear and Vicious, they had 6 ancient sage 3 Dan experts on their side. There were also 4 ancient sage 2 Dan experts on their side. Including the soulless metal humanoids that he had tamed, there were more than a dozen ancient sages on his side. They were definitely stronger than Sovereign Qianling's side. Even if Sovereign Qianling and Sovereign Qianxing were on their side, they still had nothing to fear. Under such circumstances, it was about time for him to return to the capital, announce that Sovereign Qianxing was still alive, expose the truth, and fight him fair and square. Yes. Everyone nodded with a solemn expression. "Children, wait here for a moment. Once I'm done with the matter in the capital, I'll bring you back to where you used to live." Knowing that the matter was of utmost importance, ancient sage All-Fire issued a command. There was no way they could bring so many beasts along with them. Putting aside the fact that they would end up in a war with the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was a chance that they might even be wiped out. Thus, the best course of action was to have ancient sage All-Fire guard the area while they returned. As long as they killed the main culprits, Sovereign Chen and Sovereign Xianxia, they would be able to wrest back control of the otherworldly demonic tribe. In the otherworldly demonic kingdom, in a sealed room, there were countless restrictions placed all around, preventing anyone from probing with their spiritual perception. Pung, the sound of someone slamming on the table echoed in the room. Following which, a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows rose to his feet furiously. Treason! This is treason! The three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe are supposed to look out for one another, but he broke this rule and colluded with the humans to assassinate Sovereign Xianxia. He's the scum of the otherworldly demonic tribe. The men of our otherworldly demonic tribe must band together to overthrow the puppet regime. A young otherworldly demon swept his gaze across the crowd and bellowed furiously. If Xianxia were here, he would surely recognize the young man to be his student who had infiltrated the otherworldly demonic tribe. Lu Yang, at this very moment, a group of ambitious individuals was gathered to report the crimes of Sovereign Chen and Sovereign Xianxia. A month ago, when Sovereign Chen returned, he had announced to the world that Sovereign Xianxia had been ambushed by the experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he and Sovereign Xianxia had sustained severe injuries in order to save the otherworldly demonic tribe. Back then, everyone had thought that it was true, but as more and more experts of the human race entered the subterranean gallery, another piece of news began to spread. It was said that Sovereign Chen and 100 schools of philosophers had worked together to kill Sovereign Xianxia. Initially, everyone thought that the news was intentionally spread by the humans in order to instigate internal strife in the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, when Sovereign Chen took control of Sovereign Xianxia's army and massacred the commanders of the otherworldly demonic tribe, they began to realize that something was amiss. 2 hours ago, Sovereign Xianxia, the successor whom he was most proud of, had gathered all of them together and told them everything that had happened. It was only then that everyone came to a realization and flew into a rage. The reason why the otherworldly demonic tribe was able to dominate the otherworldly demonic tribe and strike fear into the hearts of the humans was due to the three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Yet, they were actually working together with the humans to plot against one another. This was an unforgivable crime. Sovereign Chen and Sovereign Xianxia are powerful ancient sages. So what if we know about it? There's no way we can stand against them. An otherworldly demon shook his head helplessly. However, no matter how severely injured Sovereign Chen and Sovereign Xianxia were, they were still ancient sage pinnacle experts. They were not existences that a bunch of great sages like them could deal with. The three monarchs were able to control the world not only because of their authority and means, but more importantly, because of their unshakable strength. I'm aware of that as well. However, there's no need to worry. Since Sovereign Xianxia is still alive, he'll definitely return to deal with the traitors. All we have to do is to control the chaos and deploy our forces in the surroundings so as to prevent the world from falling into chaos. Lu Yang said. That's right. We can't control the battle between the peak experts, but we can control the spirit race and prevent any accidents from happening. Once chaos ensues, it is very likely that the human race will seize the opportunity to encircle and annihilate us. The spiriters' tens of thousands of years of history may very well be destroyed. The otherworldly demons nodded in agreement. They were unable to interfere in the battle between the three monarchs, but they could control one side and minimize the damage brought by the chaos. Since everyone is of the same mind, we can consider this alliance to be established. Since it's an alliance, it's only natural for us to have a leader who's in charge. Otherwise, if everyone were to act on their own, it would only lead to chaos. Seeing that everyone agreed with his point of view, Lu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Of course we need an alliance leader. Brother Yang, you are the successor of Sovereign Xianxia, and your cultivation is the highest among us. Naturally, the position of alliance leader will go to you. You're the only one who can lead us to regain control of the situation. The crowd clasped their fists. Other than the ancient sages, Lu Yang was the most popular candidate. Otherwise, Sovereign Xianxia would have long killed him and made him the alliance leader. Since that's the case, I won't turn you down then. I just hope that everyone will remember this. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly and placed them before his chest. With an unwavering determination, he declared, everything is for the sake of the spirit race. Back in the otherworldly demonic tribe, his name was not Lu Yang but Yang Lu. The brother Yang that everyone addressed was him. In any case, he was not too famous among the humans. Given that his name had been reversed, there was no one who knew him. As for the matter of gathering all of the powers in the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was his teacher who had instructed him to do so before heading to Sovereign Qianling's palace. Everything is for the sake of the spirit race. Everyone rose to their feet in agitation. As expected of the successor favored by Sovereign Qianyong, he was indeed a pillar of support for the spirit race. Seeing that everyone was willing to submit to him, Lu Yang was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly flicked his wrist. Now that the alliance has been established, let's first decide what we should do. A communication jade token materialized in his palm. Taking a look at it, his eyes immediately narrowed. An otherworldly demon turned to Lu Yang and asked, "Alliance leader, what's going on?" Sovereign Qianling has been capturing Saint Realm cultivators and sacrificing their lives on the altar in the city. It's said that he has already killed 30,000 of them. Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly. 30,000? That's a beast. Unable to hold themselves back any longer, the crowd in the room stood up in unison. No matter how talented the otherworldly demonic tribe was, there were still only a handful of them who had reached Saint Realm. To sacrifice the lives of their brethren, and on top of that, tens of thousands of them at once. Was that fellow insane? Alliance leader, what should we do now? Everyone turned to look at Lu Yang, who was standing at the center of the room. Using the lives of his brethren and artifacts as a sacrifice, it seems like he's trying to pray to the spirit god to recover from his injuries. Lu Yang said. The crowd nodded in agreement. Sovereign Qianling's injuries were extremely severe, and it would take a very long time for him to recuperate on his own. In fact, it might even be impossible for him to make a full recovery in his entire life. However, the cost of a sacrifice was simply too great, especially in order to obtain energy. Not only did it require treasures, it also required fresh blood. There were rules in the world, and everything had to be fair. In order to obtain something, one had to pay a price. Even the gods were no exception to this rule. Knowing that Sovereign Qianling had killed tens of thousands of cultivators, it was clear that he was conducting a huge sacrifice. What we have to do now is to gather our men to stop him from carrying out the sacrifice. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Lu Yang harumphed. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. They had to stop the sacrifice at all costs. Otherwise, once the sacrifice succeeded, they would be unable to retaliate even if they wanted to. Boom boom boom, just as Lu Yang was about to break the restrictions in the room to stop Sovereign Qianling from carrying out the sacrifice, the ground suddenly trembled. Rushing out of the room, he turned his gaze toward the source of the rumbling, only to see a powerful explosion emanating from the very center of the capital, where Sovereign Qianling was conducting the sacrifice. There was an explosion here. Could it be that the sacrificial ceremony had failed? What's going on? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Lu Yang turned to the guards in the courtyard. One of the guards exclaimed in agitation, "It's Sovereign Qianyong. Sovereign Qianyong isn't dead. He's back. Sovereign Qianyong really isn't dead? He's back?" A huge commotion broke out among the crowd. Some of them had harbored some doubts about Sovereign Qianyong's identity after hearing Yang Lu's explanation, but at this very moment, all of those doubts vanished into thin air. Sovereign Qianyong was indeed still alive. This meant that what Sovereign Qianling had said was a lie. The truth was that he had colluded with the humans to murder a member of the Sovereign Qin clan. Let's head over. While the crowd was shocked, Lu Yang was also delighted. Others might not have known, but he had gotten in touch with Sovereign Qianyong and his teacher beforehand, so he knew what the two of them were up to. The fact that they had gathered all of the powers that could be gathered here meant that they had already gathered a force that could stand against Sovereign Qianling, so, unable to hold himself back any longer, Lu Yang flew straight to the center of the city. Seeing that their alliance leader was heading ahead, the others quickly followed suit. Not too long later, they arrived at the very center of the city, where the ritual was held. There was a towering platform that pierced right into the clouds, and the stairs around it were stained crimson with fresh blood, giving it an eerie vibe. Flags were placed at the top of the circular stairs, fluttering noisily in the wind. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and a massive vortex loomed over the area. It felt as if boundless energy was gathered at the center of the vortex, ready to burst forth at any moment. Sovereign Qianling was currently floating on the platform, allowing the violent energy to flow freely around his body. Beneath the platform were kneeling otherworldly demons. All of them seemed to have lost their consciousness, unable to move at all. There were at least several dozen thousand of them, and it seemed like they were sacrificing their lives for the ritual. Above them were innumerable treasures, medicinal herbs, ores. These were the treasures that Xianxia had appraised when he disguised himself as Wu Tao. Sovereign Qianling, you colluded with the humans to launch a sneak attack on me. Not only did you disregard the righteousness of your actions, you even massacred your own brethren and sacrificed the heritage of your ancestors. Today will be the day of your death. Opposite Sovereign Qianling, Sovereign Qianyong stared at the corpses and blood on the ground with eyes filled with rage. He knew that Sovereign Qianling was a lunatic, but he didn't think that he would be this insane. It was one thing for him to collude with the humans to kill him, but to capture 100,000 of his own brethren and sacrifice them to him. That was an innumerable sin. Kill me? You? Sovereign Qianling sneered coldly with disdain in his eyes. If it had been the other Sovereign Qianling, but at that moment, the other party was already on the brink of death. Dream. Whoosh, amidst the howling of the wind, several figures suddenly appeared. They were Ancient Sage Mo Ling, Ancient Sage All-Fire, and the others. Mo Ling, you traitor, Sovereign Qianling narrowed his eyes. He turned to Sovereign Qianyong and said, Sovereign Qianyong, you're working with him. I'm sure you don't know that he played a huge role in our current predicament, right? If not for Ancient Sage Mo Ling reaching out to the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers, there was no way he would have been able to harm Sovereign Qianyong. Do you think it's useful to sow discord between us now? Sovereign Yong harumphed. It was true that Ancient Sage Mo Ling had helped Xianxia previously, but now that he was on the same side as the young master, there was no point in bickering with Xianxia anymore. Furthermore, his greatest enemy now was the Spirit Emperor. If he could kill him, he could die in peace. Instigate? Sovereign Qianling was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly caught sight of a massive beast not too far away, and his complexion turned even more awful. Ancient Sage All-Fire, Sovereign Qianyong drove your clan out of your homeland back then, and your grudge with him is irreconcilable. Are you intending to join forces with him? As long as you help me, not only will I be able to coexist peacefully with you, I'll even return the homeland of your beast tribe back to you. I'll even compensate you for what you've done over the years. If it was just Ancient Sage Mo Ling alone, he would not have thought much of it. However, if Ancient Sage All-Fire was involved as well, things would be a little troublesome. Ancient Sage All-Fire's fighting prowess was second only to that of Sovereign Qianyong. Given how severely injured he was, there was no way he would be a match for Ancient Sage All-Fire. I've already said that the beast tribe has its own pride. If I were willing to join forces with you, I would have agreed to it long ago. Ancient Sage All-Fire gestured with his claws. In truth, before Sovereign Qianyong came looking for him, Sovereign Qianling had already made several trips to the beast tribe, but he had been chased away every single time. Hearing those words, Sovereign Qianling narrowed his eyes. He had thought that given how severely injured Sovereign Qianyong was, he would only be able to recruit a bunch of weaklings. Who could have thought that Ancient Sage Mo Ling would openly betray him, and even Ancient Sage All-Fire would submit to him? Had it been before, he would not have dared to even think about it. How in the world did they manage to do it? Sovereign Qianyong, you do have some means up your sleeves. You are much more formidable than I thought, but it's impossible for you to kill me with just your strength. Knowing that there was no point in arguing, Sovereign Qianling exhaled deeply as he regained his confidence. The rest of you should come out as well. Voila, right after saying those words, the otherworldly demon ancient sages whom Xianxia had met in Sovereign Qianling's royal palace flew over and stood in a neat row, emanating powerful auras. They were the kings from before. Something is amiss. Glancing at those otherworldly demons, Sovereign Qianyong and Ancient Sage Mo Ling exchanged glances with one another, and their faces turned grim. The reason why those otherworldly demons had helped Sovereign Qianling previously was out of mutual benefit, but at this very moment, they were firmly guarding the area. It was as if they would charge right into Sovereign Qianling's territory without a care in the world. When did those otherworldly demons become so loyal? He must have taken control of them. Xianxia frowned as a grim look appeared on his face. Given his deep understanding of souls, he could tell that while those otherworldly demons still had their own consciousness, they had already fallen under someone else's control, turning them into something akin to puppets. If it was just an alliance, he would have been able to coerce them into submission. However, puppets only obeyed orders. That was not going to be easy. It could very well lead to a vicious battle. Taking control of puppets with one's soul? How is that possible? Ancient sage Mo Ling could not believe what he was hearing. He had spent his entire life studying souls, and his understanding of souls had already reached the very depths of his bones. Even so, it was still impossible for him to take control of ancient sages with his soul. Yet, the young man before him was able to take control of so many ancient sages who were on par with him. Even he found it hard to believe. It's the seed of seals. Recalling something, Sovereign Qianyang's body stiffened as he exclaimed with gritted teeth. Seed of seals? Xianxia and the others widened their eyes in bewilderment. Even ancient sage Mo Ling, ancient sage All Fire, and the others were unaware of such a thing. It's something left behind by an immortal's emissary. It can be planted in one's body, and once activated, even ancient sages will have to listen to one's commands unconditionally. Otherwise, the explosion of the seed will spell certain death. Sovereign Qianyang explained. Immortal's emissary? Back then, my grandfather was killed in a decisive battle with Xianxia, and our tribe was on the verge of being wiped out. Thus, we paid a huge price to the heavens and invited an immortal's emissary from the azure. In order to control the situation, the immortal's emissary planted such a seed in every single ancient sage, including my father. Sovereign Qianyang explained. Eventually, the immortal's emissary was captured by Xianxia, and the effect of the seed vanished. Otherwise, the otherworldly demonic tribe would have been wiped out back then. Captured by Xianxia? Xianxian's heart skipped a beat as he listened. The fact that he was able to plant talisman seeds in Sovereign Qianyang's father and the others meant that his strength had already surpassed that of a blood reincarnation realm cultivator. Yet, even an expert of that caliber was captured by Xianxia. Just how powerful was the world's teacher? It was no wonder he had been able to suppress the otherworldly demonic tribe for tens of thousands of years. With such strength, no one would dare to oppose him. The talisman seed isn't scary. Even if they are controlled, as long as we use our full strength, we can still defeat them. But, deep worry surfaced in Sovereign Qianyang's eyes. Are you worried about the origin of the talisman seed? Xianxia looked over. This was something that the immortal's envoy had used back then, which meant that ordinary ancient sages, not even the three sovereigns, would be able to wield it. Yet, the other party had taken it out and used it to control these people. What did it represent? Yes. The appearance of the seed of amulet means that the immortal's envoy will appear as well. That's a true ancient sage 4-dan expert. He's capable of shattering space and shattering it without sustaining any damage at all. If such a person is willing to help him, it doesn't matter how many of us we have. Sovereign Qianyang said. Ancient Sage 3-dan and Ancient Sage 4-dan might only be a small realm apart, but the difference in their level of existence was worlds apart. One of them could shatter the void and enter a higher plane while the other could only remain here. This was a clear indication of the disparity between them. Over the past tens of thousands of years, while the number of ancient sages that the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind had produced was far fewer than the number of carps in the river, there were at least several hundred or even 1,000 of them. The strongest of them had only reached blood reincarnation realm consummation, and the only ones who had reached the fourth realm were Xianxia and Vicious. No matter how strong the others were, they couldn't do it. It was precisely because of the great disparity between them that if one of them appeared at this moment, let alone taking revenge, it would be hard to say if they could even escape. At this level of cultivation, it was not something that could be resisted with numbers alone. Don't worry. Since the rules of the world are restricting us, it won't be easy for us to descend. As long as we move quickly and kill Sovereign Qianling, we won't have to worry about anything. Ancient Sage All Fire harumphed coldly. He was fearful of the so-called immortal's emissary, but, wasn't he not here yet? As long as they didn't appear, they didn't have to worry. Once Emperor Ling was dead, who could do anything to them? Not bad. With a grim look in his eyes, Sovereign Qianyong raised his hand, intending to instruct the others to make a move together. However, at that moment, Sovereign Qianling suddenly turned to look at him with a smile. Just now, when the crowd transmitted their voices, he did not stop them. Instead, he just watched on. It was as if he already had a card up his sleeve. It was also as if he was purposely letting fear spread in his opponent's heart. Sovereign Qianyong, do you know why you've fallen to such a state? Sovereign Qianling said. Sovereign Qianyong frowned. It's very simple. You aren't as ruthless as me. Although my strength is not as good as yours, my heart is much more ruthless than yours. I can sacrifice countless lives of the spirit race in exchange for healing my wounds. I can ally with the human race to surround and kill you. I can even pledge my life to someone else. I can even give up my soul, just to kill you. But you can't do it. Sovereign Qianling sneered coldly. You. What do you mean by that? Sovereign Qianyong's face darkened. Sacrificing countless lives of the spirit race was something he couldn't do. Allying with the human race to besiege the emperor of his own race was something he couldn't do either. He had his own principles, and he couldn't bring himself to do this. He admitted to all of this, but what did he mean by giving up his life and soul? It's nothing much. I just want to tell you that a man can't be ruthless. Since ancient times, those who have achieved great things have never bothered with trifles. I'm more ruthless than you, so I'll be the one to emerge victorious in the end. Laughing heartily, Sovereign Qianling waved his hand grandly as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. Kill them all. Yes. Hula, upon receiving the command, the ancient sages who were blocking the way immediately charged forward to attack Xianxia and the others. At the same time, Sovereign Qianling pressed his palm downward. Immense. Pressure burst forth from his palm, and in an instant, the entire capital was shrouded under his might. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Pung 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 pung, the heads of the kneeling Saint Realm experts exploded simultaneously, and fresh blood splattered all over the stairs, dyeing the entire elevated platform crimson. You, not expecting Sovereign Qianling to be so vicious as to slaughter tens of thousands of his tribesmen, Sovereign Qianyong was on the verge of going insane. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he charged straight at Sovereign Qianling. Even though he was severely injured, he could not care less about anything else at this moment. There was only one thought in his mind: either he would die, or they would die together. Otherwise, under the leadership of this fellow, the otherworldly demonic tribe could very well be wiped out. Your opponent is me. Hula, before Sovereign Qianyong could reach Sovereign Qianyong, an ancient sage suddenly appeared before him. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a long staff toward Sovereign Qianyong. It was one of the ancient sages who had been afflicted with the seed of amulet. Even though the ancient sage's cultivation had barely reached the blood reincarnation realm, Sovereign Qianyong was already severely injured. It would not be easy for Sovereign Qianyong to defeat him. As swift as a bolt of lightning, the staff tore through the air, leaving afterimages in its wake. It was as if a curtain had been lifted up by the staff. Caught in the vortex, Sovereign Qianyong's face grew paler and paler, and his breathing became labored. If it had been in the past, he would have been able to kill a bunch of clowns with a single slap. However, at this very moment, he could only dodge them passively. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Your Majesty, we're here to help you. Just as Sovereign Qianyong was reaching his limits, a loud bellow sounded. Following which, he saw Yang Lu and the others leading countless soldiers down below. Hung Long, with their combined might struck the ancient sage staff, causing it to tremble for a moment before breaking in the middle. The strength of an ancient sage was far inferior to that of a great sage. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to fight one another. However, with Lu Yang and the others working together, setting up a formation, and coordinating with the 10,000 soldiers, they were more than enough to stand against the ancient sage. There was strength in numbers. Even a blood reincarnation expert would be afraid of such an army that could truly work together and act as one. However, as long as a blood reincarnation realm expert was given sufficient time, they would be able to kill the commanders of the army. If they were unable to issue orders, everything would be for naught. You're courting death. Seeing how his weapon had been destroyed by a bunch of great sages and saint cultivators, the ancient sage flew into a rage. With a furious roar, he sent a palm strike toward Lu Yang and the others. As long as the palm strike landed, there was no doubt that they would die. Humph. But just as the palm strike was about to reach Lu Yang, a cold harumph sounded, and a spear suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Puha, the tip of the spear pierced through the ancient sage's palm, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Following which, the ancient sage thought that the ancient sage would charge forward to kill him, only to see the spear-wielding young man taking out a jade bottle and carefully collecting the blood that had spurted out. As he collected the blood, he grew excited. The ancient sage. To Xianxia, the deaths of the otherworldly demonic tribe's ancient sages didn't mean much at all. What he valued the most was the fresh blood of blood reincarnation realm experts. As long as he had enough of them, it would be much easier for him to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Therefore, after piercing through this fellow's palm with his spear, he filled a jade bottle with blood and was very busy. You're courting death, the ancient sage was on the verge of going berserk. After being afflicted with the seed of amulet, even though he obeyed the commands of another, he still retained his own consciousness. He was a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage, one of the many kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and yet, he had been wounded by a great sage. Yet, not only did the culprit not flee, he was even brazenly feasting on his blood, a naked provocation. With gritted teeth, the ancient sage bellowed furiously. Abandoning his pursuit of sovereign Qinyong, Lu Yang, and the others, he raised his other palm and thrust it downward. He wanted to slap this lawless guy to death. The might of a blood reincarnation ancient sage was like a rising tide, boundless and unstoppable. His furious strike was even more frightening. Pucci, before the vigorous power could reach the young man, the long spear pierced through the air and pierced through the hand. Patter. Patter, fresh blood gushed out. The ancient sage held in agony as the young man rushed over once more. The young man took out another jade bottle and started collecting his blood, fearing that even a single drop would go to waste. Trembling with rage, Xianxia drove his Xianxia to seal his blood vessels. Even though the wound looked hideous, no more blood flowed out. At his level of cultivation, if he didn't want his blood to flow, not a single drop would flow. When the blood stopped, the young man frowned and stopped, a look of displeasure on his face. Brat, how dare you collect my blood? You must die today. Heaving a sigh of relief, the ancient sage sneered savagely. However, before he could finish his words, the displeased young man flicked his wrist, and a spear materialized in his hand once more. He did not know where the spear was headed, but the space around it distorted, and the tip of the spear was already in front of his thigh. Pucci, another large hole appeared. The ancient sage was stunned for a moment before he saw the young man flying over with the jade bottle once more, collecting the fresh blood with a gleeful look on his face. *CK, the ancient sage was on the verge of tears. At this moment, he already understood that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning over a palm. However, the other party didn't do so, treating him like a specimen to be harvested. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned around to flee. Pucci, there was a hole in his buttocks, and blood oozed out. Xianxia filled a jade bottle to the brim and continued to fill a second bottle. Before long, he had filled more than 10 bottles. Every time the other party sealed his meridians, he would stab out with his spear. In any case, he would stab in different places, so he didn't mind. Eventually, the ancient sage learned his lesson and stopped fleeing. Instead, he sat on the spot motionlessly. His eyes were staring straight ahead, as if he had lost his soul. There were dozens of holes on his body, and blood was spurting out of them like a fountain. In any case, he couldn't dodge it. The more he dodged, the more it would stab him. He might as well just let it be. Not too long later, due to excessive blood loss, the ancient sage plummeted from the sky. He was probably the first person in history to die from excessive blood loss at this level of cultivation. After killing one, Xianxia looked at the others. With ancient sage Allfire, ancient sage Mo Ling, and the other ancient sages working together, they wielded incredible fighting prowess. Even with sovereign Qinyong's severe injuries, they were still a force to be reckoned with. While the ancient sages who had been planted with seed of runes were powerful, both sides had their own means, so it was difficult to determine the victor in the short term. At their level of cultivation, it was no longer easy for them to kill one another. Under normal circumstances, they would have to fight for several days before the loser would have to flee. On the other hand, the victor would be severely wounded, and his lifespan would plummet. For this reason, ancient sages were like nuclear bombs to mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe. They were only used as a threat, and there were not many opportunities for them to fight. While the battle was going on, Sovereign Qianling was completely unaffected. Due to the ritual, the innumerable artifacts on the altar had all been set ablaze, forming a blazing inferno. An overwhelming might descended from the sky and flowed through his acupoints, gushing into his meridians. Under the surge of this might, the injuries he had sustained earlier began to recover, and in fact, they even grew stronger. I have to stop him. If I allow that fellow to recover from his injuries, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. While Sovereign Qianling's fighting prowess was not on par with Sovereign Qianyang's, he was still one of the few top-notch experts of mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, he would not have been able to rule over the entire otherworldly demonic continent, and even ancient sages would not have stood a chance against him. However, once he recovered from his injuries, he would be able to defeat Sovereign Qianling with the Dragonbone Divine Spear in hand. Break! Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia raised the Dragonbone Divine Spear and charged right toward Sovereign Qianling. The pitch-black Dragonbone Divine Spear tore through space, aiming straight for Sovereign Qianling's head. Young master, don't. Seeing that Xianxia was charging right toward Sovereign Qianling, Sovereign Qianyang's eyes narrowed in alarm. However, it was already too late. Before the Dragonbone Divine Spear could reach Sovereign Qianling, a surge of energy had already descended from the black hole in the sky, colliding with the spear. In an instant, Xianxia felt as if the webbing between his thumb and index finger was being torn apart, and fresh blood flowed from the wound. At the same time, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was also sent flying. Wang! It pierced into the ground, creating a massive hole. What's going on? In a moment of desperation, Xianxia drove his bloodline ability and retreated. It was only then that he managed to dodge the burst of light and return to the Dragonbone Divine Spear. He pulled it out with a perplexed look on his face. However, a slight crack had actually appeared on the Dragonbone Divine Spear, indicating that it had sustained significant damage. However, for a weapon of this caliber, as long as it had sufficient ancient sage blood, it would be able to recover swiftly. Young master, the ritual is connected to the gods of another world. By interrupting the ritual, you have offended the gods. You have to be punished for your actions. Sovereign Qianyang hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Offended the gods? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It was no wonder the Dragonbone Divine Spear had been sent flying with a single blow. He had not thought that there would be such a saying. But thinking about it, it did make sense. The ritual was equivalent to offering valuable items to the gods, and the gods would reward them according to the amount of resources they offered. Thus, the ritual was connected to the gods. If Xianxia were to interrupt the ritual at this moment, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the dignity of the gods. It was no wonder Sovereign Qianyang dared not rush in despite seeing the ritual begin. It turned out that this was the reason behind it. If we don't stop the ritual and allow him to recover from his injuries, there's a good chance that we might just die here, Xianxia frowned. It was true that the gods were not to be offended, but if they did not stop the ritual and allowed Sovereign Qianling to recover from his injuries, none of them would be a match for him anymore. By then, their plans to seize power and exact vengeance would become nothing more than a joke. Perhaps they might even die here. I know that as well. But there's nothing we can do other than wait. Sovereign Qianyang sighed helplessly as he forced an ancient sage to retreat. He wanted to kill Sovereign Qianyang as well, but once the ritual began, it was impossible to stop it. Otherwise, it would be viewed as a sign of disrespect toward the gods. With so many of them, they might still stand a chance against a fully recovered Sovereign Qianling, but against a god, the only thing that awaited them was death. The only thing we can do now is to kill all of them or incapacitate them. That way, even if Sovereign Qianling recovers, he'll be alone, and we'll stand a better chance against him. Sovereign Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. That was indeed the best solution they could think of at the moment. They would kill all of Sovereign Qianling's subordinates first so that he could recover fully. As long as Sovereign Qianyong was at the blood reincarnation realm, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious with just him, Ancient Sage All-Fire, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Hula, while the two of them were talking, one of the otherworldly demon ancient sages suddenly charged toward Xianxia. The weapon in his hand was the judgment brush, and it was an ancient sage artifact as well. With a flick of its wrist, it felt as if the entire world was being torn apart. From the looks of it, the otherworldly demon ancient sages could tell that Xianxia wasn't strong enough, so he intended to use a soul attack to kill the latter. The Dragonbone Divine Spear was only a weapon, so it was able to fend off physical attacks. As expected, Xianxia was struck by a wave of dizziness. His soul energy was invincible among those of the same cultivation realm, but even so, he still found it hard to withstand the attack of an ancient sage artifact. Hee. The otherworldly demon ancient sage charged right toward Xianxia and flicked the judgment brush in his hand once more. Guild leader. Seeing that Xianxia had fallen into his trap, ancient sage Mo Ling panicked. He wanted to rush forward to help, but he suddenly felt the pressure bearing down on him increasing exponentially. The ancient sage whom he was fighting was executing a series of ultimate moves to push him back. Meanwhile, Sovereign Qianyong was facing the same situation. After seeing how Xianxia had pierced through his companions with his spear, the otherworldly demon ancient sage knew that he wielded the greatest fighting prowess. Die. Knowing that it was impossible for the others to hold off Sovereign Qianyong and the others for too long, the ancient sage sneered coldly as he dashed forward and sent a palm strike right at Xianxia's head. If he were to be struck by this attack, even if he had assimilated the blood reincarnation realm blood, he would still lose his life. Young master. Guild leader. Master. The eyes of the three ancient sages narrowed in astonishment. They wanted to rush forward, but there was nothing they could do. Just when they thought that Xianxia wouldn't be able to escape this time, they saw the dazed young man suddenly smile faintly, and the spear in his hand suddenly jumped up. Poochie, with just a single strike, it pierced right through the ancient sage's heart, leaving him hanging in midair. Hula, blood splattered everywhere. When the jade bottles appeared, he hurriedly collected them. Everyone was stunned. Even the otherworldly demons who were blocking their path were dumbfounded. It was only by relying on the Dragonbone Divine Spear that the great sage was able to rival a blood reincarnation realm expert. Under normal circumstances, if an ancient sage were to get close to him, he would surely die. How could his spear pierce right through the other party's body? Could it be that the previous dizziness was just an act? That was a close call. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as he collected the blood. The other party had used a soul artifact to attack him, and he had indeed been struck by it. The reason why he was able to recover so quickly was due to the Stone of Divine Crusade that he had obtained in the Temple of Confucius. He had given the Seal of Souls to Lu Chong, but he had always carried the Stone of Divine Crusade with him. The Stone of Divine Crusade had the ability to devour souls and nourish them. While the other party's attack was powerful, it would have been impossible for him to recover from it under normal circumstances. However, with the Stone of Divine Crusade, it was much easier for him to do so. He stowed the judgment brush back into his storage ring before taking out the Stone of Divine Crusade. After which, he flicked his wrist and took out the Stone of Divine Crusade, which had saved his life earlier. Even without the Stone of Divine Crusade, Vicious would still have made a move on him. However, the fact that it was able to absorb the soul attack of the ancient sage and turn it into nourishment showed just how valuable the Stone of Divine Crusade was. Lowering his gaze, Xianxia saw that the Stone of Divine Crusade was emanating a warm glow. Its color was slightly different from before, a faint blue. Through his eye of insight, Xianxia could sense a powerful aura lingering within the Stone of Divine Crusade. As soon as his hand came into contact with the Stone of Divine Crusade, he immediately felt a surge of warmth in his soul, as if he had entered a hot spring. Is this pure soul energy? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. As a powerful soul oracle, he could easily tell that the energy contained within was none other than pure soul energy. It was capable of nourishing one's soul and strengthening one's soul. He clearly remembered that there was nothing in the Stone of Divine Crusade at all, so how could there be so much soul energy in it? Could it be? Xianxia hurriedly lowered his head and activated his Eye of Insight. With the Stone of Divine Crusade as the center, thin threads began gathering together. Sovereign Qianling sacrificed 100,000 Saint Realm experts of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but their souls were all devoured by the Stone of Divine Crusade. Seeing this, how could Xianxia not understand what was going on? Just like the Seal of Souls, the Stone of Divine Crusade possessed the ability to purify and devour souls. This ability was a little sinister to cultivators, so it was forbidden to use it on the Master Teacher continent. As a Master Teacher, Xianxia would never resort to such means. However, who could have thought that Sovereign Qianling's soul would actually be devoured by the Stone of Divine Crusade? With so much pure soul energy, does this mean that my soul will be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage? Xianxian's eyebrows shot up in agitation. While he did not advocate using the Stone of Divine Crusade to devour the souls of others, since he had already done so, he would be a fool to reject using it. His soul cultivation had already reached sempiternal realm consummation. With so much soul energy, he might just be able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia instructed the Dragonbone Divine Spear and Vicious to protect his body before drawing his soul out from his glabella. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as his soul came into contact with the Stone of Divine Crusade, searing soul energy gushed out from the Stone of Divine Crusade. His soul began growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. No, that's not right. I don't have a soul cultivation method yet. Feeling his soul growing larger and larger, to the point where it felt like it would explode at any moment, Xianxia's lips twitched. In his excitement, he suddenly recalled that most of the ancient sage breakthroughs he had researched had been on Jinchi cultivation. He had not read a single book on soul cultivation. He had no idea what one had to go through to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Ancient Sage Mo Ling, do you have any experience or secret manuals on soul cultivation? Give me a few of them. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia raised his head and shouted at Ancient Sage Mo Ling. Ancient Sage Mo Ling was stunned for a moment before he nearly fainted on the spot. You mean the secret manual for soul oracles to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage? They were too bold. Without any cultivation technique manuals or the experience of breaking through to the next realm, Xianxia had already made a breakthrough. Do you think that Ancient Sage is some small cultivation realm that you can play around with? Speechless, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and a pile of books appeared in the air. Flicking his finger, he said, Here. The heritage of the soul oracles of the otherworldly demonic tribe had not been severed, and as an ancient sage expert, he had quite a few books on them. Xianxia activated his primordial spirit and raised his massive hand, grabbing the book in his hand. With a quick glance, the content of the book immediately flowed into his mind, becoming part of his knowledge. However, he immediately shook his head. These were indeed the experiences and methods for soul oracles to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, but to him, they were not practical at all. Xianxia had been cultivating the Heaven's Path realm ever since he started cultivating the soul guiding formula, which was completely different from the other parties. If he were to attempt to achieve a breakthrough according to the other party's cultivation technique, he might very well go berserk and lose his mind. I can only rely on myself now. Since the first soul oracle was able to find a way to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, I should be able to as well. Shaking his head, Xianxia forgot all the knowledge he had just read. He entered a state of selflessness. Since the first soul oracle was able to find a way to achieve a breakthrough, he would surely be able to do so as well. Not everything depended on the experience of the predecessors. The soul energy in the Stone of Divine Crusade gushed out like a raging river, nourishing his soul. However, due to the rapid influx of soul energy, his thoughts were thrown into disarray. The combined might of tens of thousands of Saint Realm experts had already surpassed that of a Blood Reincarnation Realm expert. Even though Xianxia's soul had been tempered by the lightning tribulation and the Empyrean heavenly flame, he was still unable to withstand the might of tens of thousands of Saint Realm experts. Illusions began to appear in his mind. The Stone of Divine Crusade could erase the will in one's soul, turning it into pure energy. However, it could not remove the resentment within. These otherworldly demons had cultivated for a very long time, but they ended up being captured by Sovereign Qianling and used as a sacrifice. Every single one of them felt indignant. One or two of them were nothing, but when they gathered together, it was terrifying. With a clear heart, I wander the world. Being attacked by the resentment, Xianxia felt like his mind was about to collapse. He only had a trace of clarity left, swimming in the torrent of his soul and experiencing the world. Having been through a mountain of books and an ocean of knowledge, he had read countless books and gained a vast knowledge of the world. As such, his soul was already far more resilient than most 9-stars master teachers and even ancient sages. At this moment, his consciousness was blurry, but he maintained his original heart. Slaughter, battle, and powerful soul energy gushed into his body, making him feel as if he had experienced the lives of countless people. However, no matter how much he had to go through, he was determined to uphold his principles as a master teacher. This was similar to the countless experts on the master teacher continent. Back then, after killing Vicious, Xianxia already possessed the means to wipe out the entire otherworldly demonic tribe, but he chose not to do so. It wasn't that he couldn't, but killing wasn't the goal. Educating was the most important thing. It was the same for him. One of the reasons he had come to the otherworldly demonic tribe was to find Lozozi, but more importantly, he wanted to find a way to resolve the threat posed by the otherworldly demonic tribe. An indestructible profound spirit, an indestructible spirit. No matter how high one's achievements are, one must never forget one's original heart. That is who I am. Xianxia recalled his experiences over the past year on the master-teacher continent, and a thought flashed across his mind. Hong Long, his indestructible will seemed to have morphed into a golden droplet, and it spun ceaselessly amidst the surging soul energy. Gradually, it formed a vortex that grew larger and larger. Drip. Drip, it didn't take long for the vortex to reach its peak, and a droplet of water appeared. Following which, more and more droplets of water swiftly gathered together, nourishing Xianxia's body. The liquefaction of my soul is a sign of a breakthrough to ancient sage. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He knew that he was on the verge of reaching ancient sage. Under normal circumstances, those who weren't soul oracles and didn't possess the eye of insight wouldn't be able to see their souls with their eyes unless they used their spiritual perception. But at this moment, his soul had liquefied, and his soul had become a flowing liquid. Of course, it wasn't a true liquid. Rather, it was a qualitative change in the purity of his soul. As a result, his soul energy had become more refined, and his soul energy had become more powerful. Hurry up. Xianxia took a deep breath. The soul energy that had made him feel as if he was on the verge of exploding at any moment had disappeared. Thus, he hastened his absorption of the soul energy. Seeing Xianxia's actions, ancient sage Mo Ling's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He had recognized the Stone of Divine Crusade as soon as it had appeared. The energy harnessed within it was so powerful that even he couldn't help but feel envious. As a blood reincarnation realm soul oracle, he was still unable to devour so much soul energy. If he were to forcefully assimilate even a tenth of the soul energy, his body would explode and he would die. Yet, the other party actually dared to use his soul energy so recklessly while attempting to push for a breakthrough from great sage consummation to ancient sage. How could his body possibly withstand it? Xianxia had thought that it wouldn't be long before he stopped, but who could have thought that the guild leader would continue to devour more and more soul energy? In less than 3 minutes, nearly half of the soul energy that Sovereign Chen Ling had taken from the 100,000 lives had been absorbed into his body. At the same time, Xianxia's soul had also grown to over 100 meters in size, making him look like a towering giant. Liquefy your soul and achieve a breakthrough. While ancient sage Mo Ling was still in shock, the massive soul oracle bellowed furiously, and his massive body began to shrink at an alarming rate. At the same time, a painting unfurled in the sky, and an ancient and boundless aura poured down from it. This aura did not exist in the world, as it had disappeared many years ago. Aeon of ancient sage, under the influence of the aura, the density of Xianxia's soul grew higher and higher, to the point that it looked as if it had turned into liquid. In less than 10 minutes, Xianxia had reverted back to the size of a real person. His every movement felt as if he would tear through space and leap out at any moment. Every inch of his soul emanated an aura of antiquity, reminiscent of an immortal or a sage. Ancient sage. The guild leader's soul has achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage. Ancient sage Mo Ling exclaimed in agitation upon seeing the metamorphosis. While the other party's breakthrough method was different from all the other soul oracles he had seen before, it was clear that the other party had already broken through the bottleneck between Great Sage and Ancient Sage to reach a whole new level. While the soul oracles had inherited their heritage from the otherworldly demonic tribe, they were extremely few in number. He was the only one who had reached Ancient Sage. Since the guild leader had achieved a breakthrough as well, it was only a matter of time before the soul oracles rose to prominence once more. Hong Long Long, while Ancient Sage Mo Ling was still in shock, as Xianxia's soul energy grew stronger, the sky began to tremble. A huge patch of black clouds slowly gathered over, and innumerable streaks of lightning and flames flitted across the sky, seemingly ready to strike down at any moment. The Ancient Sage ordeal had arrived. It's indeed much more powerful than the Aurea body ordeal. Raising his head to look at the sky, Xianxia's face remained impassive. Having gone through so much in life, his state of mind had been tempered to a whole new level. Even though the lightning before him threatened to tear him to shreds, it was unable to shake his heart. Let's give it a try. A vicious glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he dived his soul back into his body. What is the guild leader up to? Ancient Sage Mo Ling felt as if his head was about to explode. Xianxia had only achieved a breakthrough in his soul, so his physical body was still at sempiternal realm consummation. If his soul entered his physical body, it would be no different from drawing in the heavenly tribulation. If he were to be careless, his physical body would be shattered and he would die on the spot. He's probably trying to use the pressure of the Ancient Sage ordeal to temper his physical body and Jinchi so as to see if he can push for a breakthrough. Sovereign Qinyong narrowed his eyes in shock. The reason why he was able to achieve his current strength was because he had put his life on the line when he was younger. It was only by putting his life on the line that he was able to reach his current height. However, compared to the young master, his hard work was nothing at all. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before he could achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. There was no need for him to be so conflicted about it, but he just had to resort to such an extreme method, using his physical body and Jinchi to make use of the pressure of the Ancient Sage ordeal to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. The slightest mistake could cost him his life. This was too insane. In an instant, both parties were completely distracted by the sight before them, forgetting to continue fighting. Hong Long, Xianxia's soul returned to his physical body, and his Jinchi began to surge furiously. Two massive clouds of ominous energy were born and fused together with the previous one. Heavenly flames and lightning bolts rained down on Xianxia like meteors. The black flames burned furiously, and it didn't take long for them to completely devour Xianxia's body. Empyrean heavenly flame, furthermore, it seemed to be even more powerful than the previous Aurea body realm one. The temperature was so high that even ordinary Ancient Sage artifacts would not be able to withstand it. Aeon of Ancient Sage. Xianxia roared furiously as he unfurled the scroll once more, and the Aeon of Ancient Sage gushed into his body. In an instant, it felt as if his blood essence had been ignited, and his sweat and blood were evaporated simultaneously in the scorching environment. Kacha! Kacha! His skin and muscles were charred black, and blood-colored cracks appeared on them. His physical body and Jinchi cultivation had not reached sempiternal realm consummation yet. No matter how powerful he was still only a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator. There was no way he would be able to withstand the Ancient Sage ordeal head-on. If not for the nourishment of the heavens path Jinchi, it would have already shattered into pieces by now. Is it not possible? Suppressing the pain in his body, Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was well aware of the prowess of the Ancient Sage ordeal. Just as Sovereign Qinyong had said, the reason why he had allowed his soul to enter his body was so that he could make use of the pressure from the lightning tribulation to achieve a breakthrough in his Jinchi cultivation. It was only a matter of time before he became an Ancient Sage. Others knew that there were no bottlenecks in his cultivation at all. If there were no accidents, he would definitely succeed within 100 years. 100-year-old Ancient Sage. Regardless of whether it was on the Master-Teacher continent or the otherworldly demonic tribe, he was definitely one of the strongest Ancient Sages in the world. However, he couldn't wait that long. He had to find Lozozi and get an explanation from her. There was no time to waste. Therefore, even if it was risky, even if there was a possibility of death, he would not hesitate. Hong Long Long, the lightning tribulation and heavenly flames continued to fall on Xianxia. It was as if he had been locked in a cauldron. His physical body was severely damaged, and his Xianxia was swiftly dissipating. Ancient sage blood. Xianxia opened his mouth wide. Voila, the blood of an ancient sage gushed into his body as if it was free, nourishing his depleted energy and sustaining his life. Continue. The sight of the infernal black saber, Yuan Tao, and the dragonbone divine spear breaking through to ancient sage surfaced in his mind. Why was it so difficult for him to do so? Xianxia dashed right into the storm clouds. Madness. He must have gone mad. Ancient sage Allfire trembled uncontrollably. The beast tribe was born with a powerful bloodline and physical body, but even so, he dared not charge into the storm clouds back then to face them head-on. His master was only a great sage, but he was already daring enough to do so. Did he think that he was not dying quickly enough? No matter how powerful an ancient sage was, it was not worth it to lose his life over such a matter. Selah, the storm clouds in the sky seemed to have sensed Xianxia's provocation, and they began to rage. A streak of lightning tore through space, tearing open a pitch-black fissure. Following which, more and more lightning gathered within the fissure, and flames began to burn on it. Gradually, the storm clouds began to solidify. Looking from afar, it looked like a massive saber floating in the air. It's the tribulation of lightning armament. It said that this is a tribulation that only occurs when one is attempting a breakthrough to ancient sage 4-dan dimension shatter a realm. Why would it appear here? Sovereign Qianyang's face paled, and his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. As the #1 otherworldly demon emperor, he had read many books regarding ancient sage 4-dan breakthroughs. It was said that in order to reach that level, one would have to undergo the tribulation of lightning armament, where heavenly flames and lightning would materialize to form a divine weapon. Every move of the tribulation of lightning armament could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. Even if Sovereign Qianyang had encountered it at his peak, he would have died on the spot. The young master was only attempting a breakthrough to ancient sage, so why would such a thing appear? It's over. Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage Allfire were so frightened that they were rendered speechless. Even though they had no idea what the tribulation of lightning armament was, the massive saber formed from heavenly flames and lightning was definitely not something that they could withstand with their current strength. In fact, just looking at it left their minds in a state of chaos. Above the altar, Sovereign Qianling halted his absorption of the energy in fear. At the same time, the black hole seemed to revere the might of the tribulation of lightning armament as well, and it subconsciously shrank in size. The might of the tribulation of lightning armament was something that anyone would fear. Such a powerful tribulation shouldn't appear in a normal soul ordeal. My physical body and Xianxia have to withstand it at the same time. Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Zhang Hongtian and ancient sage Yanqing had told him that the more times one attempted a breakthrough to ancient sage, the greater one's future accomplishments would be. Back then, Kongsher had attempted a breakthrough 4 times, and he had only chosen to do so on his 5th attempt. Yuan Tao had also attempted a breakthrough once, but he had intentionally lowered his cultivation in order to not succeed. Under normal circumstances, as long as he released his soul, it would be equivalent to a single lightning tribulation. However, with his physical body and Xianxia charging in with his physical body, he had intentionally triggered the lightning tribulation. This was equivalent to 3 lightning tribulations stacked on top of one another, resulting in the formation of such a powerful weapon. If he could overcome the tribulation, it would be equivalent to pushing for a breakthrough to ancient sage 3 times in a row. His physical body, Xianxia, and soul would be greatly enhanced. On the other hand, if he failed to overcome the tribulation, he would only lose his life. Without a doubt, Yuan Tao was using the most extreme method possible to overcome the tribulation. Let's give it a try then. I don't believe that I won't succeed. With a roar, he clenched his fists and charged straight at the divine weapon saber in the air. Voila, the saber swayed lightly as it tore through the air. Barely after Xianxia's fist came into contact with the saber, the overwhelming pressure from the saber caused cracks to appear on his palm. Fresh blood flowed from the wounds, and in the blink of an eye, his muscles were stripped away, revealing his white bones. Before the saber could even reach him, the muscles on his arm had already been stripped away. It was no wonder why it was a dimension shatter a realm cultivator. Roaring furiously, Xianxia drove all of his Xianqi, physical body, and soul to fuse as one. In an instant, the space around him seemed to have become viscous. The ancient sage ordeal was a form of oppression that the heavens placed on a cultivator, forcing them to undergo a metamorphosis. As a result, the effects of weapons would weaken, and if things went wrong, it might even cause the ordeal to become even greater. It was just like how the might of the leaving aperture ordeal differed greatly between two people. For this reason, Xianxia chose not to use the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Instead, he used his own strength to face the lightning tribulation. Sila, even ordinary ancient sages of the 100 schools of philosophers would find it difficult to break through their defenses within a short period of time. However, in the face of the lightning saber in the sky, it was no different from child's play. In the blink of an eye, the lightning saber tore through Xianxia's defenses. Following which, Xianxia's muscles were torn apart, revealing his bones. Pain, he hadn't reached the blood reincarnation realm yet, so the pain from the separation of his bones and flesh struck his mind, causing him to feel a bout of dizziness. His clothes were reduced to ashes, and in the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a shriveled skeleton. The ordeal of lightning armament was simply too fearsome. It wasn't something that he could deal with at his current level. From the moment he had fought against the saber, he had only managed to last 2 breaths, and the saber had yet to fully descend upon him. Given how the saber was able to reduce him to such a state with just its aura, if it were to really descend upon him, he would probably be reduced to dust. I've gone too far, a thought suddenly surfaced in Xianxia's mind. He had been thinking of making use of this opportunity to push for a breakthrough to the ancient sage realm, but who could have thought that he would end up going too far? It won't be that easy to kill me, Xianxia, knowing that he would surely die if he continued holding back. Xianxia willed his body, and an identical physical body appeared before him. It flew straight toward the saber in the sky. Clone. You can't even withstand a single lightning tribulation? How embarrassing. Watch how I shatter it with brute force. As soon as it appeared, the clone let out a proud roar and charged straight toward the long saber. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia took out the blood reincarnation realm blood of the ancient gods and nourished his body. At this moment, all that was left of him was his skeleton. If he didn't have this thing, he would have died long ago. Under the nourishment of the blood, the muscles that had disappeared previously were slowly recovering. It seemed like it would take at least several years for them to fully recover. However, at the very least, they were still able to recover. At the very least, they wouldn't die on the spot. Shaking his head, Xianxia looked up at the clone in the air. Even the clone was unable to fend off the massive saber in the air. However, the clone's body was forged using the 9 Hearts Lotus embryo. As soon as the saber was sliced into 2, it would fuse back together as if it was made of liquid. As such, the lightning armament tribulation was unable to do anything to it in the short term. This is a clone? With such a powerful avatar, doesn't that mean that he is immortal? This was the first time the crowd had seen the existence of a clone, and they were all astonished. This was especially so for ancient sage Mo Ling, who was trembling in excitement. What soul oracles yearned for the most was an undying and indestructible body. As long as they could obtain it, they would have eternal life, and there would be no need for them to fear anything. I'm still too weak. I won't be able to withstand it. Even though the speed of the saber had slowed down significantly due to the interference of his clone, it was still falling relentlessly. It wouldn't be long before the saber would be obliterated as well, so Xianxia couldn't care less anymore. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the Stone of Divine Crusade and flicked it toward his clone. Tzzzzzzzzzz. There was still close to half of the soul energy left in the Stone of Divine Crusade, which was roughly 50,000 souls of Saint Realm cultivators. This fellow was originally formed from half of Xianxia's soul, so when it suddenly fused with so much soul energy, its strength swiftly surged. Kacha! Kacha! In just 10 breaths, the clone had already overcome the bottleneck of sempiternal realm consummation and was pushing for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Xianxia unfurled the painting and infused the aeon of ancient sage into the clone. Hong Long, the clone swiftly broke through the bottleneck and advanced to a higher realm. It wasn't that the clone was more talented than the main body, but that the clone had already experienced the breakthrough once. Thus, it didn't hold back at all. Thus, it succeeded. Boom, as soon as the clone achieved a breakthrough, ominous clouds gathered once more. Absorbing the lightning and heavenly flames, the saber grew even stronger. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He had thought that his clone would be able to fend off the lightning armament ordeal, but who could have thought that the other party's breakthrough would actually draw in another wave of lightning? Considering that the other party shared the same soul as him, this was already the fourth lightning ordeal. After absorbing the lightning ordeal that his clone had drawn in, the saber grew twice as strong as before. Under its immense pressure, cracks began appearing in the sky. Not even the Dragonbone Divine Spear dared to stand against it. Xianxia felt as if his entire body would be reduced to dust at any moment. If we allow it to descend, we'll surely die. Knowing the prowess of the saber, Xianxia followed behind his clone and charged forward. The saber was simply too fearsome. If he didn't stop it, he would surely die. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The saber carried with it the power to disintegrate everything in its path as it struck the clone, tearing open a massive wound. Even if the other party had reached Ancient Sage, there was no way he could withstand such a powerful ordeal. Hong Long, together with the clone, the two of them tore through the sky. As expected, the descending momentum of the saber slowed down. However, even with their current strength, they were still unable to withstand it. Hurry up and find someone who's about to make a breakthrough, the kind that can draw in the lightning ordeal. Xianxia turned to Sovereign Qianyong and said, if you were to come down now, you would surely be struck to death. Lightning ordeal? Someone who can draw in the lightning ordeal? Everyone was stunned. However, Sovereign Qianyong knew that the young master had his reasons for doing so, so he turned to Lu Yang and said, hurry up and find someone. All right. Lu Yang nodded. He quickly found a Saint Nine Dan cultivator in his group, who was about to make a breakthrough at any moment. A surge of energy gushed into his body, and he immediately succeeded in making a breakthrough. That's great. Upon seeing the lightning ordeal, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly called out, Little Tribulation, is that you? Clearly, the lightning ordeal before him was not the one he was familiar with. He could only look for the one he was familiar with and see if there was any connection between the lightning ordeals so that he could persuade the other party. Hong Long, upon hearing Xianxia's shout, the ominous cloud above the other party swayed slightly before flying over to where Xianxia was. I have a way to increase the power of lightning here, and I'll impart it to you right now. However, you'll have to help me block this massive saber. Xianxia swiftly executed his impartation of heaven's will and explained the cultivation technique to the other party. He had already seen through the flaws of the lightning ordeal before, so he had already prepared a way to guide it. Thus, he was just going to do it step by step. This is, guiding the lightning ordeal? That lightning ordeal is its pet? Everyone was stunned. He had seen people taming beasts, taming people, and taming weapons, but this was the first time he had seen someone who could even tame a lightning tribulation. Sovereign Qianyong, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, Ancient Sage All Fire, and the others were shocked beyond words. The scene before his eyes had overturned everything he knew. Lightning was the representative of the heavenly Tao. It was used to punish cultivators who tried to break through in vain, but at this moment, it was obeying the orders of a cultivator. How did he do it? This is, my teacher. Lu Yang's heart was filled with excitement. His teacher really had many tricks up his sleeve. Rumble, after hearing Xianxia's pointers, the lightning tribulation jolted a little, and the ominous clouds churned furiously. As expected, the rate at which the lightning tribulation was gathering had increased significantly. Putting aside a Saint Nine Dan cultivator who had just achieved a breakthrough, even if several of them were to come at him at the same time, he would still be able to kill them easily. The face of the Saint Nine Dan expert below paled in fright. Who the hell did I offend? Help me block the tribulation of lightning armament. Ignoring the crying otherworldly demon, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and instructed. The guidance he had given to the otherworldly demonic tribe was only effective against the otherworldly demonic tribe, so it wasn't of much use to human master teachers. As such, with the presence of the lightning tribulation, the number of experts from the otherworldly demonic tribe would gradually dwindle, and they would no longer pose a threat. Boom! Little Tribulation hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it rushed toward the lightning armament tribulation. Seeing how a mere Saint Nine Dan lightning tribulation dared to stand in his way, the massive saber slashed the dark clouds into two with a light flick of its wrist. Rumble, with a roar, the small tribulation gathered again. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. He turned around and asked, "Who else wants to break through?" "Forget it, I'll do it." After saying those words, Xianxia leaped into the air above the crowd and said, "The path of cultivation requires one to have a righteous heart, righteous morals, and righteous words." In the air, he began to teach. His voice echoed loudly in the surroundings. Initially, the cultivators behind Lu Yang didn't think much of it, but after hearing a few words, they found themselves immersed in it. All of them had smiles on their faces, and the shackles that they had been unable to overcome previously suddenly became clear to them. The doubts that had been plaguing him for so many years were finally cleared up. Kacha! 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 More and more cultivators were making breakthroughs one after another. Leaving Aperture Realm, Dimension Sundering Realm, Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm, Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm, the lightning gathered together like a giant. Xianxia's mouth was dry from all the talking. After 10 minutes, more than 2,000 people had already broken through, and more than 500 of them were able to attract the lightning tribulation. At this moment, the minor tribulation had spread throughout the entire royal city. The thunderbolts were several hundred feet in size. With a light tear, they could destroy space, as if they were going to collapse the world. Seeing how the little fellow whom the lightning armament tribulation had disdained a moment ago was reduced to such a pitiful state, he could not help but cower in fear. His saber trembled slightly, but before it could strike Xianxia, it was struck by a bolt of lightning, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. "That works too?" Sovereign Qinyong and the others trembled in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Xianxia was probably the only one who could think of and do something like that. "Carry it yourself, I'll rest for a while." Seeing that the ordeal of lightning armament wasn't descending for the time being, Xianxia's clone heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had managed to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage with the help of the Stone of Divine Crusade, he had still sustained severe injuries in order to withstand the attack of the massive saber. Keeping his clone back into his storage ring, Xianxia suddenly felt as if all of the energy in his body had vanished, and he collapsed onto the ground. If only he had known that this would happen, he would not have been so reckless. If not for the fact that there were so many otherworldly demons who were on the verge of achieving a breakthrough, and if not for the good relationship he had with the minor tribulation, he would not have been able to withstand it. Hung long, the minor tribulation clashed with the ordeal of lightning armament for a while longer before the latter finally ran out of energy and dissipated. Sensing the disappearance of the pressure, Xianxia immediately felt a new surge of energy coursing through his body, causing his state of existence to undergo a qualitative change. Suppress. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before deciding not to rush into making a breakthrough. Even though he would be able to successfully become an ancient sage expert if he made a breakthrough now, it would still affect his future advancement. After learning of Kongshi's method of making a breakthrough, Xianxia decided to learn from Kongshi and suppress his cultivation a few more times so that he could push for higher realms in the future. Hoo-la-la, with the suppression of his energy, Xianxia regained his sempiternal realm consummation cultivation, and he heaved a sigh of relief. "You should return first. Thank you for your help this time." Xianxia turned to the minor tribulation and said. "Who?" Xianxia lowered his head to look at the lightning tribulation formed by the breakthrough of 200 otherworldly demons. The crowd below paused for a brief moment before slowly dissipating as well. Watching as the lightning tribulation disappeared, Xianxia felt as if all of the energy in his body had been sapped dry. Even though his breakthrough had brought him into contact with the ancient sage realm, and he was on the verge of breaking through at any moment, the lightning tribulation had still left him with only a skeleton. His vitality had been severely depleted as well. Even with the blood of a blood reincarnation realm ancient sage, it would still take several years for him to fully recover his physical body. Kill him. Barely after Xianxia sat down, an otherworldly demon ancient sage suddenly charged forward with a ferocious glint in his eyes. He abruptly raised his palm and pressed it down on Xianxia's head. The strength of the otherworldly demon ancient sage was simply too great. If they did not kill him now, he would become a huge threat to them in the future. "Young master." Not expecting the otherworldly demon to react so quickly, Sovereign Qinyong bellowed as he rushed forward to save Xianxia. At the same time, the dragonbone divine spear by his side also prepared to make a move. However, before it could reach Xianxia had already raised his hand to meet the otherworldly demon ancient sage's attack. Pada, with just a single slap, the otherworldly demon ancient sage's arm was reduced to dust. Following which, his body exploded, and even his soul was unable to escape. Everyone was stunned. Even though the otherworldly demon ancient sage had not reached the blood reincarnation realm, he was still 100 schools of philosophers expert. Yet, he was actually killed by a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator with a single slap. Me? Xianxia was perplexed as well. After the ordeal of lightning armament, his strength had grown significantly, but he had not made a breakthrough to ancient sage yet. He had thought that he would at most be on par with bloodline continuance realm cultivators, but who could have thought that he would actually be able to kill 100 schools of philosophers expert with just a single slap? My strength is already comparable to a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator, Xianxia could not help but exclaim in agitation. He did not think that his strength would already be on par with a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator even before making a breakthrough to blood reincarnation realm consummation. It was no wonder it was said that suppressing one's strength a few more times would be beneficial to the growth of one's cultivation. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. Make your move. Seeing how Xianxia had killed an ancient sage with a single slap, the remaining ancient sages on Sovereign Qianling's side were utterly terrified. Without any hesitation, Sovereign Qianyong and the others swiftly cut down all of the ancient sages. Seeing this sight, Sovereign Qianling's face turned livid. Gritting his teeth tightly, he dared not allow himself to be distracted anymore. He quickly devoured the energy coming from the black hole to heal his injuries. Right. If the energy from the ritual is able to heal Sovereign Qianling's injuries, will it be able to heal my injuries as well? Seeing the state that Sovereign Qianling was in, Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Xianxia's current injuries had been inflicted by the ordeal of lightning armament. His muscles and bloodline had been severely damaged, making him similar to vicious. Even though he was young and had the blood of countless ancient sages, it was still impossible for him to make a full recovery. However, just because he was unable to do so did not mean that others could not. Even Sovereign Qianling had been able to recover from his injuries within a short period of time with the help of the ritual. Did that mean that he would be able to tap into the same energy as well? The god that I am praying to is bound to be able to lock onto my soul aura and energy. I was nearly killed by it earlier. As soon as this thought popped up in Xianxia's mind, he began calculating the chances of success. He had never tried to tap into the energy of the god through a ritual before, but from how he had tried to stop Sovereign Qianling earlier, he could tell just how powerful the energy was. Even though his fighting prowess was already on par with blood reincarnation realm primary stage cultivators, coupled with the dragonbone divine spear, he would be invincible among dimension shatterer realm cultivators. Unless, I can disguise myself as Sovereign Qianling. As long as my aura and bloodline are identical to that of the god, I'll be able to absorb the energy that the god infuses into me. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He had a trump card, and that was the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him. Even though the amulet had been reduced to a mere skeleton, it was still usable. Let me give it a try. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia drove his Jinqi to transform his skeleton into Sovereign Qianling's appearance. Be it appearance or soul aura, there was no difference at all. Young master? Sovereign Qianyong was stunned. He had been following the spirit god for a long time, so he knew that the other party possessed such a disguise amulet. He did not think that even a skeleton would be able to disguise itself as Sovereign Qianling. With a smile on his face, Xianxia could not be bothered to say anything more. Instead, he charged right into the depths of the black hole. Weng. The black hole had blocked his attack previously, but this time around, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping him at all. As expected. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It seemed like the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him was of a higher tier than the god that Sovereign Qianling had prayed to. That was why the other party was unable to see through his disguise, thinking that it was Sovereign Qianling himself. Haha. After passing through the ripples, Xianxia arrived directly below the black hole. As he absorbed the energy from above into his body, he could feel his fleshly body recovering at a visible rate. His drained essence, qi, and life force were also greatly nourished. At this rate, it won't take more than 10 minutes for me to recover to my peak condition, or perhaps even improve further. His eyes lit up. Even though Xianxia's injuries were severe, it was fortunate that he was still young. On top of that, the unique recovery ability of the Heaven's Path divine art allowed him to absorb the energy generated by the ritual, allowing him to heal much faster than Sovereign Chen Lingyu. While Xianxian was in the midst of absorbing the energy from the Heaven's Path, he suddenly felt a furious gaze directed at him. Turning around, he saw Sovereign Chen Ling looking at him with a constipated expression. The power that came from the worship of the gods was considered a blessing from the gods. At this time, one couldn't make a move, lest they incur the wrath of the gods and be torn to shreds. Thus, they could only watch. Look, but, if he could only watch helplessly as Zhang Xian snatched away his healing power, Sovereign Chen Ling felt like committing suicide. For a mere skeleton to disguise itself as him, such that not even the gods were able to detect it. What in the world was going on? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Who am I? Where am I? Shameless! Unable to hold himself back any longer, Sovereign Chen Ling bellowed furiously. Yes, Sovereign Chen Ling is shameless. Zhang Xian nodded. I am Sovereign Chen Ling. Seeing the other party admit to it so calmly, Sovereign Chen Ling felt as if he was going to go insane. Very well, you are Sovereign Chen Ling. Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste time with Sovereign Chen Ling, so he continued absorbing the energy. Given Sovereign Chen Ling's current condition, he could go on a rampage at any moment. Thus, it was fine as long as he was happy. Whatever you say is right, I'll just focus on absorbing it. Gugugugu, the energy emanating from the black hole swirled around Zhang Xian, forming a vortex that swiftly absorbed all of it. Under the cover of Zhang Xian's Shenqi, Sovereign Chen Ling's muscles and bones swiftly recovered. His head, shoulders, arms, chest. As Zhang Xian absorbed more and more energy, he felt as if he had been reborn. It just so happens that I should alter my meridians to resemble those of Xiaoya. With a thought, Zhang Xian began altering his meridians to resemble those of Xiaoya. As the structure of one's body was fixed, even though he had been able to alter it previously, it was limited to a very small area. However, with the regeneration of his meridians, he was able to alter them as he pleased. In fact, he was able to alter them much more smoothly than when Xiaoya was using the Dongshu vine. As more and more of his muscles and meridians recovered, pure Xianxia of slaughter gushed out from his meridians, making him look like a deity. Is this the purest form of Xianxia of slaughter? There hasn't been such a pure Xianxia of slaughter ever since Senior Vicious was killed. Could he be the reincarnation of Senior Vicious? With such bloodline power, there's no doubt that he's an emperor. The otherworldly demons who had doubted Zhang Xian's identity as a master teacher were completely convinced by his words. How could such a pure Xianxia of slaughter possibly belong to a human? Only a true emperor would possess such capability. Voila, all of the otherworldly demons kneeled on the ground. Regardless of whether it was due to Zhang Xian's teachings or the pure Xianxia of slaughter, they no longer harbored any doubts toward the young man who was impersonating Sovereign Chen Ling. Seeing how the young man before him was not only impersonating him but also earning the respect of his own subjects, Sovereign Chen Ling was on the verge of going insane. Others might not know who the young man before him was, but he knew full well that the young man before him was the #1 genius of mankind. To think that the young man before him would actually earn the respect of the entire otherworldly demons, even if I have to offend the gods, I'll have you dead. Seeing how the young man was absorbing more and more of the Xianxia of slaughter, Sovereign Chen Ling couldn't hold himself back anymore. Disregarding whether he would offend the gods or not, he charged forward with his claw-like hand. Boom, the space around Sovereign Chen Ling exploded. Even though Sovereign Chen Ling's rate of absorption wasn't as fast as the young man before him, he had still managed to recover from most of his injuries after such a long period of time. Wait a moment, I'm just 2 calves away from fully recovering. I'll make a move after I've recovered. Not expecting the other party to be so impatient, Zhang Xian frowned. He swiftly dodged the attack before opening all of his acupoints to absorb the Xianxia of slaughter once more. This time, his rate of absorption was even faster than before. He was currently impersonating Sovereign Chen Ling, so he couldn't rely on his clones, weapons, or even Vicious. As such, while it was impossible for him to kill the other party, it wouldn't be that easy for the other party to kill him either. Wait for your head. Seeing how the young man before him was so brazen about stealing the strength that he had gone through so much trouble to obtain, Sovereign Qianling flew into a frenzy. That's mine, I've sacrificed 100,000 of my tribesmen and countless treasures in exchange for it, and you? You still want to recover your calf? Recover your head, Sovereign Qianling felt as if he had gone insane. The fellow before him really knew how to infuriate others. With just a few words, he could already infuriate others to the point of suffocation. As a thief and a bandit, how could you act so brazenly? Are you even human? Sovereign Qianling clenched his jaws so tightly that his teeth were about to fall off. Gotcha! Sovereign Qianling's ultimate move had caused the entire world to tremble intensely. Xianxia dodged the attack once more, but seeing how the other party was getting more and more ferocious, he could no longer hold back his rage. Raising his head, he bellowed, "Deity of the Azure, it's one thing for this fellow to disguise himself as me to steal the power you bestowed upon me, but on top of that, he still dares to attack you without any regard for the consequences. He has no respect for you at all. What the heck is this? Can't he just absorb the energy quietly for a while? Isn't it a good thing to just sit quietly and enjoy the beauty of the surroundings? Why do you have to fight and kill, to think that you're an emperor of the Azure Dragon tribe?" Mother Vasterisk Kerr, seeing that the other party had already said what he wanted to say, Sovereign Qianling's body swayed weakly. His internal organs were trembling in agitation, and he felt as if he would spurt blood at any moment. "Big brother, remember who you are. You are a thief. How can you be so shameless?" Sovereign Qianling knew that the more he spoke to the other party, the more furious he would become. Thus, he sent another palm strike toward Xianxia. This palm strike harnessed all of Sovereign Qianling's rage, and it was several times stronger than before. Xianxia tried to dodge, but he suddenly realized that his body had been sealed in place, making it impossible for him to move at all. "I'll go all out." Knowing that he would be killed on the spot if he did not retaliate, Xianxia could only bear with the pain and stop his absorption. Flicking his wrist, he raised his palm. However, before he could exert any force, the vortex above him suddenly jolted violently, as if a small boat that had encountered a raging torrent. Xianxia staggered in midair, nearly falling to the ground. In the face of this aura, the might of Sovereign Qianling's attack dissipated with a pop, vanishing without a trace. What's going on? Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked in the direction of the source of the energy. Then, the black hole in the sky that was continuously emitting energy to recover became even more sinister. An arm slowly reached out from it. The turbulent whirlpool of energy just now came from this arm. "Oh no, there really is a deity." Xianxia's face darkened as he realized that the other party's strength had far surpassed that of a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator. Not daring to say a word, he quickly drove his Xianxia to absorb the energy in the surroundings. Once this fellow came out, there would be no chance to absorb it. He had already recovered by 90%, and all that was left was his calves. He had to finish this as soon as possible, otherwise, there was no way he would have been able to slaughter 100,000 people and expend countless treasures as sacrifices. TSS, the muscles on his calves recovered at a visible rate. Soon, only his legs were left. Seeing how Xianxia was still absorbing energy even after the arm of a deity had appeared, Sovereign Qianling really felt like he was going insane. He had seen greedy people before, but he had never seen someone as greedy as this. To be honest, if not for the fact that he had miscalculated the value of the treasures during the ritual, resulting in more energy than he had expected, there would have been no way for him to recover from his injuries. Even so, he had only recovered by 80%. He was still some way off from making a full recovery. On the other hand, the other party had already recovered by at least 90%, knowing that the deity was about to appear. Sovereign Qianling knew that he could very well be slapped to death if he were to continue fighting. Thus, he did not dare to say anything. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his absorption. "You thief, these are all mine." Barely after absorbing 2 mouthfuls of energy, Sovereign Qianling heard a furious bellow from the other party. Following which, the other party raised his palm and sent a palm strike toward him. Voila, a burst of sword chi burst forth, shrouding Sovereign Qianling entirely. Sovereign Qianling immediately halted his absorption, intending to dodge the other party's attack. However, he realized that it was just a facade. The sword chi was gathered in his palm, not shooting out at all. The other party was just trying to scare him. TSS TSS TSS, the other party continued absorbing energy. Damn it. Shaking in anger, Sovereign Qianling opened all of his pores, intending to absorb the energy once more. However, the other party flicked his finger, and another surge of sword chi burst forth. He dodged once more, but the other party did not shoot it out once more. That fellow dares not make a move either. He's just trying to delay my absorption. At this moment, Sovereign Qianling finally understood what was going on. The appearance of the deity's arm meant that it was likely to descend upon the world. No matter how fearsome the other party was, there was no way he would dare make a move on him. The other party's motive was to disrupt his cultivation so that he could claim the energy bestowed upon him by the ritual for himself. With such thoughts in mind, Sovereign Qianling hastened his absorption of the energy in the surroundings. Just as he was enjoying himself, goosebumps suddenly rose all over his body, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. Puha, he felt a chill in his chest. A surge of sword chi had pierced right through his chest. If he had not dodged in time, his heart might have been pierced as well. The heck? Sovereign Qianling had really gone insane. It was just a moment ago that the other party dared not make a move on him. Why would he really send a surge of sword chi out as soon as he started cultivating? Are you really not afraid of the wrath of the deity? Or are you trying to drag me down with you? Filled with rage, Sovereign Qianling was just about to charge forward and fight it out with the other party when the latter suddenly stopped absorbing the energy in the surroundings. Instead of attacking or absorbing the energy, he clasped his fist respectfully toward the palm in the sky. Oh great deity, I can't stand the sight of the other party impersonating me and absorbing the energy bestowed upon me by you. How dare a petty thief act so brazenly? Please allow me to kill him. Otherwise, if I allow this to continue, what will become of your dignity? Surprisingly, the other party was speaking the pure language of the ancient spirit tribe, even he would have to learn it for a long time before he could speak it. Selah, hearing those words, the deity in the dimension vortex flew into a rage. The vortex began trembling once more, and another hand slowly rose out of it. With a light flick of its wrist, it struck down on Sovereign Qianling Elder. Sovereign Qianling felt his head swelling up, and he nearly fainted on the spot. That was the deity whom he had been paying tribute to all this while. It was completely different from the spirit god whom Sovereign Qianyong served. It was for this reason that he dared to stand up to Sovereign Qianyong without fear of offending the other party. He had been paying tribute to the other party all this while, and he had been receiving nourishment from the other party. Why did the other party suddenly make a move on him after just a few words? Can't you tell that I'm the real one? Trembling with rage, Sovereign Qianling turned his gaze toward Xianxia, only to see the latter sitting cross-legged in midair. The pores all over his body had opened up, and he was absorbing the energy in the air. At this moment, all that was left of Sovereign Qianling's feet were his 10 toes. The rest of his body was completely intact. The heck, Sovereign Qianling felt his heart throbbing, and he burst into tears. Shameless bastard, distorting the truth. More importantly, the other party was absorbing the energy several times faster than him. When did such a troublesome figure appear among mankind? If only he had known that such a fellow existed, he would have never made a move against Sovereign Qianyong. While Sovereign Qianling felt stifled, he still heaved a sigh of relief. That fellow was about to recover from his injuries, and once his toes recovered, he would probably stop absorbing the energy. By then, he would be able to speed up his absorption. Once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely chop the other party into pieces to vent his anger. Xianxia's face alternated between livid and pale. After absorbing for a while more, he realized that the other party's toes had already grown back. Just as he was about to speed up his absorption, the other party suddenly took out a painting and began grabbing at the air, frenziedly infusing the aura in the air. The heck, Sovereign Qianling's body trembled uncontrollably. You still want to take it away after eating? Sovereign Qianling felt as if he would spurt a mouthful of blood at any moment. He was on the verge of going insane. This was bestowed by the gods, so where did the other party's painting come from? It could even absorb this kind of power? It's Xianxia. Taking a look, Sovereign Qianling came to a realization. The painting harnessed the laws of space and time, making it an independent world. Most likely, it was left behind by Xianxia. The reason why the other party was able to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage was through the aeon of Ancient Sage sealed within the painting. As the other party waved his hands, it was as if he had become the thousand-armed bodhisattva. The energy in the air was gradually decreasing, but it was being channeled into the painting at a rate 10 times faster than Sovereign Qianling's. In other words, even if Sovereign Qianling were to devour the other party's energy, he would not be able to obtain more than a tenth of it. This is my. I'll kill you. Knowing that he would never recover from his injuries if he did not kill the other party, Sovereign Qianling could not hold himself back anymore. However, he was unable to reach Sovereign Qianling Kacha. The palm in the black hole struck Sovereign Qianling. Sovereign Qianling's body was sent flying, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Sovereign Qianling widened his mouth in shock. Could it be that the god whom he had worshipped so painstakingly believed the other party's lies? This can't be. Sigh. Seeing Sovereign Qianling's expression, Xianxia sighed deeply and shook his head. Naturally, the god would not believe his words. The reason he had made a move on Sovereign Qianling was because he had broken the rules and exerted his strength recklessly. Sovereign Qianling had already crawled out to judge the matter, but he had made a move first. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. In front of the gods, one should not make too many movements. One must maintain a normal state of mind. Look at me, my state of mind is so normal. Sighing at his own excellence, Xianxia turned to look at the unique energy before him, and his eyes lit up once more. To be able to heal the condition of his bones so quickly, it was indeed worthy of being an item obtained from a sacrifice. It was truly incredible. Hoo. His palm was like a cattail leaf fan, grabbing at the painting non-stop. In less than 3 minutes, all of the energy in the air had been absorbed into the painting. With so much power, even if he were to get injured in the future, he wouldn't have to worry too much. In fact, if things went well, there was a good chance that Vicious would be able to make a full recovery. After doing this, Xianxia raised his head and saw that the black hole above had become even more sinister. A tall figure had already stretched half of its body out. It was not Lozozi, but a young man. His appearance was not much different from that of an ordinary human, but his aura was even more vigorous. Without even moving, the space around him shattered layer by layer. It was as if this world could not contain the power he exuded. It's a void-shattering realm expert. Sovereign Qianyong sent a telepathic message over. This is the dimension shatter realm? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The young man's strength was truly formidable, making it difficult for the world to assimilate with him. If the world was an ocean, the young man would be a droplet of oil. No matter how powerful the waves were, they would never be able to submerge him. Dimension Shatter Realm experts are also known as immortal envoys. Back when Kongshur was still around, there was once a sacrifice to the heavens, and an immortal envoy was dispatched here. It's probably due to the Temple of Confucius. What does the descent of an immortal envoy have to do with the Temple of Confucius? Of course. Legend has it that the Temple of Confucius is hidden in the void, sealing the passageway between the heavens and this world. Now that the Temple of Confucius has appeared, it's as if the blockage in the passageway has been cleared, allowing the immortal envoy to descend. Does that mean that the power structure of the entire master-teacher continent is going to change? I don't think so. The descent of an immortal envoy won't be as easy as it seems. Not only will they have to pay a heavy price, their cultivation will also have to be sealed to a very low level. Even the Dimension Shatterer Realm expert will only be at primary stage. As long as we work together, we might not be able to deal with them easily. Ancient Sage All-Fire, Ancient Sage Mo Su, and the remaining kings were communicating with one another telepathically. The young man before them was the immortal envoy from the Azure. If he were to help Sovereign Qianling, they would be in grave danger. Is Lozozi really that strong? Xianxia asked with his eye of insight. The scene of Luo Ruoxin's departure appeared before his eyes like a water curtain. She was also a dimension Shatterer Realm expert, but she was different from the one before him. If the master-teacher continent were to be compared to the ocean, the young man before him would be like oil while Lozozi would be like a block of wood. However, the latter was much more resilient, allowing her to detach faster. In other words, Luo Ruoxin was even more powerful than the Immortal's envoy who was about to teleport here. Elder, I am the real Sovereign Qianling. He is a fake. It took a long time for Sovereign Qianling to recover from the slap. Seeing that the unique aura in the air had already been taken care of by the young man before him, he knew that there was no longer any reason for him to make a move. I'm real, he's fake. He's pretending to be me to deceive Senior. Unwilling to back down, Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward. Under the disguise amulet, he was no different from the young man before him. Even a blood test might not be able to detect his identity. Since things had already come to this, he might as well go all the way. Hong Long, the black hole shook, and the god completely broke free from the conversation. He floated in the air, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened his jet-black eyes. Kacha! Kacha, bringing with it lightning, a terrifying aura spread out, as if it could shatter the sky at any moment. It was as if this aura did not originate from this world but another world. Even blood reincarnation realm experts would tremble in fear before this aura, let alone ordinary cultivators. A lowly life form from a lower world dares to play tricks before me? The deity harumphed coldly. The god snorted coldly. His lightning-like eyes suddenly shrouded the two of them. Zhang Xian's body tensed up, and he felt as if he had been enveloped by a ferocious beast. Goosebumps rose all over his body. It's not like we'll lose. Forget it, with the Dragonbone Divine Spear, Vicious, Ancient Sage All-Fire, and Ancient Sage Mo Ling. Even if the other party was a Dimension Shatterer realm expert, it would still be difficult for him to kill them. Since that was the case, what was there to worry about? His nervous heart calmed down in the blink of an eye. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, making it impossible to tell what he was feeling. The deity's gaze swept across the two of them, and a moment later, a frown appeared on his forehead. The two of you used your own blood essence to pray to the heavens. Hand your blood essence to me, and I'll surely be able to determine the authenticity of your blood essence. He had thought that he would be able to see through the disguise of a bunch of barbarians with his strength and standing, but who could have thought that he would be unable to see through the disguise at all? He felt that the two of them were the real deal. It was impossible for there to be two Sovereign Qianling in the world. However, no matter how similar one's disguise was, it was impossible for one's bloodline to be identical, right? Soon, two droplets of blood essence flew over. Sweeping his spiritual perception across them, the confident look on the deity's face turned into one of confusion. They were identical as well. What was going on? Seeing that the deity was examining the droplets of blood essence, Sovereign Qianling thought that he had noticed something amiss. Deity, that fellow impersonated me and deceived the High Envoy. Shut up. Pa, the deity slapped Sovereign Qianling across the face, causing him to spin several times on the spot. The other party's face did not even have the ability to discern the other party's identity. Was he courting death by talking nonsense here? Clutching his face, Sovereign Qianling's body trembled in anger. The real Sovereign Qianling had to offer a sacrifice to the heavens in order to summon me here. The impostor probably has no idea how many treasures he used and how much he is worth. The two of you, write down the contents and show it to me. If the value is accurate, it's the real deal. The deity said after a moment of hesitation. Since Sovereign Qianling had offered a sacrifice to the heavens to heal his injuries and paid a heavy price to summon him, it was likely that he knew the cost of the sacrifice. Sovereign Qianling was taken aback for a moment before nodding. All right. After saying those words, he took out a jade token and inscribed the value of the treasure onto it. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before taking out a jade token and writing on it. He didn't know how to perform the ritual, how to communicate with the heavens, or how much it would cost. It had to be said that this god was very smart. Just from this point alone, he was able to grasp the impersonator's weakness. However, back when Wu Tao had disguised himself as appraiser Wu Tao, he had examined all of the artifacts in the hall. Furthermore, the souls of those who had died in the ritual had been devoured by the Stone of Divine Crusade, and then absorbed by him and his clone. As such, he was able to see the exact number and quality of the souls. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian immediately recorded the exact value and quantity on it. The deity took the jade tokens from the duo and scanned them with his spiritual perception. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Sovereign Qianling, as if he would kill him at any moment. Senior, an ominous premonition surfaced in Sovereign Qianling's heart, but before he could finish his words, the other party's palm had already descended upon him. How dare you lie to me? You're courting death, rumble. Sovereign Qianling felt as if the world was collapsing, and his body was sealed in place, making it impossible for him to escape at all. Boundless might burst forth from the other party, threatening to crush him into meat paste. No, Sovereign Qianling did not think that he would really be killed by the deity whom he had paid a huge price to invite down here. He felt so stifled that he nearly fainted on the spot. Roaring furiously, he opened all of his acupoints and drove his Xianxia furiously. In the blink of an eye, his body had already grown to 6 zhong tall, and the might of a blood reincarnation realm consummation expert burned intensely. Pada, the flames finally extinguished, and Sovereign Qianling plummeted from the sky, crashing into the center of the capital. The altar collapsed, leaving a massive depression in its wake. How powerful! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. From where he was standing, he could clearly see that the deity had not exerted his full strength yet. Even the blood reincarnation realm consummation expert Sovereign Qianling had not been able to withstand a single strike from him. Was this the strength of a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator? He had thought that with the Dragon Bone Divine Spear, Ancient Sage All Fire, and the others, he would have been able to put up a fight against the other party, but at this very moment, he realized that it was impossible. The gap between them was simply too huge. It was not something that could be overcome with numbers alone. It was just like how the difference between ancient sages and great sages lay in their life force rather than numbers. Xianxia was shocked, but at the same time, he also felt a little doubtful. Could it be that Sovereign Qianling was unaware of the value of the artifact that he had sacrificed? Could it be that he had gotten it right instead? Otherwise, why would the deity make a move on him? Xianxia's guess was spot on. Sovereign Qianling was truly on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had prepared innumerable artifacts and invited nearly all of the reputable appraisers of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but he was still unable to determine the exact value of the artifact. Appearance, soul aura, bloodline. Even all of these were impeccable. He felt that he was the real deal, and the other party was the fake. Hung. Long, Sovereign Qianling dashed out of the depression with gritted teeth. Wiping away the blood trickling down the corner of his lips, he raised his head, and a powerful aura burst forth from him. His hair stood on end, and an unshakable determination gleamed in his eyes. It seems like the deity of the Azure thinks that I am a fake. Are you still unwilling to admit it? The deity narrowed his eyes as a surge of energy swirled in his palm, ready to burst forth at any moment to reduce Sovereign Qianling to dust. I can't refute Elder Qianling's words. All I can say is that the other party's disguise technique is simply too formidable. However, Sovereign Qianling took in a deep breath as his face contorted savagely. I am willing to offer my life to the deity and become your servant. I will obey your commands for the rest of my life without any regrets, but he. At this point, Sovereign Qianling paused for a moment before looking at Xianxia coldly. Do you dare? After saying those words, a droplet of blood essence flew out from Sovereign Qianling's glabella and flew toward the deity. As long as the latter accepted the droplet of blood essence, he would become a servant to the deity. His life would no longer be in his own hands. This fellow, getting, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It was no wonder that fellow said that Sovereign Qianyong was not as vicious as him, such that he was willing to give up his life. Xianxia had thought that the other party was referring to the ritual, but who could have thought that the other party had already made up his mind to offer his life to the deity? It was no wonder the sovereigns whom he had tried to rope into his faction did not panic at all. It turned out that his greatest trump card was this deity. By becoming a servant, one would naturally gain 100% trust. As the master, it was only natural for him to help his servant quell the rebellion. Hula, the deity raised his finger and drew the droplet of blood essence into his glabella. In the next instant, he had gained control over Sovereign Qianling's will and soul, allowing him to kill him with a single thought. After doing all that, he turned to look at Xianxia, and the calmness in his eyes was replaced by coldness. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. You're fake. The voice was like metal clashing, and there was no trace of emotion on the face of the god. In front of him, Xianxia was no different from a dead man. As someone from the Azure, it would be extremely embarrassing for him to be fooled by the natives of the lower realms. Most likely, he had already accumulated a huge amount of rage in his heart. Hee hee. Xianxia knew that Sovereign Qianling's acknowledgement was his greatest trump card, so there was no way he would do something like that. No matter how good his disguise was, there was no way he would allow himself to be exposed. Xianxian chuckled awkwardly before grabbing at the air. The Dragonbone Divine Spear immediately appeared in Xianxian's hand. Raising his eyebrows, he thrust the spear forward. Bzzz, infused with Xianxian's Xinqi, physical body, soul, and Xinqi, the spear carried enough power to obliterate spacetime. This time, not even Sovereign Qianling would be able to withstand it. Since his identity had been exposed, he would strike first to gain the upper hand and see if he could kill this fellow first. If he couldn't be killed, it meant that he had the initiative. Since the other party had been brought here by Sovereign Qianling, and he had become the other party's master, there was no way he could turn the tables around. There was no need for him to play the good guy anymore. Heh. Seeing his actions, the deity sneered and placed his hands behind his back, not dodging at all. Buzz, the Dragonbone Divine Spear pierced right into Xianxian's chest, but before it could even reach him, it was blocked by a surge of air. It was as if a wooden sword had struck a metal plate, completely ineffective. Xianxian's scalp went numb. He had long known that this fellow was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Just by relying on his protective Xinqi, he was able to block his full-powered attack. Crack! Crack! Panicking, Xianxian tried to pull his spear back, only to find that the space before the other party's chest had shattered. It was as if the spear was stuck in the shattered space, making it impossible for him to pull it back. Following which, the Dragonbone Divine Spear's voice sounded in Xianxian's ears. Master, I'm injured. Taking a closer look, Xianxian saw that there was indeed some wear and tear on the tip of the spear. Cracks had appeared on the dragon scales on the surface of the spear, and blood seemed to be flowing out of them. He's too strong. There's no way I can fight him. If the other party was already so powerful without even making a move, wouldn't he be easily killed if the other party really made a move? He had thought that with the fighting prowess of a blood reincarnation realm expert and the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he would have no need to fear ancient sages anymore. However, from the looks of it, that was not the case at all. Do it. Otherwise, everyone will die here. Upon seeing this sight, Sovereign Qianyong knew that if he did not make a move now, there was a good chance that he would be killed just like before. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he raised his saber and swung it down. Ancient Sage Allfire also raised his massive claws, and flames burst forth from them, threatening to turn the entire world crimson. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and the other ancient sages did not dare to waste any time. These few could be considered as the strongest fighting prowess of the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. With their combined might, it felt as if the entire world was being torn apart. The deity raised his hand behind his back and flicked his finger. Pop, a spatial storm rapidly appeared and engulfed the incoming force. In the blink of an eye, the combined force was dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never appeared. Xianxian made use of this opportunity to retract his spear and return to the side of Sovereign Qianyong and the others. Turning around, he saw astonished looks on their faces. With so many experts working together, even if Sovereign Qianyong was at his peak, he would not have been able to stand against them at all. Yet, the deity had actually managed to withstand their attack with just a single finger, not even retreating a single step at all. Was this the fighting prowess of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator? How could he be so powerful? Not bad. You all do possess some strength. The deity chuckled softly as he turned his gaze toward the crowd. There was not the slightest hint of emotion in his pitch-black eyes. Submit to me like him and become my subordinates, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Submit? Dream on. Sovereign Qianyong gritted his teeth as he suppressed the surging Xinqi in his chest. He was the #1 sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If he had been willing to forsake his dignity, this might not have happened. Let's see how much backbone you have then. The deity harumphed coldly as he flicked his finger. There was no sound or attack at all, but Sovereign Qianyong's face suddenly warped in horror. Boom, a massive hole was blasted in his chest, and he was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth as he flew through the air. He had already sustained severe injuries in the first place, such that he could have died at any moment. If not for the vengeance and fury in his heart, he would not have been able to return to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Being struck once more, Sovereign Xianyong felt as if his body was on the verge of collapsing. Xianxia hurriedly infused the energy that he had retracted into Sovereign Xianyong's body, only to find that it was completely ineffective. It was like oil and water, unable to fuse together at all. This is the energy that Sovereign Xianling bestowed upon him through the ritual. It's impossible for anyone else to use it. The young master was only able to treat his injuries because he disguised himself as Sovereign Xianling. Sovereign Xianyong shook his head as he took out a pill and swallowed it. His complexion improved slightly as he explained. Artifacts bestowed by the deity could only be used by the ritual. While the young master was able to disguise himself as Sovereign Xianling was unable to do the same. Back when he was on the Master-Teacher continent, the spirit god had only helped him conceal his aura to conceal his identity as an otherworldly demon. Putting away the painting, Xianxia raised his head to look at the deity in the sky once more. However, the deity did not continue attacking them. Instead, he continued staring at them coldly, as if he had already grasped their lives in his hands. To be honest, given his current strength, he did not care about their lives at all. Even with their combined might, they were still no match for the deity, let alone killing the deity. What about the rest of you? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Xianxia flicked his finger once more. Deity. Pung Pung Pung, Ancient Sage All Fire, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, and the remaining saints were sent flying simultaneously. Their faces paled, and blood seeped from the corners of their lips. I can kill all of you with a snap of my fingers, but there's nothing you can do about it. This is what it means to be strong. The strong prey on the weak, and strength is what matters most in this world. If you wish to die, you'll have to become my servants. I'll give you a chance to make your choice. If you make the wrong choice, you'll have to remain here forever. The deity placed his hands behind his back once more as he spoke with an authoritative voice. It was as if anyone who disagreed would be killed on the spot. As long as we submit to you, you'll spare our lives? An ancient sage standing behind Ancient Sage All Fire asked with gritted teeth. Of course, not only will I spare your lives, I'll even help you unify the otherworldly demonic tribe and even the Master-Teacher continent. The deity replied calmly. The ancient sage hesitated for a moment as his face reddened and paled. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm willing to submit to you. He had only helped Sovereign Xianyong out of gratitude, and he wanted to reap more benefits from the Sovereign Xianyong. However, with the appearance of the deity, there was no way he would continue to be stubborn. Begging for a guaranteed monthly ticket, you are smart. He's also very sensible. Seeing how an ancient sage had betrayed him with just a few words, the deity chuckled in satisfaction. He turned to the others and asked, what about the rest of you? The three ancient sages whom Sovereign Xianyong had summoned trembled uncontrollably, not knowing how they should respond. They had been so close to victory, but the sudden appearance of such an expert had left them with no choice at all. Sovereign Xianyong, I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'll repay you in my next life. After pausing for a few breaths, another ancient sage turned around and flew toward the deity. In the face of death, it doesn't matter what you choose to do. Sovereign Xianyong shook his head and turned to the remaining two ancient sages. After living for so long, I'm already tired of it. If I can die in the hands of a deity, I'll be able to leave my name in the annals of history. Sovereign Xianyong, you have saved my life before, so I'll stand by your side. Me too. Ancient Sage Jin Ta, had no intention of returning alive after agreeing to your request. There were those who feared death, but there were also those who were truly loyal. There was no lack of loyal otherworldly demonic tribe members. Thank you. Seeing that the other party was still willing to stand by his side despite knowing that death was inevitable, Sovereign Xianyong turned to Ancient Sage All Fire in gratitude. What are you looking at me for? I'm not afraid of the heavens, but I fear changing my mind at the last moment. So what if you're a deity of the azure? If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay with your life first. Ancient Sage All Fire sneered coldly, revealing his teeth. He had received his master's kindness, so it went without saying that he would stand by his master's side. There's no need for you to say anything else either. Sovereign Xianyong looked at Ancient Sage Mo Ling, only to see the determination in the latter's eyes. Knowing that there was no point in saying anything else, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Young master, what do we do now? What else can we do? Of course we have to give it our all." With a smile, Xianxia harumphed coldly as he flicked his spear once more. Break! His long spear was like a dragon. Phantoms flashed in all directions and enveloped this deity within. Attack! Knowing that there was no way out, Sovereign Qianyong charged forward as well. With the combined might of the 6 ancient sages, it felt as if the world would collapse at any moment. Countless buildings in the otherworldly demonic city collapsed, and all kinds of formations and inscriptions reverted back to spiritual energy. Ancient sages were simply too powerful. A single one of them was more than enough to destroy countless living beings, let alone so many of them. A bunch of ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Surrounded at the center, the deity sneered coldly. He flicked his hands, and without anyone noticing, the crowd's attacks were all nullified. The dragonbone divine spear in Xianxian's hand was flicked 3 times by the other party, causing blood to flow from his perlicue. A book appeared, and a pair of arms burst forth from within, grabbing at the deity before him. Hula, when his palm collided with the deity's palm, the latter's eyes lit up. A dimension shatterer elite? Clearly, he was able to tell with a single glance how powerful Vicious had been when he was alive. Just like him, Vicious had also reached the dimension shatterer realm, or perhaps even stronger than him. To think that such a formidable expert could be born in a place with such thin spiritual energy. It was hard to believe. Stay here. He took a deep breath and grabbed forward. Selah, the space around Vicious was torn apart. Unable to withstand the force, Vicious' arms were bound on the spot. Vicious' upper body had been fully recovered, but he was still lacking his legs and feet. As such, his true strength was only at blood reincarnation realm consummation. He was no match for the other party at all. Flaws. Seeing that Vicious' attack had provoked the other party into displaying his strength, Xianxia hurriedly contacted the Library of Heaven's Path. Hula, the Library of Heaven's Path jolted, but no book appeared. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. If they knew the other party's flaws, they might still have been able to launch a sneak attack. However, the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to detect them. Could it be that the other party isn't from this world, and the heavens of this world are unable to detect him? A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. The other party was from another world, and he was a being who didn't belong to this world. On top of that, he was ridiculously powerful. Could that be the reason why the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to detect him? Retreat. If they were to continue fighting without knowing the other party's flaws, they could very well lose their lives. Thus, Xianxia bellowed as he leaped backward with his spear. Sovereign Chen. Yong and the others obeyed his orders without the slightest hesitation. Rumble, it was as if a huge firework had been set off in the sky. The violent airwaves made it so that no one dared to approach within a radius of hundreds of meters. As soon as it stopped, Xianxia was about to pierce through the space and escape with everyone, but he found that it was as hard as iron. The other party seemed to have seen through his thoughts. The god not far away had completely sealed the space within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. If I let you escape from me, then you don't need to live anymore. With a faint smile, the deity slowly walked forward. With every step he took, he exerted an irresistible pressure on one's soul. This guy was too strong. No matter how one looked at him, he seemed to have no flaws. He was so perfect that he didn't seem like a human. Give me the skeleton of that void-breaking realm expert, and I will spare your lives. The deity chuckled softly as he sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the deity. Master, you can't let them go, Sovereign Chen bellowed anxiously. How dare you? Do I need your advice on how to decide? He turned around to take a look, only to see that Sovereign Chen had suffered a heavy blow, and he was sent flying once more. The deity flung his sleeves and harumphed coldly. How is it? After dealing with Sovereign Chen, the deity turned his gaze back to Xianxia. He could already tell that the one who had the most authority among the group was the weakest of them all. Clearly, the skeleton also obeyed his commands. You want the skeleton? Xianxia shook his head. Dream on. Vicious had been following him from a very long time ago, and he had contributed greatly to the otherworldly demonic tribe. For the sake of his own life, he would never give it away. I guess I won't stand on ceremony then. Seeing how determined Xianxia was, the deity sneered coldly as he raised his palm and struck it down on Xianxia. The universe collapsed, and the world fell into oblivion. In that instant, Xianxia felt as if his soul had been stripped away, and he was on the brink of death. Screw it. Die. Knowing that there was no longer any need for him to hold back, Xianxia gritted his teeth. A book flew out from his glabella, and it swiftly grew to a size of several dozen zhang. It was the final golden page. He had left it in the library of Heaven's Path, but he had no choice but to take it out. What is this? Not expecting the other party to use a book to smash him to death in the face of death, the deity burst into laughter. Do you think that a lousy book will be of any use to me? Do you think that it can harm me in the slightest? What a joke. Gotcha. Before the deity could finish his words, the book smashed onto his head. The deity's vision darkened, and his consciousness began to dissipate. Pudong, he collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. In an instant, the surroundings fell completely silent. Sovereign Chenling's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was the deity whom he had summoned through countless sacrifices. He had thought that he would be able to use the latter to reign supreme over the spirit tribe, but who could have known that he would be smashed to death by a mere book? As if he was suffering from constipation, Sovereign Chenling rubbed his eyes furiously, fearing that he was seeing things. A dimension shatter a realm expert and a lousy book. There was such a huge gap between the two, and yet another mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The hell? Do you really have to be so *ket up? Aren't you supposed to be the most powerful person in the world? Do you think that you can toy around with so many people? To die with a single book? Unable to believe his eyes, Sovereign Chenling rushed forward, only to see that the other party's head had been split open, and his vitality had been sapped dry. He was already deader than dead. Unable to hold it in any longer, Sovereign Chenling burst into tears. How could he be so unlucky? His dragon blood had been stolen, his ability to recover from his injuries had been stolen, and now, his backer had been killed. Ever since he met Xianxia, nothing had gone smoothly. It was fortunate that the deity did not expect to die, so he did not have the time to destroy his soul. Otherwise, he would have died along with the deity. Ancient Sage All-Fire, Ancient Sage Mo Ling, Sovereign Qinyong, and the others glanced at one another in confusion. They had thought that they were doomed this time around, but who could have known that such a twist would happen? Their master, young master, guild leader, had just casually taken out a book and crushed the other party to death. That was way too formidable. The two ancient sages who had just turned to the deity and Sovereign Chenling felt like they wanted to die. As long as they continued to follow the deity, they would be able to soar to the top. Yet, not only were they destroyed, they even offended Sovereign Qinyong. It would be impossible for them to have such a chance in the future. Weren't deities supposed to be invincible? Why were they so unreliable as well? Even Xianxia was dumbfounded by the sight before him. He had only taken out the golden page out of desperation. He had thought that he would only be able to fend off the other party for a moment, but who could have known that he would be able to kill the other party with a single slap? If only he had known that the other party was such a weakling, he would have taken out the golden page long ago. Previously, when the Book of Heaven's Path killed that ancient Sage One Dan expert, I felt some resistance from it. Yet, it was able to kill this ancient Sage One Dan expert with ease. After recovering, Xianxia fell into deep thought. It had taken him quite a bit of effort to kill the bloodline continuance ancient sage back in the Hall of Providence, but it had been a walk in the park for him. Most likely, it had something to do with the great codex of spring and autumn. In other words, even though the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to see through the deity, the power of the Book of Heaven's Path that it had created far surpassed that of the deity. Sovereign Qinyong, I'll leave him to you. With this guy dead, all the hidden dangers were gone. Xianxia didn't say anything more. With a sway of his body, he appeared before the deity. If he could forge the body of a dimension shatter a realm expert into a soulless metal humanoid, he would be invincible in the world. Most importantly, he would have the opportunity to enter a higher plane and search for traces of Lozozi. As for the grudge between Sovereign Qinyong and Sovereign Chenling, it was time for them to settle it themselves. Thank you, young master. Seeing that the young master had given him his freedom, Sovereign Qinyong's face was filled with gratitude. He turned to Sovereign Qianling and said, "Sovereign Qianling, I have treated you well. Yet, you colluded with the humans and rebelled against me. I believe you should know what kind of crime you have committed, right? The winner takes all. Since I've lost, I have nothing to say." Sovereign Qianling turned around and saw that Ancient Sage Mo Ling, Ancient Sage All Fire, and the others had sealed the surrounding space. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he won, he would rule over the world. If he lost, at most, he would just die. Back then, Sovereign Qianling had already predicted this outcome, and he had thought that he would not be able to accept it. Who could have thought that he would actually be able to accept it? "I know the reason behind your rebellion." Seeing Sovereign Qianling's attitude, a hint of admiration surfaced on Sovereign Qianyang's face. Since ancient times, the three sovereigns of the spirit tribe have always viewed your lineage as the leader. However, ever since my grandfather rose to prominence and became the strongest expert of the spirit tribe, your lineage has been on the wane. From the moment you were born, you displayed exceptional talent, and you intended to bring glory back to the spirit tribe. However, it was a pity that you met me. You wanted to surpass me and restore the glory of your lineage, but in the end, you failed. That's why you made this decision. You thought that as long as I died, you would be able to rule over the world once more. However, it was a mistake. Sovereign Qianyang sighed deeply. In ancient times, Sovereign Qianling had been the leader of the three sovereigns, and that was also the reason why he was given the Ling character. Later on, Conshur appeared out of nowhere, and the otherworldly demonic tribe rose up to contend with him. It was due to this that the authority of the three sovereigns fell into the hands of Sovereign Qianyang's lineage. As the leader of the three sovereigns, it was only natural that Sovereign Qianling was unwilling to submit to them. As time went by, such a scene occurred. While it was a coincidence, it was also inevitable. I don't care what crimes you want to accuse me of. Death is death, and I don't care what you say. Sovereign Qianling waved his hand. Accuse you of something? Sovereign Qianyang shook his head. You are underestimating me. Since you said that the winner takes all, I'll give you another chance. I'll make sure that you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Another chance? Simple. I won't allow anyone else to make a move on me. We'll have a fair duel, and if I win, I'll leave this place alive. If I lose, I'll die here. Sovereign Qianyang said. The reason why Sovereign Qianling had rebelled against him was due to the grudge between him and his ancestor. Since that was the case, he would resolve this matter with his own strength. Are you serious? Sovereign Qianling asked with narrowed eyes. He had thought that he would die for sure, but who could have thought that Sovereign Qianling would still insist on a fair duel? If it had been in the past, he would have been no match for Sovereign Qianling. However, given how severely injured Sovereign Qianling was, even if he was severely injured, he would still stand a chance at victory. That's right. Sovereign Qianyang nodded. Your Majesty, seeing that Sovereign Qianling had made such a decision, Ancient Sage All Fire was taken aback. Why would he give Sovereign Qianling a chance to retaliate? All he had to do was charge forward together and strike him down. Let him go. Ancient Sage Mo Ling was just about to say something when Xianxia suddenly waved his hand. He knew what Sovereign Qianyang was thinking. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback in his life, and it was against a trusted comrade at that. There was no physical wound that hurt more than the wound in his heart. Since Sovereign Qianling refused to submit to him, he would use this final duel to show the other party his true strength. At most, he would just die. This was his pride and determination. Yes. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All Fire nodded their heads in agreement. Since Xianxia could think of this, it went without saying that they could not help but feel an indescribable sorrow in their hearts. Having traveled together with Sovereign Qianyang, they knew how severe the other party's injuries were. It was already a miracle that he had been able to last this long. If he were to continue fighting, not even the gods would be able to save him. Despite knowing that he was going to die, he still chose to fight for the pride in his heart. It was no wonder Sovereign Qianyang was able to wield such great prestige in the otherworldly demonic tribe. Boom boom boom, the duel between the two sovereigns began. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and blood gushed out from them. The crowd turned their gazes to Sovereign Qianyang, who was at the center of the duel, and their hearts sank. He had been besieged by ancient sage Yan Qing and the other experts of the 100 schools of philosophers, and he had been through so many battles before he could recover. On top of that, he had even been struck by the deity. He was already on the verge of death. The only reason he had been able to survive until now was due to the determination in his heart. Sigh. Xianxia shook his head and turned his gaze away. At this point, it no longer mattered who won or lost. However, he knew that Sovereign Qianyong would definitely win and kill Sovereign Qianling with his own hands. In the end, it was a battle of wills, and Sovereign Qianyong had the will to persevere. To the human race, Sovereign Qianyong's death was a huge blessing. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say whether they would have been able to hold on. Instead of watching the duel, Xianxia turned his attention back to the corpse before him. Just like Vish's corpse, this deity was incomparably powerful and indestructible. Even though it was already dead, it still emanated an aura that prevented others from getting close to it. Even with Xianxia's blood reincarnation realm cultivation, he still felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. Xianxia swiftly scanned through the corpse before shaking his head helplessly. He had thought that since the other party had descended from the azure, he would have plenty of good stuff on him. Yet, it turned out that he had nothing at all. In fact, he did not even find a storage ring. Perhaps it's because the spatial barrier is too strong, preventing me from bringing any treasures with me. Xianxia sighed deeply as he placed the corpse into his storage ring. Even though there was nothing else, this corpse was the greatest treasure to him. If he could forge it into a soulless metal humanoid, he would be able to dominate the world fearlessly. Boom boom, while Xianxia was studying the corpse of the deity, the battle on the other side was also coming to an end. Just as he had guessed, even though Sovereign Qianling had recovered from his injuries, he was still no match for the severely injured Sovereign Qianyong. Puha, with a single slash, Sovereign Qianling's head flew into the air. Even at the very moment of his death, Sovereign Qianling still could not believe his eyes. "You are indeed stronger than me," Sovereign Qianling uttered his final words before slowly closing his eyes. It was only at the brink of his death that he realized that Sovereign Qianyong was indeed much stronger than him. Betraying him was no different from courting death. Thump, the corpse fell to the ground. "Young master, although the Spirit Emperor has committed many evil deeds, he is still one of the spirit race's sovereigns. I want to bury him in the imperial tomb." Seeing that the young master's eyes were glowing with excitement as he stared at the corpse, Sovereign Qianyong hurriedly dragged his exhausted body forward. Even though Sovereign Qianling had betrayed him and committed heinous deeds, he was still a member of the royal family. If he were to be forged into a soulless golden body, it would be a disgrace to him. "Fine." With a resentful expression, Xianxia turned his head around. It seemed that he would not be able to obtain the corpse. "Thank you, young master." Heaving a sigh of relief, Sovereign Qianyong sat down on the ground. It was only then that he felt his strength swiftly dissipating. His cultivation was plummeting, and he felt as if he would lose his last breath at any moment. "Yang Lu, come here." He turned his head to look at the chosen successor not far away. "Your Majesty." Lu Yang walked up to Sovereign Qianyong with reddened eyes. Even though he had not spent much time with the other party, he was deeply indebted to the other party. "My time is up, and you have obtained the complete heritage of my lineage. Since that's the case, I'll give you one last chance." After saying those words, Sovereign Qianyong opened his palm and clawed forward. Hula, the space around Lu Yang was sealed, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. "Your Majesty," knowing what the other party was up to, Lu Yang panicked. "Young master, may I borrow your Aeon of Ancient Sage for a moment?" After sealing Lu Yang, Sovereign Qianyong turned to Xianxia and asked. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the painting flew over. Sovereign Qianyong unfurled the painting, and a surge of energy immediately shrouded the painting. Following which, he placed his palm on Lu Yang's head. Hong Long, Sovereign Qianyong's strength gushed into the sealed young man like a storm. It's impartation. He knows that his time is up, and he doesn't want his cultivation to dissipate. Thus, he intends to impart all of it to his successor. Ancient Sage Allfire shook his head. Impartation was a technique where an expert imparted his cultivation to a junior. It sounded simple, but it was actually incomparably complicated. Firstly, both parties had to share the same heritage so that there would be no conflict between them. Secondly, the one who imparted the impartation had to be determined to die, or else it would only harm himself. Thirdly, the one who imparted the impartation had to have precise control over his strength. What Lu Yang practiced was the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Unlike Xianxia, who was able to disguise his strength, it was still very similar to Sovereign Qinyong's lineage. It was for this reason that Sovereign Qinyong was willing to impart his heritage to him. It was for this reason that Sovereign Qinyong dared to do such a thing. Hong Long, as Sovereign Qinyong imparted his strength, Liu Yang's sempiternal realm consummation cultivation began to show signs of loosening. With the help of the Aeon of Ancient Sage, he was finally able to break through it. The Ancient Sage had arrived, knowing that the lightning tribulation would descend at any moment. Sovereign Qinyong dared not rest at all. He furiously imparted his strength into Liu Yang. Upon reaching Ancient Sage, one's meridians would widen, allowing one to absorb strength at a much faster rate. In just 10 minutes, Sovereign Qinyong had already imparted all of his strength. Kacha, the lightning tribulation descended. Liu Yang leaped into the air to face it head-on. An hour later, he finally landed on the ground. Even though he looked a little unkempt, he had successfully overcome the lightning tribulation and become a true Ancient Sage expert. I'll impart all of my strength to you. You can slowly assimilate it from now on. It won't be too difficult for you to reach blood reincarnation realm within a month. After losing his strength, Sovereign Qinyong felt as if he had aged several decades. He no longer looked like a child but an old man. Thank you, Your Majesty. Liu Yang kneeled to the ground and kowtowed. Even though Sovereign Qinyong's injuries were incurable, given his strength, as long as he recuperated properly, he should still be able to live for several more years. To impart all of his strength to him was no different from digging his own grave. After I leave, I'll be leaving the otherworldly demonic tribe in your hands. Sovereign Qinyong said with a smile. From today onward, you are the new Sovereign Qinyong. After saying those words, Sovereign Qinyong tapped his palm, and a crown fell on Liu Yang's head. It carried an aura so powerful that one would not dare to look at it directly. This was the crown of the number 1 otherworldly demon king. Sovereign Qinyong was a title, not a name. Whoever inherited this crown would be the new Sovereign Qinyong. Liu Yang's body trembled, and he found himself at a loss for words. Alright, I've already made up my mind from the moment I proposed a duel with Sovereign Qianling. Sovereign Qinyong shook his head. He was just about to explain himself when he suddenly heard the sound of a gust of wind. Following which, a figure suddenly rushed in their direction. Sovereign Qianxing? Seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, everyone frowned and became vigilant. While Sovereign Qianxing had always been a neutral person, he had colluded with Sovereign Qianling to ambush Sovereign Qinyong and severely injure the latter. He had intended to deal with the culprit first before looking for Sovereign Qianxing, but who could have thought that he would actually come here himself? Just as everyone was thinking that a battle would break out at any moment, Sovereign Qianxing suddenly kneeled to the ground and said, "Your guilty subject, Qianxing, pays respect to Sovereign Qinyong. These are the leg bones of Elder Vicious. I specially came here to apologize to you." With a flick of his wrist, 2 skeletons appeared before him, and they emanated powerful auras. They were Vicious remaining leg bones and feet. Who would have thought that Sovereign Qianxing would collect them? So, you decided to go along with the flow after seeing that Sovereign Qianling was killed? Ancient Sage Allfire harumphed coldly. He had always had a fiery temper, and he hated people who would submit to whoever was stronger than them. Sovereign Qianling dared not refute Ancient Sage Allfire's words, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm willing to accept any punishment." Sovereign Qianling was dead, and he was severely injured. If he did not come here to beg for forgiveness, it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Thus, he might as well make the first move. Xianxia glanced at Sovereign Qianxing and said calmly, "You didn't appear even after such a huge commotion in the capital. You must be waiting to see the outcome of the battle and submit to whoever wins, right?" It was already an exaggeration to say that Sovereign Qianxing was an opportunist. As one of the 3 sovereigns, there was no way Sovereign Qianxing would be oblivious to such a huge commotion in the capital. It was only after Sovereign Qianling was killed that he appeared. Clearly, he was waiting for the outcome of the battle. If they were to lose this time around, and the one who won was Sovereign Qianling, he would probably take out the same treasure and beg for it as well. I have always been the weakest. That's the only way I can preserve my life. Sovereign Qianxing lowered his head. Sovereign Qianyong shook his head silently. Instead, he turned to Lu Yang and asked, "How do you think we should deal with him?" This question was no different from a test. He colluded with Sovereign Qianling to attack Sovereign Qianyong, disregarding the rules of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Even if Sovereign Qianyong is willing to forgive him, the otherworldly demonic tribe won't. Lu Yang shook his head as a vicious glint in his eyes. Otherwise, where are the rules of the otherworldly demonic tribe? My opinion, I agree with Sovereign Qianyong, kill him. There was no order without rules. If he didn't kill one as a warning to 100 and warn others to follow his example, in the future, everyone would want to rebel. Then, as the emperor, how could he control the world, make all the people submit? Sovereign Yang, please spare my life. I was also bewitched by Sovereign Ling. Sovereign Qianxing did not think that he would be killed even after offering up vicious leg bone. His face paled in fright. As a blood reincarnation realm expert and one of the 3 sovereigns, do you think that anyone would believe such an excuse? Lu Yang shook his head. Could anyone be bewitched by the emperor who controlled a clan? If that was really the case, the mental state that he had cultivated for countless years would really be worthless. These were all excuses. The truth was very simple. Sovereign Qianling had invited him to make a move, and he had been tempted by the offer. He had thought that he would be able to gain control of the other party if he killed Sovereign Qianyong, but in the end, he had ended up with such an outcome. Heed the orders of the new Sovereign Yang. Seeing how decisive his descendant was, Sovereign Qianyong heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that the other party would be like him and worry too much, leading to the destruction of the spirit race. Since the other party was so decisive, he was completely at ease. Please, both of you, make your move. Seeing that ancient sage Mo Ling had agreed to it, Lu Yang nodded before turning his gaze to ancient sage All Fire. Hong Long, seeing that his fate was sealed, Sovereign Qianxing's face warped in horror. He immediately turned around and tried to flee. However, before he could get far, a ball of flames fell from the sky and blocked his path. Following which, ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage All Fire made their moves simultaneously. In less than 10 minutes, he was killed on the spot. Sovereign Qianxing was the weakest of the 3 sovereigns, and he had not recovered from the injuries he had sustained in the Temple of Confucius. How could he possibly be a match for the combined might of the 2 sovereigns? Young master. Seeing that Sovereign Qianxing was dead, Sovereign Qianyong turned to Xianxia and said, "I'll have Yang Lu take control of the spirit race and have them stop the war with the humans. I hope that you can show mercy." In truth, what he was most worried about was not the sovereigns but the young master. The young man had grown too quickly, and he was simply too powerful. It was only a matter of time before he became another Kongsher. If he wanted to, he could wipe out the otherworldly demonic tribe with a flick of his finger. Given that he was still alive, it was unlikely that the other party would make a move. If he were to die, the young master would be killed on the spot. If that happened, it would really be over. As reluctant as he was, he knew that as long as the young master was alive, the otherworldly demonic tribe would not dare to make a move. Don't worry, Xianxia. To be honest, he had already resolved the threat posed by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Little Tribulation was indebted to him, and the rate at which it gathered lightning was much faster and stronger. In the future, the number of Saint Nine Dan experts among the otherworldly demonic tribe would dwindle. Not to mention, the new emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe was his student, and he obeyed his every command. Since the otherworldly demonic tribe was no longer a threat to him, there was no need for him to wipe them out. At the same time, he would be able to pressure the Mingshi Tang tribe and use them as a whetstone to nurture more experts among the human race. Otherwise, if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to live in peace, the human race would slowly decline. Perhaps, this was also part of Kongsher's intentions back then, which was why he had not completely wiped out the otherworldly demonic tribe. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the otherworldly demonic tribe was, they would not have been a match for Vicious. So, why did the otherworldly demonic tribe enter the ancient battlefield and reinforce the seal instead of wiping them out? Thank you, young master. Knowing that the young master was a man of his word, Sovereign Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Lu Yang and said, "Hurry up and thank the young master for sparing your life." "Thank you." Lu Yang hurriedly kowtowed. "There's no need to play such tricks. Tell me how I can contact Luo Ruoxin and bring me over." Xianxia couldn't be bothered to care about the other party's thoughts. Having dealt with the otherworldly demonic tribe, it was time for him to deal with his personal affairs. In order to contact the spirit god, we'll have to set up an altar on Thousand Leaf Mountain, Sovereign Xianxia explained weakly. Thousand Leaf Mountain? Xianxia frowned. He had heard Sovereign Xianxia mention this mountain before. It was the most majestic mountain of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It was several dozen thousand meters tall, and it pierced through the heavens, reminiscent of a staircase connecting the heavens and the earth. That's right. Thousand Leaf Mountain is the closest to the heavens. Only by conducting a ritual on it can one approach the gods, Sovereign Xianxia explained. Sovereign Xianxia explained. "Young Lu, I have already imparted the ritual to you. Take me and the young master with you. I'll oversee the ritual and conduct the final ritual, all right." Lu Yang nodded before grabbing Sovereign Xianxia and dragging him into the air. After which, he turned around and instructed one of the sempiternal realm experts before leaving. After which, he turned to Xianxia and said respectfully, "This way, please." Without wasting any time, Xianxia flew in the direction that Lu Yang had pointed out. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All Fire hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following behind. Thousand Leaves Mountain stood tall, piercing right into the heavens, reminiscent of a javelin. It's said that this mountain was formed when Kongshur fought with a celestial back then, Ancient Sage Mo Ling said as they flew upward. Xianxia couldn't help but marvel at the workmanship of nature. The group swiftly arrived at the top of the mountain. It was a flat land with a radius of roughly 30 mu. At the very center of the land was a circular stone platform with a diameter of roughly 3 meters. From afar, it looked like a natural altar. "This is where we communicate with the heavens?" Xianxia asked with a frown. Sovereign Xianxia nodded weakly. "What kind of sacrificial ritual do we need?" Seeing how the other party was behaving in such a manner, Xianxia felt that it was inappropriate for him to say anything more. Sovereign Qianling had sacrificed countless medicinal herbs, ores, and precious items. On top of that, he had sacrificed the lives of over 100,000 cultivators in order to tear open the spatial barrier and summon the god. It would not be that easy for him to meet Luo Ruoxin. "There's no need for that. I've already prepared the sacrificial ritual." Sovereign Qianxia turned to Lu Yang and said. Lu Yang nodded. He walked up to the stone platform and waited for a moment before the sempiternal realm expert whom he had instructed earlier walked up to him and passed him a storage ring. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a bunch of golden flags and planted them around the stone platform. "Let's begin." After doing this, Lu Yang issued an order. The sempiternal realm expert nodded before leaving the area. Roughly 2 hours later, Xianxia suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly turned around and saw 8 rays of light shooting out from each of the 8 directions. It was as if they were attracted by the formation flags on the stone platform, and they were swiftly converging on it. Those are the 8 imperial ancestral temples. Tens of thousands of people are reporting to the heavens at the same time. Ancient Sage Mo Ling swiftly came to a realization. Imperial Ancestral Temple? That's the place where the otherworldly demons worship their ancestors. Every time a ritual is held, there has to be someone to preside over it. Only Sovereign Xianxia is able to gather so many otherworldly demons to worship their ancestors at the same time. It's impossible for anyone else to do so. Ancient Sage Mo Ling explained. Xianxia suddenly understood. Previously, the other party had said that he would have to kill Sovereign Qianling and Sovereign Qianxing to obtain the support of the entire otherworldly demonic tribe before he could complete the ritual. From the looks of it, that was indeed the case. Such a large-scale ritual was not something that could be completed by 1 or 2 people. Most likely, it was the sempiternal realm expert whom Lu Yang had instructed to prepare those items. The 8 rays of light converged on the formation flag, and the stone platform quickly turned into a warm color. Like a mirror, it gathered the rays of light and shone them vertically into the sky. It's my turn. Sovereign Qianyong walked over to the center of the room and sat down cross-legged. Seeing his actions, Lu Yang's eyes reddened. I, Wu Chen, am willing to offer my life as a sacrifice. I pray to the heavens and beg to see the spirit god, rumble. Along with those words, a ball of flames seemed to have appeared within Sovereign Qianyong's body. It blazed furiously, devouring Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's expression changed. He had thought that the ritual would only require the payment of treasures, but who could have thought that it would require the sacrifice of Sovereign Qianyong's life? Even though Sovereign Qianyong was severely injured and might not be able to survive the ordeal, he was still unwilling to see Sovereign Qianyong sacrificing himself to meet Luozi. Xianxia swiftly walked up to Sovereign Qianyong and shrouded him with his Heaven's Path Xianxia. Stop. He wanted to meet Luozi, but he didn't want to see his life spilled. He didn't want to owe anyone anything, even if it was just a little bit. This was his principle. Ignoring the Heaven's Path Xianxia that Xianxia was pouring into him, Sovereign Qianyong replied with a smile, I don't have much time left anyway. I'm more than willing to serve the young master. Sovereign Qianyong's expression remained unchanged, as if what was burning around him was not fire but a hot spring. It was easy for cultivators to self-detonate as they would not have to worry about pain or torment. However, to sacrifice one's own body and allow the flames to burn one's body from the inside out, it was as if one was enduring the torture of 1,000 cuts. That was the most excruciating pain. I'll find a way to meet Ruoxin myself. Xianxia felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he waved his hand. Since Sovereign Qianyong was unwilling, he would destroy the stone altar and the formation flags to stop the ritual. He didn't want to accept a ritual that required one's life. However, before he could do anything, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the sky and shrouded Sovereign Qianyong. Under the powerful aura, the flames burning around Sovereign Qianyong's body slowly began to extinguish. At the same time, life slowly returned to his weakened body and soul. Hong Long, it was as if a giant gate had appeared between the heavens and the earth. A figure appeared on the altar. It was incomparably tall, and it was as if it could support the heavens and earth. It exuded an inviolable might. Ruoxin, Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, only to be stunned. Who are you? The spirit god that had appeared wasn't Luozi but an unfamiliar person. Be it her aura or her eyes, Xianxia was certain that he had never seen her before. The spirit god has already returned to where she belongs. I am only her servant. The figure turned around to look at Xianxia and said, You must be Xianxia, right? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly together. Before Xianxia could say a word, the figure in the air turned to him and said with an impassive voice, Before the spirit god left, she told me that if I needed any help, I could lend her a hand. However, I would like to remind you that the spirit god is an esteemed figure. She isn't someone a mere mortal like you can dream of meeting. I advise you to give up on such thoughts. Otherwise, you'll only be harming yourself. Hong Long, even though Xianxia possessed the strength of a blood reincarnation realm expert, he still felt as if the blood in his body had been sealed, rendering him unable to retaliate at all. Even though the other party was just an illusory figure, she was already far stronger than the god that Sovereign Qianling had summoned. There's no need for you to worry about me. You just need to tell me who the spirit god is and where she is. Of course, the spirit god lives in the spirit god palace. Alright, that's all I have to say. If you can break free from the shackles of space and meet me like Kongsher, I'll tell you where she is. If you can't do that, you can forget about it. With a cold harumph, the figure flung her sleeves, and the light around her began to fade. Hold it for a moment. Xianxia raised his head. The figure paused for a moment. Didn't the spirit god tell you that if I needed any help, you could lend her a hand? Xianxia asked. The figure frowned, but she still nodded. That's right. However, I'll only lend you a hand once. You'll have to think carefully about your request. Don't waste this opportunity. I've made up my mind. Xianxia waved his hand and said, Wu Chen is the attendant of the spirit god. He's severely injured, and he could die at any moment. I beseech you to lend him a hand. Young master, Sovereign Qianyong's eyes reddened. Sovereign Qianyong's injuries were so severe that not only was his foundation destroyed, even his soul was starting to dissipate. From the very start, he had no intention of continuing on with his life. Who could have thought that the young master would actually bestow such a precious opportunity upon him, if it was due to the spirit god that he had acknowledged the other party as his young master previously? At this very moment, he was truly convinced, even though the young master was unreliable at times, he had his own bottom line. No matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. Most likely, this was his true charisma. It was the very reason why his disciples and tamed beasts were willing to follow him without any regrets. Teacher, Lu Yang clenched his fists tightly. If he had been in Sovereign Xianxia's shoes, he would not have given up on the opportunity bestowed upon him by the gods so easily. As expected of his teacher, he was truly worthy of respect. It's my honor to have a master like you. Ancient sage Allfire's eyes reddened in agitation. As a saint beast, what he feared the most was being entrusted to the wrong person. For the sake of his own life, his master would disregard the lives of his tamed beast. Yet, not only did his master not do such a thing, he even put his life on the line for him. To acknowledge such a person as his master, he would be willing to die for him. The same thought surfaced in ancient sage Mo Ling's mind. Looking at the sight before them, everyone had complicated looks on their faces. Young master, there's no need for you to waste this opportunity on me. Sovereign Xianxia shook his head with a trembling body. What kind of benefits would a god have on a cultivator? Given Sovereign Xianxia's current state, it was not worth wasting this opportunity on him. I'll make my own decision on whether it's a waste or not. Xianxia raised his head to look at the figure in the sky. How is it? Since the spirit god has instructed you to help me, surely you won't turn down my first request, right? The figure lowered his head to look at Sovereign Xianxia with a frown. Are you certain that this is your request? I'm certain. Xianxia replied with a nod. Very well. The figure paused for a moment before continuing. His vitality has been severely damaged, and it's almost impossible for him to survive in this world where energy is scarce. Unless we bring him back to the Azure. However, the spatial barrier is very strong. If I want to bring someone over, I'll have to suffer the backlash of the rules. How about this? I can take his soul away and think of a way to save him. As for his physical body, there's nothing I can do. Soul is fine too. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As a soul oracle, Xianxia knew that as long as one's soul was still around, one's life would still be around. At the very most, he would just have to spend some effort to reforge his physical body. All right. The figure didn't say anything else and gently grabbed with her jade-like hand. Sovereign Xianxia, who had been sitting motionlessly on the spot, suddenly tilted his head to the side, and he breathed his last. Following which, his soul appeared in the palm of Xianxia's hand, and it was sealed by a unique power. Rumble. After doing all this, the silhouette slowly flew up to the top of the light. The silhouette became fainter and fainter, as if it would break through the space barrier again at any time and disappear from this world. All of a sudden, the silhouette came to a halt. Tilting her head to the side, she said, I finally understand why the spirit god is so infatuated with you. However, it will be extremely difficult to find her. I hope that you can persevere on. After saying those words, the silhouette grew fainter and fainter, and with a resounding pung, the silhouette vanished from the spot. I will. Looking at the silhouette before him, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. The light dissipated, signifying the end of the ritual. Standing on the spot, Xianxia could not help but feel a sense of loss. Even though he had not received any news regarding Lozozi yet, he had already realized that it would be extremely difficult for him to be with her. The first thing he had to do was to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. Only by reaching that realm would he be able to ascend to a higher dimension and find the one he loved. Master, Guild Leader. Ancient Sage Allfire and Ancient Sage Mo Ling walked up to Xianxia. Xianxia turned to look at them. The three sovereigns of the otherworldly demonic tribe have all fallen, leaving the otherworldly demonic tribe without a leader. Even though Yang Lu has been acknowledged as Sovereign Xianxia, his cultivation and experience are far too lacking. Why don't we? Ancient Sage Mo Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. The soul oracles had been lurking in the otherworldly demonic tribe for a very long time, and their greatest wish was to destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe. With the strength and prestige of their guild leader, it would be a walk in the park for them to replace the otherworldly demonic tribe. Instead of answering the duo's question, Xianxia chuckled softly and said, Lu Yang. Lu Yang walked up to Xianxia and kneeled down. Disciple Lu Yang pays respect to teacher. Disciple? Teacher? The two ancient sages glanced at one another, and they were stunned. When did their young master, guild leader, accept Sovereign Xianxia as his disciple? I am teacher's direct disciple, and I have acknowledged him as my teacher since a year ago. With a light chuckle, Lu Yang's cultivation technique returned to normal, and the killing intent emanating from him vanished. At the same time, his hide also shrunk, and it did not take long for him to return to his original appearance. Why, you are a human? Ancient sage Mo Ling widened his eyes in shock. That's right. Lu Yang nodded. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to continue hiding his identity. Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage All Fire were dumbfounded. The successor that Sovereign Xianxia had gone through so much trouble to find was actually the direct disciple of their guild leader? Did this not mean that the otherworldly demonic tribe had already fallen into their hands? Alright, Lu Yang is my direct disciple, and he has just been appointed as Sovereign Xianxia. There should be quite a few rebellious voices within the otherworldly demonic tribe. I need the two of you to help him quell the rebellion within a month, unify the otherworldly demonic tribe, and make him the sole emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia instructed. Even though Sovereign Chen Ling and Sovereign Chen Xing were dead, they still had quite a few subordinates and sovereigns across the otherworldly demonic tribe. Lu Yang had just received his heritage, so his foundation was still weak. With the two of them around, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yang became the true emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Master, guild leader, rest assured. We'll do everything we can to help you quell the rebellion. Ancient sage Mo Ling and ancient sage All Fire nodded in agreement. Alright, I'll be going into seclusion for a period of time. Once you've quelled the rebellion and gained full control over the otherworldly demonic tribe, feel free to look for me here. Xianxia waved his hand. The others nodded in agreement. It was bound to be a difficult task to unite the three sovereigns together. However, with the prestige of killing a deity and Sovereign Xianxia's dying wish, it should not be too difficult for Lu Yang to succeed. Watching as the three sovereigns left, Xianxia stood silently on the spot for a very long time before entering the myriad ant-hive nest. Since he had some free time now, he decided to see if he could forge the corpse of the deity into a soulless metal humanoid. At the same time, he would also have Vicious assimilate his leg and foot bones and try to find a way to refine them into muscles. At the same time, he would also be able to study them carefully so that he could reach the level of a Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivator as soon as possible. As Xianxia's soul swam through the massive corpse, his state of mind grew more and more stable, and his soul grew more and more compatible with the corpse. This was already the 20th day since he tamed the corpse of the Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivator. When he first took the corpse out, putting aside taming it, he could barely even approach it with his soul. But now, he was able to move his soul freely within the corpse, allowing him to gain full control over it. The strength of a Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivator is indeed formidable. His physical body is far superior to that of an ancient sage artifact. After a long period of observation, Xianxia had come to realize that an expert of the Dimension Shatterer Realm was not just powerful in terms of soul and jinqi, but his physical body was also powerful as well. Under normal circumstances, his body should have been as resilient as an ancient sage artifact after cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, but compared to the other party, he was still far from matching up to it. He was already shocked when he found out that the Dragonbone Divine Spear was unable to pierce through the other party's jinqi defense, but at this moment, he realized that even if he managed to pierce through the other party's defense, he would still be unable to pierce through the other party's body, let alone inflict any damage on it. It was fortunate that he had not used the golden page, which allowed him to turn this situation around at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would have really been in deep trouble against a Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivator. This is especially so for the meridians in the other party's body. They are actually quite similar to mine. Through his observation, he realized that the other party's meridians were more logical than before, similar to his modified physical body. With this, he would be able to drive his jinqi much more swiftly, thus allowing him to exert greater fighting prowess. Final stage, assimilation. After digesting these thoughts, another 8 days passed. Knowing that the time was ripe, Xianxia decided not to hesitate any longer. Hung Long, Xianxia immersed his soul into the other party's body and destroyed all of its remaining defenses. Hula, the massive corpse stood up and slowly opened its eyes. Xianxia moved its fingers slightly, and he immediately felt boundless energy gushing out of his body. I should be able to kill a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator with a single punch. Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement. He had yet to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Instead, he chose to suppress his cultivation to sempiternal realm consummation. No one would believe that he was able to kill a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator with a single punch. This is my greatest trump card. After gaining complete control over the corpse and sensing that it was operating as one, Xianxia reluctantly flew out from the corpse's body and returned to his own. From now on, this corpse would be his greatest trump card, allowing him to roam the world without fear. Master, I have already assimilated my leg and foot bones. With my current strength, I'm only a step away from reaching the Dimension Shatterer realm. Xianxia walked up to Vicious. After entering the myriad ant hive nest, Xianxia passed his leg and foot bones to the other party, and after a month of tempering, he had already managed to assimilate them. At the same time, his cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of a breakthrough. Here are 10 bottles of blood reincarnation realm blood essence of the otherworldly demon tribe. If you assimilate the straw cape together with these, you should be able to recover your physical body and push for a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia took out a bunch of jade bottles and passed them over. He had collected quite a bit of ancient sage blood from the otherworldly demonic tribe, and it should be sufficient for Vicious to recuperate. Thank you, Master, Vicious said gratefully as he accepted the jade bottles. Previously, he had tried to assimilate the straw cape, but it was a pity that his body was incomplete. On top of that, he did not have sufficient strength to do so, so he had been unable to do so. However, at this very moment, he was finally able to make a full recovery. After instructing the other party, Xianxia turned his attention back to the matter. He would have to figure out how he would be able to bring out his full strength on his own, so there was no point in saying anything more. Sitting on the floor, Xianxia continued to comprehend the gains he had made over the past few days. At the same time, his aura grew more and more restrained, becoming plain and unassuming. At this moment, even a blood reincarnation realm expert would not be able to see through his true strength. With my physical body, Xianxia, soul, and clone, I should be able to overcome 4 ancient sage ordeals. If I want to push for a breakthrough, I'll have to find a way to comprehend a cultivation technique or battle technique that surpasses the heavens. After undergoing the tempering of the ancient sage ordeal, Xianxia's physical body, Xianxia, and soul were already comparable to ancient sages. It was for this reason that he was able to wield fighting prowess comparable to a blood reincarnation realm expert. However, this was still not enough. The reason why he had not made a breakthrough all this while was because he was waiting for his comprehension of the laws to surpass the heavens. Only then would he be able to surpass Kongshur's achievements and reach the very pinnacle of mankind, the Dimension Shatterer realm. How difficult is it to create a cultivation technique or battle technique of that level? Xianxia shook his head with a deep frown. Only by finding one's own path would one be able to surpass the heavens. Even though he possessed unparalleled talent that allowed him to master any cultivation technique with a single try, it was still difficult for him to create something of his own within a short period of time. After mulling over the matter for several days, Xianxia was still unable to make any headway. Thus, he left the folded space and returned to the peak of Thousand Leaf Mountain. It has been a month now. I wonder how Lu Yang is doing. Xianxia thought to himself. After cultivating diligently for a month, his body felt a little rusty. Just as Xianxia was about to pay a visit to his student who had inherited the position of sovereign Qinyong, 2 figures suddenly flew in his direction. They were Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All Fire. It had been a month since they last met, but the cultivation of the young man and the demonic beast had grown significantly stronger. On top of that, the killing intent emanating from their bodies seemed as if it would burst forth at any moment. With a single look, it was clear that they had killed countless lives over the past few months. Paying respects to Master, Guild Leader. The young man and the demonic beast bowed deeply. How is it? Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. Our young master has successfully quelled the chaos in the spirit tribe. Today is the day of his inauguration ceremony, and he's going to inherit the position of sovereign Xianxia. Ancient Sage All-Fire said. Ancient Sage Mo Ling turned to Xianxia expectantly and asked, "The feudal vassals have arrived at the capital as well. Guild leader, do you want to pay them a visit? Inauguration ceremony? Very well." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. His student had indeed grown up. He was much more mature than he had thought. While he had accepted Sovereign Xianxia's request and received the latter's enlightenment, due to his young age and insufficient cultivation, there were bound to be many experts who were dissatisfied with his decision. If he were to hold the inauguration ceremony rashly, not only would he fail to appease the masses, he might even end up making a fool out of himself. Now that he had pacified the chaos, no one dared to cause any trouble. With the momentum of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia would become the sole sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Since Lu Yang has become the sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, it's only natural that we have to pay him a visit. Let's go, Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Yang had always felt inferior to his seniors and juniors. Now that he had become the sole sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he felt honored as his teacher. The various feudal lords and kings had gathered in the otherworldly demonic tribe's capital for a single purpose, to celebrate the inauguration of the new sovereign Xianxia. From time to time, experts with profound auras would walk along the wide streets. Even a Saint Nine Dan expert would tremble uncontrollably before them, indicating that they had already reached great sage. Had it been any other time, he would have been able to sweep across the world with such strength, and there would have been no one who would have been able to stop him. However, there was no one who would have dared to act recklessly in the otherworldly demonic tribe. The newly appointed sovereign Xianxia had conquered the 4 seas and unified the spirit tribe. Countless experts had submitted to him, and the myriad tribes had come to pay their respects to him. The new sovereign Xianxia is truly a formidable figure. The previous sovereign Xianxia was injured by sovereign Qianling and sovereign Qianxing's collusion with the humans, but the new sovereign Xianxia appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he foil their schemes, he even slew the immortal envoy from the Azure, thus establishing his invincible foundation. A storyteller held a folding fan in his hand as he recounted the events that had transpired. Isn't that a little too much? I saw the battle in the capital a month ago with my own eyes. Back then, Sovereign Xianxia was only a great sage, so there was no way he could have interfered in the battle. It was an unknown ancient sage who made a move and slew the immortal envoy. A passerby questioned. It had only been a month since the battle, but what they had witnessed was completely different from what the storyteller had said. The former had been publicizing the achievements of the new sovereign Xianxia, but in truth, those who had witnessed the battle knew that the greatest contributor to the battle was not him but an ancient sage who had never appeared before. Noticing Xianxia's doubt, the storyteller asked with a smile, "Do you know who that unknown ancient sage is?" "I don't know." The passerby shook his head. The others in the surroundings also had confused looks on their faces. That person has never revealed his name, and he hasn't appeared since that day. Could it be that you know who he is? A passerby asked. The crowd turned their gazes over. The entire capital was filled with doubts about the mysterious expert, and they wanted to know where he had come from. Of course I do. Seeing that everyone's appetite had been whetted, the storyteller smiled, stroked his beard, and tapped the copper gong in front of him with his fingers. Speak. A plump figure wearing a conical bamboo hat flicked his wrist and tossed several great yuan coins into it. Dang Lang, upon seeing the money, the eyes of the storyteller lit up in excitement. He quickly stowed the great yuan coins into his sleeves before fanning himself once more. With a light chuckle, he lowered his voice and said, "It's said that the mysterious ancient sage is Sovereign Xianxia's direct disciple, a reclusive expert. It was under his tutelage that Sovereign Xianxia was able to rise to his current heights and conquer the world. Not only so, I heard that he even tamed ancient sage All-Fire and made ancient sage Mo Ling submit to him. Due to that, His Majesty was able to win the support of the two of them." Sovereign Xianxia's teacher? You're bragging, right? If Sovereign Xianxia has inherited the heritage of the previous Sovereign Xianxia, could it be that his teacher isn't the previous Sovereign Xianxia? Someone questioned. Of course not. It's true that the previous sovereign Xianxia was a formidable figure who won the admiration of many, but he wasn't qualified to be the new sovereign Xianxia's teacher. I even heard that the old sovereign Xianxia would have to bow and address his teacher as young master. The storyteller said. The old sovereign Xianxia is addressing him as young master? Aren't you getting more and more boastful? Could it be that sovereign Xianxia's teacher is a god? The plump figure wearing the conical bamboo hat sneered. Of course he's a god. If he isn't a god, how could he possibly slay an immortal envoy from the azure so easily? The storyteller harumphed coldly. In the past tens of thousands of years, other than Kongshur of mankind and Vicious of our otherworldly demonic tribe, have you heard of anyone who wields such strength? Everyone fell silent. Just from the name itself, one could tell that the immortal envoy from the azure was a symbol of invincibility. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had only been 2 immortal envoys who had managed to slay an immortal envoy with their own strength. Yet, an ancient sage had appeared out of nowhere and killed an immortal envoy so easily. It was hard to believe that the other party was not a god. Sovereign Xianxia is the direct disciple of a god, and that's why he's able to inherit the throne and receive the blessing of the heavens. This is the fortune of our otherworldly demonic tribe, and it's something that we should be proud of. The more the storyteller spoke, the more agitated he became. Indeed. It's my honor to be in the same generation as sovereign Xianxia. Our otherworldly demonic tribe will only grow stronger in the future. The heavens are on our side. Everyone was agitated. Humph. What god? In my opinion, he's just trying to beguile us with some divine authority or something to fool us. The caped fatty sneered. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt someone pulling him from behind. Frowning, he turned around and saw a tall and slender lady dressed in a straw cape. Go back. I'm really not here for food. I'm here to look for news. The fatty was stunned for a moment before stuffing a ball of meat into his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, the lady's cold voice suddenly cut him off. My senior told me to call you back. If you don't listen to her, you can continue staying here. The fatty shuddered in fear before swiftly changing his expression. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? How could I possibly dare to disobey my senior? Let's hurry up and go. Don't keep her waiting, the lady led the way, and after taking a few turns, they finally arrived at a small courtyard. She pushed open the door and walked in. Not too long later, they arrived at a sealed room. The surroundings had been sealed with some kind of special means, such that not even sound or spiritual perception could be heard. There were a few people seated in the room, and from the looks of it, they weren't otherworldly demons but humans. Hee, I was just going out to look for news. Looking at the lady standing at the very center of the room with a deep frown, the fatty scratched his head awkwardly. What news did you manage to find out? Why don't you tell me about it? The young man by the side asked with a smile. Behind him was a spear that was leaning against the wall. The spear emanated a cold glint. This? The newly appointed sovereign Xianxia is indeed a talented individual. Not only did he manage to bring peace to the world, he even got the storyteller to spread the news that he was bestowed the divine authority by the heavens. Currently, the entire capital, and even the entire otherworldly demonic tribe, thinks that he's the chosen one sent by the gods to save their people. The fatty pondered for a moment before replying. I have also heard about this matter. The newly appointed sovereign Xianxia is indeed a talented individual. Under his leadership, the otherworldly demonic tribe will surely rise to greater heights. Mankind will be in danger. The young man said with a deep frown. He turned to the lady in the middle and asked, Senior, what should we do now? The newly appointed sovereign Xianxia has just ascended to the throne, so it's only natural that he would have to spread the news around in order to win the loyalty of everyone. It's only natural that he would create such a huge commotion. The lady in the middle rapped her fingers on the table with a deep frown. A moment later, she said, however, Xingyang is right. If we allow this to continue, the otherworldly demonic tribe will eventually be unified, and mankind will be in danger. Thus, we have to make the first move. We'll assassinate him while the enthronement ceremony is in chaos. Assassination? Everyone's faces turned grim. To make a move during the inauguration ceremony was equivalent to putting one's life on the line. If things went wrong, they might very well be wiped out. Why did you choose this moment? The plump man asked in confusion. Wouldn't it be better to launch a sneak attack at any other time? The inauguration ceremony was the most heavily guarded moment of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Was it really appropriate to make a move at this time? There are 3 benefits to it. The one who spoke this time was not the senior in the middle but the lady who had brought him here earlier. Firstly, the inauguration ceremony is the most glorious moment of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If we succeed now, the lie of the otherworldly demonic tribe will be exposed, and the hearts of the otherworldly demonic tribe will no longer be united. In fact, it might even lead to chaos. The plump man nodded in agreement. It was true that the otherworldly demonic tribe would be killed right after ascending to the top. Secondly, for the past tens of thousands of years, the otherworldly demonic tribe has been ruled by the 3 sovereigns. Now that the otherworldly demonic tribe has been ruled by a single person, there's bound to be a huge controversy. Even though the otherworldly demonic tribe possesses overwhelming means and strength, it's still hard for others to believe in him. The lady continued, isn't the reason why the otherworldly demonic tribe is so hyped up by the new sovereign Shenling? Making a move at this moment might seem dangerous, but it might actually be the safest option. Safest? The plump man was perplexed. Those otherworldly demonic tribe members will surely be present during the inauguration ceremony. If they see someone making a move on the new sovereign Shenling, not only will they not help, they might even cause trouble. That way, it'll be much easier than launching a sneak attack. The lady said. This? The plump man was rendered speechless. In terms of understanding of the human heart, he was far inferior to this senior of his. Thinking about it this way, it was indeed possible. Even if Sovereign Shenling and Sovereign Shenling were to die, there was no way they would be willing to submit to the otherworldly demonic tribe. Now that someone was here to cause trouble and prevent them from inheriting the throne, it was only natural for them to bask in the glory. As for the third option, allow me. The senior standing at the center emanated a chilling aura that left one feeling as if one had been plunged into a glacier. This morning, Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All Fire, whom I was in charge of observing, left the capital in a hurry and vanished without a trace. The 2 of them are currently the strongest experts of the spirit race. As long as they are not here, our chances will be even greater. The inauguration ceremony is about to begin. As the guardians, why did they suddenly leave? Fatty was puzzled. I don't know the exact reason, but I think it's to suppress the other rebellions so that the enthronement ceremony can go more smoothly, harumping coldly, the senior sister continued. Furthermore, I have heard that there will be a segment where the new sovereign Shenling pays respects to the ancestors during the inauguration ceremony. During this segment, the new sovereign Shenling will have to listen to the teachings of the ancestors, and he won't be able to extend his spiritual perception or drive his Xianxia. This is the moment when the new sovereign Shenling is at his weakest. As long as he moves quickly, he should be able to succeed. Since that's the case, I'll listen to your arrangements, senior sister. After listening to the analysis, the fatty nodded. That's good. Since it's decided, let's get ready. The senior sister stood up and placed her hands behind her back. I know what you are thinking. Our teacher was forced by the 100 schools of philosophers to accuse him of having ties with the otherworldly demonic god. In order to cleanse himself of the humiliation, he chose to end his life with Mingshi Tang. We all know that this is just a cover-up. However, his injuries are simply too severe, and it's impossible for him to recover within such a short period of time. With the inauguration of the new sovereign Qinyong, it's only a matter of time before the otherworldly demonic tribe reunifies the otherworldly demonic tribe. We have to kill the new sovereign Shenling as soon as possible. This is the only way we can cleanse the humiliation our teacher has suffered and let Mingshi Tang and the rest of the world know that our teacher has never wavered in his determination to fight against the otherworldly demonic tribe. At the same time, our name will spread far and wide, and our teacher will be able to find us. Since we don't know where our teacher is, we'll just have to stand at the brightest spot so that our teacher can see us. We understand. These were the 6 direct disciples of Xianxia. They were Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Xingyang, Wei Ruyan, Yuan Tao, and Lu Chong. It had been more than 2 months since their teacher had committed suicide by Mingshi Tang. Fearing that something might have happened to their teacher, they had sneaked into the otherworldly demonic tribe a month ago to gather information about their teacher. However, they had been unable to find any news regarding their teacher. Knowing that the new sovereign Xianxia was about to succeed the otherworldly demonic tribe, they knew that it would be too late to make a move now. Thus, they had gathered here to discuss this matter. Since you understand, let's take a look at our strength. Xiaoya nodded. After our teacher left, Xingyang locked himself in the Hall of Spring and Autumn to cultivate. He has already reached Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm Consummation, and his fighting prowess is on par with a great philosopher 2 Dan. Am I right? Yes. Xingyang replied. He had locked himself in the Hall of Spring and Autumn to cultivate frenziedly. Through his own hard work, talent, and fortuitous encounters, he had managed to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. Furthermore, he had spent nearly a year reinforcing his cultivation in the Hall of Spring and Autumn, allowing him to reach Bloodline Continuance Realm Consummation. At the same time, his fighting prowess was on par with most great philosopher 2 Dan experts. You and I will take the initiative. After saying those words, Xiaoya turned to another young lady not too far away and said, Wei Ruyan has also reached Ancient Sage. While her fighting prowess isn't as high as Lu Cheng's, she isn't too weak either. This is especially so for her proficiency in poison. Even the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers would be poisoned to death easily. The young lady had remained silent all this while. She was the student of Xianxia who possessed the innate poison body, Wei Ruyan. Even though she had remained silent, everyone knew that she was the most fearsome one among them in a real battle. I'll be in charge of holding down the others. If anyone dares to get close to me, I'll poison them to death. If it comes down to it, I'll poison the entire city. Wei Ruyan's face remained impassive, especially when she said that she would poison an ant to death. She possessed the innate poison body, and after receiving her teacher's heritage and the Bodhi fruit, she had managed to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage a month ago. While she was not as strong as Xingyang, the poison aura in her body was still a formidable force to be reckoned with. As long as anyone dared to get close, no one would be able to stop them. That's right. You'll be in charge of holding them back. As for Yuan Tao, you'll be in charge of defense. Right, when will your second Ancient Sage ordeal come? Xiaoya turned to the plump man and asked with a frown. That fellow had attempted a breakthrough to Ancient Sage back in the Temple of Confucius, but he had been forcefully suppressed. Even now, his second Ancient Sage ordeal had not appeared yet. In other words, despite his immense potential, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. I don't know either. Yuan Tao scratched his head awkwardly. Nearly all of his seniors had achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, and he was the only one who was still at the very back. His progress was simply too slow. He had embarrassed his teacher. I can only turn my sorrow into appetite now. Yuan Tao muttered under his breath as he took out another pile of food and stuffed them into his mouth. Paying no heed to Yuan Tao, Xiaoya turned to Lu Cheng with a hint of worry in her eyes. You have improved far too quickly over the past month. Is there anything wrong? Lu Cheng had remained silent ever since his teacher had left, but his cultivation had surged as if he had been fed with steroids. Even with the help of the Hall of Spring and Autumn, Xingyang had only managed to reach Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm Pinnacle while Lu Cheng had reached Blood Reincarnation Realm Primary Stage. It was hard to believe that he had achieved such a feat in just a short month. I'm fine. Lu Cheng shook his head. He was also a man of few words. After reaching Ancient Sage, every single advancement will require a huge amount of effort. If I don't reinforce my cultivation properly, I could very well face a huge problem. Xingyang looked at Lu Cheng. There was nothing wrong with this junior of his, but he was a taciturn person. It was hard for one to hold back their emotions. If he had told them what had happened, it would have been easier for them to discuss it. Yet, all he did was bury himself in his cultivation. Other than their teacher, no one knew what was going on. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Lu Cheng hesitated for a moment before replying, Teacher gave me a seal of souls. The crowd nodded in agreement. Before his teacher left, he had distributed the treasures he had obtained in the Temple of Confucius to the crowd. The Seal of Souls was the emblem of the leader of the Soul Oracles, and his teacher had imparted it to him without hiding anything. This Seal of Souls contains the pure souls of 110,000 Saint 3 Dan and above cultivators. I have been absorbing them over the past month, and it's due to this that my soul energy has grown so swiftly, Lu Chong said. 110,000 souls? And all of them are at Saint 3 Dan and above? Everyone was astonished. With so much soul energy added together, it was hard to imagine how powerful one would become. It was no wonder why one could advance so quickly. With so much soul energy, it would be hard for a soul oracle not to advance. Before entering the temple of Confucius, our teacher killed 110,000 otherworldly demonic tribe soldiers and resolved the greatest crisis facing mankind. Could these souls belong to them? Xingyang suddenly spoke. The combat master Hall had spent many years fighting in the subterranean gallery, so he was well aware of his teacher's accomplishments. It was impossible for the souls of 110,000 Saint 3 Dan experts and above to appear out of thin air. That's right. Teacher didn't absorb it, so he left it all for me. Lu Chong nodded as he clenched his fists tightly. There was so much soul energy, yet he didn't absorb any of it, leaving it all for him. This kindness was simply too great. As expected of a teacher, he had always doted on his students and was impartial. Junior Lu Chong, given your blood reincarnation realm primary stage cultivation and the fact that you're a soul oracle, why don't you work together with me and Xingyang to launch a sneak attack? Xiaoya knew that Xianxia's strength was stable, and he wasn't overly greedy. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief and make arrangements. Lu Chong nodded to express his understanding. As for Wang Ying, even though you have just achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, I believe that you should have familiarized yourself with the surroundings after being in the capital for more than 20 days. Xiaoya turned to Wang Ying and asked. I have enchanted all of the city walls and buildings, and they're currently lying dormant on the ground, awaiting orders. As long as we succeed, the streets and city walls will charge toward us, plunging the otherworldly demonic tribe into chaos. The young lady said with a smile. While she was in the capital, she had not been slacking off either. She had been enchanted all over the place. Furthermore, I have also buried my roots underground. With a single thought, I can turn the entire capital into a desert. Unless one is an ancient sage, it'll be impossible for them to escape. Her teacher had once given her a tree root artifact, and it was a true weapon of mass destruction. That's good. Since everyone has made the necessary preparations, let's set off right now. Once Sovereign Qianyong succeeds to the throne, we'll make a move. Xiaoya nodded. All right. The crowd rose to their feet with grim looks on their faces. They could die in this battle, but they couldn't afford to lose. Putting on their disguises once more, the crowd grew taller and returned to the streets. As expected, countless otherworldly demons were making their way toward the square in front of Sovereign Qianyong. Not too long later, they saw a towering otherworldly demon floating right in the air above them. From today onward, I shall inherit the throne of Sovereign Qianyong and rule over the world. With a cold harumph, the newly appointed Sovereign Qianyong leaped into the air and walked toward the center of the square. In a towering room some distance away from the square, Xianxia looked at the figure slowly making his way up to the highest point of the square and heaved a sigh of relief. His student had been unable to withstand the pressure from his seniors and juniors, so he had chosen to leave the otherworldly demonic tribe. Who could have thought that he would be able to achieve such greatness in the end? As the sovereign of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he would no longer have to worry about the conflict between the otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind. With him around, the otherworldly demonic tribe will be able to rest easy. Ancient sage Mo Ling said with a smile. The soul oracles had been hiding in the otherworldly demonic tribe for tens of thousands of years just for this day. Indeed. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. Hula, before he could recover from his shock, a ferocious aura suddenly rose from the ground and surged toward the newly appointed Sovereign Qianyong on the elevated platform. Following which, a spear and a sword pierced toward the newly appointed Sovereign Qianyong from two different directions, sealing off the surrounding space. Someone is assaulting us. Ancient Sage Mo Ling and Ancient Sage All Fire narrowed their eyes as killing intent surged from their bodies. They had worked hard for the past month to achieve their current success, But who could have thought that someone would actually launch a sneak attack on them during the inauguration ceremony? Master, I'll kill them right now. Ancient Sage Allfire raised his massive claws and prepared to charge forward. There's no need to panic. Let's just wait and see, Xianxia said with a smile. Wait and see? The two ancient sages were perplexed. It's nothing much. This is a test for the new sovereign Xianxia. If he can clear this test, he'll be able to usher in an unshakable position among the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxia said as he rose to his feet. With his eye of discernment, he was able to tell where the soul oracles and the spear art had come from. Since that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about. While Xianxia was calm, the newly appointed sovereign Xianxia was taken aback by the sight of three figures charging toward him. These moves and cultivation techniques, Lulu clenched his fists tightly as he narrowed his eyes. The three forces that were assaulting him were simply too familiar. They were Junior Lu Chong, Senior Xiaoya, and Junior Xingyang. Why were they here? Astonishment flashed across Xianxia's mind for a brief moment before he came to a realization. He wasn't Lu Yang, rather, it was the newly appointed otherworldly demonic tribe's sovereign Qin Xiaobei. As elites of mankind, it was understandable that they would attempt to assassinate the otherworldly demonic tribe's sovereign. Good. It's been a long time since we last met, and I want to see how much everyone has improved. Xianxia wanted to send a telepathic message to stop the others, but he knew that this was an important moment in the inauguration ceremony. If he were to acknowledge his seniors and juniors, his teachers' plans would be ruined. At the same time, pride welled up in his heart. He wanted to see how much his seniors and juniors had improved over the past half a year. Hong Long, turning around, Lu Chong sent a powerful punch toward the soul oracles. The ground caved in as if two worlds had collided with one another. As soon as Lu Chong's soul emerged from the ground, it was smashed back into the ground. What a powerful punch! Lu Chong narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had only felt such a powerful punch from his teacher and senior Lu Yang before. He did not think that the newly appointed sovereign Xianxia would be capable of such a feat as well. It was no wonder he was able to subjugate an entire tribe. After knocking Lu Chong back with a single punch, Lu Yang's aura surged. He stretched out both of his hands to receive Xingyang's spear and Zhaoya's sword. Lu Yang did not back down in the slightest. After absorbing sovereign Xianxia's strength, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached Ancient Sage 3 Dan Blood Reincarnation Realm Advanced Stage, just a step away from reaching Ancient Sage 3 Dan Pinnacle. While his senior and junior had been improving swiftly over the past few days, they were still lacking compared to him. Pung Pung, with two deep groans, the two of them were forced to retreat. Walla, seeing that the newly appointed sovereign Xianxia was under attack, the otherworldly demonic tribe soldiers immediately rushed forward. Don't make a move without my command. Lu Yang harumphed coldly as he stopped the soldiers who were prepared to join forces to attack sovereign Xianxia. His strength pierced through the air, and Zhaoya's sword seemed as if it would fly out of her grasp at any moment. Zhaoya narrowed her eyes in astonishment. She did not think that the newly appointed sovereign Xianxia would not only be so powerful, but his eye of discernment as well. With a single glance, he was able to see through the flaws in her sword art and attempt to snatch her sword away. Open! Knowing that their sneak attack would be for naught if they allowed Xianxia to succeed, Xianxia roared. Rumble, her purine body was completely unleashed. In an instant, with her as the center, a radius of over 100 kilometers was covered in frost. White snow fluttered in the air, as if winter had arrived. Under the immense pressure, her stagnant cultivation also made a breakthrough in the blink of an eye. Ancient Sage 2 Dan, Great Philosopher Realm, back when she was in the Temple of Confucius, she had already reached Sempiternal Realm consummation. On top of that, she had assimilated the Bodhi fruit and glacial crystal that her teacher had bestowed upon her, allowing her cultivation to soar. While she was not able to wield the Hall of Spring and Autumn like Xingyang did, her rate of improvement was not too slow either. If that wasn't the case, Yuan Tao wouldn't have been so fearful after hearing first senior sisters shout. With the breakthrough in her cultivation, Zhaoya's sharpness grew even stronger. Her battle prowess instantly multiplied. Wave after wave of sword energy shot out like a waterfall, making it impossible for others to escape. Xingyang also rushed forward, his spear stabbing out repeatedly, forming a belt of light that descended from the sky, leaving no space for anyone to dodge. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, frowned. He could not help but feel rage burning in his heart. It had only been 2 short months since he last saw those wastrels. Just how far had they progressed in their cultivation? Not only did they toss all of the trump cards that he had imparted to them into the Jawa kingdom, they even made up stories that they were not. How embarrassing. Heh. Xianxia remarked in awe. At the same time, the duo's attacks arrived right before Lu Yang. Both of them raised their palms, and the might of their fists crushed down like a millstone. Kacha! Kacha! Xingyang and Xiaoya were forced to retreat once more. Senior! Senior! Boom! Unable to hold themselves back any longer, Wang Ying, Wei Ruyan, and Yuan Tao charged forward as well. Even though he had not reached Ancient Sage yet, after devouring Kongshi's soul imprint and overcoming the Ancient Sage ordeal, the toughness of his physical body was comparable to that of an Ancient Sage artifact. Using his body as a weapon, he was able to wield incredible might. Wei Ruyan executed her innate poison body, and her poison aura surged like a dragon, preventing anyone from getting close. Even the surrounding space began to distort from the poison. Even though Wang Ying had not used any enchanted artifacts, her fighting prowess had still reached the level of an ancient sage. On top of that, she was extremely meticulous in her movements, coordinating with the other seniors and juniors in every single move she made, making it feel as if she was making every single needle in her body. This made Lu Yang the most uncomfortable. Dang dang dang, with the 6 of them working together, Lu Yang was no longer as intimidating as before, and he was forced to retreat. While his cultivation was much higher than the others, the 6 of them were his teacher's direct disciples, and they had cultivated the most exquisite battle techniques and profound understanding of cultivation techniques. If he were to use Sovereign Xiangyang's heritage and not the trump cards that his teacher had imparted to him, he might not be a match for them. However, if he were to use the trump cards that his teacher had imparted to him, as fellow disciples of the same lineage, they would surely be able to recognize him with a single glance. Pung pung, with so many thoughts running through his mind, Lu Yang's reflexes were slightly slower than before. As a result, he suffered 2 consecutive attacks, and he was forced to retreat several steps. A sweet sensation welled up in his throat, and fresh blood seeped down his lips. He had thought that he would be able to surpass the others after obtaining Sovereign Xiangyang's heritage, but who could have known that they would still be so powerful? There's something weird about this Sovereign Xiangyang. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, Xiaoya and the others also noticed that something was amiss. There was no doubt that the new Sovereign Xiangyang was far stronger than they had thought. But, why did it feel like he was so familiar with their teamwork and moves? Regardless of whether there's something weird about him or not, if we don't hurry up, we'll really die here once the otherworldly demons join hands with us. Xing Yang's eyebrows shot up anxiously. It was no wonder he was able to unite the entire otherworldly demonic tribe. Despite his young age, his fighting prowess was not to be underestimated. They had thought that they were already the top geniuses of the younger generation, but who could have known that the new Sovereign Xiangyang, despite being only slightly older than them, would be able to take on the 6 of them single-handedly? Could he really be the disciple of a god? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Boom boom boom, the battle between the 7 of them caused the air to churn intensely. And the rumbling of thunder echoed non-stop. The faces of the otherworldly demons below flushed crimson in agitation. They had never seen such a chaotic battle between ancient sages before. More importantly, the new Sovereign Xiangyang was actually able to take on the 6 of them single-handedly. Enough! Just as everyone was in a state of shock, a deep voice exploded in the air, resounding through the entire royal city. Upon hearing that voice, the bodies of Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others stiffened as they hurriedly backed away. The new Sovereign Xiangyang was also rooted to the spot. Boom, a figure slowly descended from the sky with his hands behind his back. The silhouette did not seem particularly tall, and he did not emanate a particularly powerful aura either. However, as soon as he appeared, the 2 sides in the battle froze in place. All of them halted their attacks, not daring to move at all. What's going on? Everyone in the square below was stunned on the spot. The earlier battle had been won to the death, so why did the 2 sides suddenly stop as soon as the silhouette spoke? He must have sealed off the surrounding space or used some sort of special power to suppress both sides, rendering them unable to make a move. An elder remarked with clenched fists. Those whose cultivation had reached the macrocosm ascendancy realm would usually seal off the surrounding space, rendering their opponents unable to move. Clearly, the silhouette was the same as well. Otherwise, why would the two sides suddenly stop fighting at the same time? To be able to suppress everyone by sealing off the surrounding space. How powerful must that person be? It can't be that he's Sovereign Xianxia's teacher? Now that you mention it, that silhouette does look exactly the same. During the battle that day, they were too high up in the sky, so I wasn't able to get a good look at them. It's no wonder he was able to seal off all of us. The crowd widened their eyes in realization, and they couldn't help but widen their eyes in awe. If they had still been a little skeptical when they heard that Sovereign Xianxia had a teacher comparable to a deity, upon seeing this sight, they immediately understood what was going on. The true strength of the silhouette was far more fearsome than they had imagined. How is it? Some of the ancient sages hidden among the crowd were communicating telepathically. I can't see through his cultivation, but the fact that he's able to stop so many people from moving as soon as he appeared shows that he's even stronger than blood reincarnation realm cultivators. Is there really such an expert on the Forsaken Continent? Don't forget about Senior Vicious and Kongsher. If the two of them were still alive, our cultivation would be nothing at all. That's true. With the opening of the Temple of Confucius and the descent of a deity, it's possible for any kind of expert to appear. Yet, the silhouette of the silhouette was able to seal off all of us, making it as if he wasn't even using it at all. His strength is truly unimaginable. The faces of the ancient sages who had been hiding in the dark turned pale. They were unable to see through the cultivation of the silhouette in the sky, but just this fact alone was enough to leave them in awe. It was not that they were thinking too much, but the silhouette's accomplishments were simply too impressive. Just by tossing out a book, he was able to crush a celestial envoy from the azure to death on the spot. If a book was already that powerful, wouldn't a weapon be even more powerful? Teacher, seeing the figure walking over, Lu Yang didn't dare to move. Just as he was thinking about what his teacher was going to do, he saw the latter taking a step forward and appearing before Xingyang, sending a kick flying toward him. The latter's cultivation base seemed to have been sealed, and he trembled non-stop. However, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was sent flying and fell to the ground. What did you just hit? If that spear is stopped for a third of a breath, its power will increase greatly. Why are you in such a hurry to attack? Are you trying to be reincarnated? And your sword is suspended in the air. Suspended for what? Where was the sword chi? Where was the sword intent? Tell me, what can you achieve by poking around blindly like that? Invincible defense? Do you really think you can't die? Using his chest to block the fist, how heroic was that? What did your fists do? What did your head do? You don't know how to hammer, you don't know how to knock people. A bunch of prodigals. You call this a battle? Finding a bunch of pigs and training them for 3 days would be better than hunting here. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xianxia berated them one by one. What the heck was this? It had only been a few days since they last met, but they had already reached such a level. This was really the epitome of a prodigal. As a master teacher, how could he, Xianxia, have produced such a bunch of fools? Hearing their teachers berating, the faces of Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others flushed crimson. If there was a hole in the ground, they would have dived into it. They had thought that their teacher would be satisfied with their hard work, but who could have thought that they would end up making him so angry instead? However, their teacher was right. Their cultivation had grown significantly, and they were no longer as coordinated as before. As a result, their movements were a little messy. Otherwise, given their respective strengths, Sovereign Xianxia should have been able to crush them easily. And you, what the hell are you doing? Cowardly and cowardly? Sovereign my ass. You don't have the slightest bit of spirit at all. If you hadn't dodged and charged forward, you would have been able to destroy her sword and send that fellow's spear flying with a single punch. If you had defeated them, wouldn't all of this have happened? After berating Xingyang and the others, Xianxia turned to Lu Yang and berated him once more. It had only been a month since they last met, but the other party's cultivation had become so chaotic. He nearly died of anger on the spot. Initially, he had been a cultured and patient person, but after seeing how those fellows were getting more and more disorderly, he could no longer hold himself back. "Teacher, Lu Yang's face reddened, and he wanted to speak up, but he found himself unable to say a word. "Alright, I'll take these fellows away first. You can continue inheriting the throne. When you're done, come look for me." Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath anymore. Hula, Xiaoya and the others were immediately pulled into the myriad ant hive nest, and only then did Xianxia's figure disappear from the spot. Their battle is so powerful, but in the eyes of that fellow, it's nothing at all? Is he so infuriated that he couldn't help but point out his flaws? Is it because he can't bear to watch such an intricate battle? If we were to make a move, wouldn't we be killed in a matter of minutes? Is it because he can't bear to watch such an exquisite battle? If we were to make a move, wouldn't we be killed in an instant? Beneath, the mouths of the ancient sages trembled uncontrollably. If they were to record the battle between Sovereign Qianyong and the other party, it would become a classic that would be passed down for the next 10,000 years. Yet, in the eyes of that deity, it was no different from child's play. Even after a long time had passed, none of them had been able to digest what they had just heard. "Leader, are we still going to make a move?" An ancient sage asked as he discreetly glanced at another ancient sage standing not too far away. "Make a move your head. I didn't even understand the battle earlier, and I was already cursed to such an extent. If we were to make a move, wouldn't we be killed in an instant? Relay my orders. From today onward, no matter what orders Sovereign Qianyong gives, our lineage will obey him unconditionally." The leader spat through gritted teeth. Even though the other party had only said a few words casually, he could tell that there was not the slightest mistake in the other party's words. Many of them were masterpieces, and no matter how he studied them, he would benefit greatly from them. Yet, you still dare to ask whether we should make a move under such circumstances. Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough? Make a move? What if you disturb others? I still have to go to work tomorrow. Similar scenes were playing out in other locations as well. Previously, when the new sovereign Qianyong ascended to the throne, there had been a huge uproar in the hearts of the ancient sages. Many of them had been thinking of making use of this opportunity to reap some benefits, but as soon as their teacher appeared, he had sealed the space around them, preventing them from fighting. Not to mention, he had even berated them mercilessly, pointing out their flaws in their battle. If they dared to make a move, they would be captured as well, and it would be hard to tell whether they were still alive or not. Their teacher was simply too fearsome. "Speak. How have I been educating you?" Looking at the kneeling crowd before him, Xianxia couldn't help but seethe with rage. In order to advance one's cultivation to ancient sage, one had to continuously temper one's strength, temperament, and cultivation. Only then would one be able to achieve a breakthrough to dimension-shatter a realm and ascend to higher realms. Yet, these fellows were pushing for a breakthrough to ancient sage without holding back at all. More importantly, the 6 of them had fought together for so long, but they were still nearly defeated by Lu Yang. What in the world were they doing? How could this be called cooperation? Even if I were to teach a bunch of pigs, surely they wouldn't be that stupid. "Teacher, you have always taught us to be loyal and righteous," Xingyang said softly. "Nonsense. I'm talking about cooperation. Do you think that you can act so haughtily now that you have become ancient sages?" Zhang Xian turned to Lu Chong and said, "You have the highest cultivation here, so use your strongest attack against me." "Me?" Lu Chong was stunned. Teacher is only at sempiternal realm consummation. He was already at blood reincarnation realm, whereas his teacher was only at sempiternal realm consummation. If he were to injure his teacher, why? Do you think that you are qualified to graduate? Are you looking down on your teacher? Zhang Xian's face darkened. "I dare not." Lu Chong hurriedly shook his head. "If you dare not, then cut the crap. Make your move." Zhang Xian harumphed coldly. "Yes." Lu Chong gritted his teeth as a soul leaped out from his glabella and charged straight for Zhang Xian. A powerful shockwave swept across the area, and a powerful gale whipped up. Xiaoya and the others immediately turned to look at Lu Chong. They were ready to make a move at any moment, fearing that their teacher would be injured. They were impressed by their teacher's capability and talent, but the gap between blood reincarnation realm and sempiternal realm was simply too huge. If their teacher were to be injured because of this, they would be in deep trouble. While everyone was worried for their teacher, who had been standing motionless all this while, suddenly raised his hand and struck Lu Chong without even looking at him. Pada, before Lu Chong could react, his massive soul was already pressed against the ground, as if it was weighed down by a huge boulder, rendering him unable to move at all. Is this your blood reincarnation? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Lu Chong's face reddened, and he found himself at a loss for words. The others also widened their eyes in disbelief. They were well aware of Lu Chong's strength, and he was the strongest of the group. Yet, he wasn't even able to withstand a single slap from their teacher. Was her teacher really only at sempiternal realm consummation, not even reaching half-ancient sage yet? Alright, cut the crap. Come at me together, just like how we attacked Sovereign Qianyong together earlier. Releasing his grip on Lu Chong, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Yes, Xiaoya and Xingyang looked at each other and nodded at the same time. If Xianxia had been worried that his teacher was weak before, upon seeing how the other party was able to subdue Lu Chong in a single move, his doubts vanished without a trace. Their teacher was still the same teacher as before, guiding them in their cultivation and helping them grow. There was no change at all. The six of them reunited, and their auras merged together like a torrential current. Hula, Xiaoya was the first to make a move. Her powerful sword chi swept forth like a hurricane, and her remaining 5 juniors cooperated well with one another, enhancing the sharpness of her attacks. In the midst of such attacks, Xianxia felt like a lighthouse in the middle of the ocean, ready to be swallowed by the raging waves at any moment. In the eyes of an outsider, this was an unfair duel. With an impassive expression on his face, Xianxia suddenly stepped forward. Boom, the wind in the sky suddenly stopped, and the massive waves calmed down. Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others swiftly retreated a few steps. Their Jinchi was in a frenzy, and their faces paled. This is your first flaw. Xianxia slowly stepped forward as he scanned the surroundings. Continue. The crowd rushed forward once more, but before they could even get close, Xianxia flicked his finger, and they retreated once more. This time, their injuries were even more severe than before. Continue. Just as the crowd was about to reach their limits, they suddenly heard their teacher's furious voice. Gritting their teeth, they could only continue forward. Pung pung pung, every time they stepped forward, they would be knocked back in less than 2 breaths. Their injuries were getting more and more severe, and they were on the verge of collapsing. After several dozen consecutive attacks, Xianxia finally stopped. He flicked his wrist, and surges of Jinchi shot out from his fingertips and entered the bodies of the students. At the same time, a jade bottle flew into the air, and countless droplets of pure blood energy gushed into the bottle. Hong Long, after absorbing the blood of the blood reincarnation realm ancient sages, their injuries swiftly healed. Under normal circumstances, their cultivation should have risen swiftly, but for some reason, not only did their cultivation not rise, it even began to fall. In less than 10 minutes, Xingyang's 100 schools of philosophers' primary stage cultivation had fallen back to bloodline continuance realm consummation, and it was even showing signs of continuing to fall. At the same time, Xiaoya's cultivation also fell from ancient sage 1 Dan pinnacle to ancient sage intermediate stage. While their cultivation had fallen, the crowd was astonished to find that their fighting prowess had risen significantly. This was especially so for Lu Chong. He had already reached blood reincarnation realm primary stage previously, but under his teacher's tempering, he had reverted back to 100 schools of philosophers. Even though his cultivation had fallen by an entire realm, his fighting prowess was still far more fearsome than before. This was especially so for his soul. In fact, it was showing signs of materializing. Once it materialized, even blood reincarnation realm cultivators would find it hard to tell that it was just a soul. Cultivation isn't all about speed, and it doesn't mean that more people means more strength. If you don't build a solid foundation, no matter how far you advance, it'll only be a dream. Seeing that his students seemed to have come to a realization, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and looked at them meaningfully. The purpose of imparting knowledge to others was to point out a better and more suitable path for them. His students had already stepped into the threshold of this path, but without his guidance, it was still very easy for them to be led astray. At this moment, he wasn't lecturing them on their cultivation or guiding them along their own path. What he was trying to do was to let them know that cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. One had to have sufficient patience and mental fortitude. Take Xianxia for example. He had been stuck at sempiternal realm consummation for nearly a month, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a breakthrough either. My expectations for you aren't just for you to reach ancient sage but for you to reach greater heights, Xianxia said with a grim look in his eyes. If you can't even reach Dimension Shatterer realm, how can you possibly follow me around? This is especially so for Lu Chong. You have so much soul energy to support you, so it's much easier for you to accumulate soul energy. Yet, you ended up using it to raise your cultivation, resulting in your current state. Given your current situation, once you reach blood reincarnation realm consummation, if you attempt to break through the barrier between worlds, you'll be obliterated by the heavenly tribulation. Everyone couldn't help but look at Xianxia in embarrassment. They had thought that they would be praised by their teacher after achieving a breakthrough, but who would have thought that they would be reprimanded instead? However, after this incident, they realized that their teacher had put in a lot of effort into this matter. How could there be such a fragrant plum blossom? At this moment, the temperament of all living beings underwent a new change. Alright, that's all for today. Let's head back and cultivate. Xianxia spoke for a while before falling silent. Once one's cultivation reached great sage, imparting knowledge would no longer be of much use. Talent and one's own comprehension were more important. It was precisely because he had imparted too much knowledge to his students that they had lost the ability to create, resulting in their current predicament. After cultivating for a while, Xiaoya couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher, is Sovereign Qianyong your student as well?" The other seniors and juniors also turned their gazes over as well. They had long heard that Sovereign Qianyong had a teacher who was comparable to the gods, but they had thought that it was just a rumor to stabilize his authority. Who could have thought that the teacher was actually their teacher? You still haven't recognized him? Xianxia shook his head. Recognized him? The crowd was stunned. Wang Ying suddenly thought of something, and his face warped in horror. With quivering lips, he asked, could he be Junior Liu Yang? All along, he had been thinking that there was something weird about the new Sovereign Qianyong's fighting style. Despite being in grave danger, he was still able to discern their flaws and turn the tables around. It would have been one thing if it had been a coincidence once or twice, but if it had been this way all the time, it was truly intriguing. He had been wondering if he had seen them before, but at this very moment, he realized that there was a good chance that Sovereign Qianyong was his lost junior. But wasn't Liu Yang a human? How could he have become the Sovereign Qianyong of the otherworldly demonic tribe? The others also found this matter hard to believe, so they wanted to hear the answer from their teacher. That's right. Xianxia did not deny it. He is indeed Liu Yang. It was through some fortuitous encounter that he was able to obtain his current identity. However, this matter mustn't be leaked, or else he will be in great danger. Even though Sovereign Qianyong had gained complete control over the otherworldly demonic tribe, that was only possible because he was an otherworldly demon. If others were to learn of his true identity, there would be a huge wave of opposition. If things went wrong, the newly stabilized regime would be toppled once more, and all of their previous efforts would go to waste. Thus, it was best for him to keep a low profile. Take Xianxia for example, he had never liked to show off. He had always maintained a gentle and reserved demeanor. He is indeed, hearing their teacher's confirmation, Xiaoya and the others had a look on their faces. They had thought that their teacher was still recuperating from his injuries, so they wanted to do something to prove themselves. Who could have known that their teacher had already resolved the threat posed by the otherworldly demonic tribe? With this junior or senior brother in charge, it was only a matter of time before the spirit race became a vassal of the humans. After leaving everyone in the folded space to continue cultivating, Xianxia returned to Royal City. The enthronement ceremony continued. Previously, many experts still had some complaints about the merging of the three sovereigns. However, after the earlier experience, no one dared to question or object. This is our emperor. No one can replace him. The true golden age of the spirit race is about to arrive. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Slowly sitting on the tall throne, Liu Yang's heart was surging with emotions. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Without a teacher, he would only be an ordinary student in Tianxian Kingdom. At this moment, he might not even be a grade 3 martial artist. Yet, at this very moment, he had taken control of an entire race, turning all of the dangers that threatened mankind into his own. In the past, he didn't even dare to dream about it. If there are no objections. Liu Yang grew more and more agitated as he slowly rose to his feet. Gazing at the crowd below, he declared, "Today, I am the sovereign monarch of the otherworldly demonic tribe. You said that the new emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe announced a temporary ceasefire on the day of his enthronement? A peaceful coexistence for the next 1,000 years? They even requested for the Mingshi Tang Empire to conduct a trade? Furthermore, they even placed the trade within the subterranean gallery? Once the trade is conducted, there will surely be a huge influx of master teachers. Aren't they afraid that the humans will make use of this opportunity to ambush them? Uprooting the otherworldly demonic tribe? To be honest, this doesn't mean much. What's more important is that the new emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe promotes respect for one's teachers, and the otherworldly demonic tribe is even encouraged to listen to the lectures of master teachers. Furthermore, the new emperor of the otherworldly demonic tribe is also advocating for marriage between the otherworldly demonic tribe and the humans. In the Mingshi Tang Empire on the master teacher continent, the surviving ancient sages were not asleep. Instead, they were gathered together, and when they saw the report before them, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. When the new sovereign Yang of the otherworldly demonic tribe united the world, they had already prepared themselves for war. But who could have thought that the new sovereign Yang would actually propose so many conditions that were beneficial to mankind? Once these conditions were implemented, mankind's innate advantage and ability to assimilate the otherworldly demonic tribe would make it impossible for them to wage war against the otherworldly demonic tribe in the future. I think that it might have something to do with Senior. There was a moment of silence. No one knew what was going on, but one of the elders suddenly spoke up. It was Xianxia. Is the Senior you speak of the celestial master teacher Xianxia? One of the ancient sages asked. Previously, Xianxia had told the other ancient sages that his Senior was a celestial master teacher, and quite a few of them had learned that the genius who had appeared out of nowhere had been acknowledged by the heavens, just like Kongshi. That's right, it's him. According to our intelligence, he has already been in the otherworldly demonic tribe for 2 months now, Xianxia replied. You can't possibly be thinking that he managed to resolve the threat posed by the otherworldly demonic tribe within 2 months and even managed to convince them to form a friendly relationship with mankind, right? One of the ancient sages scoffed. There were so many of them, including their ancestors, and they had worked together for tens of thousands of years, but they were still unable to do so. Yet, a fellow who had not even reached ancient sage was actually able to do it in less than 2 months. Did he think that this was child's play? Sage Qian is right. Isn't Xianxia being too naive? Another ancient sage objected. You'll know whether I'm being naive or not with a little analysis. Xianxia did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at the ancient sages calmly and said, I believe that I don't need to tell you the name of the new otherworldly demonic emperor. His name is. An ancient sage lowered his head to take a look at the information before nodding affirmatively. Yang Lu. That's right. His name is Yang Lu. Do you all know that my Senior has 8 direct disciples, and one of them has gone missing? Lu Yang? The crowd glanced at one another. Yang Lu? You suspect that Yang Lu is the new sovereign Qinyong? Lu Yang? Indeed. Their names are so similar, and sovereign Qinyong has a teacher as well. Xianxia revealed his conjecture. More importantly, the 6 assailants who suddenly appeared during the inauguration ceremony fit the description of Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others perfectly. Furthermore, they obeyed the orders of their teachers without the slightest bit of resistance. Other than my Senior, I really can't think of anyone else who possesses such capability. The crowd fell silent. Those who were able to cultivate to ancient sage possessed extraordinary intelligence. Now that the evidence was so clear, it would be an insult to their intelligence to continue denying it. For Xianxia students to single-handedly unify the otherworldly demonic tribe, why did it feel so surreal? Author's note, Volume 13, Sovereign Xianxia, has come to an end. The next volume, Congshure's Footsteps, will begin. With this volume, Xianxia will be able to lead the otherworldly demonic tribe in peace. In the next volume, he will be able to follow in Congshure's footsteps and reach greater heights, becoming the world's teacher. Please look forward to it. Unaware that Xianxia and the others had already figured out his true identity, Xianxia was currently floating in the air with his direct disciples standing behind him. It had been a month since Lu Yang had been inaugurated as the otherworldly demonic tribe's sovereign. The new year had just passed, and the capital was filled with a festive atmosphere. During this period of time, Xianxia had been guiding his direct disciples, and it felt as if time had returned to the Tianxian kingdom. There were no grudges, no responsibilities, and no burdens. All he had was a peaceful interaction between teacher and student. Every day, he would be immersed in a sea of knowledge, rejoicing over a new move or a new cultivation technique. Through the systematic study, Xiaoya and the others had managed to reinforce their weak cultivation, and their fighting prowess had risen significantly. Yuan Tao had also successfully made his second breakthrough to ancient sage. As for Lu Yang, he had achieved a breakthrough to blood reincarnation realm consummation and gained complete control over the otherworldly demonic tribe. Xianxian's cultivation was still only at sempiternal realm consummation, but his aura and state of mind were much more stable than before. It felt like he could achieve a breakthrough with a single thought. The 2 months of reinforcing his cultivation had given him a deeper understanding of the ancient sage realm, and his fighting prowess had risen significantly as well. Coupled with the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he was practically invincible among those beneath the Dimension Shatterer realm. Even if he were to encounter the deity from before, he would no longer be unable to withstand a single blow from the latter. While Xianxia had made rapid progress, Vicious had made even greater progress. His bones had been fully replenished, and the flesh and blood he had regained from his straw cape had given him the fighting prowess of a blood reincarnation realm cultivator. However, for some reason, he was unable to lead the Dimension Shatterer realm like Lozozi. Right now, I only possess the ability to shatter space without sustaining any damage to my body. I'm still some way off from being able to leave this world. At the very least, I'll have to reach Dimension Shatterer realm consummation. After reinforcing his cultivation for a period of time, Vicious finally understood what was going on. If I could enter the Dimension Shatterer realm as soon as I achieve a breakthrough, Congshure wouldn't have captured the deity who had descended into this world. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia nodded in realization. Indeed. Congshure had already possessed such strength before he left the Master Teacher continent, which meant that he was not strong enough to leave the Dimension Shatterer realm yet. Otherwise, Vicious wouldn't have been killed by Congshure back then, and his corpse would have been scattered all over the place. It took Xianxia more than a year to find him. Teacher, I have looked through all of the books in the otherworldly demonic tribe, and I discovered that the gods that appeared before us weren't from the god tribe or the spirit god. Instead, they originated from the azure. Lu Yang flew over from afar, cupped his fists, and bowed. During this period of time, on top of guiding his disciples in their cultivation, he had also instructed Lu Yang to make use of his identity as the otherworldly demonic emperor to look into the legends regarding the deities, hoping to uncover Lozosi's true identity. Heaven? It's a unique plane that's completely different from the Master Teacher continent. There are many deities who have visited this plane previously. There's sufficient aura of ancient sage here, allowing one to advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. It's even faster than the best cultivation grounds on the Master Teacher continent. Lu Yang explained. The fact that the otherworldly demonic tribe possessed the ability to communicate with the deities was extremely rare. Most of the rumors were just legends, but there were still some that could be traced back. However, the passageway leading to the azure has been sealed, and the path to the heavens has been severed. If the deities wish to descend, they'll have to pay a heavy price and conduct a ritual in order to do so. As for us, it's already impossible for us to ascend. Knowing what his teacher was trying to do, Lu Yang paused for a moment before explaining. The azure has been sealed, and the path to the heavens has been severed? Xianxia fell silent. He had guessed this a long time ago. If it wasn't for this, countless experts wouldn't have been trapped in this world, unable to cross over until now. As for the matter regarding Congshure, he disappeared not too long after he captured the Immortal's envoy. Most likely, he is headed to the Azure. Following that, the 100 schools of philosophers also left the Master Teacher continent to guard a unique location, and they have never returned to the Master Teacher continent. I believe that the 100 schools of philosophers are the most knowledgeable about Kongshi's disappearance back then, so it's unlikely that we'll be able to find anything here. Lu Yang said. Xianxia nodded slowly. If there was anyone in the world who knew the most about Kongshi, it would definitely be the 100 schools of philosophers. They were the lineage of the 100 schools of philosophers. Do you know where the 100 schools of philosophers are located? Zhang Xian turned to ancient sage Mo Ling and asked. Back then, he had colluded with the 100 schools of philosophers to ambush sovereign Chen Yong, resulting in the current situation of the otherworldly demonic tribe. While Mingshi Tang might not know where the 100 schools of philosophers were located, there was no way he would not know. It should be in the Kungsu domain. Ancient sage Mo Ling pondered for a moment before replying. Kungsu domain? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He had heard of many ancient domains, but this was the first time he had heard of one. There are many ancient domains on the Master Teacher continent. I believe that you should have heard of them, right? Even though Mingshi Tang isn't a member of those ancient domains, they possess the most primordial power. In fact, they are even capable of healing those whose bloodlines have been damaged. Ancient sage Mo Ling said. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The Tianqian kingdom was one of those ancient domains. It was for this reason that he, who had lost his bloodline, was sent there. Yuan Tao was the same as well. I'm not too sure about the exact location of the Kungsu domain, but I'm certain that it has something to do with those ancient domains. Perhaps, those ancient domains might be the entrance to the Kungsu domain. Ancient sage Mo Ling pondered for a moment before replying. He had only been in contact with the 100 schools of philosophers, and he had never left the otherworldly demonic tribe. As such, he did not know the exact location of the 100 schools of philosophers. It has something to do with those ancient domains? Zhang Xian frowned. He pondered for a moment before saying, I intend to make a trip back to the Tianqian kingdom. Who is willing to follow me? To be honest, he had been perplexed as to why he had transmigrated to the Tianqian kingdom and accepted so many talented students. Most likely, the ancient domain without any master teachers was not as simple as he thought it to be. Hearing ancient sage Mo Ling's words, it seemed like there was indeed a deeper dimension that he could explore. I'm going back. It has been more than a year since I left the master teacher continent, so it's about time for me to pay my father a visit. Xiaoya said with a smile. She had left her hometown to follow her teacher, and now that she had become an ancient sage, she wanted to pay her father a visit. I want to go as well. Wang Ying nodded in agreement. The others also expressed their desire to return to the Kungsu domain to take a look. Lu Yang, you should continue watching over the otherworldly demonic tribe. The rest of you, follow me. Seeing that everyone had the same thought in mind, Zhang Xian instructed with a smile. Even though the otherworldly demonic tribe had been unified, they were still in troubled times. As the sole ruler of the otherworldly demonic tribe, there was a high chance that something might happen if he was not around. Yes. Despite his reluctance, Lu Yang still nodded in the end. After making arrangements for Lu Yang, Zhang Xian instructed, Ancient Sage All-Fire, you shall remain here and assist Lu Yang. Ancient Sage All-Fire nodded. Let's go. Zhang Xian chuckled softly as he took out the Dragonbone Divine Spear and pierced it forward. A passageway appeared before him, and the crowd quickly followed behind him. Author's note, this is the start of a new scroll. In this scroll, Zhang Xian will follow in Kongshi's footsteps and become the true world's teacher. After walking out of the passageway, they arrived at the seal of the subterranean gallery. Returning to the Master Teacher continent, Zhang Xian tore open space once more, and 10 minutes later, they were already in the sky above Tianqian Kingdom. The entire capital exuded a tranquil atmosphere. The people shuttling back and forth didn't seem to realize that the strongest life form in the world was floating in the sky. The group walked into Hongtian Academy. It had been more than a year since they last saw each other, and the academy seemed to have expanded significantly. In the past, it could only accommodate 30 to 40,000 people at most, but now, it could easily accommodate 300 to 400,000 people. Hurry up, Lu Sun Laosher will be conducting a lecture today. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to make it. Didn't he just become a 2-star master teacher and needs to reinforce his cultivation? Who knows? It's a rare opportunity for a 2-star master teacher to conduct a lecture. It will surely be beneficial to one's cultivation. Just like how I listened to Xianxia's lecture back then. Even though it was just a few words, I have already benefited greatly from it. You've listened to Xianxia's lecture before? Of course. I didn't tell you before, right? Xianxia is the most famous teacher in our academy. His fame is even greater than Lu Sunlao's. Just as Zhang Xian was walking in the academy, a group of people suddenly flew past him. Zhang Xian, Xiaoya, and the others weren't too old. They were around the same age as the students, so it was normal for them to be unable to recognize them with just a slight disguise. Besides, they had left the academy for more than a year. Lu Sun is already a 2-star master teacher? That's fast. Upon hearing that it was a familiar face, Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before he smiled. When he transcended, Lu Sun was the most famous teacher in the academy. Wang Ying and Xiaoya had wanted to study under him, but Zhang Xian had snatched the opportunity away. A year ago, he was just an ordinary star teacher, and he was still a long way from becoming a 1-star master teacher. Yet, at this very moment, he was already a 2-star master teacher. Things sure changed quickly. Teacher, should we go and take a look? Xiaoya smiled. Zhang Xian nodded. Upon hearing the name of this familiar face, he naturally had to go and take a look. Although there was some unhappiness between the two of them, it was completely resolved in the end. To him, it was nothing. Following behind the crowd, Zhang Xian made his way toward the crowd, and it did not take long before he saw a young man standing on a high platform with a solemn expression on his face. It was Lu Sun, whom Zhang Xian hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, he already had his own unique disposition. He was dressed in a master teacher robe, and the 2 stars on his chest shone brightly. 2-star master teacher. In the past, in a place like Tianqian Kingdom, it was impossible for an expert of such caliber to appear. You guys, just as Zhang Xian was about to get closer to listen to what this talented teacher had to say, he suddenly saw a young lady blocking his path. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years old and was dressed in gray clothes. There was a valiant air between his eyebrows, and he looked a little similar to Xiaoya. We heard Lu Sunlao's lecture, so we came over to listen in. They looked at each other. Wang Ying said with a smile. If you wish to listen to Lu Lao's lessons, you'll need to show your student token or pay 2 gold coins. This isn't a fee, it's the remuneration that a master teacher deserves. Stretching out his palm, the girl snorted. $? Zhang Xian and the others widened their eyes in realization. Master teachers might be a noble occupation, but they still had to survive and cultivate. As such, most of the time, they had to pay for their lessons. They had already left Hongtian Academy, so how could they possibly have a student token with them? But it was indeed difficult for them to fork out gold coins at this moment. Take Zhang Xian for example, the lowest tier items in his storage ring had already been exchanged for pinnacle spirit stones. As such, he didn't have anything as low tier as gold coins. We don't have our student token, and we don't have any gold coins either. I have a pill here. I'll give it to you right now. Can you make an exception for us? Zhang Xian rummaged through his storage ring for a moment before he finally found the lowest tier pill and passed it over. Pill? The young lady widened her eyes in shock. Usually, her teacher would only bestow her with pills, and pills had different tiers and names. Every single one of them was incredibly valuable. Yet, these people before her were unable to take out gold coins, but they were able to take out pills? Perplexed, the young lady took the pill and took a look at it, and a deep frown appeared on her face. The pill before Zhang Xian looked completely ordinary. Unlike the ones he had seen in the past, it was filled with spiritual energy, as if it was just a pile of ordinary medicinal herbs. Who are you trying to fool? This is a pill as well? Don't think that I haven't seen the world before. The young lady harumphed coldly in fury. She might be young, but she had seen pills before. An apothecary who wanted to curry favor with her teacher, Lu Sun, had given her a pill. Back then, she had been right in front of the apothecary, and she had seen it with her own eyes. When the jade bottle was opened, spiritual energy immediately gushed out from it, and it felt warm and soothing. Yet, this pill wasn't in the jade bottle. Putting aside the fact that she had taken it out casually, she couldn't even feel the spiritual energy coming from it. You must be joking, to think that a counterfeit pill could be passed off as gold coins and make her lose 14 gold coins. Dream on. Little girl, this is really a pill, and it's beneficial to you as well. Its value is definitely above that of gold coins. Seeing that the young lady didn't recognize the pill, Wang Ying couldn't help but exclaim. I only want gold coins. I don't want this. Harumphing coldly, the young lady flicked her wrist and tossed the pill over stubbornly. This. Xianxia didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Given his current wealth, any pill that he had casually taken out could easily fetch an astronomical price in the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Yet, this young lady actually rejected his offer in place of 14 gold coins, thinking that he was scamming her. How could she not accept it? How about this? I have a stock of medicinal herb here, and it isn't cheap at all. If you don't want the pill, this stock of medicinal herb should be enough to cover the cost of your lecture. Seeing that her teacher was being accused of scamming others, Wang Ying stepped forward and passed a stock of medicinal herb over. A 500-year-old frigid star grass, even as the leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, she didn't have any gold coins on hand. You want to scam me with this weed? Don't think that you can fool me just because I'm young. My teacher is a 2-star master teacher, Lu Sun. Even if you bring out a flower today, it won't be of any use. If you don't take out your gold coins, you can scram right now. Dream on. It was one thing for the other party to take out a fake pill, but now, he was even taking out a weed that she didn't recognize. The young lady's face turned livid with rage. Wang Ying also had a conflicted expression and was speechless. Given her current identity, there weren't any cheap items in her storage ring anymore. It would be difficult for her to take out a weed that was worth more than 10 gold coins and be recognized by the young lady. You don't want to take it? It seems like you are trying to cause trouble here. Seeing the conflicted looks on the faces of the crowd, the young lady was even more convinced that they were scammers. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she bellowed, Senior, these people are trying to scam us, and they aren't even paying our lecture fee. Please chase them out. Voila, right after those words were spoken, a young man wielding a spear walked out. Upon seeing this person, Jing Yang's body stiffened, and his eyes reddened. Mo Xiao, it's you? The person who had appeared before him was none other than his close friend, Mo Xiao. Back then, the two of them swore to enter Hongtian Academy together, intending to become Wang Chao Laosher's student. In the end, Mo Xiao succeeded whereas Mo Xiao failed due to his poor performance and ended up being accepted by Xianxia as his student. A year had passed in the blink of an eye, and neither of them could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Those who succeeded remained in Tianxian Kingdom, unknown to the entire continent. On the other hand, those who failed ended up becoming ancient sages and the head of the Combat Master Hall. There were few in the world who were a match for them. The difference in life made people sigh. You are, seeing how the other party was calling out his name with such familiarity, Mo Xiao frowned. As ancient sages, he didn't wish to be recognized by others. As long as one's cultivation wasn't at the same level as him, it was impossible to tell what he looked like. As such, even though they had grown up together, Mo Xiao didn't recognize him. I am Jing Yang. Mo Xiao's aura dissipated, revealing his original appearance. Yangzi? Mo Xiao's body jolted, and his eyes reddened. The two of them had been playing together ever since they were young, and it had been more than a year since they last met. He thought that it would be impossible for them to meet again, but who could have thought that they would meet again so soon? Didn't you leave with Xianxia? Why? After a moment of excitement, Mo Xiao was perplexed. He had heard that the other party's teacher, Xianxia, had successfully become a master teacher, and his reputation had spread far and wide. As for what happened after that, due to how isolated Tianxian Kingdom was, he didn't know much about it. I happened to be free, so I came back to visit you and some of my friends. Jing Yang chuckled softly, not bothering to explain. To be honest, he didn't dare to tell the other party that he was already the head of the Combat Master Hall, an ancient sage expert, Combat Master Hall, understand? Ancient Sage, understand, it would be a waste of his words. That's great. You have followed Xianxia for so long, so logically speaking, you should have reached Fighter 8 Dan Zhongsha realm by now, right? It has been a long time since I last sparred with you. I have learned quite a few formidable spear arts recently, and my cultivation has also reached Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian realm pinnacle. I can make a breakthrough at any moment. Let's see how much you've improved in the past year. With a flick of his wrist, the spear fell from his back into his palm. In an instant, Mo Zhao's fighting spirit soared. He was used to sparring with one another ever since he was young. Over the past year, he had not sparred with anyone, so he had long been itching for a fight. How could he possibly hold himself back after seeing his good friend? Zhongsha realm and Tongxian realm pinnacle? Spear techniques? Xingyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, even though he wasn't old, the gap between the two realms was simply too great. He couldn't remember it clearly. What? Afraid that I'll hurt you? Don't worry, I have good control over my strength. If you can't withstand it, I'll stop. At any moment. There won't be any problems. Mo Xiao shook his spear and laughed heartily. This? Xingyang felt awkward. For an ancient sage, the head of the Combat Master Hall, to be pitted against a mere Tongxian realm cultivator, how could he possibly win? What? Are you looking down on me, or are you afraid that you won't be able to defeat me? Seeing the other party's hesitation, Mo Xiao frowned. Of course not, seeing that the other party had already put it this way, Xingyang couldn't possibly reject him anymore. Shaking his head helplessly, he flicked his wrist and took out a spear of the lowest grade. Where shall we spar? You even have a storage ring? Not bad. It seems like Xianxia has been treating you well. Seeing the spear in Zhang Xian's hand, Mo Xiao nodded in envy. He casually pointed and said, Teacher is going to conduct a lecture here soon. Let's head over there. There's a dueling ring there. I haven't even seen a storage ring before. Seeing his old friend acting in such a manner, Xingyang nodded with a bitter smile. Let's head over there. After saying those words, the group began making their way to the dueling ring. Let's take a look too. In any case, the lecture had yet to begin, and Zhang Xian and the others were bored, so they decided to tag along as well. Seeing that these scammers were acquainted with her senior, the young lady from before hesitated for a moment before tagging along as well. The duo leaped onto the dueling ring, each wielding a spear. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Those who were prepared to listen to the lecture immediately turned around. Upon seeing so many people looking at him, Xingyang concealed his aura and appearance once more so that no one would be able to recognize him. Mo Xiao is the most famous spear prodigy in the academy. With his cultivation, even teachers and elders aren't a match for him. Where did this fellow come from? Why is he competing with him? I don't know. Just wait and see. That's true, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. In this past year, under Lu Xunlaoshir's guidance, Mo Zhao's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation or his understanding of spear arts, he was already close to reaching Zhongsha realm. Even in the entire Hongtian Academy, there weren't many who could match up to him. Needless to say, this young man who appeared out of nowhere. Seeing that Mo Xiao actually dared to challenge him before his lecture, Lu Xun shook his head with a bitter smile. He scanned the surroundings and said, Alright, since they want to spar, I'll use their battle as a topic and talk about the usage of spear arts in actual combat. Alright. I love listening to Lu Laoshir's lecture on actual combat techniques. This is the best way to raise one's fighting prowess. I didn't come here in vain. Hearing that Lu Xunlaoshir was going to lecture on the usage of spear arts, a commotion broke out below. Everyone was so excited that they quickly turned their gazes to the stage not too far away. Haha, come. Seeing that he had attracted so much attention and that his teacher was looking at him personally, Mo Zhao's eyes glowed with fighting spirit. With a tremble of his spear, he charged straight for Xingyang. Woo woo woo, due to the incredible speed, the sound of the spear breaking through the air could be heard. This move of Mo Zhao's isn't bad. Once the move is executed, there isn't a single moment of hesitation. The essence of spear arts is the smoothness of one's movements. Once a decision is made, it will be swift and decisive, giving one an unstoppable feeling. This move of Mo Zhao's is something that even ordinary Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand. The young man opposite him is probably going to be in trouble. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Lu Sun spoke with a clear voice. Xingyang was conflicted. The speed of this spear art was simply too slow, no different from a snail. On top of that, the strength behind it was too weak. If he were to block it casually, it would be easy for him to injure his friends. It wasn't a good idea to block it, but it also wasn't a good idea to not block it either. It looked really unbearable. I'm right, right? His opponent is already panicking, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Xingyang wasn't moving at all, Lu Sun nodded his head in satisfaction. The spear art that I impart emphasizes on one's aura. Only then will it be powerful. In order to temper Mo Xiao, I once brought him under a waterfall to withstand the torrential current. He persevered for 3 months before he was able to achieve what he has today. There's no need to watch anymore. His opponent will admit defeat soon, lose. Before he could finish his words, he felt his lips trembling uncontrollably. His narrowed eyes reflected the following scene: Mo Zhao's spear pierced Xingyang's eyes, and then, it shattered into pieces. Xingyang was so embarrassed he wanted to die. Just now, he was in a dilemma, thinking about how to deal with it. In the end, the other party's gun was stuck in his eye. Yet, who could have thought that a sliver of his Xianxia would leak out, causing the other party's spear to be unable to withstand it and shatter into pieces? Mortal-level weapons were still too weak. Had it been a great sage artifact, his eyelids would have blinked for a moment before shattering. Did he use too much strength to shatter it just like that? But more importantly, he hadn't even used any strength. Dang. Seeing the spear shatter, Mo Xiao was also shocked. He quickly retreated a few steps, then suddenly turned around and kicked out. His next kick was extremely fast, and it was obvious that he had practiced it countless times. With a chilling intent, he kicked towards Xingyang's chest. Crack, the sole of his foot landed on the other party's throat, and as expected, his leg bone snapped in the middle. It was as if he had kicked an iron plate. Ah! With a scream of agony, Mo Xiao fell to the ground with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Have you already surpassed Xianxia realm and reached Zhizuan realm? Xingyang's face twitched. He hadn't even made a single move, and the other party had attacked him head-on. Yet, his spear and leg had been destroyed. How was he supposed to compete with that? I didn't expect you to have reached such a level. Seeing the other party remain silent, Mo Xiao thought that he had guessed correctly, and his eyes were filled with envy. Back then, when this good friend of his followed Miss Zhang, he had pitied him for a very long time. Later on, the two teachers fell out with one another, and Wang Chao Laosher asked him to come under Lu Laosher's tutelage. After which, he realized that the other party's spearmanship had surpassed his own. Thus, he had been suppressing his anger, thinking of a time when they could have another duel. As such, he had chosen to make a move as soon as they met. He had thought that he would be able to defeat the other party with ease after a year of hard work, but who could have known that the other party had actually reached Zhizuan realm? It was simply too amazing. Xingyang wanted to explain, but in the end, he shook his head. In the eyes of the other party, honorable ones should be the strongest. There was nothing wrong with him saying that. He and you are no longer people of the same world. His teacher's words sounded in his ears. Xingyang nodded as he felt a little dejected. Just a moment ago, he was excited to see his good friend, but now, he felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Although they had not seen each other for just over a year, their worlds were worlds apart. There was no way to compare them. The difference between them was not just a chasm, but countless. It was just like a childhood friend who had worked hard to become a billionaire, but the other party still couldn't open the pot. The two of them would definitely not discuss the same topic, and there would be no common language. Mo Xiao was like that now. He was still wondering if his good friend had already reached Xianxia realm or not, but little did he know that the other party had already reached a level that he could not even begin to fathom. As you grow up, many of your friends will eventually leave you, Xianxia continued. The only friends that Xingyang could make now were ancient sages, not Mo Xiao. It wasn't that he had changed, but that the difference in their levels was too great. No matter who was friends with whom, there would be endless pressure. Alright, I have reached the Jizuan realm. Hearing his teacher's words, Xingyang recovered from his dejected state. With a smile, he pulled his good friend up from the ground and walked over to Xianxia. Teacher, where's the pill you gave me earlier? Mo Xiao is injured, so I'll give it to him. Seeing that Mo Xiao had recovered, Xianxia flicked his finger, and the pill he had given to the young lady flew over. Eat it. Grabbing the pill, Xingyang passed it over to Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to swallow the pill, the young lady suddenly walked up to him with an anxious look on her face. Senior, I've taken a look at the pill, and it doesn't have the slightest aura of a pill at all. It's likely to be a fake pill, so you mustn't eat it recklessly. She had taken a look at the pill, and it didn't have the slightest aura of a pill at all. If her senior were to eat it, what if his cultivation went berserk? Don't worry, Yangzi won't harm me, Mo Xiao chuckled softly as he swallowed the pill. He had been friends with the young man before him ever since he was young. Even though there was a huge gap between their cultivation realms, the bond between them hadn't changed at all. He believed that the other party wouldn't harm him. Xiaoming is right. How can you eat a pill recklessly? Lu Sun didn't expect his student to eat a pill given by someone else. Frowning, he walked up to Mo Xiao and placed his hand on the other party's shoulder. Let me check if there's anything wrong with the pill. Boom, Zhenqi immediately flowed into Mo Xiao's body through his acupoints. However, before it could enter his meridians, his body suddenly jolted, and a powerful wave of heat gushed out from the latter's body. Pung, with a reddened face, Lu Sun was sent flying. He crashed heavily onto a stage not too far away, and a huge depression appeared on his back. What incredible strength! Narrowing his eyes, Lu Sun struggled to his feet and hurriedly turned his gaze to his student, only to see waves of energy gushing out from the latter's pores. It was as if his entire body was on the verge of bursting into flames. Violent spiritual energy gathered above his head, forming a massive vortex. Kacha, in less than 3 breaths, Zhangxian's cultivation, which had been stagnated at Tongxian realm pinnacle, broke through to Xianxia realm. However, he didn't stop there. Xianxia realm primary stage, Xianxia realm intermediate stage, Xianxia realm pinnacle, Jizuan realm primary stage, Jizuan realm intermediate stage. Soon, Zhangxian reached Jizuan realm pinnacle, but he didn't stop there for too long. Eventually, his cultivation stopped at transcendent mortal 2 Dan origin energy realm. Every single movement he made was filled with origin energy, and it felt as if he had ascended to the heavens. This, Lu Sun's eyes widened, and his body trembled uncontrollably. As though he had seen a ghost, he exclaimed in disbelief, that pill just now, it was a grade 6 pill? Only a grade 6 or grade 7 pill and above would possess such pure medicinal energy, allowing one to break through several realms simultaneously without suffering the slightest damage. Grade 6? The young lady's vision darkened. Previously, the other party offered to give her this pill as a gift, but she rejected it. She even thought that he was lying. If she had accepted it and consumed it, she would have been the one to reach transcendent mortal realm. Of course not. Hearing Lu Sun's words, Xingyang shook his head. How could my teacher have a grade 6 pill? It's not grade 6? Then how could it allow one to achieve a breakthrough without suffering the slightest repercussions? More importantly, it was filled with energy. Hearing Zhangxian's denial, Lu Sun couldn't believe his eyes. Even though high-tier pills could allow one to advance swiftly, they were still harmful. Yet, this pill didn't have such side effects. Could it be that it wasn't a grade 6 pill? Even though grade 6 pills are incredible, they aren't able to heal one's injuries or raise one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. The pill that my teacher gave me is a grade 8 pill. Thus, not only did Mo Xiao's leg recover, his cultivation also achieved a breakthrough. Xingyang chuckled. Grade 8? The crowd fell silent. None of them could say a word. Only a grade 8 apothecary is capable of forging a grade 8 pill. Every single one of them is invaluable. Putting everything aside, if one were to gift such a pill to the Emperor of Tianxian Kingdom, he would surely be willing to give up his throne and gift it to someone else. Such a precious pill. Yet, he gave it to someone else just like that. Feeling the powerful aura flowing through his body and his undamaged right leg, Mo Xiao felt as though he was dreaming. Yangzi, this is too precious, I can't accept it. He thought that it was just a recovery pill. Never in his dreams would he have thought that it was a grade 8 pill. If only he knew that it was so precious, he would have never eaten it. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's just a pill. Our relationship means nothing in front of this. With a light chuckle, Xingyang patted his good friend's shoulder. Even though the two of them had different worldviews and were unable to communicate properly, their friendship was still there. They were still the best of friends, the childhood friend whom they had practiced together. Mo Xiao, this friend of yours is. Realizing how fearsome Xingyang was, Lu Sun hurriedly walked up to him with respect in his eyes. To be able to take out a grade 8 pill and gift it to someone else so casually. The other party's identity and background weren't something that a 2-star master teacher like him could match up to. Teacher, he is. Seeing that his teacher didn't recognize his good friend, Mo Xiao was perplexed. Just as he was about to introduce the other party, a telepathic message sounded in his ears, let's not talk about my identity. Back then, I didn't get along well with Lu Laoshi. Mo Xiao stopped. Due to Lu Sun Laoshi insulting Xianxia, this good friend of his had colluded with Xiaoye and the others to beat up Lu Laoshi in public. As a result, their relationship was a little tense. He is a friend whom I met by chance. To think that he would have such a precious pill. Coming to a realization, Mo Xiao hurriedly said. Seeing that his student was lying, Lu Sun didn't probe any further. Instead, he glanced at Xianxia and the others and nodded his head in contemplation. The pill can raise your cultivation, but you still need to reinforce it carefully before you can utilize it freely. I won't disturb you any longer. We'll meet again in the future. After seeing his good friend and Lu Laoshi, Xingyang knew that there was no point in staying here any longer. Thus, he turned around and left with Xianxia and the others. At this point, how could the crowd not know that these people were no ordinary people? This was especially so for the young lady. She hurriedly chased after them, hoping to find the fortuitous encounter that she had missed out on. However, she had barely taken a few steps when her vision blurred, and the figures disappeared, as if they had never been there in the first place. Everything that had happened before felt like a dream. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia was unable to recall the other party's appearance, let alone his physique. Wah! He cried out loudly and started to cry. He had completely missed such a fortuitous opportunity, and he really wished for nothing more than to dig his eyeballs out. It should be Xianxia and Xingyang. Unlike the young lady and the others, Lu Sun sent a telepathic message to his students. Teacher, Mo Xiao blushed. It could be seen that his good brother didn't want to reveal his identity, but he didn't want to hide it from his teacher either. I won't make things difficult for you. The reason why I was able to tell is because other than him, I can't think of anyone else who would come here and give you a grade 8 pill so casually. Lu Sun smiled bitterly. Cherish this friend of yours well. To be able to get to know such a person is the greatest fortune of your life. After becoming a 2-star master teacher, Lu Sun had come into contact with some secrets. Only then did he learn of the dazzling life that Miss Zhang, whom he had sparred with back then, had gone through after leaving Tianxian Kingdom and the incredible deeds that she had done. Even though he was a genius, compared to the other party, he felt that he was no different from an earthworm in a swamp, and the other party was a divine dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. Since teacher knows, then you should also know that Yangzi isn't a Jizuan realm cultivator, but a higher realm. Seeing that his teacher knew of the matter, Mo Xiao knew that there was no point in hiding it. Thus, he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. Initially, he thought that his good friend had already reached Zhongsha realm, but when he stabbed his spear into the other party's eye, the other party wasn't injured in the slightest. On the other hand, he was severely injured, so he thought that the other party might have reached Jizuan realm. Later on, after consuming a pill, his cultivation reached transcendent mortal 2 Dan origin energy realm, but he was still unable to see through the other party's cultivation. Only then did he realize that the other party whom he had grown up with had already reached a level that even his teacher had to look up to. His cultivation realm isn't something that we are qualified to know. You just need to know that if your good friend had retaliated, the entire Tianxian kingdom would have vanished, Lu Sun said helplessly. Tianxian kingdom would vanish? Mo Xiao's mouth widened in shock, unable to say a word. After leaving Lu Sun's lecture hall, the group returned to the classroom where they studied back then. It was the same as before, and it was still a little cramped. You should go and meet your kin. Walking into the room, Xianxia waved his hands. The group nodded, and Wang Ying, Xiaoya, and the others flew out. Wang Ying's clan was one of the 4 great clans of Tianxian royal city. His elder brother, father, and the others were all present, and Xiaoya's father was the city lord of Baiyu City. Naturally, they had to pay him a visit now that they had returned. As for Wei Ruyan and Lu Chong, they had already lost their kin, so they had nothing to worry about. Junior Ruyan, can you accompany me for a moment? Seeing that Xiaoya and the others had left, Xingyang hesitated for a moment before asking. What do you want to do? Wei Ruyan frowned. Even though she didn't cultivate an isotribute cultivation technique, she had always been a cold person. As such, she rarely interacted with her fellow disciples. Even though she was familiar with Xingyang, they hadn't spoken much to one another. I wish to ask you to do me a favor. This can be considered as a nod in my heart. After a moment of hesitation, Xingyang said. All right. Wei Ruyan agreed. Her teacher had always taught her that fellow disciples had to look out for one another. Since he had a request for her, there was no harm in agreeing to it. I wish to bring you to meet someone. Meet someone? Wei Ruyan was perplexed. She had a cold personality, and other than her teacher, she didn't wish to meet anyone. It wasn't as if the other party didn't know that. Yet, he actually had such a request. You don't have to speak. You just have to stand on the spot. Seeing the other party's expression, Xingyang felt awkward. Who is it? If he's strong enough, you can report it to teacher. Seeing his expression, Wei Ruyan said. He's not strong, on the contrary, he's extremely weak. After a moment of hesitation, Xingyang gritted his teeth and said, to tell you the truth. Before I acknowledged my teacher, I once had a crush on a girl, and I gave my heart to her. However, I was mocked and rejected. Now that I'm back, I would like to meet her once more. Even though I no longer have feelings for her, I would like to put a full stop to this relationship of mine. So, you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? Wei Ruyan sneered coldly. This senior of hers was already the head of the Combat Master Hall, an ancient sage expert. Who would have thought that he would still be such a noob when it came to relationships? If the other party rejected him, he would find an even prettier girl to pretend to be his girlfriend so that the other party would regret it. What a child, immature to the extreme. If it was her, she would have just poisoned the other party to death if she disagreed. That would have been much easier. Xingyang scratched his head sheepishly. I agree to it. Seeing Xianxian's expression, Wei Ruyan shook her head expectantly. Do you need me to poison them? I guarantee that they will die immediately without leaving any traces behind. I can even help you destroy their corpses and poison their entire clan to prevent them from retaliating against you. There's no need for that, Xingyang shuddered. He suddenly felt that it was a little inappropriate for him to approach this junior of his. There's no need to stand on ceremony. If you don't want to die from poison, I can forge some medicine for you that can turn you into a puppet. After consuming it, they will willingly become your plaything without any resistance, Wei Ruyan replied calmly. Cough cough. With a serious look on his face, Xingyang said, Junior, I suddenly remembered that I have other matters to attend to. You seem to be quite busy, so I won't trouble you any further. Farewell. With that, he turned around and left. As expected of the head of the poison temple. He really couldn't afford to offend her. Before he could get far, a gust of wind suddenly blew behind him, and a faint figure followed him. Turning around, 2 of his 3 souls were scared out of their wits. Junior, Xingyang frowned bitterly. All right, there's no need to waste your breath. I was just making a casual remark. I'm not a murderer. Even if I want to kill someone, I should at least be an ancient sage. Ordinary humans aren't interested in it. Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly. She was just making a casual remark. Even though she was the head of the poison temple, she wasn't a person who would kill the innocent. How could she possibly poison someone to death so casually? If she really did so, her teacher would probably be the first to slap her to death. But Xingyang frowned bitterly. Even though he knew that the other party was just joking, he didn't dare to use an expert who could release poison at any moment. If she were to get angry and poison a large group of them to death, he would really die for nothing. There are no buts. Lead the way, or else I'll turn you mute. Wei Ruyan waved her hand. Xingyang burst into tears. What in the world was this? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on her. Great, I boarded the pirate ship, and I can't even get off now. It didn't take long for the both of them to fly out of the boundaries of Hongtian Academy. Not too long later, they arrived at a certain location and stopped. Before them was a massive mansion that stretched far into the distance. That's not right. Standing in the air and looking around, Xingyang's head was filled with confusion. What's wrong? Wei Ruyan walked up to him. I used to live in a commoner's district. How did it become such a big mansion? Xingyang landed with a strange look on his face. His family wasn't very well off. Otherwise, with a proper education, he wouldn't have failed Wang Chao's class. A year and a half ago, this was just a slum. When did such a big mansion appear? Isn't that simple? Just find someone and ask them. Harumphing lightly, Wei Ruyan landed on the ground and walked up to a tea table. She turned to the vendor and asked, "This friend, I would like to ask if this mansion has just been constructed?" The vendor initially wanted to ignore her, but upon seeing the appearance of the lady before him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Lady, you must be new to Tianxian City, right? The construction of this mansion began a year ago, and it was completed in less than a month. We hired top-notch craftsmen, and look at the layout and architecture of the courtyard. I heard that they even employed landscapers. It's even grander than the royal palace. They even employed landscapers? Wei Ruyan and Xingyang glanced at one another. Others might not know of landscapers, but the two of them were well aware of them. They were incomparably rare, and even a powerful clan like the Zhang family would find it difficult to find one. Yet, one suddenly appeared in this place and built a mansion? Whose mansion is this? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xingyang asked curiously. The Su clan. The vendor replied. Su? Xingyang was perplexed. When did the Su clan appear in Tianxian Royal City? The four great clans of Tianxian Royal City, Wang, Lu, Bai, and Du, were all famous clans. He had never heard of the Su clan before. You don't even know of the Su clan? The clan head, Su Maoqing. Seeing the doubt on Zhang Xian's face, the vendor frowned. Su Maoqing? Xingyang's body swayed, as though he had heard something unbelievable. His daughter is Su Feifei? That's right. The vendor nodded. If not for his daughter finding a good son-in-law, how could he, Su Maoqing, live in such a mansion? To tell you the truth, 2 years ago, he couldn't even afford a cup of tea, and he was so poor that he didn't even have a few clothes on him. Now, he's spending like a king. I heard that he spent more than 10 gold coins on a meal yesterday. Son-in-law? Interrupting the other party's words, Xingyang clenched his fists tightly. Indeed. It seems like you aren't too familiar with the matter. However, it's a good thing that you asked me. I have been doing business here for more than a decade now, and I know every single thing that goes on in this area. His daughter, Su Feifei, somehow got acquainted with a young master from some empire. That young master is both rich and powerful, and that's why they have this luxurious mansion. Otherwise, do you think that the two of them could afford to buy such a large place? That's right. I understand. Xingyang shook his head, as if he was about to let go of a knot in his heart. So, Su Feifei is the girl that you liked? It seems like your eye of discernment isn't that great. Wei Ruyan chuckled softly as she sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. What young masters of the empire? Even if it was the emperor, compared to Xingyang, what were they, to think that Su Feifei would fall in love with such a person? It was truly a wonder what she was thinking. Xingyang was at a loss for words. Back then, before he acknowledged Wang Chao Laosher as his teacher, he had just suffered a setback when he confessed to Wang Chao Laosher and was rejected. Due to that setback, he had become hesitant in his spearmanship, and in the end, he was unable to enter Wang Chao Laosher's tutelage. Look, they're coming out. At this moment, the door to the mansion suddenly creaked open. Jia. A door slowly opened, and a beautiful girl holding a middle-aged man's arm slowly walked out. The young lady wasn't too beautiful, but her looks were above average. Putting aside Wei Ruyan, Xiaoya, and the others, even Shen Bairu and the others couldn't match up to her. The middle-aged man beside her was fat and ugly. His physique was even more exaggerated than Yuan Tao's. If it had been anyone else, they would have felt ashamed to be holding on to such a young man. On the other hand, the young lady looked as if she was holding on to a noble and dashing prince. There was an indescribable pride on her face. Wei Ruyan sneered, how can someone so ugly and old be called a scion? In her view, scions were all dashing, and extravagant. She didn't think that the other party would be fat, ugly, and old. How in the world did this young lady fall for him? Let's go. Exhaling deeply, Xingyang turned around and said. This was the first woman that he had fallen in love with, and he had had a crush on her for more than 5 years. This time, he had returned only to meet her once to resolve the obsession in his heart. Since he had seen her, and she was living a blissful life, he was satisfied. Go? How can we leave before the show is over? Wei Ruyan chuckled softly as the corners of her lips curled upward. No matter what, Xingyang was her senior, and she had fallen in love with him back then. It was one thing for her to find a proper man to live with, but now, she had to find a pot-bellied middle-aged man. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't help but feel displeased. How could the other party be pleased that she, the hall master of the poison temple, was displeased? Junior, don't mess around. They are just ordinary people. Not expecting Wei Ruyan to refuse to leave, Xingyang felt an ominous premonition. It's fine, no one will die. Ignoring him, Wei Ruyan sat down at the tea stall and said with a sweet smile, Boss, bring me a pot of tea. After saying those words, she sat down quietly as if nothing had happened and began sipping on her tea. Knowing that he couldn't force her to leave, Xingyang clutched his forehead and sat down helplessly. Xianxia, are we really going to the royal palace? Su Feifei asked the pot-bellied middle-aged man beside her. I told Shenjue to get me some death soldiers, but he hasn't done so yet. I think that fellow is going to give up on his throne. Xianxia harumphed coldly as a vicious glint flashed across his eyes. To dare disobey Xiangji's words, that Shenjue sure is gutsy. If I don't teach him a lesson, he might really think that he is the emperor of an empire. Su Feifei covered her mouth and chuckled disdainfully. The incomparably respectful emperor in the eyes of others was nothing in her eyes. Indeed, he is just the emperor of a small kingdom, but he thinks too highly of himself. If only I didn't want to blow this matter up, that fellow would have died a long time ago. Xiangji sneered coldly. Just as he was about to speak, his face suddenly twitched, and his knees caved in. Putong. He kneeled onto the floor. Xiangji. Shocked, Su Feifei's eyes widened in horror. She was well aware of the strength of the man before her. He was even stronger than Emperor Shenjue, far surpassing Jizu in realm. Yet, at this moment, he actually kneeled down. Who dares to plot against me? Not expecting such a situation to occur, Xiangji's face contorted in savagery. You've been poisoned by the deity ghost heart-deceiving poison. If you want to live, you'll need someone to willingly offer their blood to you. Otherwise, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you'll bleed to death from your 7 orifices. A faint voice rang out. Following the voice, Xiangji quickly raised his head and saw a young lady sitting in front of a tea stall. The teacup in her hand was steaming hot. Who are you? There is no enmity between us. Why do you want to kill me? He didn't think that the other party would be able to poison him from so far away, rendering him defenseless. Furthermore, the other party's aura was deep and unfathomable, making it difficult for him to see through it with a single glance. Xiangji knew that it was impossible for him to stand against the other party, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. How can there be so much enmity in the world? I just don't like you. Wei Ruyan took a sip of tea and said calmly, you don't have much time left. If you want to live, hurry up. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Xiangji drove his Jinqi several times, but he soon realized that he was unable to neutralize the poison at all. Most likely, it was just as the other party had said, he needed someone to replace his blood. With a livid face, he turned to Su Feifei and said, Feifei, come over here. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Su Feifei's face paled in fright as she hurriedly retreated. In the face of death, even true love would find it hard to resist, let alone this kind of poison. Seeing that Su Feifei had left, Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why? Are you trying to defy my orders?" Su Feifei trembled in fear. "You are just a countryside lass. Do you really think that you are that noble? I'll give you riches, but you should know what price you have to pay. Hurry up and replace your blood. If I can recover, I'll dote on you just like before. Otherwise, I'll kill you right here and now." Xiangji's eyebrows shot up as killing intent surged from his eyes. To him, Su Feifei and Su Maoqing were nothing more than tools that he could use as he pleased. No, knowing that she would die if she replaced her blood, Su Feifei retreated once more. However, barely after she took a few steps back, she suddenly felt a powerful force crushing down on her. Xiangji's aura had already enveloped her, and if she were to retreat any further, she would surely be killed on the spot. Su Feifei's eyes immediately dimmed, and sorrow filled her eyes. A year ago, there was a man who was truly in love with her who had confessed to her. However, due to his poor background, she had rejected him on the spot. Who could have known that the man would find a good teacher, and his career would soar to the top, such that even Emperor Shenjue would treat him as an esteemed guest? She had thought that she had lost her chance, but a year ago, she met Xianxia. The other party had treated her very well, even building a huge manor for her. She had thought that he was truly in love with her, but at this moment, she realized that he was just a toy. "How is it?" Paying no heed to the bickering between the two, Wei Ruyan turned to her senior with a smile. Only in the face of death would one be able to test one's true feelings for another. Clearly, the two of them were just making use of one another. What she chooses to do is her own business. I can't interfere in it anymore. Xingyang felt as if a knife was slicing through his heart. Ever since he was a child, he had always been in love with this lady. In the past, his greatest wish was to be together with her. Never in his dreams did he expect that this would be the result of their meeting once more. "I'll give you a chance to save the damsel in distress. Don't you want her to regret her actions? This is the perfect opportunity for you to do so," Wei Ruyan said, not fearing that the matter would blow up. "There's no need for that. I've already let go of her." Xingyang shook his head. So what if he made the other party regret her actions? The two of them were already worlds apart, and it was impossible for them to be together ever again. Furthermore, the other party was someone who despised the poor and loved the rich. Even if they were to be together, it was only because she liked her current identity. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to waste his efforts. "It's useless for you to let go of her. If you don't save her, she might die." Wei Ruyan raised her head and continued sipping on her tea. She couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on Zhangxian. Xingyang quickly raised his head, only to see that Xiangji's eyes had already reddened. He raised his hand and pulled Su Feifei toward him. Then, using his finger as a sword, he sliced the young lady's fair wrist lightly, and hot blood immediately spurted out. Replacing one's blood and bloodline were two different matters altogether. Replacing one's own blood with someone else's was an easy feat for most two-star physicians, so it wasn't too complicated. Even though Xiangji was poisoned, his cultivation wasn't suppressed. As long as he was careful, he would be able to do it as well. "Stop." Seeing that the young lady would surely die if he were to replace her blood, Xingyang immediately stood up and shouted. Xiangji turned around with a savage look on his face. "Xingyang. Why, you're back?" Hearing the voice, the young lady's body trembled. She hurriedly turned to look at the figure walking over, and tears began flowing down her cheeks. The voice was simply too familiar. It was the obstinate young man who had confessed to her back then, only to be rejected. At this moment, he was walking over step by step. Under the radiance of the sun, his figure seemed incomparably tall. Even though Xingyang did not want to make a move, he knew his junior sister's temper very well. It was very likely that she would allow big brother Xiang to do as he pleased, resulting in Su Feifei's death. Even though his heart was no longer throbbing like before, he couldn't bear to see the girl he once liked get killed just like that. "Xingyang, save me." Seeing him walking over, the girl gritted her teeth as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. "Rest assured. Xingyang lightly waved his hand, and the power that Brother Xiang had enveloped the girl was immediately broken. Who are you? Brother Xiang narrowed his eyes again. He only had an incense stick's time. If he didn't hurry, he would die. Where did this fellow come from? Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seemed to have some sort of relationship with Su Feifei. This greatly increased the wariness in his heart. You don't need to know who I am. All I want to know is, if you don't like her, why did you choose to be with her and build such a huge mansion? Xingyang looked at Xianxia calmly, as if he was the judge of life and death. Having reached the ancient sage realm, and having gone through countless battles, Xianxia's mind had already been tempered to the point that it was as tough as steel. If it weren't for the fact that Su Feifei was the softest part of his heart and the purest dream of a youth, he wouldn't have come here. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia said, "It's because I really like her that I chose to stay here. Otherwise, given my identity, how could I possibly stay in a small kingdom?" Considering how the other party was sitting together with the person who had poisoned Su Feifei, and how he was able to sever the Jinqi controlling Su Feifei so easily, no matter how foolish he was, it was clear that the other party was no pushover. With his strength, he definitely did not dare to offend such a person. You like her? Xingyang sneered. If you like her, you would disregard her life and death for the sake of your own life. Previously, he had thought that the two of them were truly in love. If that was the case, it didn't matter anymore. After all, he had already let go. But, in order to save his own life, the other party had actually disregarded Su Feifei's life. In fact, there was not the slightest bit of pity or comradeship in his eyes. This had truly infuriated him. This was definitely not love, but exploitation, for an expert of an empire to come to a kingdom and build such a large mansion. If it wasn't for friendship, then there must be some ulterior motive. I really like it. Brother Xiang hurriedly said. Don't try to deceive me. Your strength is still lacking. Not bothering to waste his breath on the other party, Xingyang flicked his finger. Ah, with a miserable cry, Xianxia fell to the ground. Intense pain racked his body, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. In just an instant, he realized that the gap between him and the other party was simply too great. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. Who are you? What hatred do we have against each other? If it's just because of her, I can give it to you directly. Gritting his teeth, he pointed a finger at Su Feifei. With his life at stake, he could even give away his beloved woman, not to mention that he had no feelings for her. For me? Xingyang's face was as cold as snow. Could it be that in your eyes, she is just an item that can be traded? Just something that could save his life? You can give it away so casually? Brother Xiang's teeth were chattering. In his rage, the other party lost control of his aura, and he immediately felt as if he was facing a massive ferocious beast. With a single thought, he would be crushed into dust, leaving nothing behind. He had investigated Su Feifei before, and the latter was an insignificant figure who had grown up in Tianqian Royal City. When did he have such a powerful friend? While Brother Xiang was trembling in fear, Su Feifei's eyes were also filled with confusion. Just a year ago, Xingyang was still a bootlicker whom she looked down on. She wouldn't have paid any heed to him at all. Who could have thought that he would reach such heights in just a year's time? The person whom even the emperor dared not offend, Xianxia, nearly scared him to death with a single bellow. What kind of strength did he possess? Don't blame me for not warning you. If someone dies, teacher will get angry. Seeing that Xianxia was on the verge of dying under the pressure, Wei Ruyan stretched her back lazily and said with a smile. Upon hearing the words teacher, Xingyang retracted his psyche energy. Turning to Xianxia, he narrowed his eyes and said, I only want you to speak the truth. The one who poisoned you is my junior. If you wish to deceive me, I can look for my junior to search your soul records. Search my soul records? Xianxi's body trembled as he hurriedly turned to look at Wei Ruyan. Seeing the latter looking at him with a smile, his body stiffened once more. If his junior was already so formidable, wouldn't his senior be even more formidable? Speak. Xingyang glared at Xianxia coldly as a faint blue glow flickered on the tip of his finger. In truth, even without a soul record, he had several hundred ways to force the other party to speak the truth. If the head of the combat master hall didn't even possess the ability to interrogate others, how could he have stood against the otherworldly demonic tribe for tens of thousands of years? Upon seeing the blue glow, Xianxia felt as if the Xianxia in his body had been scattered, and an excruciating pain assaulted him. If he were to feel such pain with just a single glance, he would surely suffer a fate worse than death once it entered his body. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "My name is Xianxia, and I am a treasure hunter. I am extremely sensitive to treasures, and over the years, I have been exploring the surrounding empires in search of all kinds of treasures, until I came here." Treasure hunter? Xingyang and Wei Ruyan glanced at one another before nodding their heads. They had heard of treasure hunters before, and the most famous clan on the master-teacher continent was the Yun clan. Indeed, they possessed means that ordinary cultivators possessed that allowed them to locate treasures. Through my investigation, I discovered that there's a powerful energy fluctuation beneath Su Feifei's residence. There's likely to be an extremely powerful artifact there, so I decided to purchase her residence. However, as an outsider, I came here to purchase the residence. Furthermore, searching for a treasure is a long-term process, and it's very easy for others to notice my presence. Thus, I decided to lie to Su Feifei and tell her that I'm interested in her, Yun Xiang said. With her as a cover, it became much easier for me to purchase the surrounding houses. In order to conceal my identity, I decided to build a massive residence. It was true that there was no one in Tianqian Kingdom who could match up to him in terms of strength, but through his investigation, he realized that the treasure beneath was simply too frightening. If it were to be revealed, putting aside him, even his clan might not be able to claim it for themselves. Thus, using marriage as an excuse, he purchased houses from all over the Tianqian Kingdom and built a residence before setting up all kinds of formations. In this way, everyone thought that it was someone's residence, and no one suspected anything. "You said that you like me just for the sake of the treasure?" Hearing those words, Su Feifei's face paled, and she slumped weakly to the ground. Back then, the other party's flowery words and treasures had bewitched her, and she had thought that she was truly charming. However, at this moment, she realized that what the other party was after wasn't her but the treasure beneath the residence. "Do you really think that you will be able to tempt me with your disdainful personality and your looks, which are even lower than a maid's?" Knowing that it was best for him to distance himself from the other party, Yun Xiang harumphed coldly. "If not for the treasure beneath your residence, I wouldn't have been able to feign civility with you for so long. Enough." Xingyang flung his sleeves furiously. Peng, suffering a heavy blow to his chest, Yun Xiang was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. His face reddened, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Xingyang harumphed coldly. "Tell me what I want to know. There's no need to say anything irrelevant." "Yes. Yes." Suppressing the boiling sensation in his chest, Yun Xiang heaved a sigh of relief knowing that he had been absolved of all responsibility. Not daring to say anything more, he said, "I don't know what the treasure is either, but after nearly a year of digging, I'm about to reach it. It's just that the formations around the area are simply too formidable, and I'm still too weak to decipher them for the time being." Xingyang frowned. "Bring us over to take a look." For the experts of the Seijin clan to go through so much trouble to dig up the treasure, it was unlikely that the treasure would be anything ordinary. Since he knew about it, it was only right for him to take a look. "Yes." Yun Xiang hurriedly nodded. His life was in the hands of the other party, so he had no choice but to agree to it. After releasing the seal on Yun Xiang, Xingyang and Wei Ruyan followed behind Yun Xiang. Su Feifei hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow behind them as well. As soon as they entered the residence, they saw that there were innumerable isolation formations set up around the residence, preventing anything from leaking out. Not too long later, they arrived at a majestic hall. Pushing open the door, they realized that there was a huge hole in the ground, and beneath it was a pile of white bones. "You actually killed so many people for the treasure?" Xingyang narrowed his eyes as killing intent surged from his body. The combat master hall was not only responsible for fending off the otherworldly demonic tribe but also for protecting the safety of ordinary humans. Yet, for this fellow to commit such a massacre for the sake of the treasure, he had already crossed Mingshi Tang's bottom line. I wasn't the one who killed them. They were the workers I hired with a huge sum of money. Who knew that when they dug up a stone tablet, their aura would leak out, and in an instant, more than 100 of them would die. I didn't dare to let the news leak out, so I could only reduce their corpses to bones and leave them here. Shaking his head anxiously, Xianxia said, I have given the families of the workers a generous pension. Even though I want the treasure, I wouldn't dare to kill the innocent stone tablet? Knowing that these people were already dead, Xingyang asked, Stone tablet? It's right under the soil over there. I've already sent 10 men of sacrifice to investigate, but they all died as soon as they arrived. They didn't even bring back any useful information. I really don't know what exactly happened. Yun Xiang had a bitter expression. He originally thought that it was a great treasure, but never in his dreams did he expect that more and more people would die. Now, it was already hard to get off the tiger. He had already spent so much effort on retreating. Even if he wanted to proceed with it, no one would dare to do so anymore. Thus, he went to look for Emperor Shenjue, hoping that he could get some death warriors from him. Yet, he didn't expect to meet these two experts the moment he stepped out. Let's head down to take a look. Hearing that the so-called stone tablet had killed so many people, Xingyang was even more perplexed. My cultivation is too low. Lords, I think I should head over myself. Yun Xiang's face paled. He hadn't gone down for the past few days. If he were to do so, he would probably be reduced to a pile of bones just like the others. What nonsense are you spouting? Harumphing coldly, Wei Ruyan raised her hand lightly. Before Yin Xiang could even scream in agony, she had already followed behind the duo and headed toward the abyss. The abyss was several hundred meters deep, and it was filled with all kinds of night illumination pearls. Arriving at the bottom of the abyss, Xingyang and Wei Ruyan scanned their surroundings and frowned. This aura is a little weird. A moment later, Xingyang nodded. It's an ancient sage. Wei Ruyan replied. Turning to Yun Xiang, she asked, Where's the stone tablet? It's right below here. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Yun Xiang pointed to a spot not too far away. Xingyang also noticed that something was amiss. Taking a deep breath, he whipped out a spear and flicked it lightly. Hula, a huge patch of soil was flipped over, revealing a massive stone tablet. The inscriptions on the stone tablet were difficult to decipher, but it emanated a powerful killing intent that left one with a splitting headache just by looking at it. The aura of an ancient sage that the duo had sensed earlier was coming from this stone tablet. This is the stone tablet. Lords, I'm too weak, so I'll be taking my leave first. Yun Xiang's lips quivered in agitation. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he turned around to flee. With us around, you won't die. If we die, no one will be able to neutralize the poison, and you'll die as well. Wei Ruyan said calmly. Yun Xiang's face twitched in agony. His body stiffened, and he dared not move in the slightest. The other party was right. He was currently afflicted with lethal poison. If the two of them were to die, he would die as well. No matter where he ran to, it would be futile. I'll head over to take a look. Taking a deep breath, Xingyang twirled his spear in front of him before making his way over to the stone tablet. But before he could reach it, he could already feel an intense killing intent surging toward him, threatening to tear his head in two. Even a great sage expert would have died from the immense pressure. However, as an ancient sage and the head of the combat master hall, Zhang Xian had cultivated his will to resist the Xianxia slaughter of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As powerful as the killing intent was, it was not enough to pose a threat to him. Walking up to the stone tablet, Zhang Xian could not tell what it was made of, but it emanated a warm glow. It was as if it had been stored underground for tens of thousands of years without the slightest damage. These are words from the ancient era. I can't recognize them at all. Xingyang stroked the stone tablet lightly and shook his head. The words inscribed on the stone tablet were unique words from the ancient era. Due to his limited knowledge, he was unable to recognize them at all. If his teacher had been around, he might have been able to recognize them. Jai. Seeing that the fellow before him actually dared to touch the stone tablet, Yun Xiang's teeth clattered in fear. The workers and death warriors he had sent out had all died a distance away from the stone tablet. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to approach the stone tablet and even touch it. Just how powerful was he? Why would such a formidable person come to a remote place like Xianxia Kingdom? He knows Su Feifei, and he uses a spear. That junior of his specializes in poison. Could it be that? Yun Xiang's body suddenly stiffened as two names surfaced in his mind. As a descendant of the Seijun clan, even though he had been away from the clan for many years, he had still heard of that name and the deeds of his disciples. If he recalled correctly, they seemed to be from Tianxian Kingdom. Could the young man before him be the most talented genius of the Combat Master Hall Master Jing? All he knew was that the other party's surname was Jing, but his full name. Thinking about it, it seemed like his name was Jingyang. How could an ordinary young lady like Su Feifei win the affection of the head of the Combat Master Hall? Cold sweat trickled down Yun Xiang's forehead, and his throat felt so dry that he could faint at any moment. Paying no heed to Yun Xiang, who was on the verge of collapsing, the frown on Jingyang's forehead grew deeper and deeper. He circled around the stone tablet before turning to look at Wei Ruyan. The young lady nodded in affirmation. Without any hesitation, Jingyang took a deep breath and took several steps back. Then, he tapped the spear in his hand forward. Hula, a series of ripples appeared in the air as the spear struck one of the inscriptions on the stone tablet. Kacha, the sound of a formation being torn apart echoed in the air. Following which, the stone tablet began to shake violently. A massive crack appeared on the ground, revealing a narrow passageway that led downward. There was no aura of decay in the passageway. Instead, it felt ancient and sinister, as if it was a passageway leading to hell. Let's head down to take a look. Emboldened by his skills, Jingyang began making his way down the passageway. Wei Ruyan followed closely behind him. The passageway was dark and damp. The aura of ancient sages that Zhang Xian had felt earlier was emanating from the passageway. There were unique inscriptions inscribed on the walls that sealed the aura within. Those whose cultivation had not reached ancient sage would not be able to sense it at all. This is probably built in Kongshi's era, Wei Ruyan remarked as she observed the passageway. While the passageway seemed to be in perfect condition, it was clear that the inscriptions on the walls and the style of construction carried traces of ancient times. Most likely, it was built in that era. Zhang Xian walked down the passageway swiftly, and within an hour, he had already traveled several dozen li. Soon, a massive stone chamber appeared before his eyes. Jingyang placed his spear in front of his chest to guard against any sudden changes. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and several night illumination pearls were embedded into the walls, illuminating the surroundings. It was an underground chamber with a diameter of 40 meters. At the very center of the chamber was a limestone coffin that emanated an ancient aura. It's just a stone coffin? Wei Ruyan was perplexed. A passageway that extended for several dozen li and a stone tablet that sealed off all auras was built just to seal off a single stone coffin. Wasn't this a little too bizarre? Without any hesitation, Jingyang slowly approached the coffin. Just as he was about to use the spear in his hand to break open the coffin, his palm suddenly jolted, and a powerful suction force burst forth from the coffin. Buzz, the long spear arrived in front of the sarcophagus, gently shook, and bowed down. What happened? Wei Ruyan hurried over. Her entire body was shrouded in a poisonous aura, as though she was ready to make a move the moment she saw that something was amiss. My spear seems to be affected by the spear intent. It feels like there's an even more profound spear quintessence in the coffin. Jingyang said. Even though his spear wasn't an ancient sage artifact, under the influence of his spear intent, it wouldn't pale in comparison to a true ancient sage artifact. Nevertheless, it was still sucked toward the coffin. It was clear that the coffin harnessed an even more powerful sword quintessence, causing the spear in his hand to be subdued without any resistance at all. Even better than your marksmanship? Wei Ruyan couldn't believe it. Her senior had inherited her teacher's knowledge of spearmanship from him, and his comprehension of spearmanship had already reached the level of sword quintessence. Even so, he was still unable to withstand the might of the spear. Just what was inside the coffin for it to wield such overwhelming might? No matter what it is, we have to open it to find out. Junior sister, let's work together and forcefully open it. Jingyang said. Wei Ruyan nodded in agreement. The two of them stood on the left and right of the coffin respectively. After exchanging glances, Jingyang and Wei Ruyan's eyebrows shot up as they reached forward to grab the coffin. The two of them were ancient sage experts, and under the guidance of Xianxia for more than a month, their strength had already reached a formidable level. Even blood reincarnation realm ancient sages would find it hard to stand against them, let alone a mere coffin. Jia, with a deafening screech, a crack appeared on the coffin, and a powerful aura burst into the sky, threatening to shatter the entire subterranean gallery. Xingyang raised his hand and sealed the aura, not allowing it to leak out in the slightest. After which, he slowly walked forward. The aura of an ancient sage was powerful enough to destroy the world. Even a sliver of it would be enough to destroy countless lives. To them, this aura was nothing more than a walk in the park. However, if it were to leak into Tianqian Royal City, it could very well destroy the entire city. Walking up to the coffin, the two of them peered into the interior of the coffin and saw a corpse lying motionlessly, as if it had fallen asleep. It's the corpse of an ancient sage. The eyebrows of the two of them shot up. Only the corpse of an ancient sage could possess such might, such that it would not rot even after 10,000 years. Xingyang took a closer look at the corpse, and a moment later, a thought came to his mind. His face paled, and he hurriedly retreated several steps. What's wrong? Wei Ruyan asked in bewilderment. Having spent so much time with the two of them, she knew that the other party had always been a fearless individual. Why would he suddenly react in such a manner upon seeing a corpse? He's ancient sage Ranxiao. Xingyang's body stiffened as he clenched his fists tightly. Ancient sage Ranxiao? The strongest expert under Kongshi's lineage, the founder of the Combat Master Hall? Wei Ruyan was taken aback. That's right. Letting out a breath, Jing Yangping stabilized his chaotic state of mind. Ancient sage Ranxiao was one of the 10 apostles under Kongshi, the strongest ancient sage other than Kongshi, and the founder of the Combat Master Hall. Back then, when he inherited the position of the progeny of combat and the position of the Pavilion Master Hall's head, he had knelt down to pay his respects to the corpse before him. As such, he was able to recognize the corpse with just a single glance. To think that one of the disciples that Kongshi was most proud of, the second strongest ancient sage in the world, would die here, this was something that had never been recorded in any of the books. It was no wonder his spear would bow to the coffin. Ancient sage Ranxiao's weapon was the spear, and the Dragonbone divine spear was forged by him. To be able to forge such a powerful weapon, the other party's mastery of the spear must be far beyond his. Junior, I'll stand guard here. Hurry up and inform our teacher. Clenching his fists tightly, Xingyang recovered from his shock and turned around to issue a command. Given their knowledge and experience, there was nothing they could do about the corpse of such a powerful ancient sage. They could only look for their teacher and have him deal with it. Wei Ruyan also understood this logic, so she quickly flew out of the coffin. After she left, Xingyang slowly circled around the coffin, wanting to take a closer look at the senior who had founded the Combat Master Hall. Creak. The sound of a spring could be heard, and another tunnel slowly appeared from beneath the coffin. After a moment of hesitation, Xingyang hurriedly made his way down. As soon as he entered the passageway, he heard another jia sound, and the light above him disappeared. The passageway had actually closed in an instant. Frowning, Xingyang took out a night illumination pearl and used it to illuminate his surroundings before making his way down. A few steps later, a vast hall appeared before his eyes. There was still a coffin lying before him, and the layout was identical to the one before. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian opened the coffin once more, and a figure appeared before him. Taking a closer look at the corpse, Xingyang felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He subconsciously retreated more than a dozen steps, and his back slammed heavily into the wall, unable to recover from the shock. After an unknown period of time, a voice slowly escaped from his throat, Kongshi? The person lying in the coffin was none other than the world's teacher of Mingshi Tang, Kongshi. Didn't he ascend to a higher dimension? Why would his corpse be lying here? Xingyang's body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't dare to think too much about it, fearing that the entire Mingshi Tang would collapse if he were to overthink things. Kongshi was the spiritual pillar of the Mingshi Tang. When he disappeared, everyone thought that he had ascended to a higher dimension and become a god or an immortal. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that he would actually die here. Just like the statue outside, there was a faint smile on his lips, as if he was in the midst of a lecture. It was as if he had been killed in the midst of a lecture. Given his strength, who could have possibly killed him, and who was the one who buried him here, such that even the Mingshi Tang and 100 schools of philosophers were unaware of it? Jing Yang's heart raced, and his throat went dry. He wanted to say something, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. Thus, he could only sit on the floor, not daring to move at all. He had only been shocked when he saw ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse, but at this very moment, he was filled with fear. In the world, anyone could die, but the news of Kongshi's death would surely cause countless people to lose faith in their beliefs. For a moment, he was in a daze, not knowing what to do. "I'll understand once teacher arrives." Jing Yang struggled to his feet, not daring to think too much about it. Having followed his teacher for so many years, he knew that no matter how difficult a problem was, it was nothing before his teacher. Since he couldn't figure it out, it would be best for him to just wait patiently. Just as he was about to leave through the passageway, his feet suddenly froze. It was as if he had been shrouded by some kind of power, and his vision darkened. Putong, Jing Yang lost consciousness. Sitting in the room where he had been conducting his lecture, Xianxia's mind drifted leisurely along with his thoughts. In his previous life, he had only been a librarian in an ordinary high school. Who would have thought that he would transmigrate to such a world after his death? When he first arrived in this world, he had been filled with hesitation and confusion, not knowing what he should do. All he wanted was to live a peaceful life. But now, he had finally stabilized his mind and become one with this world, becoming a part of it. Time travel, rebirth, carrying the library of heaven's path. As the layers of his past life slowly merged with his present life, an indescribable feeling emerged. Xianxia felt a sense of enlightenment in his heart. It was as if a power that surpassed the heavenly Tao was beginning to sprout, ready to pierce through the earth at any moment and drill out from the ground. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of comprehending, he suddenly heard an anxious shout by his ear. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Wei Ruyan. "You are saying that you found ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse?" After hearing the other party's words, Xianxia abruptly stood up. Ancient sage Ranqiu was the strongest of Kongshi's direct disciples, an existence whom Xianxia had always revered. How could he have died here? Not to mention, why would his corpse be buried several dozen li underground? Let's go and take a look. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he followed closely behind Wei Ruyan and flew in the direction of the corpse. Not too long later, they arrived at the underground palace and saw the coffin. Taking a closer look, Xianxia's frown deepened. Judging from his appearance and aura, he's an ancient sage. Back at the White Creek Mountain, he had seen the fragmented soul of an ancient sage, and it could be said that he had seen it once. The corpse before him was identical to that of an ancient sage. From the looks of it, Wei Ruyan was right. This was indeed ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse. Come and take a look. With a flick of his wrist, the dragon-bone divine spear morphed into a divine dragon and floated in the air. It lowered its head to look at the coffin before falling to the ground. "Master," the massive body of the divine dragon trembled uncontrollably as it sobbed incessantly. It had been forged by the young man before it, and it had thought that the latter had already ascended together with Kongshi. Who could have thought that his corpse would be left behind here, not breathing at all? It seems like it's real. Hearing the confirmation from the dragon-bone divine spear, Xianxia turned to the young lady beside him and asked, "Where's Jing Yang?" "I don't know either. That fellow should be here." Wei Ruyan was also taken aback by Xianxia's question. Since Xianxia had asked her to report the news, he should have been guarding the coffin. Why was there not a single person around? Xianxia scanned the surroundings, but there was no sign of Jing Yang at all. Thus, he walked up to ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse and placed his hand on it. The best way to get to the bottom of this was to make use of the Library of Heaven's Path. Flaws. The Library of Heaven's Path jolted, and Xianxia shook his head. It did not produce any books. He could not tell whether it was due to the presence of ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse or the existence of some sort of barrier that isolated the heavens. Most likely, there's some sort of barrier that isolated the heavens here. Xianxia assessed the surroundings carefully. He had checked the corpse before, and while he was unable to determine whether the other party was still alive, it was still not too difficult for him to gauge the other party's cultivation. This was somewhat similar to the ability to detect treasures. But the fact that nothing had happened at all meant that the heavens were isolated from the world. This was also the reason why so many seers were unable to divine the death of Xianxia's strongest disciple. In fact, none of them knew that Xianxia's strongest disciple had died there. It's said that this ancient land has never been baptized by the battles of the otherworldly demonic tribe, so there's a chance that a weakened bloodline could be restored. Could there be some sort of explanation for why ancient sage Xianxia's corpse was left here? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more perplexed he felt. Other than the thin spiritual energy in the ancient land, making it unsuitable for cultivation, there were many other mysterious aspects to it. For ancient sage Xianxia's corpse to be found here as well, could there be some sort of connection between the two? Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia scanned the coffin once more. There's a passageway down here. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he suddenly stepped forward. Xianxia, the coffin began moving, and just like how it had been when Xingyang was around, an underground passageway slowly appeared before him. Xianxia exchanged a glance with Wei Ruyan before walking in without any hesitation. The young lady quickly followed behind him. The layout of the second stone chamber was identical to that of the first one, and the coffin was placed in the same position as well. It gave off an ancient feeling. The room was empty, and there was not a single person in sight. Teacher, Senior Xingyang seems to have been here before, Wei Ruyan suddenly said as she scanned the surroundings. He has been here before? Xianxia asked. There's a mark on the wall, and judging from the shape, it seems to have been left behind by Senior, Wei Ruyan pointed. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, and he saw a deep hole in the wall. It was roughly the same size as Xingyang's, so it was likely that the latter had created it with his back. Just as I thought, he has been here before. It's likely that he was frightened by the corpse in the coffin. With just a glance, Xianxia came to a conclusion, and a hint of curiosity surfaced in his eyes. Just what was in the coffin that could cause even more fear than ancient sage Xianxia's corpse? Open it and take a look. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia walked up to the coffin and exerted force with his palm. Jia, the lid of the coffin slowly opened, and a silhouette slowly came into view. It was quiet and peaceful, as if it had just breathed its last. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The corpse in the coffin was actually Xingyang. Lying in the coffin, Xingyang had a faint smile on his face. His body was still warm, as if he had just stopped breathing. Senior, dense poison aura seeped out from her pores, and Wei Ruyan's hair fluttered in the wind. She might be cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Even though she had said that Xingyang was going to die, when she saw the corpse, she felt as if her mind was being torn apart. If she knew who the murderer was, she would have charged forward without hesitation and torn him into pieces. Control your emotions. Xianxia bellowed. Yes. Hearing her teacher's words, Wei Ruyan recovered from her shock. She looked at the corpse in the coffin, but her body was still trembling uncontrollably. This isn't Xingyang, Xianxia's voice sounded once more. At first glance, he was also shocked, thinking that Xingyang was dead. However, after looking for a while, he immediately felt that something was wrong. It was simply too real. The corpse before him was identical to Xingyang when he was alive. In truth, once a person's soul was severed, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be identical. Furthermore, Xingyang was his disciple, and he was extremely familiar with the other party. Even if he had died, he wouldn't have died so peacefully. No matter how strong a person was, they would have bitten off a piece of bone. More importantly, he had left his heaven's path Xianxia in the other party's body. No one would be able to kill him silently without him noticing. If it isn't Senior, then, Wei Ruyan was stunned for a moment before bewilderment surfaced in her mind. Regardless of whether it was her physical body or physical touch, the corpse before her was definitely that of her Senior. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? It should be an illusion that can make people unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. It can even deceive the heavenly Tao. Frowning, Xianxia paced around the stone chamber. If not for Xingyang's corpse, he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was an illusion. The sight before him was simply too real, so much so that even the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to detect it. Illusion? Wei Ruyan quickly scanned her surroundings before pinching her cheeks once more. Ouch! Dragonbone Divine Spear! Xianxia exclaimed. Hula, the divine spear flew in from the passageway. With the spear in hand, Xianxia immediately felt a boundless power spread out. He raised the tip of the spear and stabbed at the stone coffin in front of him. Rumble, the sarcophagus was pierced through, and the stone room in front of him dissipated like a bubble. The next moment, he saw Xingyang lying in a corner, motionless. He had probably fainted. What was in front of them was not a sarcophagus, but a mirror-like barrier. The two of them felt as if they had entered a mirror world. They couldn't tell whether it was real or not. If it's an illusion, does that mean that ancient sage Rancho's corpse is fake as well? The old master isn't dead? The Dragonbone Divine Spear's excited voice sounded as it pierced through the illusions. Seeing the old master's corpse appear in front of him, the impact was too great. Since these were all illusions, could that corpse be fake as well? Ancient sage Rancho's corpse is real. It's precisely due to the overwhelming power of his corpse that he was able to create such an illusion. If it's fake, there's no way it can be hidden from the heavens. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't want to hurt the Dragonbone Divine Spear, but the truth was still the truth. As soon as he pierced through the illusions, he came to a realization. A formation that even he couldn't see through and could hide from the heavens required sufficient energy to maintain, and the core of the formation was none other than ancient sage Rancho's corpse. Only the second sage beneath Xianxia possessed the ability to pass off the illusions as real, such that even the Dragonbone Divine Spear had failed to notice it. Nevertheless, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was still a smart person. Since the Library of Heaven's path was unable to peer into it, it knew that it was hiding something that even the heavens were unable to see through. On top of that, Xingyang's corpse had appeared as well. Is ancient sage Rancho really dead? The Dragonbone Divine Spear fell to the ground and fell silent. If the corpse was real, it meant that ancient sage Rancho was really dead. It's hard to say whether he's really dead or not. Just because the corpse is real doesn't mean that he's really dead. Take Sovereign Qianyong for example. Even though his corpse has been buried and his cultivation has been passed on to Lu Yang, his soul has been saved by the gods of the Forsaken Continent. However, that doesn't mean that he can't be revived. Xianxia said. Those who have cultivated to ancient sage Rancho's level won't die that easily. Even Vicious could be revived after being reduced to mere bones, let alone ancient sage Rancho. Even if the corpse was real, as long as one's soul remained intact, one couldn't really call it death. This, hearing Xianxia's explanation, the Dragonbone Divine Spear finally recovered from its dazed state, and it heaved a sigh of relief. Let's wake Xingyang up first and knock him out. Something must have happened to him. With a tap of his finger, Xianxia infused a surge of Xinqi into his student's body. A moment later, Xingyang slowly regained consciousness. His student possessed frightening fighting prowess, and his willpower was frighteningly strong as well. Yet, he still ended up fainting under such circumstances. He must have suffered some kind of trauma, causing his state of mind to fluctuate violently. Teacher. With a reddened face, Xingyang walked up to Xianxia. What did you find in the underground chamber that caused you to faint? Wei Ruyan couldn't help but ask. Rubbing his head, Xingyang calmed himself down for a moment before replying with a reddened face. I saw a coffin similar to the one above, and when I opened it up, I saw Xianxia's corpse inside. Xianxia's corpse? Xianxia frowned. What they saw was Xingyang's corpse, and what Xingyang saw was Xianxia's corpse. Could there be some kind of connection between the two? Regardless of whether there's a connection or not, there's no doubt that it has something to do with the barrier before us. Xianxia pondered for a moment, but he was still unable to make sense of it. He knew that this place had something to do with Xianxia, but since he was still some distance away from the other party, it was only natural that he would be unable to make sense of it. Thus, he turned his gaze to the massive barrier before him. If there was an answer, it would surely lie behind the barrier. What he needed to do now was to figure out how he could enter it. Let me give it a try. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he tightened his grip on the Dragonbone Divine Spear. Hula, the Dragonbone Divine Spear tore through space and arrived right before the barrier. Boom, however, a powerful might suddenly burst forth, and Xianxia's body stiffened. He was sent flying, and his back crashed heavily into the wall. His face paled, and his aura seemed a little weak. It was just a single blow, but he had already sustained significant injuries. It actually doesn't work? Xianxia was astonished. With the Dragonbone Divine Spear, he was able to put up a fight against the god he had encountered earlier. Yet, he was actually able to pierce through an ordinary barrier without sustaining any damage at all. On the contrary, he was on the verge of spurting blood. This was way too formidable. Just what in the world was this barrier for it to be so fearsome? Master, let me give it a try. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, Vicious' voice sounded in his head. All right. Xianxia nodded. He flicked his wrist and released Vicious. Vicious' body was still intact, and he had tamed the straw cape as well. His fighting prowess was already on par with Dimension Shatterer Realm primary stage cultivators. Perhaps he might really be able to break through this barrier. A gigantic palm shot out from the book, causing the entire underground palace to tremble as if there was an earthquake. The gigantic finger struck the barrier. Furiously. Boom! Xianxia and the others subconsciously retreated several steps in the face of the powerful shockwave. Taking another look at the barrier once more, they saw that it was still completely undamaged. On the other hand, fresh blood was flowing from Vicious' 5 fingers. Master, let me try again. Seeing that his palm strike had failed, Vicious felt a little embarrassed. There's no need for that. If you make another move, the entire underground palace will probably collapse. Xianxia shook his head. At this moment, the underground palace was already on the verge of collapsing. If this were to continue, it would surely collapse. Given their strength, they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest, but the ordinary citizens of Tianxian Kingdom above would surely be implicated. The strength of an ancient sage expert was simply too great. Furthermore, the slightest lapse in control of the Dimension Shatterer realm could easily turn an area of tens of thousands of li into a living hell. Then what do we do now? We can't break it by force. There must be another way. Even you, a cultivator in the void-breaking realm, can't break this barrier. Since ancient times, only Xianxia has been able to set it up. Knowing that, the rest is easy. Xianxia smiled. The only reason why he had Vicious make a move was to test how much power the barrier could withstand. After testing it out, he would know that it had something to do with Xianxia. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia infused his Celestial Master Teacher aura into it. As a fellow Celestial Master Teacher, he might just be able to resolve the bottleneck before him. Buzz, his energy gushed into the barrier, and the barrier suddenly trembled. Boundless knowledge and comprehension of education gushed into his mind, allowing him to instantly gain a deeper understanding of the master-teacher occupation and become even more immersed in his identity as a teacher. It was as if in an instant, Xianxia's education philosophy was transmitted into his mind. With heaven and earth as your teacher, you can straighten your heart, obey nature, and uphold the will of all living things. The voice entered his mind, like a thought, but also like his own comprehension. A celestial master teacher was a master teacher acknowledged by the heavens. While it was easy for one to start out as a celestial master teacher, it was difficult for one to surpass the celestial master teacher. Just like Lu Yang, Xingyang, and the others, it was impossible for them to surpass him in their lifetime. It wasn't that they were weak. Rather, the cultivation techniques they practiced were all imparted to them by him, forming a fixed pattern in their bodies. To surpass him was equivalent to overturning all of the results of their previous cultivation. There were 3,000 famous disciples of Xianxia in the world, but none of them could surpass him. None of them had achieved the same achievement as him. From this, one could see how difficult it was. I understand now. I am a master teacher acknowledged by the heavens, so it's impossible for me to comprehend a law that surpasses the heavens. Since that's the case, why should I acknowledge heaven and earth as my master? Astonished, Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Acknowledging you as my teacher won't allow me to make a breakthrough. Since that's the case, I'll become the teacher of the world. It was possible to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage with the help of spear quintessence, saber quintessence, or even fist quintessence. However, once the breakthrough was completed, one's strength would be fixed, and it would be nigh impossible for one to find their own path in other aspects. Because of this, Xianxia had been searching for something that belonged to him. He kept suppressing his cultivation and did not attempt to break through for more than 2 months. And now, with this enlightenment in his heart, he finally had a direction. His identity as a celestial master teacher was acknowledged by the heavens, which meant that the world was sentient. Since that was the case, why should he seek its acknowledgement instead of acknowledging it as his teacher? If one were to acknowledge the heavens as one's teacher, one would eventually be trapped beneath the heavens, unable to surpass them. On the other hand, as the teacher of heaven and earth, one would be standing at the peak right from the start. However, it isn't that easy to become a celestial master teacher. I'll have to understand the world and understand its strengths and weaknesses. More importantly, I'll have to give up on my identity as a celestial master teacher. Xianxia's mind raced, and it did not take long for him to determine the direction he was heading in. He immediately released his celestial master teacher aura. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to make some mistakes first. If he wanted to store gold, he would have to throw away the silver in his pouch. Others might be envious of a celestial master teacher, but to Xianxia, it was nothing much at all. What he had relied on was his hard work, his outstanding character, and his unyielding heart. As for celestial master teacher, it was nothing more than a fleeting cloud. Calming his mind, Xianxia released the energy that he had absorbed from the fifth acknowledgement of celestial master teacher. A majestic aura burst forth from his body, surging upward along the ground. In the blink of an eye, it exploded in the air, dissipating into innumerable strands of air. Celestial master teacher, the acknowledgement of the heavens, made Xianxia seem as if he was the embodiment of the heavens. His will floated in the air, bearing the pressure of the heavens. Baijiang Empire, Mingshi Tang. The way of a teacher is said to be based on one's actions and one's heart. The reason why Xianxia was able to impart his teachings to the world is due to his principle of imparting knowledge to the world without discrimination. As master teachers, you should take the responsibility of imparting knowledge to the world and pass down the strength of mankind to future generations. In front of the teacher acknowledgement hall, the new batch of master teachers who had passed the examination stood before the hall. An elder surveyed the crowd with a grim expression on his face. Yes. The master teachers nodded. From the moment they became master teachers, they understood their responsibility, and they couldn't back down from it. For tens of thousands of years, Mingshi Tang had been respected by some and insulted by others, but the reason why he had been able to stand at the top of the master teacher continent for so long was due to the unwavering will of his descendants. Very well, let's pay our respects to the ancestors now. Nodding his head in satisfaction, the elder was just about to step aside for the new master teachers to pay their respects to the ancestral tablets in the teacher acknowledgement hall when the ground suddenly began to shake. The ancestral tablets that had been standing for countless years began to tremble. Voila, they collapsed uniformly, facing the same direction. What's going on? The old man's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked in the direction of the memorial tablet. He saw a silhouette made of clouds and rainbows, standing at an unknown place far away, with an indomitable spirit that couldn't be seen. The other party didn't turn his head around, but he emanated an aura that made one unable to look him in the eye. It's a celestial master teacher. The elder's body stiffened. The only celestial master teacher in the history of mankind was Xianxia. No matter how hard countless master teachers tried, they were unable to achieve the same feat. He had thought that no one other than him would be able to do it, but who could have thought that someone would actually be able to do it? Pudong, unable to hold himself back any longer, the elder kneeled onto the ground. The birth of a celestial master teacher signifies the rise of mankind. Hurry up and kneel down. Looking at the dazed master teachers, the elder bellowed. Yes. Only then did the crowd recover from their shock and kneel down. The celestial master teacher, Mingshi Tang, had only been known by a small number of people in the past. But at this moment, he was being witnessed by billions of people. The figure in the distance had his head pierced into the clouds, and his head rested on the heavens. Yet, he was pushing the heavens away with a look of disdain on his face. Disdain for the heavens. Wait, isn't celestial master teacher acknowledged by the heavens? Why does it feel like this person is looking down on the heavens? Kneeling on the floor, a master teacher finally noticed that something was amiss. Ordinary celestial master teachers were nurtured by the heavens and enjoyed the blessings of the heavens. Yet, the person before him had a look of disdain on his face, as if he was trying to get rid of something that he had gotten himself into. Looking down on the heavens? Taken aback, the elder hurriedly raised his head, only to see a towering figure shaking his body and shaking his palms impatiently, unwilling to allow the aura acknowledged by the heavens to taint him. The heavens want to acknowledge me, but he is looking down on me. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the elder's eyes reddened. The history of celestial master teachers could be verified, so there was no mistaking the sight before him. However, the sight before him left his imagination running wild. Hearing the conversation, the other master teachers were also on the verge of tears. "Brother, even if you don't want to do it, we want to. Is it really alright to reject the heavens and fall out with them?" Scram. Just as Xianxia was feeling stifled, he suddenly heard the figure in the sky bellowing loudly. Following which, the figure sent a kick toward the sky. Hong Long, a rift appeared in the sky. As expected, he doesn't want to do it. The doubts he had a moment ago were confirmed. The towering figure did not want to become a celestial master teacher, but the heavens were shamelessly sticking to him, insisting on getting involved with him no matter what. Who in the world is that? Unable to take it any longer, the elder took a closer look. Who in the world could be so immoral? Over the past tens of thousands of years, there had been countless master teachers, and every single one of them wanted to be acknowledged by the heavens. Yet, this fellow even kicked the heavens as if they were plaster. Would it kill him to not provoke him like that? Hula, filled with depression, the figure turned his head around and revealed his complete appearance. He was a young man in his 20s. His eyebrows were like swords, and he was quite handsome. "It's Xianxia." "Xianxia? Isn't he dead?" The elder was stunned. Back then, when Mingshi Tang announced that he was going to arrest him, all master teachers remembered his name. As the matter grew more and more serious, it was hard for them not to know of him. 3 months ago, he had just committed suicide, so how did he suddenly come back to life? Why would he not even become a celestial master teacher? What in the world happened? The master teachers were all dumbfounded. The same sight was occurring in the other master teacher pavilions as well. Countless master teachers stared at the towering figure in the sky with reddened eyes. They felt as though they had lived their lives in vain. Too cheap. To think that he would reject a celestial master teacher, could he be any more pretentious? At the headquarters of Mingshi Tang, the remaining ancient sages and 9 stars master teachers were seated in the same hall. That's about it. Now that the otherworldly demonic tribe is more or less unified, it's about time for our Mingshi Tang to adjust his strategy and focus more on educating the masses, Xianxia said as he surveyed the surroundings. "Xianxia, are you saying that, not only did Xianxia not betray mankind, he is even a celestial master teacher? The reason why he ended his life at the hands of Mingshi Tang was so that he could infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe and resolve the problem?" A 9 stars master teacher opened his mouth wide in disbelief. "That's right. However, these are all just guesses at the moment. While there's no confirmation, there's a 90% chance that it's true," Xianxia replied with a nod. "If there's no confirmation, there's a high chance that it's fake. If he's a celestial master teacher, he would have already told Mingshi Tang about it. Why would he hide it from them? He might be a capable teacher, but I don't believe that he's a celestial master teacher." Indeed. We are all familiar with Kongshi's character and personality, and I have read through Xianxia's life as well. There's no way that he's a celestial master teacher at all, so how could the heavens possibly acknowledge him? A master teacher doubted Xianxia's words. It was not that they doubted Xianxia's words, but it had been several dozen millenniums since a celestial master teacher had appeared. To think that a master teacher who was related to the spirit god would actually be a celestial master teacher. "I'm not saying all of this for you to believe but to give you an order." Xianxia's face darkened. The reason why he traveled the world was because he disliked Mingshi Tang's actions. To think that there would be people doubting him even though he was trying to set things right. "We can obey your orders, but we can't believe that he's a celestial master teacher." If he can do it, doesn't that mean that any one of us can? A 9 stars master teacher shouted. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the ground suddenly began to tremble. The crowd hurriedly left the room, and when they looked outside, they saw a familiar figure standing tall in the sky. Innumerable unique energies were surging toward him, as if they were staining him. If it wasn't Xianxia, the genius who had taught countless formidable disciples and ended his life under Mingshi Tang, who else could it be? This is the might of a master teacher? He's not an ordinary master teacher but a celestial master teacher. Everyone had already reached 9 stars, so there was no need for them to explain the matter to the teacher acknowledgement hall. With just a glance, they were able to understand what was going on. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. They had just said that it was impossible for Xianxia to be a celestial master teacher when the other party suddenly appeared, emanating the might of a celestial master teacher. Did he have to be so direct? No, he isn't admitting that he's a celestial master teacher. Rather, he's trying to rid himself of his identity as a celestial master teacher. Soon, some people also realized what was going on. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. It's as if he's releasing the aura of master teachers in his body. He doesn't even want the aura of master teachers of a celestial master teacher? Is he insane? The eyes of the 9 stars master teachers and ancient sages widened as if they had just eaten a chicken egg. With a look of disgust on his face, Xianxia was constantly releasing the aura of master teachers in his body, as if it was some kind of poison that had seeped into one's bones. Even the heavens were at a loss as to what to do. To not even want to be a celestial master teacher. What in the world was he up to? Do you still think that he isn't a celestial master teacher? Xianxia gulped down a mouthful of saliva. His senior was indeed extraordinary. His actions were truly surprising. He didn't want to do things that others could only dream of, and yet, he was trying. To escape, there was no one else in his place who would be able to do such a thing. We have eyes but failed to see. The 9 stars master teachers who had doubted Xianxia earlier felt a searing pain on their faces. If only there was a hole in the ground right now, they would have dived right into it. They had just said that it was impossible for the other party to be a celestial master teacher when the other party suddenly stepped forward and caused such a scene. If even he wasn't a celestial master teacher, who else could be one? Hearing the acknowledgement of the crowd and seeing Xianxia's actions, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He turned to the 9 stars master teacher who had spoken earlier and said, "He is currently a celestial master teacher, but he will soon be a celestial master teacher. Why don't you give it a try?" To reject the acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher and escape from his position. He was probably the only person in the world who could do such a thing. This senior of theirs had already created innumerable miracles. Just how many more would he be able to create? This was something that they could not even fathom. The 9 stars master teacher burst into tears. After Xianxia had shed his identity as a celestial master teacher and released the aura of the 5 acknowledgements of the heavens, the entire master teacher continent was in an uproar. Previously, when Xianxia obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, he only appeared in Mingshi Tang in a small circle and was then suppressed by the famous teachers. Almost no one knew about it. However, at this moment, the aura of heaven and earth's recognition spread down, and everyone saw the figure who was contending against Xianxia. If he still didn't understand, he would really be a fool. Yet another celestial master teacher had appeared on the master teacher continent, and more importantly, that fellow actually wanted to resign from his position. As expected of teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao's eyes were filled with admiration. After learning of his teacher's identity, he didn't hesitate to acknowledge him as his teacher, but in the end, his teacher actually didn't care about his identity at all, rejecting him just like that. As expected, his moral character was noble and admirable. Unbeknownst to the world, Xianxia was still standing in front of the barrier as he continued to exert his Xinqi outward. If he did not fully utilize the power of the celestial master teacher, he would never be able to become the teacher of the world and achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. Creak creak, the pressure of heaven and earth seemed to want to crush his soul. Xianxia's face was expressionless, making it impossible to tell whether he was in a good mood or not. In truth, Xianxia had been a little hesitant to deny his identity as a celestial master teacher, but after coming into contact with the barrier and receiving Kongshi's legacy, he realized that Kongshi had walked down this path as well. The other party had been a celestial master teacher as well, but he had also given up on that identity in the end. Otherwise, even the strongest cultivators in this world would only be able to become ancient sages. It would be nigh impossible for them to leave the master teacher continent and ascend to higher planes, because obtaining the acknowledgement of this world was equivalent to being shackled within this world, and if one wanted to escape, one had to first break through the shackles of one's own body. Rather than saying that he had come up with this method, it would be better to say that he was following the path that Xianxia had taken back then. Following his footsteps, she continued forward. Crack, Xianxia released the master-teacher aura in his body cleanly, but the world seemed to be unable to withstand his blasphemy. Dark clouds appeared in the sky once more, and innumerable lightning bolts and flames blazed in the sky, obscuring even the sun and moon. He's here. Xianxia stood in the underground palace and did not leave. If he were to head out now, the power of the lightning tribulation would surely sweep through the entire Tianxian kingdom, and this kingdom would be reduced to hell. If he stayed in this underground palace, if the other party wanted to attack him, he would be enveloped by the grand formation outside. As long as he could withstand it, this unranked ancient land would not be harmed at all. Voila, the tribulation lightning slowly gathered in the air, once again forming a massive saber. Flames and lightning continuously revolved around it, and space seemed like it could crumble at any moment. The most fearsome ancient sage ordeal, the ordeal of lightning armament. He did not think that it would appear once more. Whoosh, the lightning soldiers charged straight towards the underground palace. In the blink of an eye, they stopped above Xianxia's head and slowly sliced down. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the formation and space of the underground palace were torn apart like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he raised his fist to face the lightning soldiers. Back when he faced the ordeal of lightning armament, he had been too weak to withstand it. However, with his current strength, even though he was unable to use the Dragonbone Divine Spear, his physical body, soul, and Xianxia cultivation were already on par with blood reincarnation realm experts. Boom! Xianxia's fist collided with the lightning soldiers, and he was forced to retreat several steps. His fist was stained with fresh blood. From the looks of it, even with his enhanced cultivation, he was still unable to withstand the lightning soldiers. Previously, he had only been able to overcome the ordeal of lightning armament with the help of several hundred cultivators and the minor ordeal of lightning armament. Even though he did not have those resources to rely on, that did not mean that Xianxia would give up so easily. With a light step, he arrived before the barrier and charged forward once more. The underground palace shook intensely, and it looked as if it would collapse at any moment. The massive weapon carried the might of lightning and heavenly flames, threatening to burn the entire ground into nothingness. Once more, Xianxia's back crashed into the barrier, causing a huge shockwave to ripple through the air. The might of the lightning soldiers did not diminish, and it struck the barrier as well. Wung, with a light buzz, a small hole was formed in the barrier, and the black flames only managed to burn for a moment before they were finally stopped by the barrier. It's indeed working. Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. The reason he had chosen to summon the lightning tribulation here was not just to comprehend the ordeal of lightning armament, but more importantly, he wanted to use the might of the ordeal of lightning armament to destroy the barrier. Given how the barrier was able to withstand even vicious strength, it would be nigh impossible for him to destroy it with brute force alone. Even though it was left behind by Xianxia, it seemed like the other party had not activated it just because he was a celestial master teacher. Since that was the case, he would just have to use the ordeal of lightning armament to shatter it. Opening his fist into a palm, Xianxia thrust it toward the lightning soldiers once more. Kacha! Kacha! The lightning soldiers struck him time and time again, but the might of their attacks were all channeled into the barrier behind him. Eventually, the previously undamaged barrier finally caved in, and cracks began appearing on it. However, in the process of channeling the might of the lightning soldiers, Xianxia's physical body had sustained severe damage as well. It looked as if it would shatter at any moment. Sovereign Chenling. With a thought, Xianxia morphed into Sovereign Chenling once more. Uncorking the bottle, he released the unique energy that he had absorbed previously. This energy was something that Sovereign Chenling had obtained from the gods, and it was extremely effective in recovering from his injuries. After absorbing half a bottle of energy, Xianxia was able to make a full recovery from his injuries. Boom boom boom, the lightning soldiers struck the barrier again and again, and the cracks that had already appeared on the barrier grew larger and larger, threatening to tear it apart at any moment. At the same time, the ordeal of lightning armament had also expended a huge portion of its energy, causing it to look much weaker than before. It's indeed possible to exhaust one another. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the risk he had taken was worth it. Even though he was still unable to become the teacher of the world, he had managed to shake off his identity as a celestial master teacher, allowing his fighting prowess to soar once more. Furthermore, he had successfully destroyed the barrier as well. He had no idea what lay beyond the barrier, but considering how well hidden it was likely that it had something to do with the 100 schools of philosophers. Even if that was not the case, it was definitely related to Xianxia. As long as he could follow in the latter's footsteps, he would surely be able to leave this dimension and ascend to a higher dimension, where he would be able to find Lozozi. Kacha! Kacha! The ordeal of lightning armament struck the barrier twice more, and the cracks grew larger and larger. By this point, it was already large enough for a person to pass through. At the same time, the ominous clouds in the sky also began to dissipate. Another dozen breaths later, the barrier finally reached its limit and burst open. The ordeal of lightning armament that had been attacking relentlessly had finally been sapped dry of its energy. With a light tap from Xianxia, it dissipated into a gust of wind. Let's head in. Seeing that he had finally overcome the ordeal of lightning armament, Xianxia did not even have the time to check on the energy within his body. Thus, he dived right into the crack in the barrier. Xingyang and Wei Ruyan nodded. They quickly sent a message to Xiaoya and the others before following behind Xianxia. What appeared before his eyes was a vast world. The sky was high, the clouds were thin, and the grasses were long and the nightingales were chirping. Countless plants were planted in the fields, and the surrounding spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was even denser than some of the holy lands. What is this place? Frowning, Wei Ruyan walked up to Xianxia doubtfully and drove her Xinqi, fearing that something might happen. It should be an ancient land or relic. Xingyang followed on the other side. Instead of answering, Xianxia's eyes were filled with doubt. He slowly walked along the ridge of the field and soon arrived in front of the plant. He reached out his hand and plucked a branch from the ground. After studying it for a moment, he smiled lightly and asked, "Did you find anything? Discovered?" The two students glanced at each other, both of them unable to understand. Noticing the questioning look in his teacher's eyes, Xingyang hesitated for a moment before replying, "The wheat seems to be thicker than the ones on the master-teacher continent, and its ability to absorb spiritual energy seems to be stronger as well." "That's right." Wei Ruyan nodded in agreement. She couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Why wasn't her teacher concerned about where he was and what he should do in the future? Instead, he was so concerned about a stalk of wheat. At their level of cultivation, they wouldn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat. They were far from crops. This is a stalk of green sprout wheat. The spiritual energy contained within it is extremely dense, and if an ordinary person were to consume it over a long period of time, it would be able to improve their physique and enhance their bloodline. Take your innate poison body for example. If you had consumed this from the moment you were born, you wouldn't have suffered so much pain. Due to her innate poison body being too powerful, Wei Ruyan had been unable to awaken it. As a result, her body had been frail from a young age, and she had been on the verge of dying at any moment. If not for her father, Wei Changfeng, who had gone to great lengths to search for treasures, she might not have been able to hold on until Xianxia accepted her as his disciple. If one had consumed the green sprout wheat as soon as one was born, one's constitution would have been enhanced by several notches. Perhaps, one wouldn't have had to suffer so much, and Wei Changfeng wouldn't have died over a single stalk of medicinal herb. Xingyang's eyes lit up in excitement. If that's the case, won't it be a blessing to the world if we bring it back to the master-teacher continent? As the head of the Combat Master Hall, he had to think more deeply than others. If it could improve one's physique and strengthen one's bloodline, wouldn't everyone on the continent be like dragons? In the war between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe, despite the efforts of countless master teachers, Mingshi Tang was still unable to gain the upper hand. The main reason for this was that the otherworldly demonic tribe was simply too powerful to reach transcendent mortal realm at birth. The stronger one's bloodline, the more formidable one would be. Humans were on a completely different level compared to them. To be able to withstand the attacks of the other party without falling, it could be said that he had already given it his all. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Xianxia shook his head and replied, "It's impossible to grow it on the master-teacher continent." This kind of vegetation was not recorded by Mingshi Tang, but what he saw in the Book Mountain. It was Kongshi's ideal vegetation, but it did not exist in reality. He had also carefully confirmed it for a long time. Why? Xingyang was puzzled. At most, this place had more spiritual qi. With their strength, it was not difficult to set up such a place. Why couldn't they plant it? Due to the war with the otherworldly demonic tribe on the master-teacher continent, there are traces of the otherworldly demonic tribe's aura everywhere. What the green sprout wheat fears the most is the killing intent. Once it comes into contact with it, it will be poisoned to death. As Xianxia explained, he infused a surge of Jinqi harnessed with the intent of slaughter at the tip of his finger. Hula, it was as if a drop of paint had fallen into clear water. In the blink of an eye, the green sprout wheat in a radius of several dozen mu withered on the spot, turning a waxy yellow, as if it had been incinerated. This, Xingyang and the others were astonished. Even Xianxia was taken aback. He knew that the green sprout wheat was extremely sensitive to killing intent, but he didn't think that it would be so effective. The surge of Jinqi that he had infused earlier was extremely weak, but it was still so powerful. From this, it could be foreseen that even the slightest bit of it could lead to a catastrophe on the master-teacher continent. Once the green sprout wheat ran out, it would be useless to improve one's constitution or raise one's cultivation. There are many otherworldly demons hiding on the master-teacher continent, so the air is filled with their killing intent. While it isn't too concentrated, such that ordinary humans won't be affected by it, it's still a huge threat to the green sprout wheat. Xianxia remarked. The two of them nodded at the same time, unable to say another word. One of the reasons why the master-teacher continent had chosen Mingshi Tang to stand guard over the master-teacher continent was to strengthen mankind, but another reason was to ensure that the otherworldly demonic tribe never stood a chance. Since there's no killing intent in the Tianshan kingdom, is it possible to plant the green sprout wheat? Wei Ruyan asked. As soon as she entered the Tianshan kingdom, she realized that there seemed to be a natural barrier that isolated the killing intent in the air. In other words, there was no killing intent in the ancient land. It's true that there isn't any killing intent, but there isn't sufficient spiritual energy either. Besides, haven't you noticed? There isn't any unique energy here that can allow a master teacher to advance their cultivation? Xianxia asked. This, Wei Ruyan was rendered speechless. As a poison master, she hadn't paid much attention to the unique energy that could allow a master teacher to advance their cultivation. However, upon hearing her teacher's words, she realized that it was indeed the case. There was no killing intent in the Tianshan kingdom, but the unique energy that could allow a master teacher to advance their cultivation didn't exist either. If one wanted to become a master teacher, they would have to leave the Tianshan kingdom and head elsewhere. Take Lu Sun Laosher for example. He had become a 2-star master teacher because he had gone to another kingdom instead of staying in the Tianshan kingdom. There isn't any unique energy in the ancient land, and there isn't any spiritual energy either. While there isn't any killing intent in the ancient land, it isn't suitable for planting green sprout wheat either. Even if it survives, it won't grow. Xianxia sighed. He hadn't understood much about the ancient land previously, but after abandoning the unique ability of a celestial master teacher, he was able to see the crux of the matter with a single glance. Even though he had no idea why the ancient land was in such a state, he knew that it was impossible for the green sprout wheat to grow. Otherwise, Kongshi would have long turned the ancient land into the core of the master-teacher continent. The ancient land isn't suitable for growth, but it grows so densely here. What kind of place is this? Xingyang asked curiously. Something that couldn't survive anywhere else was actually able to survive here. Could there be something special about this place? If I'm not mistaken, this is where the 100 schools of philosophers are located. Unlike the ancient domain and folded spaces, it has been developed into a brand new world. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. The 100 schools of philosophers? The two of them glanced at one another in astonishment. Woo-woo, just as they were about to ask how their teacher was able to confirm the matter, the sound of a horn suddenly echoed in the distance. following which, a huge group of people rushed in their direction furiously. These people were dressed in short-sleeved robes, and they held hoes, sickles, shovels, and other farming tools in their hands. Their strength, Xingyang was taken aback. These people couldn't be any more ordinary. In the master-teacher continent, they wouldn't even be considered a fighter. Yet, every single one of them had reached Xianxia realm. They have never cultivated before, so there's no trace of Xianxia in their bodies. Wei Ruyan was taken aback as well. With her eye of discernment, she could easily tell that these people had heavy bodies and no Xianxia in their dantians. Most likely, they had never cultivated before. Without tempering their spiritual energy, Xianxia, and physical bodies, they already possessed the aura of a Xianxia realm cultivator. It's probably due to consuming the green sprout wheat over the years that their constitution has changed, making them similar to the otherworldly demonic tribe, Xianxia explained. Most likely, this situation had something to do with the wheat fields. The ancestors of these people had consumed the green sprout wheat over the years, causing their constitution to change completely. Just like the otherworldly demonic tribe, they possessed the strength of a transcendent mortal the moment they were born. Take his previous self, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, for example. He was a saint at birth. This, Jing Yang's eyes lit up in excitement. Previously, when his teacher said that he didn't think much of it, he couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing how ordinary humans wielded such strength. If the people of the master-teacher continent could do the same, they would really have nothing to fear when facing the otherworldly demonic tribe. No matter how powerful a master-teacher was, if his students were unwilling to learn from him, it would be impossible to groom them into experts. Of the 3,000 disciples of Kongshi, only 72 had reached ancient sage. Yet, consuming the green sprout wheat over the years allowed one to possess the strength of a Xianxia realm cultivator at birth. That was already an incredible feat. Who are you? How dare you destroy the crops? The crowd rushed forward and bellowed furiously. The one leading the group was an elder who looked to be at least 80 years old. His hair and beard were both black, and he seemed to be brimming with energy. Despite not cultivating, he had already reached Zhizuan realm, the highest realm beneath transcendent mortal. In the Tianxian kingdom, those who could cultivate to Zhizuan realm would be able to look down on Emperor Shen Jue. Yet, in the master-teacher continent, they were able to reach Zhizuan realm as they grew older. No one would dare to believe it if they told others about it. We didn't mean to damage it. We are willing to compensate. With an apologetic look on his face, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and a pile of medicinal herbs and weapons fell down. Even though these were the cheapest items in his possession, they would still fetch a hefty price no matter where they were placed. Upon seeing this scene, the originally aggressive crowd was dumbfounded. Although they hadn't seen any decent treasures before, they could still sense the spirit chi emitted by these things in front of them. The reason why they rushed over was because the few of them had destroyed a few acres of their crops. However, compared to these items, the amount of wheat that was destroyed was far inferior. To compensate us? After a pause, the old man still could not believe it. Yes. Zhang Xian chuckled. Take it. I still have some questions to ask, and I hope to get an answer. What's the matter? Feel free to say it. They sent people to pack up the items and carefully inspect them. After confirming that they were of considerable value, the old man and the others still felt as if they were dreaming. They hurriedly bowed. He had already made up for it, and he still had such an attitude. He really couldn't get angry. This is the first time the three of us have been here. May I know where we are? Zhang Xian asked. This is the limestone village in the territory of the Kaming Manor, the old man replied. Limestone village? Kaming Manor? Zhang Xian frowned. May I know, where does the Kaming Manor belong to? It's a place under the jurisdiction of the Kozhi Manor, a middle-aged man interjected. Kozhi? Nodding, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The Kozhi was one of the 72 sages under Kongshi. Even though his reputation paled in comparison to Ran Qiu, Bo Shang, and the others, there were still records of him in the annals of history. Perhaps, the green sprout wheat was a concept proposed by Kongshi, and it was due to him that it was successfully planted. Since it was under the jurisdiction of the Kozhi Manor, it meant that it was indeed under the jurisdiction of the 100 schools of philosophers. Zhang Xian had been intending to search for it after arriving at Tianxian Kingdom, but who could have thought that Xingyang and the others would accidentally stumble upon it? May I know how we can get to the Kochi-Kozii Manor? Zhang Xian asked. Given the tens of thousands of years of history that had passed, it was unlikely that the ancient sage was still alive. If they wanted to find the traces of Kongshi and where he had gone after capturing the deity, they would have to find the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers. The ancient sage's manor is located in Fan City, and it's quite a distance away from here. If the three of you aren't in a hurry, I'll have Xiru bring you there. The old man said with a smile. Xiru is the belle of our village, and she has once tamed a spirit beast. It'll be faster to have her bring you there. Belle of our village? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. You only need to tell us the direction. There's no need for you to go through the trouble. How can you say that? Fan City is a large city, and not just anyone can enter it. If you aren't from here, it'll be easy for you to be captured. It'll be better for you to have Xiru lead the way. She's very familiar with the area, so it'll be easier for us to get things done. The old man said with an indisputable tone. The group before them had destroyed their crops, but they were willing to compensate them for it. Not to mention, their attitude was extremely good as well. Naturally, they would treat them politely. Seeing that the old man was adamant, Zhang Xian could only nod in agreement. The limestone village wasn't too big, and it only had 100 households. Upon hearing that there were guests, they immediately welcomed them warmly. Soon, they met the legendary belle of the village. Her appearance could only be said to be above average, similar to Su Feifei's. However, for a small village like this, she did stand out. Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. Walking over, Xingyang assessed the other party's cultivation. From the zhenqi flowing through her body, he could tell that she was indeed a Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan cultivator. I can bring you to Fan City, but I have to warn you beforehand that not everyone is allowed to enter Kochi-Kozii's residence. If you wish to pay him a visit, you'll have to hand over your name scroll in advance. If you were to barge in recklessly and offend him, I won't care whether you live or die. Xiru walked up to Zhang Xian with a haughty look on her face. As the belle of the village, she had her own pride and dignity. Don't worry. Zhang Xian nodded. Even though their cultivation had already reached the peak of this world, they were here to seek answers, not to fight or kill. Naturally, they wouldn't act recklessly. That's good. Also, let me warn you in advance. I'm only bringing you to Fan City on the orders of the village chief. Don't fall in love with me just because we're traveling together. I only accept confessions from people within the village, and I don't intend to marry anyone outside the village yet. Xiru said sternly. Zhang Xian and the others felt as if they were suffering from constipation. The tamed beast that Xiru had tamed was an eagle-beak beast. It was massive, and even with the group sitting on its back, it didn't feel cramped at all. Xingyang and the others wanted to fly, but recalling their teacher's low-profile personality, they eventually gave up on the idea. Thus, they sat on the back of the eagle-beak beast and closed their eyes to rest. You are cultivators as well? Xiru asked doubtfully. She had thought that they were cultivators as well. She had thought that they had never come into contact with zhenqi before, but who would have thought that they would be able to absorb spiritual energy? You can say that. Xingyang nodded with a smile. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiru chuckled proudly. I have cultivated as well, and I have received the old village chief's heritage. Of all the villagers in the village, I am the only one who has cleared the examination. Incredible. Xingyang complimented. The old village chief has received the heritage of the descendants of Kochi-Kozii. Xiru said. Oh? Zhang Xian turned to look at her. The old village chief went to Fan City when he was young and received his guidance. Even though he is old now, he is still the strongest expert in the village. It's a pity that you didn't get to meet him, or else you would surely be in awe of him. Xiru explained. They had only met the current village chief. In truth, the strongest person in their village was the old village chief. It was due to her cultivation with the old village chief that she had achieved her current accomplishments. May I know what kind of cultivation technique he practices? Did he receive the guidance of a master teacher? Zhang Xian asked curiously. The heritage left behind by the descendants of Kochi-Kozii was bound to be extraordinary. Even if Xianxia had only come into contact with the surface of it, he should have been able to see through it with his eye of discernment. Master teacher? Xiaoru frowned in incomprehension. It's an occupation that specializes in teaching and answering the doubts of others, Xianxia replied. I've never heard of it before. Xiaoru shook her head. Aren't cultivation techniques supposed to be passed down in one's clan? Why would there really be someone teaching? Even if there's such a place, it should be in the great frontistery of Confucianism. In any case, I've never seen it before. After asking a few more questions, Zhang Xian finally realized that there was no Mingshi Tang in the 100 Schools of Philosopher's School. In order to learn the Heaven's Path divine art, one had to possess the heritage of one's clan or be qualified to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. The great frontistery of Confucianism was similar to the Master Teacher Academy, but it only recruited geniuses among geniuses. The village belle before him was likely to be a hopeless case. Back then, Yan Shui, Nangong Yuanfeng, and the others were experts of the great frontistery of Confucianism. You're asking so many questions. Don't tell me you're planning to go to Fan City to seek opportunities? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. I've been there several times, and I haven't even seen those experts. Xiaoru had a sympathetic expression on her face when she saw that everyone was trying to find out more. Cultivation required cultivation techniques, but these things weren't transparent. It wasn't something that could be taught just because you wanted to learn it. It was a coincidence that she was able to learn and gain her current strength. Knowing that they were just a bunch of people who wanted to try their luck, they no longer had the enthusiasm from before. 2 hours later, a huge city appeared in front of them. They had arrived at Fan City. The village belle had described it as a massive city, but after witnessing the prosperity of the Master Teacher continent, Zhang Xian and the others could not help but shake their heads in disappointment. At the very most, it was similar to Tianqian City, but it was nothing compared to the city where the Zhang family and Mingshi Tang resided. After passing through the security check, the group walked for a while before arriving before a massive manor. Xiaoru pointed ahead and said, "That's Kochi Koziai's manor. Every day, there are many people who come here in search of opportunities. Look at those people. They're all here to learn, but it's a pity that they can only guard this place, unable to learn anything at all." Following her gaze, there was indeed a group of young men kneeling at the outer perimeter of the manor. Their eyes were filled with determination. Some of them had been kneeling for too long, and their bodies were swaying uncontrollably, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Zhang Xian frowned. There were so many people who were determined to learn, but the gates of the manor were tightly shut, as if it would never open. Conshur emphasizes on imparting knowledge to the world, and the 100 schools of philosophers are his students. Why doesn't he impart his cultivation technique to them? Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. It was precisely due to Conshur's magnanimity that he was able to become the world's teacher. Since the 100 schools of philosophers had imparted their heritage to him, why did they keep it to themselves and refuse to impart their cultivation technique to others? While Zhang Xian was still perplexed, Jia, the gates creaked open, and several tall and slender figures walked out. They were 3 young men and a middle-aged man. The young man looked to be in his early 20s while the middle-aged man had a stern look on his face. His cultivation was unfathomably deep. Great sage expert, the middle-aged man was actually a great sage expert, and the 3 youths had also reached Saint Nine Dan as well. They were no doubt top-notch geniuses. The examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism is extremely strict. Remember my teachings and strive to clear it. Looking at the 3 youths before him, the middle-aged man instructed. Yes. The 3 of them nodded with grim looks on their faces. Great frontistery of Confucianism? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. It's the current head of the Fan clan and his offspring. Both of them are actually going to take the great frontistery of Confucianism. Incredible. Those who are able to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism are all geniuses among geniuses, true experts among geniuses. If I could receive a word of guidance from such a person, my death would be worth it. It's a pity that cultivation techniques are not taught to outsiders. Our backgrounds are not high enough, so we can't learn it even if we wanted to. Discussions broke out all around. Kochi Koziai was just an honorific title. His real name was Fan Su, and the Fan clan that everyone was talking about was the clan that had inherited the heritage of the ancient sages. Alright, have a safe trip. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. The 3 youths flew up and flew straight into the distance, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Teacher, watching as the group walked away, Xingyang turned to Xianxia and asked. Let's follow them. If we want to uncover the secrets of this world, the great frontistery of frontistery should be our breakthrough point. Xianxia nodded. Nangong Yuanfeng and the others who had entered the master-teacher continent previously were experts from the great frontistery of Confucianism. Rather than asking the village belle who wasn't particularly beautiful, he might as well follow behind them. As long as he could enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, all secrets would be nothing to him. Follow them? Have you taken the wrong medicine? They are Saint Realm experts, and given how fast they can fly, even if my spirit beast were to break its wings, it wouldn't be able to catch up to them. In fact, I can't even see their shadows. Hearing their conversation, the village belle sneered coldly. She wanted to learn from the 3 geniuses as well, but the 2 of them weren't even on the same level. The 3 of them were able to fly without the aid of a spirit beast, so how could she possibly learn from them? Even if she wanted to learn from them, she should at least try to do it in a practical manner. Thank you for sending us here. We won't be riding on your aerial saint beast anymore. Farewell. Hearing those words, Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned around. In the blink of an eye, he had already flown into the air, disappearing without a trace. The eyes of the village belle nearly popped out of their sockets, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She hurriedly turned to look at Xingyang and Wei Ruyan, only to see the 2 of them smiling at her. They vanished as well. Pudong, Xiuru fell to the ground, completely disregarding her identity as the village belle. She was completely dumbfounded. She had thought that the other party would be a bronze emperor, but who could have known that he would be a Jizuan realm cultivator? Paying no heed to the frenzied village belle, Xianxia and the others hastened their pace, and it didn't take them long to catch sight of 3 young men flying ahead of them. Even though the 3 of them didn't know how to tear apart space to fly, they were still able to move swiftly through the use of a unique movement art. Should we stop them and ask them about it? Xingyang asked. There's no need for that. Even if we ask them, they won't know much. We'll just follow behind them, and they'll know everything once we get there. Xianxia shook his head. Those 3 were intending to head to the great frontistery of Confucianism, and what they were looking for was simply too confidential. Even if they were to stop them, they wouldn't be able to learn anything about it. On the other hand, if too many people were to know about it, it would be easier for the news to leak out. Knowing that his teacher's decision couldn't be wrong, Xingyang didn't say anything else. The group flew swiftly, and 3 days later, they arrived before a towering mountain range. At this moment, the mountain range was already packed with people, numbering in the thousands. After landing on the ground, Xingyang began gathering information while Xianxia and Wei Ruyan scanned the surroundings. The thousands of people gathered here were all under the age of 30, and just like the 3 young men before them, they were all at St. Nine Dan. In fact, there were even some who had reached half-great sage. Other than Xingyang and the others, there was no one else on the master-teacher continent who possessed such strength at such a young age. Yet, there were so many of them here. As expected of the 100 schools of philosophers. Possessing the bloodline of an ancient sage, Kongshi's heritage, and the green sprout wheat, it's true that no one on the master-teacher continent can match up to them. Xianxia nodded in agreement. There were plenty of geniuses on the master-teacher continent, but those who were able to reach St. Nine Dan were all elders of the 3 premier clans. Even the youngest of them was at least 200 years old. To be able to reach such a level before reaching 30, it was indeed impressive. Teacher, those people seem to have been through many battles. They are more suited for battle than the experts of the master-teacher continent. Wei Ruyan also noticed something and sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Even without her saying it, he could tell. Most of the experts on the master-teacher continent were master-teachers. While they wielded incredible fighting prowess, they were more suited for teaching and imparting knowledge. On the other hand, the cultivators before Xianxia had cold gazes in their eyes, reminiscent of combat masters. From the looks of it, not only were their cultivations profound, but their understanding of battle was also extraordinary. Teacher, I have found out that the great frontistery of Confucianism isn't located here. Instead, it's hidden in another dimension. In order to enter, one has to become a member of it. They are the descendants of the 72 ancient sage clans who have come here to take the trial. Not long after, Xingyang came to him and transmitted his voice to him. Become a member? It said that the great frontistery of Confucianism is located in a unique space. Those who wish to enter have to clear various tests, or else the barrier will automatically expel them. Xingyang said. Frowning, Xianxia activated his eye of insight to scan his surroundings, but he soon shook his head. While there was a formation here, it wasn't a folded space. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be that easy to sneak into the great frontistery of Confucianism. Could it be that I have to disguise myself as an examinee and sneak in? Xianxia sighed helplessly. He possessed the strongest fighting prowess beneath Dimension Shatterer realm, and even ancient sage Yanqing was no match for him. Yet, he had to disguise himself as a student and sneak in. However, if he didn't do so, he would have no idea where the great frontistery of Confucianism was or how powerful the seal was. If he were to barge in recklessly, he would be in deep trouble. Even with his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he dared not make a move on the seal left behind by Kongshi. If the great frontistery of Confucianism had such a seal as well, even with vicious help, it would be difficult for him to escape from it. The great frontistery of Confucianism is extremely dangerous. Since you don't know how to disguise yourselves and don't have a suitable identity, it's best for you to find a place to stay in. I'll inform you once I'm done, Xianxia said as he turned to his two students. He had the disguise amulet that Lozozi had given him, and even his bloodline wouldn't be able to detect his disguise. Thus, he should be able to sneak into the great frontistery of Confucianism easily. Xingyang and Wei Ruyan wouldn't be able to do the same. Even if they were to disguise themselves, they would still be exposed if an ancient sage were to examine them. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to have them stay in the great frontistery of Confucianism. All right. Knowing their teacher's capability, the two of them nodded in agreement. After coming to an agreement, Xingyang and Wei Ruyan stepped forward with smiles on their faces, and soon, they led the two youths of the Fan clan away. Only then did Xianxia walk up to them with a smile. Hello, Fan Xiaoxiu. He had been tailing the three of them for 3 days, and he knew that the young man before him was Fan Xiaoxiu. Of the three of them, he was the one who had the highest chance of clearing the examination and entering the great frontistery of Confucianism. Even though Fan Xiaoxiu was a descendant of the Kochi Kozii, it was difficult for him to notice Xianxia and the others. Thus, he was perplexed to see someone calling out his name. It's like this. I'm a friend of your father's, and I would like to share with you some of the techniques for the examination with you in private. Xianxia said with a smile. A friend of my father's? Fan Xiaoxiu asked doubtfully. His father was the current head of the Kochi Kozii clan, the middle-aged man who had escorted him out 3 days ago. If he had a friend, he would have surely told him about it. How could he possibly be unaware of it, seeing through the other party's doubts? Xianxia said calmly, indeed. There are too many people here, so let's talk over here. All right. Fan Xiaoxiu nodded in agreement. Putting aside the fact that he was a St. Nine Dan Pinnacle cultivator, there were plenty of experts in the area. Even if the other party harbored ill intentions toward him, he shouldn't have dared to make a move on him. Besides, he was just an insignificant figure, so there was nothing for the other party to scheme against. Fan Xiaoxiu followed Xianxia to the back of a building, and just as he was about to ask Xianxia what they were up to, the other party's palm suddenly came crashing down on him. Fan Xiaoxiu's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. He couldn't believe that someone would actually dare to make a move on him here. After keeping Fan Xiaoxiu into the myriad ant hive nest, Xianxia drove his Xinqi, and in the blink of an eye, he morphed into Fan Xiaoxiu's appearance, down to his clothes. Even though he had only been in this world for a short period of time, he still understood the rules. Only those from the 100 schools of philosophers were allowed to cultivate the myriad ant hive nest. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't have access to the myriad ant hive nest, let alone St. Nine Dan cultivators. It was impossible for him to pass himself off as an unaffiliated cultivator, so he could only leave Fan Xiaoxiu in the lurch. Nevertheless, there were still some benefits for Fan Xiaoxiu. At the very least, he would be able to clear the examination in Fan Xiaoxiu's stead without any mishaps. Returning back to where he had been earlier, the two youths from the Fan clan, whom Xingyang and Wei Ruyan had dragged away earlier, returned with confused looks on their faces. Clearly, they couldn't figure out why those two were looking for them. Not too long later, a few towering silhouettes appeared in the air, and a powerful oppressive might shrouded the surroundings. Xianxia frowned. The experts of the great frontistery of Confucianism had arrived. Xianxia glanced at the group before him with a smile. There were two familiar faces among them. They were Nangong Yuanfeng and Tantai Zhenqing, who had challenged the Zhang clan and the Luo clan previously. Most of the time, ancient sage cultivators would be in hibernation, leaving most of the matters in the great frontistery of Confucianism to be handled by the great sage experts. It was apparent that the two of them held high standing in the great frontistery of Confucianism. You are all outstanding successors of your respective ancient sage clans. I believe that you must have put in a lot of effort to make it here. The sempiternal realm pinnacle expert leading the group said. However, due to the limited resources available to us, I believe that all of you should know the recruitment criteria of the great frontistery of Confucianism. There are only 100 slots each year, and this year will be no exception. There are a total of 2,143 candidates who have registered this time around. In other words, only 20 of you will be able to clear the trial. The trial is extremely harsh, and you won't be able to decide your own life and death. Only 100 candidates? Xianxia frowned. Of the 2,000 candidates who were able to make it here, most of them had reached St. Nine Dan before reaching their 30s. Back on the master-teacher continent, every single one of them was a formidable figure who could shake the entire world. Yet, in the master-teacher continent, so many of them had actually been eliminated without any regard for their own lives. Wasn't this trial a little too harsh? Didn't the clan head mention it before we came here? Isn't the great frontistery of Confucianism the same? The young man beside Zhang Xian asked. He was one of the other two members of the Fan clan, Fan Xiaoxing. While his cultivation was beneath Fan Xiaoxiu's, he had also reached St. Nine Dan pinnacle. What do you mean by the same? I'm talking about the selection process. Those who fail will be deprived of cultivation resources and cultivation techniques, thus losing their right to cultivate. Which one of us hasn't gone through countless battles in order to make it this far? Fan Xiaoxing shook his head with a bitter smile as he looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. You can't possibly have forgotten all of that, right? How could I possibly forget all of that? I'm just lamenting. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian chuckled softly as a wave of astonishment washed over him. Wasn't it a little too harsh for the clan to implement a selection process every year, and those who fail would be deprived of cultivation resources and cultivation techniques? Shouldn't everyone be a dragon? Why was there a need to sever one's cultivation resources? And destroy one's foundation? Alright, I won't say too much. The test this time is different from the past, but it's simpler and easier. I believe that you have already seen the mountain ahead. Before entering, each of you will have a teleportation jade token pinned on your chest. Once you shatter it, you will be teleported out, and you will be disqualified from entering the great frontistery of Confucianism. Since more than 2,000 people have entered the mountain peak at the same time, they can choose to form an alliance or make a move against one another. All they have to do is to ensure that they don't get eliminated. When there are only 100 people left, the examination will come to an end. Those who remain will have passed the examination, and they will be able to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. And those who are eliminated will not have another chance. The sempiternal realm middle-aged man said. Directly eliminated? That's not fair. If someone is skilled in concealment and hides as soon as they enter the mountain, no one will be able to find them. Doesn't that mean that they won't need to fight to pass the examination? If there are people who are good at setting up formations, they can set up their defenses and take them down one by one. How can others compare? What if everyone hides and doesn't eliminate others? Immediately, sounds of discussion rang out from below. They thought that they would be challenged or dueled like before, but who could have thought that they would be eliminated right away? Everyone, there's no need to panic. Since we have set the rules, we won't allow such a problem to occur. The Great Frontistery of Confucianism will dispatch a team of enforcers to deal with those who choose to hide or slack off. Also, we will only give you 6 hours. Within this period of time, only 100 people will remain, and none of them will be able to pass the examination. The sempiternal realm middle-aged man said. 6 hours? Enforcers? The faces of the crowd warped in shock. Those who still harbored some hope in their hearts immediately gave up on the idea. 6 hours was too short a time frame to eliminate 2,000 people. If they were to hide, not only would they fail the examination, they might even be eliminated as well. Thus, if they wanted to become one of the 100 people, they would have to hurry up and eliminate others. Is there anything else that you don't understand? After explaining the rules, the sempiternal realm middle-aged man scanned the crowd once more. Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement. Very well. Now, everyone, please collect your teleportation jade tokens. The sempiternal realm middle-aged man said with a wave of his hand, and a platform immediately appeared at the center of the crowd. There were several thousand jade tokens placed on top of it. A young man stepped forward and bit his finger, dripping a droplet of blood onto the platform. Wang, with a light buzz, a line of words appeared on top of the platform, ancient sage Ziqi's bloodline. Who, seeing that his bloodline was recognized, a jade token flew over and landed on the young man's chest. Following which, a second young man stepped forward. It seems like I really can't resort to trickery. Seeing this sight, Xianxia felt a little relieved. It was fortunate that he had already guessed that Fan Xiaoxiu's identity would be compromised. If Xingyang and Wei Ruyan were to impersonate Fan Xiaoxiu as well, they would have been exposed easily, and it would have been difficult for them to sneak in. Following behind the crowd, it did not take long for them to arrive at the platform. They took out a droplet of blood and placed it on top of the platform. Seeing that there was no problem with his bloodline, Fan Xiaoxing and the others decided not to think too much about it. In less than an hour, all 2,000 people had received their identity jade tokens. Alright, you can head over now. You have 6 hours to do so. The sempiternal realm consummation expert harumphed coldly as he waved his hand. Voila, as if some kind of barrier had been opened, the crowd immediately rushed toward the mountain peak. The first to reach the mountain peak would have the advantage, thus increasing their chances of clearing the trial significantly. Fan Xiaoxing and the others were just about to rush over when they suddenly felt a hand grabbing onto their shoulders. It was Xianxia. Once we reach the mountain peak, our clan will be separated. You should find a place to hide first. I'll look for you. There was a teleportation formation in the passageway leading to the mountain peak. Xianxia had seen it earlier, and if he was not mistaken, it was likely that those from the same clan would be randomly assigned to different locations. Otherwise, if they were from the same clan, they would have a huge advantage over the others. Hide? Fan Xiaoxing frowned. Even if the three of them were to work together, it would be hard to say whether they would be able to survive the trial. Thus, it would be better for them to split up so as not to draw too much attention to themselves. Listen to me, and I guarantee that you'll be able to clear the trial, Xianxia said calmly. Since he was going to disguise himself as Fan Xiaoxiu, he had to give the descendants of the Kochi Kozii some benefits as well. Alright. Seeing how confident Xianxia was, Fan Xiaoxing and the others hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Xianxia did not bother explaining how he could find the other party if they were to hide. Chuckling softly, he led the way forward. Hula, the teleportation formation swiftly shrouded him, and in the next moment, he had already vanished from the spot. The next time Xianxia appeared, he was hiding behind a boulder. As soon as he steadied himself, he felt a cold glint piercing right into the jade token in front of his chest. As long as they were hit, they would be eliminated immediately. From the looks of it, those who entered first had already been ambushed and were just waiting for the latecomers to fall into their trap. He's pretty fast. Xianxia chuckled softly as he raised his finger to meet Xianxia's attack. Buzz, the cold light was blocked by the finger, unable to advance any further. Even though the strength that he was exerting at the moment was only at St. Nine Dan, his eye of discernment and reflexes were more than sufficient to deal with even a great sage expert. Considering that his assailant was only an ordinary macrocosm ascendancy realm cultivator, how could he possibly succeed? After deflecting the sneak attack, Xianxia looked over and saw a black-robed young man. Seeing how Xianxia was able to deflect the cold light so easily, a look of fear flashed across the young man's eyes. Not daring to make a second move, he immediately turned tail and fled. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had seen through the other party's strength. If he didn't escape, he would only be eliminated. You have quick reflexes, but it's too late for you to escape. With a look of praise on his face, Xianxia tapped his finger once more and said, "Seal." Voila, the black-cloaked youth froze in the air like the surface of water, unable to move. Spatial seal. The black-robed youth was horrified. For a Saint Nine-Dan cultivator to be able to comprehend such an ability. Even among the offspring of the 72 ancient sage clans, there was no doubt that he would be ranked among the top few. How could he be so unlucky as to meet the other party? Friend, I was blinded by greed and attacked you. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. He gritted his teeth and begged for mercy. He was one of the strongest cultivators in his clan, and he had thought that as long as he hid himself well, he would be able to kill the candidates easily. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would meet such a tough opponent in his first attempt. If he had known that this would happen, he would have hidden himself. Why would he have made a move on him? It's not impossible to spare your life. Xianxia said. What are your conditions? Please state them. The black-robed youth gritted his teeth. I can use treasures to exchange for my life. However, you should also know that everyone in the clan has a fixed amount of resources. I don't have too many good things, I don't want it. I'll give you two choices. First, crush your jade plate and you'll be eliminated. Second, tell me what I want to know. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia and said, Don't worry, I won't implicate the secrets of our clan, and I won't put you in a difficult position. I choose the second option. Without much hesitation, the black-robed young man spoke. It had taken a lot of resources from the Zhang clan to reach this point, but if he could not enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, all of the resources would be cut off, and it would be impossible for him to advance any further in the future. No matter what, he couldn't give up this opportunity. Very good. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia looked at Xianxia calmly and said, How did you get to where you are today, step by step? That included every single trial and assessment. I want to know everything in detail. The black-robed young man thought that Xianxia would ask him something, but upon hearing that it was something that almost everyone knew about, the black-robed young man was taken aback. Even though he was perplexed, he still replied honestly, I have gone through 27 trials ever since I started cultivating, one every year. Quite a few people of the same age group will be eliminated in the examination, and those who are eliminated will have their cultivation technique manuals and resources cut off, allowing them to focus on managing their businesses. Soon, the black-clothed young man recounted what he had experienced. Xianxia frowned as he listened to the black-robed young man's story. Just as he had guessed, the competition in the 100 schools of philosophers was extremely brutal. The examination began right from the very start, and those who cleared it would receive cultivation technique manuals and resources. Those who failed would be barred from cultivating anymore. This was no longer just nurturing juniors but raising goo. It was said that those who knew how to raise goo would raise more than 10,000 of them and have them kill one another, and the one who emerged victorious would be the strongest. That seemed to be how the 72 sage clans operated. Those who were qualified to participate in the examination of the great frontistery of Confucianism had to have gone through many trials and tribulations in order to rise above the others. It was no wonder Xianxia could see the coldness in the eyes of the black-robed young man earlier, reminiscent of the combat masters. With such experiences, their humanity must have become as indifferent as a piece of scrap paper, ready to be discarded at any moment. It was no wonder Yan Shui and the others were able to ally with the otherworldly demonic tribe without the slightest grudge against them. Most likely, the only thing in their minds was victory. It seems like the 100 schools of philosophers is truly the survival of the fittest, Xianxia thought. Xianxia turned to the black-robed young man and asked, You mentioned earlier that there's a fixed distribution of cultivation resources. What do you mean by that? As an offspring of the sage clans, how could you not know? The black-robed young man asked doubtfully. However, knowing that he was currently living under someone else's roof, he could only explain, there's a fixed distribution of cultivation resources. Based on what I know, it's the same for every single sage clan. There's no exception. After saying those words, the black-robed young man continued to explain. Hearing those words, Xianxia gasped in astonishment. He finally understood how the ancient sage clans operated. Initially, they would select their juniors to cultivate, and those who failed to reach a certain level within a certain period of time would be eliminated, thus losing the distribution of cultivation resources and cultivation technique manuals. This was the same every year. In order to obtain cultivation technique manuals and cultivation techniques, one would have to undergo all kinds of tests and achieve great accomplishments. It could be said that the control over resources in this world was so precise that it could make one's hair stand on end. Can't we just search for some ancient domain or treasure trove? Xianxia asked. The cultivators of the master-teacher continent did not have that many resources either, but they would still search for some unique ancient domain or treasure trove. Even if they had to put themselves in danger, they would still be able to cultivate for a long period of time. Why didn't the people of the master-teacher continent do the same? What ancient domain or treasure trove? After a cultivator dies, all of his resources will be taken back by the clan. It's just like how you won't be able to take away my resources even if you kill me right now. This is because every single item that I bring with me has to be registered. If I were to lose any of my belongings after I die, the clan would come after you. The black-robed young man said. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. As the descendants of Kongshi, the 100 schools of philosophers. What in the world were they up to? Was the world really that lacking in resources? After asking a few more questions to clarify everything that the black-robed young man knew, Xianxia flicked his finger. The black-robed young man collapsed to the ground. You'll wake up after I leave, and you'll forget everything that happened earlier. Xianxia said with a smile as he dashed forward, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. At his level of cultivation, he was already capable of wiping a person's memories with ease. Even though the questions he had asked earlier weren't that important, they would surely bring trouble to Xianxia in the future. Since that was the case, it would be better for him to get rid of them in advance. Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. Laowa isn't happy at the moment. His feet have been hurting for the past 4 days, and he can't even walk anymore. Mother-in-law still has an operation tomorrow. Divine Sense cover. After leaving the black-clad young man, Xianxia did not go far. His spiritual sense spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire mountain. Although there was a formation here that prevented cultivators from probing with their spiritual sense, the person who had set up the formation had a lower understanding of formations than him. Furthermore, he was strong, so no matter how much his spiritual sense spread out, he wouldn't be detected. It didn't take long for him to find the two of them. Fan Xiaoxing's luck isn't too bad. He was teleported to a mountain stream and hid himself there, making it impossible for anyone to notice him. However, Fan Xiaofeng wasn't as lucky. The 3 from the Kochi Kozii clan were Fan Xiaoxiu, Fan Xiaoxing, and Fan Xiaofeng. The former had successfully concealed himself, and no one had noticed him for the time being. The latter was currently in danger, being chased by 2 experts. Fortunately, he specialized in speed, and his movement technique was also extremely fast. Otherwise, the jade token on him would have been crushed long ago, and he would have been eliminated. With a jolt, Xianxia dashed in Fan Xiaofeng's direction. Knowing that there was bound to be someone keeping an eye on him, he maintained the speed of a Saint 9 Dan pinnacle cultivator. Woo woo. Woo, waves of energy exploded in the surroundings. No one could do anything to him, but there was still a lot of competition. From time to time, there would be people fighting on the side, and experts would be eliminated one after another. It had to be said that the examination of the great frontispiece of Confucianism was extremely cruel. Although there were no restrictions on alliances, in order to pass, all alliances were fake. If things went wrong, they would be stabbed in the back. Xianxia had seen such a thing happen before. When the 3 of them worked together, they would have been able to easily eliminate those who were alone. However, one of them took the initiative to make a move because his companion was injured, eliminating him as well. If they were injured, it would be equivalent to having a flaw. Not only would the alliance lose its might, if things went wrong, they might even be surrounded by others. It would not be as nimble as working alone. On the other hand, Fan Xiaofeng's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. After being attacked by 3 powerhouses of the same level as him, he was already injured, and his strength had been consumed by more than half. He was filled with fatigue. Stop struggling and surrender obediently. The great frontistery of Confucianism isn't a place where someone of your strength can enter. A young man with the confidence of a hunter looked over with a smile. There were 2 other young men behind him, surrounding Fan Xiaofeng in a fan-shaped formation. If you want to eliminate me, then do it. Even if I can't enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, I'll still injure you. Knowing that there was no turning back, Fan Xiaofeng glared at the trio with gritted teeth, reminiscent of a hungry wolf. His luck sure was terrible. As soon as he appeared, he was teleported here and surrounded by the 3 of them. It was already his limit to be able to last until now. Let us get hurt? Do you think you are worthy? The young man in the lead snorted. Attack. Voila, along with the order, the 3 of them attacked Xianxia simultaneously. Their might rained down on Xianxia like a torrential storm, enveloping the entire area, making it impossible for Xianxia to escape. The young man leading the group was a half-great sage cultivator, and the other 2 were at St. Nindan pinnacle. Fan Xiaofeng's fighting prowess paled in comparison to any one of them. Facing the 3 of them simultaneously, he immediately found himself flustered. Bang! Fan Xiaofeng's face paled as he was sent flying. His back crashed heavily into a boulder, and his body felt as weak as a pile of mud. Alright, crush the jade token and look for the next one. Seeing that he no longer had the strength to resist, the young man instructed. Yes. The young man on the left replied with a smile as he leaped forward. Raising his finger, he tapped the jade token in front of Fan Xiaofeng's chest. If he were to strike the jade token, he would surely be eliminated. It's a pity that I won't be able to fulfill the trust of my clan. Fan Xiaofeng sighed helplessly. Knowing that he would only sustain more severe injuries if he continued fighting, he could only close his eyes helplessly. However, a moment later, he noticed that the jade token in front of his chest did not shatter at all. Raising his head, he saw a figure sitting on a boulder not too far away. The figure was swinging his right leg lightly, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. Following which, an impassive voice sounded in his ears, "Isn't it a little unorthodox for the 3 of you to gang up on me?" Xiaoxiu, Fan Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat. It was no other than the son of the clan head, Fan Xiaoxiu. He had actually rushed over in the nick of time. Yet another one who is courting death. Seeing that Zhang Xian actually dared to save Zhang Xian from their encirclement, the leader sneered coldly. He shot a glance at the other 2, and they quickly surrounded Zhang Xian together. You'll soon know what the word underground means. Hula, knowing that time was of the essence, the 3 of them charged forward without any hesitation. Xiaoxiu, hurry up and run. It's fine as long as you can clear the trial, you don't have to worry about me. Fan Xiaofeng exclaimed anxiously. He was well aware of Xiaoxiu's strength, and the latter was only slightly stronger than him. Against these 3, he stood no chance at all. Rather than being eliminated, he might as well flee and preserve a sliver of hope for the Kochi Kozii clan. Pung pung pung, but before he could finish his words, the sound of fists and legs sinking into flesh echoed in the air. His anxious cries were stuck in his throat, and he was unable to utter a single word anymore. At this moment, the 3 men who had been charging at him ferociously a moment ago were lying on the ground with fear in their eyes. Seated on the boulder, Fan Xiaoxiu looked at Fan Xiaofeng with an encouraging smile on his face, as if he had not moved at all. You should eliminate them personally. Me? Fan Xiaofeng's mind went blank. Even up to this point, he still could not understand how the Xiaoxiu whom he was familiar with was able to defeat the 3 of them so easily. Didn't they intend to eliminate you? Since that's the case, I'll leave the matter of eliminating them to you. Zhang Xian. Making a move against someone of his caliber was already an act of bullying the weak. It would be embarrassing if he were to eliminate the other party as well. No matter what, he was still a person who valued his reputation. I am not a match for them. Fan Xiaofeng's face reddened as he gritted his teeth. While the 3 men before him were injured, his injuries were not light either. As much as he wanted to eliminate them, he knew that it would be impossible for him to do so with his current strength. Don't worry, as long as you follow my instructions, it'll be a piece of cake for you to eliminate 3 of them. Xianxia said with an encouraging smile. A piece of cake for you? Fan Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before replying, all right, I'll give it a try. In any case, given his strength, it was unlikely that he would be eliminated. Since that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about. You aren't going to make a move? The young man standing up with fear in his eyes. The other party had defeated the 3 of them in a single move, and his strength was unheard of among the younger generation. If they were to fight against the other party, they would surely be eliminated. However, it would be a walk in the park for them to defeat the fellow whom they had been chasing. I won't make a move. I'll let you off if you can eliminate him with your full strength. If you can't, you'll be eliminated. Xianxia said with a smile. Xiaoxiu, have you gone mad? Hearing those words, Fan Xiaofeng's body swayed weakly, and he nearly fainted on the spot. He had thought that the other party was just trying to temper himself, and if he could not hold on any longer, the other party would step in personally to protect him. Yet, who could have thought that the other party would actually encourage them instead? If that was the case, the 3 of them would surely use their full strength. How could he possibly defeat them? It would already be a blessing if he did not get pummeled to death. He had thought that the other party was here to save him, but who could have thought that the other party would dig such a huge pit for him? With a conflicted look on his face, Fan Xiaofeng was on the verge of tears. Seeing the grief-stricken look on Fan Xiaofeng's face, Xianxia did not know whether he should laugh or cry. Don't dawdle. Just do as I say, and you'll surely win. Otherwise, don't blame me for not helping you if you get eliminated. With his guidance, it would be difficult for him to lose. All right then. Seeing that the other party was not joking, Fan Xiaofeng cursed him several times in his heart before taking a deep breath and walking forward with a tragic look on his face. At the very most, he would just be eliminated. After leaving this place, he would surely report everything that had happened here to the clan head. Knowing that it would be difficult for them to escape from Xianxia, the young man and the others glanced at one another viciously. Like a whirlwind, the 3 of them made their moves simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 6 arms materialized in the air, and each of them carried the might of a thunderbolt. They sealed off all of Fan Xiaofeng's escape routes. The 3 of them were stronger than him in the first place, and now that they were working together, the might they wielded was even greater. Even an ordinary great sage One Dan expert would find it hard to escape from them. This is the end of me. Fan Xiaofeng's body turned cold. He had thought that he would be severely injured at the very most, but from the looks of it, surviving was already a luxury. Just as he was about to close his eyes and await his death, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Do as I say. Use the 3rd form of the footwork movement technique together with the 5th form of the illuminating palm and the 2nd form of the 7 arcane fists. As soon as the voice sounded in his ears, it was clear that it was Fan Xiaoxiu. He had no idea why the other party was instructing him to execute these moves, but there was no other way out. Gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and muttered, I'll give it my all. To be able to climb to this stage step by step from the harsh tests of the clan and experience countless trials and tribulations, Xiao Chen's mental state calmed down in the blink of an eye. The 3 sets of martial techniques slowly played out in his mind. His feet moved, and his body moved smoothly. The 3rd style of his footwork allowed him to appear in the blind spots of the trio's attacks. Using his left hand's illumination fist and his right hand's 7 arcane fist, he struck the chests of 2 young men not far away. Bang! Bang! The jade medallion in front of their chest shattered, and the 2 of them had looks of disbelief on their faces as they were enveloped by a special light and disappeared. Fan Xiaofeng was taken aback. He looked at his hands as if he was looking at a monster. Xianxia had thought that he would be pummeled to death on the spot, but contrary to his expectations, not only did he manage to overcome his encirclement with a single move, he even eliminated his opponent. When did he become so powerful? Seeing that his companion had disappeared in an instant, the leader of the group revealed a look of horror on his face. He could not be bothered with attacking anymore, and he could not help but retreat. Fan Xiaofeng's earlier maneuver, be it his timing or his reflexes, had been flawlessly executed, allowing him to eliminate the 2 of them in one fell swoop. To be able to do so within such a short period of time was something that even Xianxia could not match up to. 10 breaths ago, he was still at the mercy of the other party, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he had already reached such a state. Could he really be following that fellow's instructions? He couldn't help but look at the young man sitting on the boulder not too far away, and his heart was in turmoil. Just how powerful was that fellow? To improve so much in an instant, just how powerful was he? Let's eliminate that fellow, Xianxia said, interrupting Fan Xiaofeng's shock. Yes. If Fan Xiaofeng was still a little doubtful before, at this very moment, he was already filled with unconditional admiration for Xianxia. Filled with agitation, he walked up to the leader of the group, opened his palm, and slashed it down. The two of them clashed once more. This time, Xianxia did not allow Fan Xiaofeng to achieve a swift victory. Instead, he guided the other party to analyze the other party's attacks before allowing him to choose how he should deal with them. In the beginning, Fan Xiaofeng was still a little rusty, and his mind was unable to keep up with Xianxia's movements. However, after a dozen moves, he was already able to deal with the other party with ease. The leader of the group was no longer a match for him. Pung pung pung, with a single tap of Xianxia's finger, the jade token pinned to the chest of the leader of the group shattered. With a look of indignation on his face, he was shrouded in a teleportation formation, and he swiftly vanished from the sight of the duo. Xiaoxiu, seeing how he was able to defeat a half-great sage cultivator with his own strength, Fan Xiaofeng could hardly believe his eyes. He looked at the young man before him with admiration in his eyes. It was no wonder Xianxia had told them to wait patiently. It had only been a few days since they last crossed blows, but Xianxia had already reached such a level. Fan Xiaofeng was just about to express his gratitude when the young man on the boulder suddenly waved his hand. Turning to the mountain stream not too far away, he said with a smile, "Everyone, you have been watching for long enough. Isn't it about time for you to come out?" Pa pa pa, as soon as those words were spoken, a round of applause echoed in the air. Following which, 7 figures walked out from the shadows of the mountain stream. Fan Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat as his face paled a little. Getting. Fan Xiaofeng's face paled a little. It was only at this moment that he realized why Xiaoxiu had not made a move all this while. Most likely, he had already noticed that there were people hiding in the area, so he had been keeping his guard up. Fan Xiaoxiu, I didn't think that you would be able to reach such heights after so many years of absence. Not bad, you are qualified to join us. The white-robed young man standing at the very front was the one who had clapped earlier. Not bad. You are the descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, Xiao. The white-robed young man standing at the very front was the one who had clapped earlier. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Fan Xiaofeng felt his body turning cold, as if he had been plunged into an ice house. He's the strongest expert in the examination, without a doubt. Taking a closer look at the white-robed young man's appearance, Fan Xiaofeng's body turned cold, as if he had been plunged into an ice house. He's the strongest expert in the examination. Most of them would look into the candidates of the great frontistery of Confucianism in advance. Ancient sage Ziyuan was the #1 expert of the 72 sages under Congshi's tutelage, the undisputed first senior of the 72 sages. Even ancient sage Ran Qiu, the #1 expert of the great frontistery of Confucianism, had to heed his words. Xiao was the descendant of Ziyuan, and he was a renowned figure among the younger generation. Who would have thought that they would meet here? You want me to join you? Xianxia did not share Xiao's astonishment, nor did he realize that Xiao was the #1 expert of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Instead, he looked at Xiao leisurely. Indeed. I have my eyes on these people, and I have my eyes on you as well. If you join us, we'll eliminate the others. Xiao placed his hands behind his back as he spoke with a domineering tone that brooked no rebuke. I'm sorry, but I don't wish to be picked by anyone, and I don't wish to join you either. Seeing how narcissistic Xiao was, Xianxia could not be bothered to say anything else. Brother Yan has invited you to join us because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ungrateful. If you refuse, I'll eliminate you right here and now. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, a young man standing behind Xiao bellowed furiously. Qin Xiao was a descendant of ancient sage Zipai, and he had already reached St. Nindan Pinnacle a year ago. He had thought that he would be able to clear the great frontistery of Confucianism with ease, but who could have thought that the other party would organize an elimination round for him? Even if he were to be eliminated, as long as he was careful, he would at least be able to get into the top 100. However, his luck was not good. Not long after he entered, he encountered the strongest person in the examination, Xianxia. Left with no choice, he could only be eliminated. Xianxia is the strongest person in this test. It's not an injustice to lose to him. Outside the mountain peak, a middle-aged man who was standing with Nangong Yuanfeng and the others earlier walked up to Xianxia. Those who were eliminated would be teleported straight to the great frontistery of Confucianism, allowing them to monitor the situation in the great frontistery of Confucianism. The descendant of ancient sage Ran Fei. I know it's not wrong. I'm just a little unwilling to accept it. Xianxia felt extremely awkward. There was nothing he could do about the fact that his skills were not as good as his opponents. It was just that he had arrived here not long after he had entered, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. There's nothing to be indignant about. Xianxia is Yan Shui's younger brother, and he has received some pointers from him in the past. Besides, there are so many people gathered here right now, and all of them are at introspective convalescence realm. It'll be difficult for anyone to defeat them, let alone you. Scholar Ranfei smiled and comforted him. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely have the last laugh and the highest score. Ensuring that one would be able to remain in the examination was the most basic of all. The more people who were eliminated, the higher one's ranking would be. This Xianxia could be said to be the strongest among over 2,000 people. Furthermore, he had gathered 6 or 7 top-notch experts. No matter who encountered him, they would only be eliminated. There was no other way. Indeed. Ancient sage Ziyuan's lineage has always been filled with experts, so it can't be helped. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Xianxia still nodded awkwardly. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a flash of light in front of him. Pudong. A figure fell to the ground not too far away. He's a descendant of ancient sage Ziheng, Shi Yuan? Wasn't he following behind Xianxia? I was eliminated by him just now. Qin Shaoran was stunned when he saw who had suddenly fallen. He recognized the person in front of him. He was one of the 7 people in Xianxia's alliance. Why was he suddenly eliminated and teleported here? Could it be that someone would dare to attack Xianxia after seeing him? Thump. While Zhang Xian was still in shock, his vision blurred once more, and another figure fell from the sky. It was another member of Xianxia's alliance. Thump. 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 Another 4 sounds rang out, and another 4 people fell down. Each of them had an awkward expression on their faces. They are all, Xianxia was stunned. These people were all old acquaintances of Xianxia's. How could they have all been eliminated in the blink of an eye? These people were eliminated. Did Xianxia make a move, or did he encounter some powerful enemy? Unable to hold himself back any longer, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "You are?" Before he could finish speaking, another figure fell in front of him with a thud. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, not only did Qin Zhao's eyes widen, even Ranfei's body swayed and he nearly fell to the ground. It was none other than Xianxia, the descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan whom they were certain would be the champion of the examination. Fan Xiaoshu struggled to his feet as he pointed a finger at the mountain before him. Unable to suppress his rage any longer, he bellowed, "Fan Xiaoshu. Screw you." Xianxia really wanted to cry. He was an introspective convalescence realm expert, as well as the eventual champion of the examination. He thought that he would be able to crush all of the challengers with ease, but who could have thought that Fan Xiaoshu would grab him by the neck and toss him out like a helpless little chick? This was a huge humiliation. Teacher Ranfei, I suspect that the descendant of Kochi Kozii, Fan Xiaoshu, has cheated. Xianxia walked up to Ranfei and clasped his fist. Cheated? Indeed. I met Fan Xiaoshu half a year ago, and while he wasn't weak, he was still far from matching up to me. Yet, not only did he defeat me effortlessly, none of the challengers here were a match for him. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll inform the enforcers right away and have them investigate the matter. Great Scholar Ranfei nodded. He had no idea how Fan Xiaoshu had cheated in the examination, but since someone had made such a claim, he could not afford to overlook it. He whipped out a communication jade token and passed the order over. Don't worry. If he cheated, there will be traces left behind. It won't escape the eyes of the great frontistery of Confucianism. After making the arrangements, Ranfei looked at Xianxia and comforted him. Since this was a fair examination, there was no way they would allow anyone to cheat. However, if they were eliminated based on their true strength, there was nothing they could do about it. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. You said earlier that you were eliminated because you encountered Fan Xiaoxiu? How many people did he have to defeat so many of you? Ranfei asked. In his view, given how Fan Xiaoxiu was able to gather so many experts, it was likely that Fan Xiaoxiu would be able to do the same as well. Otherwise, even a great sage 2 Dan cultivator would not be able to defeat all 7 of them single-handedly. Xianxia's face reddened. His cheeks twitched uncontrollably as he replied, just one person. Fan Xiafeng hasn't made a move yet. Just one person? Ranfei was stunned. You fought him one-on-one? No, we ganged up on him. Xianxia replied. Xianxia's face reddened even further. He had intended to invite Fan Xiafeng to join them due to the latter's strength, but Fan Xiafeng had refused to budge. That infuriated him, so he had sent his men to deal with Fan Xiafeng. Who could have thought that even with so many experts, they would not be able to last more than a single move against Fan Xiafeng? A group of people ganged up on a single person, but they were all eliminated by him single-handedly? Ranfei widened his eyes in disbelief. Xianxia did not want to admit it, so he could only nod. Ranfei's mouth widened in shock. To be able to defeat so many experts single-handedly. Could it be that Fan Xiaoxiu had already reached Great Sage 2 Dan, to reach such a level before even entering the great frontistery of Confucianism? Was this for real? Shocked, Ranfei was just about to ask Fan Xiafeng about it when another burst of light suddenly rippled in front of him. Putong! Putong! All of them fell to the ground, looking extremely unkempt. It's the law enforcers. Aren't the law enforcers supposed to eliminate others? Why are they here as well? Qin Xiao, Xiao, and the others felt lightheaded. Those who had appeared before them were none other than the law enforcers of the great frontistery of Confucianism. They had been tasked with investigating Fan Xiaoxiu, but who could have thought that they would all be eliminated? You don't have any jade tokens. Ranfei exclaimed in agitation. That Fan Xiaoxiu captured me, set up a teleportation formation, and threw us out. The head of the law enforcers explained as he struggled to his feet. He set up a teleportation formation, and threw us out? Everyone was stunned. In the mountain peak, Xianxia turned around and glanced at the dazed Fan Xiafeng. Let's go and look for Fan Xiaoxing. Fan Xiafeng felt as though he was dreaming. Lil Su was stronger than him, but that was only by a little. Not only had he defeated Xianxia so easily, he had even thrown out the law enforcers who had come to investigate. Wasn't he a little too fierce? Don't just stand there, someone is blocking the way. After following behind Xianxia for a distance, Xianxia suddenly heard Little Su's voice. Turning his head over, he saw 2 young men blocking his path. I won't make a move. Try to follow what I told you just now. Xianxia said calmly. Yes. Knowing that this was a good opportunity to temper himself, Fan Xiafeng gritted his teeth and charged forward. Little Su had given him quite a lot of pointers in his earlier battle with the young man, allowing him to gain a lot of insights into combat. Now that he was dealing with them one by one, it was indeed a piece of cake for him. It didn't take long for the 2 youths to be eliminated. Fighting in this manner can indeed multiply one's combat prowess. Looking at his masterpiece before him, Fan Xiafeng could hardly contain his excitement. If it had been in the past, putting aside 2 of them, he would have found it hard to even stand a chance against a single one of them. Yet, he was actually able to defeat Fan Xiaoxiu so easily. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve. Although there are many flaws in this elimination round, it can stimulate people's desire to fight. Those who pass the test will become stronger and more confident. When faced with a problem, don't think of running away, but deal with it. Xianxia knew that this junior of the Fan family had already gained new comprehension from the battle. This kind of elimination had a lot to do with luck. If they met a true expert, they might not be able to walk for long before they were eliminated. The ones remaining might not be the true peak experts among the 2,000 people. But, so what, if they could persevere, their confidence would be greatly boosted. Those who managed to enter the top 100 would definitely cultivate faster and faster in the future. There was not much of a difference in talent. Mental state, self-confidence, and a certain amount of fortuitous encounters would allow one to go further. Fan Xiaofeng felt a lot more confident after defeating a few opponents who were on par with him. Previously, when he saw his opponent, he had been thinking about how he could escape and how he could preserve his life. But now, he was thinking about how he could eliminate his opponent. Offense is the best defense. Seeing that the other party had come to a realization, Xianxia smiled. As expected of a genius from the 100 schools of philosophers, his ability to comprehend things far surpassed that of the master teachers he had taught previously. Of course, he was still lacking compared to Xingyang and the others. While guiding Fan Xiaofeng, Xianxia went to look for Fan Xiaoxing. After confirming that Fan Xiaoxing was safe with his spiritual perception, Xianxia was no longer as anxious as before. Along the way, Fan Xiaofeng's opponents were all eliminated. As the battles grew more and more intense, Fan Xiaofeng's fighting prowess grew stronger and stronger, and his confidence grew. An hour later, they arrived at the forest where Fan Xiaoxing was hiding. At this moment, Fan Xiaoxing was no longer as lucky as before, and he was discovered by the juniors of his clan. Even though their individual cultivation bases were slightly lower than his, when they teamed up, he was no longer a match for them. His face was filled with anxiety, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Just as he was about to reach his limits, he caught sight of Fan Xiaoxiu and Fan Xiaofeng walking over, and his eyes lit up. Initially, he thought that the other party would directly rush over to help him block the encirclement, but he saw that the other party had stopped at the edge of the forest. Fan Xiaoxiu pointed over. See that? In a battle, it's common for one to fall into a disadvantageous position if they don't execute their moves well. Indeed. I'm indeed using my moves poorly. Fan Xiaofeng nodded. Previously, he had been on par with Fan Xiaoxing in terms of cultivation. Who could have thought that in just an hour's time, the other party would actually become so weak? If you were in my shoes, what move would you use? Xianxia asked. This was both a test and a trial for him. I would use the third form of the shallow water fist in conjunction with the spirit leaf movement technique. Fan Xiaofeng replied. The shallow water fist is similar to catching fish in shallow waters. It requires one to be extremely familiar with one's opponent in order to achieve a flawless execution. However, while you are able to see through the other party's moves, the other party is able to see through yours as well. The spirit leaf movement technique is too complicated, making it unsuitable for you. Xianxia shook his head. I was too focused on dealing with the other party's attacks that I forgot about the flaws of the shallow water fist. If that's the case, while the spirit leaf movement technique isn't that good, I should be able to fend off 2 of them within 7 moves. As for the remaining 2, it'll take me around 5 moves. Fan Xiaofeng said after a moment of contemplation. Xianxia nodded. Through the guidance and battle experience, Fan Xiaofeng had indeed improved significantly. He was already able to deduce many things from a single instance. While they were chatting, Fan Xiaoxing was on the verge of tears. Shallow water fist and spirit leaf movement technique? Shallow your head. Can't we talk later? Can't you see that I'm about to be pummeled to death? Pung pung. Fan Xiaoxing was struck twice in the eyes, causing his face to bruise. He thought that the 2 of them would rush over to help him, but the conversation between them suddenly sounded once more. While his punch will temporarily blind his opponent's vision or even induce vertigo, the head is the most important part of his defense, so he won't be able to truly injure his opponent. If it were you in his shoes, where would you strike? I think that he would strike his opponent's lower leg. His punch is filled with strength, so if he were to strike his opponent's leg, the speed of his movement technique would be drastically reduced. Even if he missed, he would still be able to distract his opponent, making it easier for him to strike the jade token on his chest. Indeed. This isn't a life and death duel but an elimination match. The jade token is the most important factor here. Pung pung. 2 more bruises appeared on Fan Xiaoxing's face, and fresh blood trickled down his mouth. What about this punch? Even though this punch isn't very suitable, it's still a good one. It's able to stun the opponent. If it were me, I would have struck the opponent's mouth and kicked out with my leg to strike his groin. This way, the opponent would be unable to deal with both his upper and lower body parts, and the jade token would be compromised. Kicking out with your leg is a good move, but don't forget that your Xianxia won't be able to flow through your body so quickly. This is especially so for the cultivation technique that you practice. If you force your attack, your breathing will be interrupted, and you'll end up giving your opponent an opportunity to strike. I understand. What should I do then? Think about it carefully. Should I attack the jade token with my left hand? Of course not. There's only a 30% chance of success if you attack the jade token with your left hand, and there's a chance that you'll be ambushed. Xianxia replied in displeasure. It was just a moment ago that he praised the other party for being a quick learner, but he was already done for. Just what kind of person is this? Can't you be a little more attentive? What should I do then? Fan Xiaofeng suggested 2 more ways to fight, but he was rejected by Xianxia. What else can I do? Xianxia sighed in exasperation. Continue pummeling the opponent's face. Once you've gained the upper hand, all you have to do is continue pummeling the opponent, and he'll be forced into a passive state. Pung pung pung. As soon as Xianxia said those words, Fan Xiaoxing suffered a few more punches to his face. Look, he has comprehended it. Xianxia nodded. Fan Xiaoxing burst into tears. As expected. Seeing that Fan Xiaoxing had indeed been pummeled to the point where his head was spinning and his eyes were brimming with tears, Fan Xiaofeng nodded excitedly. Little Su was indeed amazing, being able to see the crux of the matter at a glance. If Xianxia had used his method, his opponent might have been able to take advantage of him. But now, after a few consecutive punches, his opponent would definitely be stunned and lose the opportunity to strike. Although he would have to use more moves, it would be much safer, and he might even end the battle earlier. After being slapped in the face consecutively, does it mean that there is no more chance? While Xianxia was deep in thought, Little Su's question sounded once more. Fan Xiaofeng paused for a moment before replying awkwardly, I really don't know how to retaliate anymore. If it had been him, he would have lost his composure after being hit by a few consecutive punches. Not hitting someone in the face was definitely a great humiliation. Actually, not knowing how to counterattack is the best counterattack. If they keep attacking your face, they will definitely be weaker in other places, such as your chest or your crotch. Xianxia. Fan Xiaofeng nodded in realization. Indeed. In a battle, one's head is the most tightly guarded area. The fact that Xianxia was able to land a hit on the head means that his body is already extremely close to the other party. If we don't pay attention to that at this moment, we should focus on attacking other parts of the body instead. We should be able to achieve great results. Pung pung. While Xianxia was speaking, Fan Xiaoxing was struck in the head once more, and he was seeing stars. Those two only know how to act cool. I can't count on them. Seeing how those two fellows were rambling on without the slightest intention of helping him, Fan Xiaoxing could only hold back the tears in his eyes. He thought that he would suffer less with the arrival of his companions, but who could have thought that he would suffer even more? However, the other party was right. These fellows had been slapping his face all this while, so their defenses in other areas were indeed a little weak. Let's fight. Gritting his teeth, he took the punch head-on. Ignoring the attacks of the others, he kicked out with a kick. Bang! Coincidentally, he kicked a person's crotch. This person who had been looking at him tirelessly bent over like a cooked shrimp. He succeeded? Seeing how he was able to knock down one of them so easily, Fan Xiaoxing immediately felt a surge of confidence and excitement in his heart. Although the two of them were unreliable, the fighting methods they spoke of were very useful. While using his Xianxia to block everyone's attacks, he pricked up his ears. The conversation continued. With a few of them working together, the one who was knocked over by Xianxia earlier is the main force while the others are supporting him. With the sudden loss of offensive power, the formation will naturally fall into chaos. If it were me, I would have used the Azure Serenity Fist art along with the true intent of flowing water of my clan to restrain the other party. Using the Azure Serenity Fist art together with the true intent of flowing water is indeed the best solution. However, what we should be focusing on now is to get rid of the gray-robed man who is maintaining the operation of the formation. As long as he is around, the formation will be extremely flexible. Under such circumstances, how are you going to defeat the four of them? Yeah. How should we deal with the gray-robed man? Simple. Just use the sunflower steps to retreat and use your finger as a sword to launch a sneak attack 3 centimeters in front of the left hand. This way, the gray-robed man will charge forward and be wounded. Give it a try. Hearing the other party say that the gray-robed man would charge forward and be attacked, Fan Xiaoxing could not believe his ears. However, there was no turning back now. Gritting his teeth tightly, he activated the sunflower steps and retreated 2 meters in the blink of an eye. Then, using his finger as a sword, he stabbed forward. As soon as Fan Xiaoxing retreated, the 3 people maintaining the formation were immediately drawn in. The gray-robed man charged forward and arrived right before Fan Xiaoxing, and the jade token in front of his chest collided with the sword chi. Gotcha! The jade token shattered, and before a look of disbelief, the gray-robed man was enveloped by the might of the teleportation formation and disappeared from the spot. That works too? Fan Xiaoxing was stunned. He had thought that the 2 of them were just spouting nonsense, but to think that they would actually succeed twice, dealing with the 2 gray-robed men so easily. In an instant, his heart was burning with excitement. It was only at this moment that he realized that the 2 of them had spoken out loud at the start, allowing everyone to hear them. However, the 2 of them were communicating telepathically, allowing only him to hear them. From the looks of it, it was not that they did not want to save him but that they wanted him to end the battle. Just that, the 2 of them should have been around the same level as him, so how did they suddenly become so formidable? How could they win so easily with just a few pointers? Could it be that the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker? Knowing that this wasn't the time to be conflicted, Fan Xiaoxing perked up his ears once more. The conversation continued. Since the formation has been deciphered, shouldn't we attack one of them now? Of course not. With the formation broken, the 2 of them will surely pay more attention to your flaws. If we were to attack one of them, the other might be able to launch a sneak attack on us. What we should do now is to stabilize ourselves and defend ourselves as best as we can. Defend ourselves? Fan Xiaoxing had thought that the other party's words made sense, and he had executed the plan twice already. However, at this moment, he could not help but shake his head. Even without the formation, he would not be able to withstand the attacks of the 2 of them. Defending himself, was that not courting death? Forget it. Those 2 fellows can't possibly be right all the time, Fan Xiaoxing thought grimly. Thinking about how those 2 fellows were standing by the side and watching the commotion instead of helping him, Fan Xiaoxing harumphed coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he charged toward one of the 2 of them. Pa pa pa, Fan Xiaoxing's palm collided with the other party's fist, and a powerful shockwave rippled through the air. Just as he was about to succeed, his heart suddenly jolted in astonishment, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, the other party's foot had appeared right before him. Peng, Fan. Xiaoxing's foot landed squarely on the other party's weak point, and a wave of dizziness swept through his head. He nearly fainted on the spot. To think that the other party would actually be able to exploit the other party's weakness. Fan Xiaofeng exclaimed in agitation. Indeed. If the other party had only been defending himself earlier, the 2 of them would have surely felt anxious after losing 2 of their companions due to the lack of formation. On top of that, we have been spectating the battle from the side as well. After 3 moves, they would have sped up their attacks, and that would have been the perfect opportunity for us to exploit their weakness. At this moment, don't attack the one who initiated the attack but the one who didn't. That would have been your victory. Fan Xiaoxing said. The key to a battle is to find an opportunity. If there isn't one, create one. Yes. Fan Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Opportunity. Suppressing the pain on his face, Fan Xiaoxing struggled to his feet and put up an impenetrable defense. As expected, upon seeing that Fan Xiaoxing was putting up a strong defense, a look of wariness surfaced on the faces of the 2 of them. Unable to hold himself back any longer, one of the 2 of them charged forward. It might have seemed like a reckless move on his part, but in truth, he was trying to create an opportunity for the other party. Gritting his teeth, Fan Xiaoxing dared not act recklessly this time around. He swiftly retracted his body and charged toward the second person. Seeing that the first person had revealed an opening, the second person was just about to play along with him when the other party didn't take the bait at all. Before he could even react, he was already struck squarely on the nose, causing blood to flow from his nose. It really worked. Seeing that the other party's words had worked, Fan Xiaoxing burst into tears in agitation. Those two fellows. They really hadn't given up on him. Seeing that Fan Xiaoxing was gradually understanding the meaning behind his conversation with Fan Xiaofeng, Xianxia revealed a gratified smile. Since he had borrowed Fan Xiaoxiu's identity, it went without saying that he had to give some benefits to the descendants of Kochi Kozii. Only by offering them some pointers would they be able to comprehend the way of life and death better after he left. Pung pung pung, after injuring two of them and eliminating one, it did not take long for Fan Xiaoxing to finish them off. Fan Xiaoxing crushed the jade tokens of the remaining three and walked up to the duo furiously. He was just about to berate them when he eventually stopped himself and clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Thank you for your reminder earlier. Xianxia waved his hand. Whether the other party was grateful or not, he didn't care. He was just doing what he felt was right. Because, all along, he had been such a low-key, reserved, and virtuous person. The battle earlier happened so quickly. How did you all see through their flaws and come up with the correct solution? Fan Xiaoxing asked doubtfully. His cultivation was around the same level as those two fellows, so why was he unable to see through their flaws at all? On the contrary, every single one of their solutions seemed to be extremely accurate. It was as if they could peer into the mind of their opponent. Xiaoxiu is the one who taught me this. Fan Xiaofeng replied excitedly. In battle, you must observe your opponent's intentions and anticipate their movements. Following which, Fan Xiaoxing continued to speak. Fan Xiaoxing was bewildered. He had never heard of anything that the other party had said before. In fact, there was no such heritage in the Zhang clan, so how did Fan Xiaoxing know about it? You need to think more when cultivating. You can't just blindly work hard. Noticing Fan Xiaoxing's doubt, Xianxia explained. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly turned his head to the side. Voila, a gust of wind blew, and 3 groups of people suddenly appeared in the surroundings of the forest. There were 4 people in each group, and they grouped together to form a group of 12. They split into 3 directions and surrounded the forest. That's them. They have eliminated quite a few people along the way. If we don't work together to get rid of them, it's only a matter of time before we end up like them. The young man leading one of the groups harumphed coldly. He was a tall and plump fellow with a muscular build. His voice was deep and gruff, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Hee, to be able to eliminate so many people, he's a tough one. The leader of the other group chuckled as he turned to Xianxia and said, Friend, you should know your limits. It's true that you are strong, but you can't just keep eating the meat and leaving the soup for others. What, you want to challenge us? Before Fan Xiaoxing could comprehend what was going on, Fan Xiaofeng had already stepped forward with a confident smile on his face. Come at me together then. Along the way, they had eliminated no less than 60 to 70 people. Unsurprisingly, their results were already at the top, and it was difficult for them not to attract attention. Only a mediocre person would not be envied. Suppressing his opponents along the way, and there was even one person who did not make a move. With such a result, many teams would probably want to eliminate him. Because if they succeeded, these results would be transferred to them, and they would become number 1. Little Feng, Fan Xiaoxing did not think that the other party would be so reckless as to speak so straightforwardly. His face turned green in fright. With the 12 of them working together, it was inevitable that they would be eliminated. Instead of making use of the time to escape, they even dared to speak in such a manner. Were they courting death, attacked together? Attack your sister, I have just finished a battle, and I can't even open my eyes. If I were to make a move against them now, I would really die. You want us to attack together? Lad, you sure are arrogant. The muscular young man sneered coldly. Since you are courting death, don't blame us for getting nasty. Attack. Since they had come here to attack together, it was likely that they had already finished their discussion. Along with those words, the 12 of them slowly advanced forward, sealing off the area around them. Little Su, despite seeing so many people charging toward him, Fan Xiaofeng did not feel nervous at all. Instead, he grew more and more excited. He turned to look at Xianxia, only to see the latter's impassive gaze. With a shriek, Fan Xiaofeng charged right into the crowd. "Don't be reckless." Fan Xiaoxing's body turned cold. There were 12 of them here, and every single one of them was at least as strong as him. Were you tired of living by charging toward them with a shriek? "Little Su, hurry up and find a way to escape." Fan Xiaofeng turned to Xianxia and said, "There's no need to escape. Let's just watch Little Feng." Xianxia shook his head. Through the earlier conversation, Little Feng seemed to have comprehended something. If he were to escape now, wouldn't the confidence he had built up crumble? Naturally, he would not allow such a situation to occur. "We'll die." Not expecting Little Su to be the same as the other party, Fan Xiaoxing's body swayed weakly, and he felt as if he was going to spurt blood. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, the muscular young man who had organized the group had already circled around Fan Xiaofeng and was already charging toward him. Hula, his palm spread open like a massive fan, and it was aimed right at Fan Xiaoxing's head, as if he was intending to kill the latter. When Fan Xiaoxing didn't exert his strength, the impression he gave off was that of an ordinary Saint Nindan cultivator. However, upon exerting his full strength, one would realize that his cultivation had actually reached half-introspective convalescence realm as well, allowing him to exert his full strength at all times. "It's over," Fan Xiaoxing's face paled. The reason he was able to defeat those 4 earlier was because their individual cultivation was weaker than his. Even so, he was still nearly pummeled into a meat bun. Considering how ferocious the young man before him was, and the experts around him were eyeing him menacingly, there was no way he could escape from this calamity. While Fan Xiaoxing was still thinking about where he should drink to drown his sorrows after being eliminated, Fan Xiaoxing suddenly frowned. Instead of dodging, he raised his palm to meet the other party's attack. Before the other party's palm could even reach him, Fan Xiaoxing's palm had already struck the other party's face. The other party spun around on the spot twice, and all he could see was stars. After spinning around a few times, the muscular young man finally regained his composure. With a furious roar, he prepared himself to make a move. Yet another slap struck the other side of his face, and the other party spun around twice. "Small fry, scram to the side. Don't come here and cause trouble." Xianxia harumphed coldly. The muscular young man wanted to say something to bolster his reputation, but as soon as he recalled how the other party's 2 slaps were untraceable, his face immediately turned crimson, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. Could it be that he was really a small fry? That he was unworthy of the other party making a move? He quickly turned his gaze to Fan Xiaofeng, who was charging into the crowd, and saw that there were already 4 people lying on the ground. That fellow's cultivation might be beneath his, but for some reason, he seemed to be able to fight with ease. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. None of the people that he had led had been able to last more than 3 blows. "Alright, I'll go and fight him." Without any hesitation, the muscular young man turned around and dashed in Fan Xiaofeng's direction. Fan Xiaoxing's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Can anyone tell me what in the world is going on here? Why did Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiaofeng suddenly become so weird in just an hour? Am I dreaming? In that instant, Fan Xiaoxing fell into a daze. In the square outside the mountain peak, under the power of the teleportation formation, Shangwu lost control of his body and fell to the ground. His eyes stared at the sky, feeling like he was doubting his life. He was the successor of ancient sage Zixiao, a true prodigy of the master-teacher continent. He had been able to stand out from the rest of the master-teacher continent, and yet, despite working together with several of his companions to gang up on someone weaker than him, he still ended up being easily eliminated by the other party. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He struggled to his feet, and just as he was about to cover his face and leave discreetly, he heard an astonished voice. "Shangwu, you have been eliminated as well. I didn't expect to see you here," following which, a figure appeared before him. Shangwu was taken aback when he saw who it was. "Shi Yuan, why are you here?" Shi Yuan was a descendant of ancient sage Zijin, and the two of them had a close relationship. They often sparred with one another, and their fighting prowess was on par with one another. He had felt deeply embarrassed that he had been eliminated so quickly, but who could have thought that his good friend would be eliminated even faster than him? He was actually one step ahead of them. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. I attacked someone weaker than me in order to protect my slot, but who would have thought that I would end up here? Xianyuan shook his head with a bitter smile. You were also eliminated by someone weaker than you? Xiangwu was shocked, he could not hold it in any longer. Who is this person? Forget it, it'll be embarrassing if I do. That fellow's cultivation is only at St. Nindan Pinnacle, a far cry from matching up to me, Xianyuan blushed. Another St. Nindan Pinnacle cultivator? Who is it? Xiangwu asked hurriedly. It's the descendant of Kochi Kozii, Fan Xiafeng. Xianyuan said awkwardly. It's really him. I was eliminated by him as well. Xiangwu's body swayed weakly as he stared at Xianxia in disbelief. You were eliminated by Fan Xiafeng too? Xianyuan was stunned. Yeah. He single-handedly fought all 12 of us and eliminated all of us. Xiangwu hurriedly explained, but before he could finish his words, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. You were also eliminated by Fan Xiafeng? What a coincidence, we were also eliminated by him. He single-handedly brought the 3 of us here. Then, 4 people walked over. What a coincidence, us too. 3 more came. What a coincidence. We're the same. So miserable. 5 more came. It's not that bad for us. Do you see Yanni Xiao and the others over there? I think he was also eliminated by the descendants of Kochi Kozii. A few more people came forward. The corner of Xiangwu's mouth twitched. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 people had surrounded him, and all of them had been eliminated by Fan Xiafeng alone. Could there be a mistake? Attacking so many people, wouldn't he be injured? Wouldn't his Xinqi be consumed? Don't be depressed, follow me. Seeing his reaction, a young man walked up to him with a smile. N. Recognizing the young man before him as ancient sage Zixi's descendant, Bo Su, Xianxia nodded and followed behind him. Bringing Xiangwu with him, Bo Su walked out of the crowd and stopped in front of another group of eliminated young men. Greetings, we were eliminated by the descendants of Kochi Kozii. May I know who you are? What a coincidence, us too. Us too. Fellow sufferers can empathize with each other. We'll be good friends from now on. A moment later, another dozen or so people walked up to them. After this group of people left, they walked up to another group of people. Before they could say anything, the other party suddenly walked up to them and said, You were eliminated by Fan Xiafeng, right? We've finally found a new organization. Xiangwu, at this moment, he really felt as if he was on the verge of tears. Attention, everyone. We would like to establish a fellowship for the elimination of the descendants of Kochi Kozii. Is there anyone willing to join us? A voice asked. I'll sign up. Me too. A group of people responded. At this moment, Xiangwu suddenly felt that it was not shameful to be eliminated by those whose cultivation was lower than his. Instead, he felt a little smug and proud. That's it? Fan Xiaoxing widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Fan Xiafeng, who was completely unfazed. He did not even have a chance to escape from these 12 people. Yet, Fan Xiafeng, whose cultivation was on par with him, actually dashed forward and eliminated all of them. Just what in the world did Fan Xiafeng experience in just an hour for him to undergo such a drastic change? Fan Xiafeng nodded. Ignoring Fan Xiaoxing, he walked up to Xianxia and asked, How did I fare this time around? There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes, reminiscent of a student who had failed to do his homework properly during the winter break before his teacher. How did it go? Xianxia asked with a bleak look in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, That's all. He could not be bothered to say anything else. He had guided Fan Xiafeng for so long and fought so many battles, but he was still reduced to such a state. It was fortunate that this was not his main body, or else he would have died of embarrassment. He, Xianxian, had imparted so many disciples to him, and every single one of them was a renowned figure who possessed exceptional comprehension of combat. Yet, this young man, he had thought that the descendants of the 100 schools of philosophers would be able to learn quickly and deduce many things from one instance, but who could have known that he would be so wrong? I was wrong. I know that I didn't fight well. Seeing Fan Xiaofeng's expression, Fan Xiaofeng's face warped in horror, and his voice trembled a little. It was all thanks to Xianxia's guidance that he was able to achieve his current accomplishments. If he were to turn a blind eye to it, how could he possibly improve himself? You call that a bad fight? Fan Xiaoxing grabbed his hair with a frenzied look on his face. He was unable to keep up with the thoughts of the duo at all. It's good that you know. Zhang Xian turned to Fan Xiaofeng and said, earlier, in the third move, you could have used the full arm fist to eliminate the grey-robed man. Why did you choose to use the foreshock fist to attack the one on the right instead? Do you know that you wasted 3 moves just like that? If the other party were to realize what was going on, they wouldn't even know how they died. Also, you could have dodged that kick in advance, but you chose to take it head-on. Do you think that you have Xianxia protecting your body, or do you think that your physical body is tough? The more Zhang Xian spoke, the more furious he became. In a single breath, he pointed out 8 flaws in Fan Xiaofeng's body, and every single one of them was aimed at Fan Xiaofeng's vitals. Fan Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. The battle just now had been very fast. Little Su had actually memorized every single move and every single one of them. Furthermore, all of the flaws were imprinted in his mind. He had been feeling proud of himself for eliminating 12 opponents single-handedly, but after hearing those words, he realized that he was still far from being able to match up to Zhang Xian. There was still room for him to grow stronger. Xiaofeng's fighting prowess is incredible, but there are still so many flaws in him. Xiaoxiu's eye of discernment, Fan Xiaoxing gulped down a mouthful of saliva. It was at this moment that he finally understood why Fan Xiaofeng had undergone such a huge transformation in just an hour. It was all thanks to Fan Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, please teach me. I want to become as strong as Xiaofeng as well. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Fan Xiaoxing also walked up to Zhang Xian and clasped his fist sincerely. Zhong Qing was the descendant of ancient sage Zilu, and he was the person in charge of the great frontistery of Confucianism. He was the sempiternal realm middle-aged man who had read the rules in the air earlier. Unlike the other teachers, he had returned to his room right after activating the formation. He didn't wait in the elimination zone. It was just the freshman selection, and it was enough for him to know the results. Given his standing, it wasn't worth his attention. Picking up a brush, Zhong Qing began writing on the table. The scent of ink wafted in the air, and his words were neat and concise. With just a look, it was clear that his state of mind was as calm as still water. A figure suddenly appeared in the room. Seeing Zhong Qing writing leisurely, the figure frowned. Brother Zhong, why are you still here? Hurry up and take a look. There's something wrong with the examination. If Zhang Xian was here, he would have surely recognized the person who had just entered as his old friend, Nangong Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng, you're panicking again. I've been telling you that your state of mind isn't stable enough, but you refuse to believe me. It's just a trial for juniors, so what's there to be nervous about? If you can't change this situation, it'll be impossible for you to improve in the long run. Even without raising his head, Zhong Qing knew the identity of the person before him. The brush in Zhong Qing's hand did not stop, and his voice was leisurely. Brother Zhong, you're right. However, I can't calm myself down at all. The elimination round is already in chaos. Nangong Yuanfeng exclaimed. Chaos? What's there to be in chaos about? Zhong Qing replied calmly. They are being eliminated too quickly. There are too many of them. I'm afraid that we won't be able to hold on for more than 6 hours before it's over. Furthermore, many of those whom we had high hopes for have been eliminated. Those who remain might not necessarily be those who are ranked in the top 100, Nangong Yuanfeng said worriedly. He had been present at the scene, and he had seen everything clearly. Even a top seed like Xianxia had been eliminated, and the other experts whom he thought highly of had fallen as well. There was only a single reason for this: they had encountered a descendant of Kochi Kozii. As long as one encountered a descendant of the Kochi Kozii, one would be eliminated. This had become an ironclad rule. As such, the selection of the top 100 was no longer fair. How could he not feel anxious when the examination had ended in such a manner? Oh? Isn't that better? Seemingly having expected this, Zhongqing didn't seem surprised at all. He dipped his brush in ink once more and began writing elegantly. With a light chuckle, he said, the descendants of the 100 schools of philosophers aren't too different from one another. All we want is 100 slots. As for who it is, it doesn't matter. As long as one is able to clear the examination and receive the guidance of the great frontistery of Confucianism, one will be able to achieve greater heights in one's life. That's true. Seeing how composed the other party was, Nangong Yuanfeng's anxiety eased up a little. All they wanted was to be in the top 100. As for who they were, was that important? The elimination round was fair. If you were eliminated, it only meant that you were not strong enough. You could not blame anyone else. Although that makes sense, most of the cultivators have been eliminated by the same group of people. Moreover, more and more of them have been eliminated. Those who have been eliminated have even formed associations, Nangong Yuanfeng continued. Eliminated by the same group of people? Who? Yan Yixiao or Duan Muxiao? Zhongqing asked. None of them. They're all descendants of Kochi Kozii. Nangong Yuanfeng replied. A descendant of Kochi Kozii? Taken aback, Zhongqing was taken aback. Fan Xiaoxiu, Fan Xiaofeng, and the others? He had taken a look at the list of candidates submitted by the 100 schools of philosophers, and he remembered the names of every single participant. That's right. Nangong Yuanfeng nodded. The descendants of Kochi Kozii have never been able to take the lead in the selection round. The fact that they were able to emerge victorious this time around shows that they have been accumulating their strength for a long time. Forget it, let them be. Everyone has their limits. Just because they are in the lead now doesn't mean that they will always be in the lead. All we have to do is watch from the sidelines. There's no need for us to get involved in this. Zhongqing remarked. His face remained impassive as he continued to write. It seemed like he was about to complete a calligraphy piece. Alright, since you've said those words and your state of mind is so stable, there's nothing else I can say. Seeing how composed Xianxia was, Nangong Yuanfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned around. Oh right, the leader of the elimination sorority of Kochi Kozii seems to be your grandson, Zhong Zixuan. Hula, the brush suddenly pierced into the white paper, drawing a pitch-black line. Zhongqing raised his head. His grandson had also participated in the selection round this year, and he thought that he would be able to remain until the very end. But what did the leader of the elimination sorority mean? He was eliminated? Even though Zhongqing found it hard to believe, he still managed to maintain a composed expression on his face. Indeed. He was eliminated early on, so he was extremely proud of it. On top of that, as one of the leaders of the elimination sorority, most of the participants in the selection round view him as their leader, Nangong Yuanfeng explained. Bastard! Zhongqing clenched his fists tightly. How in the world did he give birth to such a wastrel? Not only did he not feel ashamed of being eliminated, he even took pride in it. He had to teach him a good lesson when he returned. Forget it, let him be. Zhongqing shook his head furiously and said, in any case, I have sent a total of 8 juniors to take the examination this time around. It seems like Zhong Zixuan has been spoiled by me too much, resulting in him acting so rashly. There's no way the others would have such a problem. The others? Nangong Yuanfeng's lips twitched. Are you referring to Zhong Zifeng, Zhong Ziyu, Zhong Zixuan, and the others? Zhongqing nodded. The few of them are very composed, they were also eliminated a long time ago. They were the first batch to join the sorority. If not for their votes, how could Zhong Zixuan have become the leader? At this point, Nangong Yuanfeng sighed deeply. To be honest, your Zilu lineage is truly too united, and your state of mind is too good. Everyone else is sad that you were eliminated, but I'm really impressed that you all were able to organize a fellowship party. Gotcha. With a crisp sound, the brush in Zhongqing's hand snapped, and his face turned as green as grass. Bunch of bastards. I'll beat them to death right now. Who? In an instant, Zhongqing's figure vanished from the room. Seeing how Zhongqing, who had been as composed as ice a moment ago, suddenly flew away in a frenzy, Nangong Yuanfeng scratched his head speechlessly. In the end, it turned out that Zhongqing's mental fortitude had nothing to do with him at all. Even if it did, he would not have been able to maintain his composure. Nevertheless, it had to be said that Fan Xiaxiu, Fan Xiafeng, and Fan Xiaxing were truly incredible individuals. To be able to eliminate all 8 of ancient sage Zilu's examinees in one fell swoop, they were truly ruthless. More importantly, regardless of who they were, they would eliminate them without the slightest bit of mercy. Were they really not afraid that they would be put in a spot in the great frontistery of Confucianism? One must know that while the great frontistery of Confucianism was founded by the 72 ancient sages, and each of them had their own descendants in the great frontistery of Confucianism. Putting everything aside, Zhongqing's ancient sage Zilu's lineage held a lot of weight in the great frontistery of Confucianism, and there were many experts in the great frontistery of Confucianism. To eliminate them as they pleased. It was unlikely that things would go as smoothly as they did in the future. However, judging from the actions of the 3 of them, it seemed like they would not be at a disadvantage at all. It was really worth looking forward to what would happen next. Pung 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 pung. Fan Xiaoxing's eyes reddened in excitement after defeating more than a dozen descendants of ancient sages consecutively and eliminating them. In less than 2 hours after learning from Little Su, he had already eliminated more than 300 people on his own. He would have never dared to dream of such a rate of improvement in the past, but he had managed to do it for real. However, he was still lacking compared to Fan Xiaofeng. That fellow had already eliminated more than 700 people. As for Little Su, he did not make a move at all. Instead, he had been following behind them all this while. As long as the 2 of them made the slightest mistake, he would immediately berate them. It was for this reason that they were able to make such a huge leap in their cultivation within such a short period of time. That's more like it. Once we stabilize our cultivation a little more, we should be able to make a breakthrough soon. After defeating the 2 of them, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Even though the 2 of them were a little clumsy, he had still managed to raise their fighting prowess by quite a bit. After this trial, both their soul depth and fighting prowess would surely soar by leaps and bounds. As for what round they would reach in the end, that was not something that he could control. There are only 100 people left in the elimination round. The trial will end in advance. Along with a resounding voice, the crowd felt a surge of energy shrouding them, and the next moment, they appeared on the square in front of the mountain. Xianxia scanned his surroundings and noted that there were exactly 100 people in the area. Other than the 3 of them, almost everyone else was injured, and they looked rather unkempt. Those who were able to survive in the elimination round of more than 2,000 people might seem ordinary, but in truth, every single one of them possessed some kind of unique capability. Of course, that was assuming that they did not meet the 3 of them. Congratulations on becoming the new disciples of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Zhongqing glanced at Zhongxian and the others, and his cheeks twitched. He felt an urge to rush forward and pummel them, but he eventually held himself back. If they were eliminated, they could only blame it on their juniors being inferior. Even with his esteemed standing in the great frontistery of Confucianism, he would not lower himself to do such a thing. Zhongqing continued. Later on, all of you will be able to exchange your jade token for a storage ring. Inside the storage ring is the method to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, as well as the introspective convalescence realm cultivation technique and cultivation resources. If you manage to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism within the next 3 days, you'll become a true student of the Master Teacher Pavilion. This isn't considered a test, so it should be a piece of cake for you. However, I must warn you in advance that the earlier you enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, the better your chances of choosing a better teacher. Since the great frontistery of Confucianism was an academy, it should be similar to other academies. While the teachers could choose their students, the students could also choose their teachers. Each teacher's student quota was limited. Those who entered first would have the opportunity to choose better teachers, and the resources they would receive would be different as well. Alright, hand over the jade tablet on your chest. Along with a shout, the jade tokens on everyone's chests flew up in unison. In the next moment, 100 storage rings flew towards everyone. Zhongxian gently pinched his finger, and the ring fell into his palm. With a thought, the contents of the ring entered his mind. As expected, it was the introspective convalescence realm cultivation technique. There was no unified cultivation technique on the Master Teacher continent, And there was no such cultivation technique in the great frontistery of Confucianism either. However, the cultivation technique provided a clear direction. As long as one cultivated it diligently, it would be much easier for them to achieve a breakthrough. Other than the cultivation technique, there was also a grade 9 strength molding pill. After consuming it, one's physical body and Xianxia would be tempered once more, allowing one to reach the introspective convalescence realm, thus increasing their chances of achieving a breakthrough by 10%. Lastly, there was a jade token. Xianxia took it out and tapped it lightly, but he did not sense anything at all. There's a formation inscribed on the jade token. If you wish to see the contents inside, you'll have to decipher the formation first. In fact, this is also a test of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Fan Xiaofeng explained, seemingly knowing what Xianxia was going to do. Test? What if there are some who aren't proficient in formations? Xianxia asked. There were some who were proficient in formations, and there were some who weren't. Wasn't it a little unfair to use such a test on such people? The formation inscribed on the jade token isn't complicated, but the difficulty lies in its precision. Even those who are proficient in formations won't have much of an advantage over those who are proficient in formations. You'll have to use your Xianxia to decipher the formation bit by bit. Even though it's called a test, it's more like a test for those who wish to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism. Fan Xiaofeng explained. Xianxia nodded in realization. From the moment Fan Xiaofeng and Fan Xiaoxing had entered the mountain, their cultivation and Xianxia volume had not increased at all. However, their fighting prowess had increased by more than twofold, putting countless experts at a disadvantage. More importantly, their control over their strength had reached a level where they were able to control it to the slightest degree. As long as they didn't waste any of their strength, their fighting prowess would increase exponentially. Scanning the jade token with his spiritual perception, Xianxia saw innumerable inscriptions on it. In order to decipher them, he would have to control his Xianxia to the same degree. It might be difficult for others, but to Xianxia, it was nothing at all. He placed his hand lightly on the jade token. Hula, the seal immediately opened, and the contents of the jade token flowed into Xianxia's mind. It was the exact location of the great frontistery of Confucianism. As expected, the great frontistery of Confucianism was not in the vicinity. Instead, it was located 10,000 li away from the desert. In order to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, one would have to make use of the jade token in one's hand and follow a special route. Alright, you can begin deciphering the formation inscribed on the jade token now. Seeing that everyone had taken out their jade tokens, Zhongqing scanned the surroundings and said, in the history of the great frontistery of Confucianism, the fastest ancestor of the great frontistery of Confucianism managed to decipher the formation in 6 hours. In the past 100 years, the fastest ancestor of the great frontistery of Confucianism was the descendant of Conshi Yao, who managed to decipher the formation in 6 hours. After her was the descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, Yan Shui, who managed to decipher the formation in 8 hours. As long as any of you can complete the formation within a day, you'll be considered to have surpassed your limits. The formation inscribed on the jade token might seem simple, but it was actually extremely difficult to operate. Without a calm state of mind and superior control over one's Xianxia, it would be nigh impossible to succeed. Even the current number 1 genius of the great frontistery of Confucianism, Conshi Yao, had taken 6 hours to decipher the formation. Let me give you a word of advice in advance. Don't rush things, or else you'll end up getting impatient. Even if you manage to clear the selection, you won't be able to become an offspring of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Zhongqing harumphed coldly as he waved his hand lightly. Hula, a mirror-like barrier materialized before everyone's eyes. This is a unique teleportation formation. As long as you decipher the formation inscribed on the jade token, you'll be sucked into the teleportation formation, and you'll be teleported to the great frontistery of Confucianism through a special method. Let's begin deciphering the formation now. I'd like to see how long it takes for the fastest of you, Zhongqing harumphed coldly, but before he could finish his words, the barrier suddenly shook. Following which, a silhouette slowly rose into the air, and with a light tap of his foot, he dived right into the barrier. He has already deciphered the formation? The surroundings were deathly silent. This, Xianxia nodded awkwardly. He did manage to decipher the jade token, but given his personality, he would have kept a low profile and waited for Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiafeng to enter together. Who could have thought that the other party would go against the rules and create a barrier? This was truly unexpected. Looking at the frenzied faces of the crowd below, Xianxia sighed helplessly. Eventually, he could only encourage them, work hard, everyone. I'll go ahead and take a look. Go ahead? Is that even a single step? It's multiple steps, alright? Even Kong Shiyao took 3.5 hours, and he took less than a single breath? Could it be that his jade token is faulty? You're thinking too much. How can something from the great frontistery of Confucianism be faulty? To decipher the seal in a single breath, is he still a human? The crowd below burst into an uproar. Great frontistery Zhong Qing had just said that the record would take at least 6 hours, and yet, Zhang Xian actually deciphered it in a single breath. Did he have to be that fast? The faces of Zhong Qing, Nangong Yuanfeng, and the others twitched as well. They had thought that it would already be a miracle if there was a single person who could enter within a single day in this batch of examinees. Who could have thought that such a monster would appear? Zhong Zixuan and the others were eliminated by that fellow? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhong Qing asked. Nangong Yuanfeng nodded. However, he didn't make a move at all. The ones who did were Fan Xiafeng and Fan Xiaoxing, and he only offered them some pointers. Just by offering pointers, those two were able to eliminate 8 of my descendants. Zhong Qing's throat tightened in disbelief. Others might not know the strength of his 8 descendants, but he was well aware of it. In order to clear the examination, he had specially gone through intensive training. Under normal circumstances, even if the 8 of them were to encounter Xiao, they should have been able to escape from him. Yet, they had actually been wiped out, not to mention, even he would find it difficult to achieve such a feat just by offering pointers. Should we stay behind to check his jade token? A middle-aged man asked. There's no need for that. The fact that he was able to be absorbed into the barrier means that he has deciphered the seal with his own abilities. There are other teachers behind him, and they should have already noticed the disturbance in the barrier. Shaking his head, Zhong Qing fell silent. Instead, he turned to Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiafeng with a perplexed look in his eyes. The descendants of Kochi Kozai had always been at the bottom of the pack. When did they become so powerful? With a slight leap, he walked up to Zhang Xian and said, "The 2 of you have eliminated more than half of the participants. I would like to see if you're really an unparalleled existence. How will the great Confucian test it?" Fan Xiafeng and Fan Xiafeng clasped their fists together. After going through the elimination round, their state of mind had obviously changed. They had more confidence, and even when facing the great Confucian, they were not so timid. It's simple. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as all of you, and then, all of you will come at me together. If you are able to defeat me, it means that you possess strength that no one in the same cultivation realm can match. Zhong Qing looked over calmly. He was a sempiternal realm consummation expert. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his eye of discernment was still there. No matter how formidable the other 2 were, there was no way they would stand a chance against him. All right. The 2 of them glanced at one another before nodding in agreement. After which, Zhong Qing waved his hand and suppressed his aura as well. Even so, he still emanated an air of elegance that made others not dare to provoke him recklessly. You can make your move first, Zhong Qing said as he waved his hand. No matter what, he was still a great sage expert who had lived for several hundred years. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, he would not stoop so low as to take advantage of a junior. We won't stand on ceremony then. Fan Xiafeng and Fan Xiaoxing immediately drove their Xinqi to the maximum, undergoing a metamorphosis. Having eliminated more than 1,000 cultivators of the same cultivation realm and a higher cultivation realm, they had already developed an instinctive reaction to battle. They knew that even if the young man before them suppressed his cultivation, they would not be a match for him. Thus, they did not hold back at all. Hula, the 2 of them swiftly rushed forward, one from the front and one from the back. One attacked Zhang Xian's chest while the other attacked his back. Not bad. Seeing the speed of the duo and the decisiveness in their attacks, Zhong Qing nodded in satisfaction. It was no wonder they were able to eliminate so many of his juniors. Even his juniors were unable to withstand it. These two did possess extraordinary capabilities. Putting everything aside, just the decisiveness in their attacks without the slightest hesitation was enough to make many envious of them, but none of them could emulate them. However, this was not enough to make it impossible for them to defeat him. This was because he had already seen through the intentions and moves of the duo. There was nothing they could hide from him at all. In fact, he had even seen through the moves that they were going to execute. If he wanted to defeat their teamwork, it would only take a single move. Sighing deeply, Xianxia parted his palms and swiftly pressed them down, intending to knock the duo back simultaneously so as to show them the difference in strength between them. However, as soon as he parted his palms, before he could infuse his Xianxia into them, the two of them suddenly changed directions, one from the left to the right, and the other from the right. Both of their fists were aiming for his face simultaneously. What? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Shouldn't they have been probing each other's strength before making use of their teamwork to force him into a corner? Why would they suddenly change their moves when they were clearly in a good position? Furthermore, was it really a good idea to slap their faces simultaneously? Humph. With a burst of anger in his heart, he suddenly raised his separated palms and blocked the path of the two's fists. Just as he was about to teach these two a lesson and let them know the immensity of heaven and earth, he felt an intense pain in his chest and crotch. He quickly lowered his head, only to see that Fan Xiaoxing's foot had landed on his chest while Fan Xiafeng's foot had struck his crotch. Ah! With a cry of agony, Xianxia was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground like a cooked prawn. Even though he was a sempiternal realm expert, his crotch was still a weak part of his body that was unable to cultivate. It was already a miracle that he did not shatter on the spot. Not to mention, the two of them had intentionally increased their strength, fearing that they would not be able to defeat him. Xianxia felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Kacha! Kacha! Unsealing his Xianxia, Xianxia recovered his sempiternal realm Xianxia. He was just about to speak when he suddenly heard the hushed whispers of the duo not too far away. Why does he feel so weak? It can't be an illusion, right? Is that really the strength of a scholarly master? Confusion surfaced in Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiafeng's eyes. In their hearts, the scholarly masters of the great frontistery of Confucianism were invincible existences. Yet, before they could even withstand a single move, they were already reduced to the size of a shrimp. Why did they find it so hard to believe? Weak? Is this for real? Xianxia staggered as a mouthful of blood gushed into his mouth. His heart was in a complete mess. Xianxia had always placed great emphasis on self-restraint and mental fortitude. In his free time, he would practice calligraphy non-stop. It was for this reason that he had reached such a high level of proficiency in calligraphy. There were many experts who had come to seek his calligraphy just to calm their nerves. Given his cultivation and self-restraint, he should have been able to withstand an ordinary examination. However, all 8 of his descendants, including his own grandson, had been eliminated. He had intended to test the limits of these 2 young men, but who could have thought that a reputable figure of the great frontistery of Confucianism would actually be looked down upon? Weak your head, how am I weak? As infuriated as he was, he couldn't help but recall the earlier battle. Even though the two of them weren't using a formation, their coordination was flawless. Even with his sempiternal realm consummation cultivation, he was still unable to see through their next move, resulting in him falling for their trap. This is the battle technique that Fan Xiaoxu imparted to you? Swallowing the blood that was on the verge of spurting out, Xianxia took a deep breath and asked. Even though he had never met the two of them before, he had read up on the battle technique. It was impossible for them to comprehend such a powerful battle technique on their own. That's right. Fan Xiafeng and Fan Xiaoxu nodded. In truth, they were also a little taken aback by the sight before them. They thought that the great frontistery of Confucianism would be a formidable foe after suppressing its cultivation, but who could have thought that it would be as weak as a little chick after using Fan Xiaoxu's battle technique? If that was the case, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would be invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Then, do you know who imparted those battle techniques to him? Xianxia asked. He comprehended those battle techniques on his own, Fan Xiafeng replied. He had asked the other party about it previously, And the other party had told him that he had comprehended those battle techniques on his way here. Comprehended those battle techniques on his own? His talent. Zhongqing's breathing hastened as he looked at the sky. To be able to create such a powerful battle technique and decipher the formation on the jade token on his own, his talent was truly astounding. Yuan Feng, the rest of you should keep an eye on them. I'll head back to the great frontistery of Confucianism to see who he will choose as his teacher. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Zhongqing turned around and left. Regardless of who Xianxia chose as his teacher, he had to maintain a good relationship with the latter. As long as he didn't die, he would surely have a bright future ahead of him. Zhang Xian had no idea that Zhongqing had already been beaten up by Fan Xiaoxing and Fan Xiaoxing. At this moment, he was still advancing according to the direction indicated on the jade token. To be honest, he really wanted to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, his strength did not allow him to do so. Since he was the first one to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism, there was no way he could hide it any longer. However, it didn't matter. As long as he didn't reveal his identity as an outsider and left after getting what he wanted, it probably wouldn't cause too much trouble. Whoosh, after flying for a while, a ray of light appeared before them. Following which, they saw a massive folded space appear before them. It felt as if he had returned to the master-teacher continent. The spiritual energy in the air was also similar to that of the Holy Lands. As soon as he entered the space, his pores would open up and greedily absorb the spiritual energy. Countless palaces stood before his eyes. Each one of them had an antique feel to them, as if they had been built for tens of thousands of years. We're here, knowing that this was most likely the great frontistery of Confucianism, Zhang Xian quickly made his way down. However, before he could land on the ground, a burst of light suddenly shot right toward him. The light didn't have any offensive properties, and it stopped right in front of him. It was a huge copper gong, and it flew straight to his feet. Then, a powerful force pressed down on him, as if to prevent him from landing, and dragged him up into the air. Is this also a test? He raised his eyebrows. He was just about to reach the great frontistery of Confucianism when a copper gong suddenly appeared in front of him, intending to push him back. It was apparent that the copper gong was trying to test him. Since he was already here, what was the point of a test? Shaking his head, Zhang Xian stopped thinking about it and stomped his foot. The energy in his body immediately surged through his foot. Whoosh, the gong could no longer bear the pressure and rushed straight down. With a faint smile, Zhang Xian followed closely behind. At the entrance of the great frontistery of Confucianism stood a row of middle-aged men and women. All of them were dressed in robes similar to Namgong Yuanfeng's. It was obvious at a glance that he was the Grand Confucian here. It will take at least a day for them to come here after the assessment. Aren't they a little too impatient to come here so early? A middle-aged woman walked over with a smile. We are indeed impatient, but you aren't much different from us. If you aren't in a hurry, why are you here now? Hearing the middle-aged woman's tone, one of the middle-aged men raised his eyebrows and asked. I just want to see if there are any geniuses among them this time around. The middle-aged woman harumphed coldly before turning to Namgong Yuanfeng and asking, Mi Xian, why did you bring this copper gong here? The crowd turned their gazes over and saw a middle-aged man walking over with widened strides. There was a massive copper gong spinning above his head, blocking out the sun. This copper gong was an artifact that Mi Xian had just forged. Why would he bring it here instead of studying it at home? Haha. You should know that the talent of my bloodline lies in strength. I specially use this copper gong to assess the freshmen. Mi Xian burst into laughter. Assess the freshmen? The middle-aged woman sneered coldly. That copper gong is incomparably heavy. Are you intending to use it to crush the freshmen to death? Of course not. Mi Xian sneered. However, I'll use this copper gong to push the freshmen back. As long as they can last 10 breaths under my copper gong, they'll be able to become my disciple and impart my heritage to me. Last 10 breaths? Are you still dreaming? Hearing those words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. That fellow possessed incredible strength, and the copper gong was even more powerful. Even they might not be able to withstand the combined might of the two of them, let alone a Saint Nine-Dan cultivator. Wang, but before he could finish his words, a resounding buzz echoed in the air, and a brilliant burst of light burst forth. Someone has deciphered the seal and is about to arrive. How did they arrive so quickly today? Everyone was stunned. They had thought that they would have to wait for an entire day, but who could have thought that they would arrive in the blink of an eye? Since they were able to decipher the seal so quickly, they must be quite powerful. This is a good opportunity for me to test the prowess of my copper gong. Chuckling softly, Xian flicked his wrist, and the massive copper gong above the crowd immediately flew toward the entrance of the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already blocked out the sun. Hung long, but before it could reach the sky, an even louder reverberation sounded, and it was sent flying back. Not expecting the copper gong to be sent flying back before it could even block the entrance, Xian's hair stood on end. He hurriedly drove his Xianxia to stop his descent, and only then did he realize that there was an entire world above the copper gong crushing down on him. It was not something that he could withstand at all. "Hurry up and help me." Unable to hold on any longer, Xian hurriedly shouted for help. Everyone's faces warped in astonishment. They hurriedly rushed into the sky to meet the copper gong. Pooh! 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 As soon as they came into contact with the copper gong, blood spurted from their mouths as they were crushed by an unstoppable might. Putong! Putong! The scholarly masters plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Boom! The copper gong smashed into the ground, burying all of the scholarly masters beneath it. Shortly after the scholarly masters were smashed into the ground, a figure suddenly appeared above the copper gong. He scanned the surroundings with a frown on his forehead. "Didn't you say that there would be many scholarly masters here to welcome us? Why isn't there a single one of them here?" Xianxia shook his head helplessly as he continued flying forward. It seemed like the rules written on the jade token weren't true. According to what was written on the jade token, one would be welcomed by a teacher upon entering the great frontistery of Confucianism, and one would be given a chance to make a choice. However, upon arriving at the great frontistery of Confucianism, Xianxia realized that there was only a single copper gong. "I must have arrived too quickly, so no one was able to react in time," Xianxia muttered under his breath as he decided not to wait any longer. Instead, he flew ahead and soon vanished from the spot. As soon as he entered the great frontistery of Confucianism, he had been so focused on sensing the spatial laws and the concentration of spiritual energy that he had failed to notice that there were people beneath the copper gong. As such, he hadn't exerted too much strength when he kicked down on the copper gong. It was just like how an elephant wouldn't be able to sense the resistance of an ant even if it were to step on it. The difference was so great that he could easily overlook it. So, not too long after Xianxia disappeared, Zhongqing appeared before the copper gong. He looked around in confusion, but all of a sudden, his eyebrows shot up. He hurriedly grabbed onto the ground, and it took some time before the copper gong was finally lifted up. The dozen or so scholastic sages below seemed to have exhausted all of their strength. Their faces were ghastly pale, and blood was trickling down from the corners of their mouths. "Xian. What's going on?" Seeing that the crowd was on the verge of death, Zhongqing couldn't help but ask. These scholastic sages were the top experts of the Mingshi Tang school. Under normal circumstances, they should have been displaying their prowess to welcome the newcomers. Why would they be lying beneath the copper gong like dead fish? Did someone manage to break the seal and enter the great frontistery of Confucianism? Xian struggled to his feet as tears welled up in his eyes. That's right. It's the descendant of Kochi Kozii, Fan Xiaoxiu. Zhongqing widened his eyes in shock. This is his doing? What's going on? Xian explained awkwardly. I brought out the copper gong in hopes of finding someone who would be able to last 10 breaths on it, but who could have thought that someone would kick it down with a single kick? In order to prevent the copper gong from toppling over, everyone tried their best to fend it off, but you saw it for yourself. To send the copper gong flying with a single kick, there were so many of you, but none of you were able to fend it off? Zhongqing was on the verge of breaking down. How is that possible? That person was only a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle cultivator. The copper gong was a great sage artifact. To be able to overcome the might of Xian and a dozen scholarly sages with a single stomp. Even the three of them combined would not be able to do such a thing, let alone a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle cultivator. You must be joking. It's impossible for a Saint Nine Dan cultivator to wield such strength. In fact, even great sage cultivators aren't capable of such feats. Xian shook his head. Ancient sages were as heavy as an entire world. If one were to factor in their flight speed, it would have been easy for them to pull off such a feat without even realizing it. If Xianxia had been an ancient sage, such a situation might have been possible. However, if he was a Saint Nine Dan cultivator, it would have been impossible. Zhongqing frowned. I have personally examined Xianxia, and I can confirm that he is from ancient sage Ziqi's bloodline. Furthermore, Fan Xiaofeng and the others can vouch for him. More importantly, if an ancient sage were to barge into the great frontistery of Confucianism, the formation around the great frontistery of Confucianism should have been activated, and the sleeping ancient sages would have awakened. However, there is no movement at all at the moment. Just like the great frontistery of Confucianism and the other major clans, the ancient sages of the great frontistery of Confucianism spent most of their time in hibernation. As soon as a cultivator of the same cultivation realm barged in, they would be awakened by the power within the great frontistery of Confucianism. Given how quiet the area was, it was clear that no ancient sage had barged in. But, if that wasn't the case, how could they explain the situation before them? Regardless of who he is, let's find him first. Knowing that there was no point in saying anything else, Xian kept his copper gong before heading straight for the buildings ahead. Zhongqing and the others followed closely behind him. Not too long later, they saw a figure standing in the square not too far away. He was scratching his head in confusion. He was no other than Fan Xiaoxiu. Voila, the crowd landed on the square and surrounded Fan Xiaoxiu. You are, Fan Xiaoxiu's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at Fan Xiaoxiu in bewilderment. This is the great frontistery of Confucianism. You have just cleared the trial and unsealed the seal, and you even caused us to suffer a huge loss. Who in the world are you? One of the scholarly sages exclaimed. Great frontistery of Confucianism? Cleared the trial. I cleared the trial? Fan Xiaoxiu widened his eyes in shock. Suffered a huge loss? What loss? It's futile to feign ignorance. I'll know what your strength is with a single test. Seeing the look on Fan Xiaoxiu's face, one of the scholarly sages sneered coldly. With a tap of his finger, a book appeared in the air. It was none other than the great frontistery of Confucianism's secret manual of righteousness. It was said that the Eye of Insight was something that ancient sage Bo Shan had created back then based on the principles behind the Eye of Insight, and it possessed the ability to see through illusions. 1. Fan Xiaoxiu's body was enveloped by a layer of light, revealing the direction and intensity of his Xianxia flow. Even the color and tier of his bloodline could be seen clearly. He's indeed from the Kochi Kozii bloodline, a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator. The crowd frowned in bewilderment. Through the secret manual of righteousness, they had confirmed that there was no mistake in the identity of the young man before them. But, was it really possible for a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle cultivator to render so many of them powerless? To be able to unseal the seal in a single breath and eliminate more than 1,000 of them so easily? Allow me to test your strength. While the crowd was perplexed, Zhongqing stepped forward. This time, he didn't suppress his cultivation to Saint Nine Dan but Great Sage 1 Dan introspective convalescence realm. Even Fan Xiaofeng and Fan Xiaoxing were able to defeat him despite being at the same cultivation realm, so he decided to raise his cultivation to test the young man before him. In any case, with his control over his strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to injure the other party. Hong Long, not giving Fan Xiaoxiu any time to react, Zhongqing raised his palm and struck down on him. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation to the introspective convalescence realm, the crowd still found their breathing hastening as they hurriedly retreated in fear. Fan Xiaoxiu's face warped in horror, and his body trembled in fear. His memories had stopped at the entrance of the mountain, and he had been summoned away. Then, when he woke up, he found himself here. Without any hesitation, a scholarly sage suddenly attacked him. What was going on? Not allowing himself to think too much, he quickly retreated. The other party's strength was at the introspective convalescence realm, so there was no way he would be a match for him. If he didn't dodge, there was a good chance that he would be reduced to a meat patty. So, before he could even react, his body was already sent flying 800 meters away, as if teleportation. Boom, Zhongqing's attack struck the ground, creating a massive crater. What's going on? Not realizing that he could move so quickly, Fan Xiaoxiu's face paled. Unable to control his body any longer, his legs wobbled, and he fell to the ground. All he wanted to do was to take a step back. Under normal circumstances, it would already be a miracle for him to be able to move a dozen meters away. Yet, the distance had suddenly increased by several dozen times, reaching 800 meters. How did he do it? Who am I? Where am I? Fan Xiaoxi was perplexed. This movement technique, Mi Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. They could easily tell that the young man before them was only using the strength of a Saint 9 Dan cultivator, but with a slight movement, even a great Sage 1 Dan cultivator would find it hard to keep up with him. Zhongqing wasn't too surprised that his attack missed. Fan Xiaofeng and Fan Xiaoxing were not even a match for Fan Xiaofeng and Fan Xiaoxing at the same cultivation realm, so it was no surprise that the person who had guided them was able to dodge their attacks. Exhaling deeply, Fan Xiaoxing took a step forward and followed closely behind Fan Xiaoxing. Following closely behind Fan Xiaoxing raised his palm and danced around like a blizzard, trapping the confused Fan Xiaoxi within it. Mi Xian's face turned grim. That's scholar Zhongqing's unique technique, shrouding blizzard. Putting aside those of the same cultivation realm, not even a Saint 2 Dan cultivator would be able to withstand it. Xiaochen was proficient in strength, and he could break 10 with brute force. The martial techniques that he cultivated were all very simple. The moves before him were too dazzling and complicated. Just looking at them made him dizzy. If it were him, he could only run away, there was no way he could block them. When the others heard this, they nodded at the same time. Each of them frowned, as if they were also thinking of a way to solve the problem. Soon, all of them shook their heads helplessly. Unless one's cultivation was higher than the other party's, otherwise, there was no solution. Everyone swiftly turned their gazes toward the Saint 9 Dan young man, only to see a confused look on the latter's face. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, whether he should flee or admit defeat, his body suddenly jolted. A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he swiftly leaped into the midst of the snowflakes. Even though Zhang Xian had dove into the snow did not stick to his body at all. In the next moment, he moved his hand and pressed down. The snowflakes were instantly drawn, forming a huge snowball. Bang! Zhongqing was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. In a single move, he was defeated. The surrounding scholars' brows twitched. They were completely dumbfounded. As an expert of the great frontistery of Confucianism, he had suppressed his cultivation and fought against a freshman who was a cultivation realm higher than him, and yet, he was still defeated so easily. Just how in the world did that fellow do it? Everyone had seen Zhang Xian's moves, and they felt that there was nothing out of the ordinary about them. However, every single one of them was directed at the great Tao. If they were in Zhang Xian's shoes, they would not be able to defend against his attacks. To think that such a formidable martial art actually existed in the world. Who did Fan Xiaoxi learn it from? They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Fan Xiaoxi was staring at his palm with a look of disbelief. In front of the mountain peak, he was called away by someone, and then he fainted. When he woke up, he was already here. Initially, he thought that Zhongqing's sudden attack was unreasonable and that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Memories of battle techniques. According to the content of the book, Zhang Xian easily defeated Zhongqing, who was a rank higher than him. I'm Zhang Xian. I'm borrowing your body to deal with some matters. This memory is compensation, so please don't leak it. Just as Zhang Xian was perplexed, a calm voice sounded in his mind. It was left behind by the person who knocked him out. Zhang Xian? Could it be an ancient sage? Zhang Xian's heart jolted. To be able to leave behind a memory in his mind without harming him in the slightest. Other than ancient sages, there was no one else in the world who could do such a thing. In fact, not even the ancient sages of their Luo clan were capable of such a feat. It could be said that the young man before them was one of the strongest ancient sages. He could have easily killed such a person with a single thought, but he didn't do so. Instead, he even gave the other party some benefits. This could only mean that the other party wasn't up to no good. Since that was the case, even if Fan Xiaoxiu suspected the other party's motive for entering the great frontistery of Confucianism, there was no need for him to say it out loud. Ancient sages would naturally deal with the matters of ancient sages. However, even if he were to say that the other party was a Saint Nine Dan cultivator, it was unlikely that anyone would believe him. After digesting the memories that the other party had left in his mind, Fan Xiaoxiu turned to the crowd before him and said, "Is there anyone else who wishes to test my cultivation? Make your move. If you are still worried, feel free to come at me together." With these battle techniques in hand, Fan Xiaoxiu's fighting spirit immediately soared. He wanted to see just how much he had improved. Seeing how arrogant a freshman was, Mi Xian and the others glanced at one another before suppressing their cultivation and charging forward. 30 breaths later, all of the Confucians were lying on the ground. Fan Xiaoxiu stared at his hands in agitation, and his eyes reddened in agitation. His talent and fighting prowess could only be considered average among the youths of the 100 schools of philosophers. Under normal circumstances, it would have been difficult for him to clear the examination. Who could have thought that he would win the favor of an ancient sage and impart his battle techniques to him? He would never have dared to dream of such an accomplishment in the past. Just how powerful was the ancient sage before him to be able to become so formidable just by casually accepting the memories of the ancient sage? Ancient sage Xianxia? Who is he? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. There was no one in the 100 schools of philosophers who went by the surname of Zhang. Of course, he had no idea whether the name was real or not. All he knew was that by learning the other party's techniques, he had accepted the other party's kindness. From today onward, you will be my teacher for life. I won't change my mind anymore. Fan Xiaoxiu made up his mind. Who? A figure slowly walked through the great frontistery of Confucianism. Even though he was walking amidst the crowd, no one noticed him at all. It was as if the space around him had warped, preventing light from reaching him at all. He was no other than Xianxia, who had just entered the great frontistery of Confucianism. His goal was to enter the great frontistery of Confucianism stealthily, and since he was already here, there was no need for him to disguise himself anymore. Thus, he did not walk too far before releasing the real Fan Xiaoxiu. Fearing that his disguise would be exposed, he even imparted a portion of his memories to the other party. Obtaining the complete heritage of the soul oracles and implanting a portion of his memories without harming his original body was a walk in the park for him. As for how many opponents Fan Xiaoxiu would be able to defeat and what kind of fighting prowess he would be able to wield with this portion of memories, Xianxia could not be bothered with that. While this kind of impartation could raise one's fighting prowess significantly within a short period of time, it was still not as solid as Fan Xiaofeng and the others, who had gone through countless battles. In other words, Fan Xiaoxiu might be able to surpass the two of them for the time being, but as time passed, the two of them would eventually surpass him. Of course, it was very likely that he had already uncovered Kongshi's secret and left the area by then. Putting this matter aside, Xianxia continued walking forward. He circled around the city-like buildings of the great frontistery of Confucianism before his eyes finally fell on a towering room. The ancestral hall of the sage. If there's any secret, it should be here. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The room before him was a unique structure that Mingshi Tang did not possess, the ancestral hall of the sage. Only Kongshi's personal belongings and sculptures were displayed in the room for worship. If there was any secret that he wanted to uncover, this should be the place. Realizing this, Xianxia took in a deep breath before slowly making his way toward the ancestral hall. Before he could even reach the ancestral hall, he suddenly felt a burst of light descending upon him. It seemed like a formation had unraveled the secrets of the spatial seal and noticed him hiding in the void. Hong Long, following which, a massive palm tore through space to grab him. Even before the palm could reach him, the surrounding space was already collapsing. It was as if the entire world was on the verge of exploding. Xianxia didn't think that he would be able to see through his concealment so well. His face darkened as he swiftly retracted his fist and punched forward to meet Xianxia's attack. Even though he had not made a breakthrough to ancient sage yet, his fighting prowess was already on par with blood reincarnation realm cultivators. He channeled his Jinqi through his meridians to form a massive net before him. Boom! Fist and palm collided. Xianxia swayed a little. The owner of this fist was actually not any weaker than him. He was also a supreme expert at the blood rebirth realm. I can't fight head-on. His purpose in coming here was to find Xianxia and capture the deity's past, not to cause trouble. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, he had to end this matter as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the ancient sages of the 100 schools of philosophers were to notice his presence, it would be difficult for him to leave this place safely. Xianxia flicked his wrist and whipped out the dragonbone divine spear. Infusing his Xianxia into it, he thrust it toward the fist. In an instant, a small fissure appeared in space, reminiscent of a needle piercing into one's skin. While the might of the fissure was formidable, there was not the slightest bit of energy leaking out from the fissure. In fact, if one was 10 meters away from the ancestral hall, one would not be able to tell that there was an ancient sage battle going on. Bang! His fist collided with the spear. The spear seemed to be injured as it retracted its hand. Xianxia suddenly leaped forward and stepped into it. What appeared before Xianxia was a spacious hall. At the very center of the hall was a sculpture of Xianxia, and standing at the very front of the sculpture was a golden-armored soldier. He was glaring at Xianxia with killing intent in his eyes. The attack just now was unleashed by him. This is the Golden Warriors of Mentor's calligraphy? Frowning, Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia had thought that it would be one of the experts from the great frontistery of Confucianism guarding the ancestral hall, but who could have thought that it would just be a mere golden-armored guard formed from a series of words? He had seen it once in ancient sage Xianxia's ancient domain. To think that just a single word would possess the prowess of an ancient sage 3-dan cultivator. Could it have been left behind by Xianxia? He was shocked. He did not deny that Xianxia's strength was the strongest throughout history, but he did not expect him to be so strong. Just a single word that he had written already harnessed the might of an ancient sage 3-dan blood reincarnation realm cultivator, allowing him to stand his ground even in a direct clash with him. If he were to write a large number of words, wouldn't there be no one in the world who could stand up to him? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, he shook his head. As formidable as Jean Bing's calligraphy was, it wasn't something that could be easily written. Not only did it require one's comprehension of calligraphy to be extremely high, it also required one's Xianxia and blood essence to nourish it. Given his current strength, the most he could write was at sempiternal realm consummation, and the maximum number of words he could write was 3. He couldn't do it anymore. No matter how strong it is, it's just a word. Xianxia extended his divine sense and discovered that the battle just now had not attracted the attention of others. He heaved a sigh of relief and raised his eyebrows. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and thrust out his spear again. After a few consecutive strikes, the power at the tip of the spear converged, forming a rotating vortex. His spear art conformed to the great Tao. It looked simple, but in reality, it was ever-changing, making it impossible for others to defend against. In order to end the battle as soon as possible, Xianxia didn't hold back at all. Driving his Xianxia along his reforged meridians, he emanated a might comparable to a dimension-shatterer realm cultivator. In less than 2 breaths, the Jean Bing's calligraphy before him was reduced to a puddle of black ink before vanishing from sight. Xianxia quickly raised his head and saw a massive Ru character on the wall behind the sculpture. Seeing that the Ru character was over, Xianxia walked up to the sculpture of Xianxia and bowed a few times before surveying his surroundings. Just like ancient sage Xianxia's ancient domain, the Jean Bing's calligraphy should be a trial. Only by defeating it would one be qualified to remain here. The ancestral hall was empty except for the sculpture. Walking toward a side door, Xianxia found himself in a long corridor. The walls were filled with reliefs. This is Xianxia's life? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The reliefs before him depicted Xianxia's life, starting from his birth and slowly moving forward along the timeline. Looking at the reliefs, Xianxia felt as if his soul had been drawn into them. He felt as if he had transcended the shackles of space and time to accompany Xianxia, experiencing the latter's magnificent life. Unlike the legends, Xianxia wasn't born as a saint realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at him, he was nothing more than an ordinary person. At the very most, he was an avid scholar who loved to read books. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe ruled over the master-teacher continent, and the status of mankind was extremely low. Yet, all of a sudden, as if he had been enlightened, his cultivation had soared. Within a single year, he had broken through Fighter 9 Dan, Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, and even Saint 9 Dan. His rate of improvement wasn't any slower than Xianxia's at all. Along the way, Kongshi's footsteps had never stopped. He had conquered the various empires and saved mankind from the clutches of the otherworldly demonic tribe. During this period of time, he had spread his teachings, recruited students, and founded the Mingshi Tang school. Sensing the threat, the otherworldly demonic tribe had encircled him and trapped him in Xianxia for several months. In the midst of this crisis, he had created the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn and achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage. He had even plotted against Vicious and chased the otherworldly demonic tribe into the ancient battlefield, sealing them within. From the looks of it, Kongshi's breakthrough to ancient sage wasn't as simple as comprehending the laws of time. Along the way, Xianxia fell into deep thought. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn harnessed the profundity of time. He had been to the Temple of Confucius before, and the flow of time there was indeed slightly different from that of the outside world. What ancient sage Ranqiu had comprehended was spear art, whereas ancient sage Qiu Wu had comprehended spatial laws. He had been wondering what Kongshi had comprehended, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was time. The founder of the Zhang clan was an ancient sage who had comprehended the laws of time as well, but he was still far from being a match for the world's teacher. Perplexed, Xianxia continued reading on. After chasing the otherworldly demonic tribe into the ancient battlefield, they had summoned their deity through a ritual, and Kongshi had captured him. Seeing this, Xianxia's breathing hastened a little. The reason he had come here was to find this, but who could have thought that he would find the answer so soon? Taking a closer look, Xianxia saw that Kongshi had brought the deity away from the heart of the master-teacher continent, the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire, and they had arrived at a remote area. This area was a little barren, and the spiritual energy was extremely thin. There were barely any buildings or cities in sight. It was hard to tell whether the deity had been killed or something else, but there was no sign of him at all. On the other hand, Kongshi seemed to have sustained some injuries, so he had stopped to rest and recuperate. At the very end of the relief, it was carved that they had entered a miniature world. If Xianxia was not mistaken, it was the Kungsu domain where the 100 schools of philosophers resided. This was the final relief. Kungsu domain. Could it be that, seeing that the final relief was the Kungsu domain, Xianxia turned his gaze to the desolate area where Kongshi had brought the deity to, and after taking a closer look, his eyelids twitched in astonishment. He actually recognized that place. It was the Tianxian kingdom in the outside world. Could it be that the Kungsu domain that the 100 schools of philosophers resides in wasn't created by Kongshi? Xianxia thought. He had already known that the 100 schools of philosophers had left the master-teacher continent to live in the dimension Kongshi had created, so he didn't think too much about it when he broke through the seal in Tianxian kingdom. However, looking at the relief sculptures before him, it seemed like that wasn't the case. This dimension fragment seemed to have existed since time immemorial, and it wasn't created by Kongshi. Kongshi's records had disappeared from this dimension fragment. Could this have something to do with him entering the Azure? Xianxia continued walking forward. After passing through the relief sculptures, he arrived at an even larger room. The walls were filled with murals, depicting the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers who had made great contributions to the Kungsu domain after arriving in the dimension fragment. Just as Xianxia had guessed, the greensprout wheat was indeed cultivated by an ancient sage. However, it was not ancient sage Ziqi but one of his descendants. It was only after several dozen millenniums of effort that it was able to achieve its current state. Even without cultivating, it would still be able to reach Xianxia realm upon reaching adulthood. The higher one's talent, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. After looking through the murals, Xianxia was even more perplexed. There were no other records of Kongshi after his disappearance here. It was as if he had left for good, and there was no news about him at all. There was nothing else at the end of the room. Xianxia walked around for a while longer, but he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He didn't manage to find any clues here. Just as he was about to leave the ancestral hall to look for other clues, he suddenly hid behind a side door. At the same time, he set up a dozen seals around his body and vanished from the spot, as if he had never been there in the first place. Voila, barely after he was done hiding, footsteps sounded, and a few figures walked in. Peeking through the side door, Xianxia discreetly took a look. The one leading the group was an old acquaintance, ancient sage Xianxia. He recognized the people behind him. They were the ones who had ambushed Sovereign Qinyong back in the Temple of Confucius. With his current strength and comprehension of spatial laws, as long as he didn't release his aura or communicate with others, he would be able to conceal himself from these ancient sages. They don't seem to be in good condition at the moment, Xianxia thought. Back at the Temple of Confucius, every single one of them had exuded an overwhelming aura, wielding strength that even ancient sages would not be able to stand up to. However, at this very moment, every single one of them seemed to be on the wane. Be it in terms of appearance or Xianxia, they looked as if they would crumble at any moment. This feeling was somewhat similar to Zhang Hongtian's. It was as if he had reached the end of his life. What happened? He was baffled. Back in the Temple of Confucius, they had fought intensely against Sovereign Qinyong, and many of them had sustained injuries, but none of them had been too severe. Given enough time, they should have been able to recover from their injuries easily. So, how did they end up in such a state in just a few short months? This was especially so for ancient sage Xianxia. His face had aged tremendously, and his eyes were dimming. It was as if he was on the verge of death. Cough cough. Just as ancient sage Xianxia was perplexed, a coughing fit suddenly sounded, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips. Xianxia, an ancient sage behind Xianxia, asked worriedly. I can still hold on. Shaking his head, ancient sage Xianxia forcefully suppressed the injuries on his body before turning to Xianxia and saying, let's begin after paying our respects. Are you sure? There's no other choice. This is the mission of our 100 schools of philosophers, and it's our responsibility as well. Ancient sage Xianxia shook his head as he bowed deeply to Congshi's sculpture, paying his respects to it. That's right, Congshi. To the sage, I am the 73rd generation great-grandson of ancient sage Ziyuan. My name is Xianxia, and I have never slacked in my duties. With the opening of the Temple of Confucius, we have reached the critical point that our ancestors have spoken of, and there is no room for retreat. We are willing to devote our lives to the cause. I hope that the sage will be able to receive the news from the heavens and bless our descendants. Xianxia kneeled on the ground respectfully. The Congshi sculpture did not seem to have any consciousness at all. It remained motionless and silent. After paying their respects, the crowd stood up, and ancient sage Xianxia looked even more feeble than before. Let's go. Helplessness surfaced in the eyes of the crowd, but they did not say anything as they turned around and left. Critical point? Devote our lives to it? Watching as the crowd left, Xianxia removed the seal around him, but he was still perplexed. Under normal circumstances, these ancient sages should have been in hibernation. Why would they suddenly say such words here? Furthermore, what was with the injuries on his body? Previously, he had heard that they were repairing the Temple of Confucius. Could it be that they would sustain injuries while repairing the Temple of Confucius? Perplexed, Xianxia quickly followed behind them. Dragonbone Divine Spear, help me conceal my aura. With a flick of his wrist, the Dragonbone Divine Spear reverted back to its original form as a belt around his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body seemed to have shrunk in size, such that not even a blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivator would be able to detect his presence. While Xianxia's current fighting prowess was on par with blood reincarnation realm consummation cultivators, he had not made a breakthrough to ancient sage yet, so his control over his strength was still a little lacking. It was one thing for him to conceal his presence at sempiternal realm consummation, but if he were to follow these top experts of the master-teacher continent, it would be too easy for him to be detected. The Dragonbone Divine Spear was only a step away from achieving a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter a Realm. Its true fighting prowess far surpassed even ancient sage Xianxia's. With its help, no matter how sensitive the other party was, they would not be able to detect his presence. After leaving the sage ancestral hall, Xianxia saw ancient sage Xianxia and the others soaring into the sky. After flying for some time, they finally arrived at a platform. The space above was empty. There was nothing at all. The flow of space here sure is fast. Landing on the platform, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. To the naked eye, the space before him appeared to be extremely peaceful. However, as someone who had comprehended the spatial quintessence, he could easily sense that the space before him was moving at a rapid pace, as if it would collapse at any moment. More importantly, there was a bone-chilling sensation coming from behind the space, as if there was some kind of unique energy that came from one's soul. "Let's begin," ancient sage Xianxia exclaimed. The crowd nodded in agreement. Gritting their teeth, they were just about to exert their strength when a gust of wind suddenly blew past them. Two figures were flying straight toward them. Seeing that someone was flying over at this moment, the crowd hurriedly turned their gazes over. Xianxia also turned his gaze over as well. Who, the two figures landed on? The ground. The one leading the group was a young lady. She had a slender figure and jet black hair that reached her waist, giving her an air of elegance. She appeared to be in her 20s, and there was an anxious look in her eyes. Behind her was a young man in his 20s. He was dressed in a green robe, and it just so happened that Xianxia recognized him. He was the expert from the 100 schools of philosophers who had competed with him for the prime amulet back in ancient sage Ranqiu's ancient domain, Yan Shui. "Why are you here?" Seeing that it was the two of them, ancient sage Yanqing's face darkened. "As a descendant of Kongshi, how could I possibly not come when something like this has happened?" The young lady said with a voice that brooked no refusal. "A descendant of Kongshi?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Could you be the legendary Kongshi Yao?" He had heard the name Kongshi Yao from many people. She was one of the most talented geniuses of the 100 schools of philosophers, and it was said that she was on par with him. Back then, he had thought that Luozi was Kongshi Yao, but it turned out that there was no relationship between the two. He had only heard of Kongshi Yao in the past, but now that he was standing right before her, he could not help but take a closer look. Just as the rumor said, not only was she beautiful and flawless, there was also a unique disposition that made one feel as if they were looking at a deity. Luo Ruoxin carried a cold aura that made it difficult to approach her. On the other hand, the young man before him had an aura that made others willing to follow him. Even if they were to meet him once, they would be willing to lay down their lives for him. Formidable master teachers are able to attract everyone's attention even without speaking. Most likely, it's due to the fact that Kongshi Yao possesses such a unique disposition. Most likely, it's due to Kongshi's bloodline, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded in agreement. As expected of a descendant of Kongshi. With just a glance, he could tell that there was something extraordinary about her. In terms of cultivation, Kongshi Yao was at sempiternal realm consummation, just like him. She had yet to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, but the zhenqi that she emanated felt extremely heavy. In terms of fighting prowess, it was likely that she was on par with him. This was the first time that he had met an expert of the same cultivation realm as him. Ancient sage Yanqing shook his head and said, "Since you know that you are a descendant of Kongshi, you should understand the responsibility that lies on your shoulders. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves, but not you. A descendant of Kongshi doesn't fear sacrifice." Kongshi Yao said with determination in her eyes. "I possess the purest bloodline of Kongshi, and I'm the most suitable candidate to stabilize this place. There's no need for you to argue with me anymore." Seeing how determined Kongshi Yao was, ancient sage Yanqing sighed deeply. "Sure Yao, you are still young, and you have a long road ahead of you. I'm already at the end of my rope, so there's no need to talk about this anymore." As he spoke, he suddenly made a move. In the blink of an eye, a powerful burst of energy enveloped Kongshi Yao, immobilizing her on the spot. Ancient sage Yanqing, not expecting him to do such a thing, Kongshi Yao was extremely anxious, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Ancient sage Yanqing turned to Yan Shui and said sternly, "Take good care of her. You can die, but you mustn't let anything happen to her." "Yes." Yan Shui nodded. Heaving a sigh of relief, ancient sage Yanqing scanned the surroundings and said, "Let's begin." As he said those words, a powerful and decisive aura burst forth from his body. The combined might of the ancient sages in the surroundings and the elevated platform formed a massive pillar of light that pierced right into the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the originally quiet sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Huge cracks appeared in the sky, and countless powerful energies seemed to want to pour out of the cracks and into the world. "This is the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe?" Sensing this surge of energy, Xianxia, who was hiding by the side, couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment before his eyebrows shot up. "No, that's not right. It's even heavier than the Xianxia of slaughter, similar to mercury. If I were to absorb it, it would be hard for my meridians to bear the burden. Xianxian's expression darkened. The energy hidden behind the cracks bore some resemblance to the Xianxia of slaughter, but there was something even more bizarre about it. Even with his cultivation, he dared not absorb it. Ordinary spiritual energy was no different from water, and a water pipe would still be able to withstand it. However, if it was mercury, it would not be able to withstand it. Putting aside the fact that it was a liquid, there was a good chance that it would explode as soon as it entered. The mercury-like aura was hidden behind the cracks, and it seemed like it would surge forth at any moment. If it were to surge forth, the cultivators of the 100 schools of philosophers might very well implode and suffer a fate worse than death. What's going on? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. To think that there would be such a bizarre energy in the air, and from the looks of it, it would burst forth at any moment. Stop it! Xianxia exclaimed in bewilderment. At the center of the elevated platform, ancient sage Yanqing's body slowly rose into the air. His hair fluttered in the wind, and a powerful surge of energy surged into the sky. As more and more lightning bolts gathered, the pressure grew heavier and heavier. It felt as if the sky would collapse at any moment. The faces of the ancient sages in the area paled, and their hair turned even whiter. They are burning their life force. Xianxia exclaimed grimly. It was no wonder they had aged so much in less than 3 months. It turned out that they were using their life force to sustain the seal. As the lightning bolts in the sky grew denser and denser, ancient sage Yanqing slit his finger and dripped his blood into the depths of the void. Following which, a massive coffin appeared in the pitch-black sky. Seeing this coffin, the cracks around it became much weaker, and the mercury-like energy that could collapse at any moment also seemed to be a little fearful. It no longer felt as oppressive as before. This coffin, Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. In the first place, it was already inconceivable that a coffin would appear in the sky. On top of that, the appearance of the coffin was identical to the one that had been used to store ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse. No, this coffin is the crux of the seal. After a moment of shock, Xianxia came to a realization. The coffin before him was not just used to store ancient sage Yanqing's corpse but the crux of the seal in the sky. It was due to the coffin that the mercury-like energy did not fall from the sky and crush ancient sage Yanqing to death. It seems like the coffin is housing a powerful ancient sage whose cultivation is on par with ancient sage Ranqiu. A thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. The fact that the seal was able to fend off the descent of such a heavy energy showed just how powerful it was. As the crux of the seal, it went without saying that it was even more powerful. Given that ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse had been used as the crux of the seal, even the strength of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert had been unable to breach it. Given that the seal was even more powerful, just how powerful would the corpse have to be? Jia, while Xianxia was still in shock, the coffin in the sky suddenly rumbled, and a crack slowly appeared. On it. Open. Seeing the crack, veins popped up on ancient sage Yanqing's forehead. Fresh blood spurted from his fingertips, and a stream of blood flowed into the crack of the coffin. Due to the excessive loss of blood, his face had turned pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. More and more white hair had appeared on his head, and his skin had become even looser. It was as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Boom, as more and more blood flowed into the coffin, the crack on the coffin grew wider and wider, and a towering corpse slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Just as Xianxia had guessed, the corpse of an ancient sage was placed within the coffin. The corpse was dressed in a long robe, and he had a serene expression on his face. Even though he had been in hibernation for tens of thousands of years, his skin was still elastic, showing no signs of decay at all. Could this be? Taking a closer look at the corpse of the ancient sage, a name surfaced in Xianxia's mind, and his body stiffened. Ancient sage Ziyuan. Yan Hui? Xianxia had never seen ancient sage Ziyuan's sculpture before, but that did not mean that he did not know anything about the legendary ancient sage. As the #1 direct disciple of Kongshi, his fighting prowess might not have been on par with ancient sage Ranqiu, but his character, supporting cultivation, heritage of Kongshi's cultivation system, and the many occupations he had established on the master-teacher continent made him a man worthy of respect. The corpse before him was not as sharp as ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse, but it was as if an ocean that could contain all rivers and sustain the formation, preventing the powerful energy of Mercury from seeping in. Of the 72 direct disciples of Xianxia, the only one who was capable of such a feat was this first senior. Furthermore, ancient sage Yanqing's blood had been flowing into the coffin to nourish the corpse. Without a doubt, it was clear who the corpse belonged to. Ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse and ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse. Xianxia felt a chill running down his spine. Those two ancient sages were renowned figures in the master-teacher continent. He had thought that they had left the master-teacher continent with Xianxia, but who would have thought that their corpses would still be displayed here? Sacrifice. While Xianxia was still in shock, ancient sage Yanqing bellowed in the sky. Following which, his body cracked open like a porcelain vase, and fresh blood spurted out from his blood vessels and swiftly flowed into the corpse in the coffin. After absorbing the fresh blood, the corpse became even more pliable, as if it would come to life at any moment. Not only so, its strength grew stronger as well. Under the nourishment of the fresh blood, the seal that had been trembling a moment ago stabilized. Ancient sage Yanqing is a descendant of ancient sage Ziyuan, so he carries the latter's bloodline in his body. He's doing this in order to maintain ancient sage Ziyuan's strength and prevent the seal from dissipating. Xianxia finally understood what was going on. It was no wonder why ancient sage Yanqing had insisted on sacrificing himself. The crux of the formation belonged to his ancestor, and it was only by nourishing it with the bloodline of a descendant would it be able to stabilize it. As for Xianxia Yao, given that she possessed the bloodline of Xianxia, she should be able to nourish ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse as well, perhaps even more so than ancient sage Yanqing's. It has indeed stabilized. Seeing that the seal was gradually stabilized, and the oppressive aura that threatened to crush the coffin at any moment was slowly receding, ancient sage Yanqing heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, his blood was almost depleted, and he could not hold on any longer. He could fall from the sky at any moment and lose his life. Seeing this, the sealed Xianxia's eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head repeatedly, unable to move. Yanxue also clenched his fists tightly. Rumble, right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. Seeing that ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse was growing stronger and stronger under the infusion of the blood essence into it, it was only a matter of time before the seal was fully reinforced. But all of a sudden, a massive palm suddenly reached out from the rift. This sight was similar to when Sovereign Chenling made a sacrifice to the azure and the gods descended upon the world. Xianxia flicked his wrist lightly, and ancient sage Yanqing, who was in the midst of infusing fresh blood into ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse, suffered a heavy blow. Unable to withstand the force anymore, he plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Puff! 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 At the same time, the ancient sages who were helping him also spurted mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. A dimension shatterer expert, Xianxia's face darkened. The owner of the palm seemed to be even stronger than the person whom he had killed with the golden page. Even without the summoning of the altar, the palm was already charging toward him. Could it be that the world on the other side of the seal was the world that he was heading toward, the azure? While Xianxia was perplexed, the palm in the sky continued to strike down. Under the assault of the palm, the seal that had just been reinforced began to wobble on the verge of collapse. Hurry up and stop it. Not expecting such a powerful palm to suddenly appear just as he was about to succeed, ancient sage Yanqing could not be bothered with recovering anymore. Roaring furiously, he dashed into the sky once more. At the same time, he flicked his wrist and whipped out a saber. He knew that if he wanted to maintain the seal, he would have to sever the palm or even kill the owner of the seal. Otherwise, he had no other choice. Humph! Sensing ancient sage Yanqing's killing intent, the owner of the palm spread open his fingers and clenched them together. The sharp saber glint was squeezed tightly, as if a venomous snake that had been grabbed by its weak spot. No matter how it struggled, it was completely helpless. Let's attack together. The other ancient sages also understood the gravity of the situation. Without any hesitation, they charged forward together. With the combined might of the ancient sages, cracks began appearing in the already unstable space. Innumerable black flames rained down from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, the elevated platform had been turned into a living hell. Yanxue, let go of me, or else we'll all die together. Kang Shiyao's body trembled as she glared at the young man before her. Yan Shui's face warped as he struggled internally. Hurry up, or else our tens of thousands of years of heritage will be destroyed. Seeing that Yan Shui was hesitating, Kang Shiyao's face reddened in fury. All right. Knowing that they were in a precarious situation, if they did not release the old ancestor and the other ancient sages, the seal would collapse, and the Kungsu domain would indeed be destroyed. While Yan Shui's cultivation was only at sempiternal realm consummation, the seal had been left behind by their old ancestor, ancient sage Yan Qing. As such, it was not too difficult for them to resolve it. Very soon, there was a brilliant flash of light, and the seal sealing Kang Shiyao disappeared without a trace. Humph. With a cold harumph, Kang Shiyao's eyebrows shot up. In the blink of an eye, a powerful aura burst forth from her body. With a leap, she leaped into the air, and a sword materialized in her hand. She thrust it straight toward the palm. How powerful! Taking this sight into account, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Just as he had guessed, Kang Shiyao did not seem too old, and her cultivation was not too high either. However, there was no denying that her fighting prowess was formidable. Her fighting prowess was actually on par with him, comparable to that of a blood reincarnation realm consummation expert. Of course, the sword she was wielding was also extremely formidable. It was even stronger than the Dragonbone Divine Spear. With the two of them stacked together, her fighting prowess was comparable to that of a blood reincarnation realm consummation expert. Ding ding ding, the sword chi collided with the palm, and countless sparks flew in the air. Undeterred, Kang Shiyao continued to slash her sword downward. You're courting death. Seeing how a mere lackey from a lower world dared to make a move on him, the owner of the palm harumphed furiously as he flicked his finger. Pung, Kang Shiyao was struck squarely, and she was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood trickled down her lips. Even though Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators and Blood Reincarnation realm cultivators were both ancient sages, the gap between them was simply too huge. Back then, even with the combined might of Zhang Xian and the others, they were still no match for the deity. There was no way they could be compared to one another. Sila, with a single flick of his finger, ancient sage Yan Qing and the others were unable to get any closer to Kang Shiyao. With a flick of his finger, the sound of fabric ripping echoed in the air. The rift in the already unstable space widened, and another palm reached out. Following which, a massive head popped out. Just like the deity from back then, this person was intending to force his way in from another world. Rumble, as the head appeared, the mercury-like energy in the air grew denser. Zhang Xian hastily sealed all his pores, not daring to absorb even a sliver of it. This mercury-like energy was similar to the slaughter chi. It was a special kind of energy, and if it was allowed to flow into one's body, one's meridians would be torn apart, and one's cultivation would be greatly damaged. In severe cases, one's life might even be in danger. Kill. Not expecting that they would not be able to stop the deity and even allow him to extend his head toward them, the complexions of ancient sage Yan Qing and the others darkened. Roaring furiously, they charged forward once more. All sorts of power swirled around, causing the seal to shake non-stop. The space was also shattering bit by bit. The god stretched out a finger, blocking everyone's attacks. His other hand continued to dig through the cracks, and soon, his entire shoulder was revealed. While dealing with the encirclement of the crowd, he still had the strength to drill out. Just based on this point alone, this person was indeed much stronger than the fellow who was smashed to death by the book. If this goes on, we won't be able to stop them. After stabbing ancient sage Yan Qing several hundred times in a row, Kang Shiyao's Jinqi was already on the verge of depletion. She gritted her teeth so tightly that blood could be seen trickling down her lips. Suddenly, her eyebrows shot up, and a crisp voice echoed across the entire elevated platform. Ancient sage Yan Qing, don't attack yet. Use your full strength to bring ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse over. This, ancient sage Yan Qing shuddered. There's no other way. If we hesitate any longer, we might all die here. Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't moving, Kang Shiyao berated. If the young man before them were to pass through the rift, not only would he be able to kill all of them easily, the entire 100 schools of philosophers would also be plunged into a calamity. The only thing he could do now was to fight with his life on the line, even if he had to die. But among the descendants of Xianxia, you're the only one whose bloodline purity is higher than 8, ancient sage Yanqing gritted his teeth. He knew what the other party was thinking, but, if he did that, there was a chance that he would be sacrificed. He was already too old, and it was no big deal for him to die here. However, the young man before him was the purest offspring of the Xianxia bloodline in the past 1,000 years. On top of that, he had already overcome 3 lightning tribulations, but he was still unable to achieve a breakthrough. As long as he was given sufficient time, there was a good chance that he would be able to push for a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. If he were to die here, how could he face his ancestors? Once he comes out, everyone will die. No matter how pure your bloodline is, it will be useless. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood. Boom, as soon as the blood appeared, it immediately began to burn in the air. The surrounding space and time seemed to be frozen. Even the god that was trying to crawl out stopped moving. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Coughing up blood, Xianxia's face paled, and her forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Looking at the floating sarcophagus not far away, she shouted, "What are you waiting for?" "Who?" The coffin seemed to have heard the order and let out a dull rumble. It swayed for a moment and slowly approached. In just a moment, it was right in front of him. This impartation of heaven's will? Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia spurted a mouthful of blood. She had been trying to figure out what kind of power Xianxia's descendant would wield, but who could have thought that it would actually be the impartation of heaven's will? Wasn't it a little too simple? The Zhang clan's temporal manipulation and the Luo clan's spatial manipulation were both extremely powerful. No matter how he looked at it, impartation of heaven's will did not seem befitting of his identity as a descendant of Xianxia. Something's wrong. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. The veins in his eyes squirmed as his heart trembled. This isn't impartation of heaven's will, but impartation of heaven's will required one to impart knowledge and gain the acknowledgement of the heavens in order to induce the cultivator to obey their commands. Xianxia had comprehended the heart of a teacher, and while he was able to make certain objects obey his commands, he would first have to enchant the other party's spirit first. In other words, in order to learn impartation of heaven's will, one had to possess a spirit and be able to cultivate it. Furthermore, the cultivation technique imparted had to be suitable for the other party as well. Taking him as an example, in order to learn impartation of heaven's will, there were 2 conditions. Firstly, the other party's soul depth had to be lower than his, and secondly, the cultivation technique imparted had to be of great inspiration to the other party. While Xianxia's fighting prowess was not weak at all, her true cultivation was only at sempiternal realm consummation. Even if her soul depth had reached the level of ancient sage, the coffin before her was lifeless, and ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse did not possess any consciousness. There was only one possibility for it to be able to respond to her command. It's impartation of will. Xianxia's body trembled in shock. Impartation of will meant that one's words would automatically become the laws of the world, forcing others to obey them. On the surface, it might seem similar to impartation of heaven's will, but in truth, it was far more fearsome. With a single impartation of will, the laws of the world would be obeyed. Be it the laws of time, space, or anything else, they were nothing to him. If he were to drive the Zhang clan's bloodline and fight with Xianxia, the young man before him would not even need to make a move. All he had to do was say freeze, and he would be frozen on the spot, unable to move at all. This was not the ability to control time or space. Rather, it was the ability to control one's entire being, making one unable to move at all. Fearsome, he did not think that Xianxia would have comprehended this impartation of will after achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage. It was no wonder he was the #1 expert in the world. Hung Long, while Xianxia was still in shock, the coffin before him suddenly opened once more, and ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse flew out and floated in the air. Even though his eyes were tightly shut, his body emanated an aura that forbade others from approaching him. It was as if he had come back to life. Pooh, after doing all that, Xianxia spurted yet another mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler, and her body swayed weakly, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. While Xianxia's bloodline allowed her to command others to obey her, her cultivation was still too low. Forcefully using ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse had damaged her foundation. Allow me. Seeing that Kong Shiryao had already made her move, ancient sage Yanqing roared furiously as his body caved in. Hong Long, in the blink of an eye, countless wisps of blood aura burst forth from his body and gushed toward ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse. As more and more blood aura gushed into the corpse, the aura emanating from the corpse grew stronger and stronger. Do you think that you can defeat me with just a corpse? Dream on. The deity who had crawled out of the rift sneered coldly as he raised his palm and thrust it toward ancient sage Yanqing. At this moment, his chest was already exposed. From the looks of it, it would not take long for him to crawl out of the rift. The palm was headed straight for ancient sage Ziyuan, but before it could even land, the surrounding space had already collapsed, forming a black hole. Fight it out with him. With a furious roar, the remaining ancient sages charged forward to face the palm. Hula, before the ancient sages could even process what was going on, they had already been reduced to skeletons. Their physical bodies had been evaporated into nothingness. Even so, they did not back down. They continued to stand firmly in the air, not allowing the palm to land on them. Pung pung pung, the ancient sages crashed into the ground, creating massive craters one after another. At their level of cultivation, they would not die even if they were reduced to mere skeletons. However, they were experts who had been in hibernation for innumerable years, and they had not fully recovered from the previous battle against sovereign Qianyong. Without sufficient aeon of ancient sage, their lifespan would run out, and they would die without a doubt. In other words, they were putting their lives on the line to stop the deity before them. I can't allow the members of the 100 schools of philosophers to die here. Seeing how the battle was going to end at this rate, Xianxia took a deep breath. He was not on friendly terms with the 100 schools of philosophers, and they had even fallen out with one another a few times, but he could not bear to watch them die. These ancient sages were putting their lives on the line for humanity, not for themselves. Just like Zhang Hongtian, they were worthy of respect. Driving his Xinqi, Xianxian was just about to charge out discreetly to deal a fatal blow to the deity when Kong Shiryao suddenly spurted another mouthful of blood. Stabilize the space. Retreat. Hong Long, as she spoke, the cracks in the sky began mending, and the turbulent space swiftly stabilized. The deity had already revealed his waist when he crawled out of the coffin, but with just a single command, he swiftly retreated back to his shoulder. However, the difference in their cultivation was simply too great. Even though she had activated her bloodline ability, she was still unable to deal with the deity once and for all. It's indeed his bloodline. This is great. If I can obtain it, the sect leader will surely accept me as his direct disciple and provide me with sufficient resources. Retreating to the point where he almost left this world, the deity wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement, and his eyes were shining with excitement. At this moment, the seemingly resurrected corpse of ancient sage Ziyuan slowly flew out of the coffin after absorbing sufficient blood essence. He clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch forward. Hong Long, there was nothing fancy about this punch, but it harnessed an irresistible might. Clearly, it had also reached the level of dimension shatter a realm. Heh! The deity did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered coldly as he clasped his hands together. See la, the formation that the corpse had been maintaining was torn apart in the blink of an eye, and a mercury-like energy gushed forth. Struck by the overwhelming might, ancient sage Yanqing crashed heavily onto the ground. It was as if a massive mountain was crushing down on his back, rendering him unable to move at all. The others weren't faring much better either. Kong Shiryao was still able to hold on due to the activation of her bloodline power, but Yan Shui's face paled as blood seeped out of his body. Even before he could do anything, he was already on the verge of collapsing. Zhang Xian was hiding in the void. Although he was also under pressure, it was not serious. Furthermore, he was the strongest and had sealed all his pores in advance, so he suffered the least damage. Kacha! Kacha! Kacha, the deity had clashed with ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse 7 to 8 times, resulting in the destruction of the seal. On top of that, ancient sage Yanqing's blood essence had also been depleted, causing the deity's prowess to gradually weaken. On the contrary, the mercury-like energy that shrouded the entire platform made the deity feel like a fish in water. Not too long later, with a resounding boom, the ancient sage's corpse was knocked back into the stone coffin, unable to move at all. Bloodline ignition, with bloodshot eyes, Kong Shiryao bellowed furiously. More blood gushed out of her mouth, but before it could fully ignite, the laughter of the deity echoed in the air. Save your breath. If you die here, it'll be useless even if we bring you back with us. He raised his palm and struck down. Pooh! Kong Shiryao's body swayed weakly as she plummeted from the sky. Suppressing the danger of his meridians shattering, Yan Shui rushed forward to support her. Ha ha ha. After knocking back ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse and knocking Kong Shiryao down, the deity burst into laughter once more. He leaped out of the dimension rift and floated in midair. It had been difficult for him to climb out of the seal earlier, but now that the seal had been destroyed, ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse, which was the core of the formation, had been returned to the stone coffin. There was nothing else that could stop him anymore. I was curious to see what kind of place could give birth to such a formidable expert, but to think that I would be so disappointed to see it with my own eyes. The deity scanned his surroundings before sneering coldly. He flicked his wrist and made a grabbing motion toward Kong Shiryao. Yan Shui gritted his teeth and charged forward, but before he could reach the deity, he was already sent flying by a flick of the deity's finger. Come with me. Hula, the deity wrapped Kong Shiryao tightly, preventing her from escaping no matter how hard she tried. No. Seeing how Kong Shi, the only person whose bloodline had exceeded 8 in the past 1,000 years, had been captured, the crowd could not help but grit their teeth so tightly together. However, due to their lack of strength, there was nothing they could do. Is the Kungsu domain that Kong Shi founded going to be destroyed in my hands? I really can't accept this. Ancient sage Yanqing trembled uncontrollably. The otherworldly demonic tribe, whom Kong Shi had failed to pacify back then, had been pacified instead. He had thought that mankind would continue to grow stronger and stronger, and he would be able to walk the path of glory once more. Who could have thought that the strongest 100 schools of philosophers would suddenly face such a calamity? Had it been before the opening of the Temple of Confucius, there was no way he would have been able to break through the barrier of the dimension rift. However, the barrier had become thinner, and the seal had been torn apart. Even if he were to expend all of his vitality, there was no way he would be able to reverse the situation. If that person had been here, would the outcome have been different? All of a sudden, a figure appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. It was the celestial master teacher known as Zhang Xian. Despite his young age, that fellow was able to create miracles time and time again. Based on what he knew, Sovereign Shenling had also used a sacrificial ritual to allow a deity to break through the barrier and enter the otherworldly demonic tribe. If that person had been here, would he have been able to kill that deity as well? Would he have saved the 100 schools of philosophers? He isn't here, and I don't have a good relationship with him. This thought swiftly flashed across Zhang Xian's mind, and he shook his head helplessly. Putting aside the fact that it was impossible for outsiders to enter the Temple of Confucius, even if they were able to enter, it was unlikely that they would lend a helping hand. While it was true that they were here to destroy the otherworldly demonic tribe and save mankind, the several conflicts they had with the celestial master teacher and the 100 schools of philosophers were not as friendly as they seemed. Forget it. Even if I have to risk my life, I have to save Kong Shiryao. Knowing that it was pointless to think about such matters at this point, ancient sage Yanqing forcefully gathered his strength. Just as he was about to expend the last drop of blood in his body to save Kong Shi, a cold glint suddenly shot up from the side of the altar. Like a river that had broken through a dam, it surged up violently. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it pierced straight towards the throat of the deity. This, ancient sage Yanqing's body stiffened. He quickly turned his gaze over, and what he saw was an arrogant figure reminiscent of Kong Shi's sculpture in the ancestral hall. The image of that figure was deeply etched in his mind, and he would never be able to get rid of it. It's Zhang Xian. He's here. End of chapter 1894. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.